the BetQL network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get their work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby. Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy
It's Wednesday.
To all of you.
Everything feels a little bit different because nobody's working. Monday was Martin Luther King Day. There was playoff football on a Monday afternoon.
Yeah.
Everything is askew.
These Saturday games have not been totally ingrained in me yet either.
No.
The Texans are in a much better routine than I am right now.
We were in such a noon on Sunday routine. Kudos to CJ for making the point, too, that, it's early to get out there for a football game.
Yeah.
CJ kind
16 of them.
CJ kind of softly coaxes everybody into the stadium a little bit earlier, he just drops these little hints here and there, and he acknowledges that, hey, it's hard to get in there by noon. Everybody wants to get up, and he didn't say this, but I'll say it. Everybody wants to get a little drink or two before not everybody, but a lot of people want to get a drink or two in before they go in.
Yep. And
it's tough. We need to set a collective alarm clock for all season ticket holders. We should talk to the Texans about this. It could be you and me, giving a phone call at 6 a.m.
Oh, to wake
get everybody up and raring to go. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
A pep talk.
A little Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah.
Yeah, just like 30 seconds in their ear. I like that idea.
So I'm like, hey,
Especially
buddy.
if they pay us
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Yeah.
It's game time!
Game day! Do you want to beat the Ravens? Yeah, man. I'm a little off kilter still with
It's
the
all right.
Saturday
It's
stuff.
I went to the grocery store last night, the supermercado,
Mm-hmm.
and I was really surprised that it was like it felt like COVID.
End of days.
There were 9 people in there. There was one entrance open, a security guard standing at the entrance, and I went and I bought a rotisserie chicken. And
most versatile food on the marketplace.
It's amazing.
Rotisserie chicken. Absolutely.
I bought a rotisserie chicken. I don't know how long it had been out there because everything looked a little desolate. I didn't check, but it felt a lot like COVID. I got a little bit nostalgic. I was like, times were simpler then.
Yeah.
As long as you ignored all the news,
right.
And you just you got to stick to yourself.
Times were simpler then, as long as you didn't watch the news or catch the virus.
Well, it was. We were all COVID virgins for the most part.
That's true.
We were like, hope I never catch that. I certainly hope I don't catch it 3 times.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Without ever any clue how bad each version was going to be. Like it was, hey, turns out I had COVID last week. Weird, right? Didn't even know it. Next time I got it, I'm dying. I'm going to die.
How we feeling, man? How we feeling about this game?
I feel actually, I said this last night. I did a little bit of a live stream on my YouTube because I had to cope a little bit. Yesterday during the show, some of our listeners, I think, were getting upset with me because they felt like I was being overly negative or just a little too...
You're pumping the brakes a little bit,
I was keeping things a little too real.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody. Let me explain my process. I'm getting ready for a game.
Hey, this will be good.
There's no way... I can't take it out of me. I was in the NFL too long. I spend the entire week building the opponent up in my mind. And as a way to get you appropriately... to get myself appropriately geared up for the game... and to feel like I'm going to war. And then the whole key is, the old saying is, like, prepare like it's war, and then play like you're having fun, like you're having a game, playing a game. So all during the week, you pretend you're preparing for war, and then on the weekends, you let loose and let it fly. So that's how I am. I think because, and I don't think I changed that from any opponent to the next, but I think because the Ravens are so genuinely good, people hear that and they think like, I mean, multiple people yesterday say, "Well, Seth's saying we have no chance of winning the game." I'm like, where the hell are you getting that from? That's more of a reflection on your own personal feelings. As I'm talking about how good the Ravens are, I just want you to appreciate how awesome it'll be if Deshaun Watson has another great game versus another really good defense the way he did versus the Browns.
The C.J. Stroud, you mean?
Him too.
Yeah.
But if Deshaun does it, it will be a miracle.
Deshaun's busy getting the entire staff whacked up in Cleveland this morning.
Yeah. Oh, they did, didn't they?
They whacked Alex Van Pelt and Stump Mitchell, their running backs
Old
coach.
Stumpy?
Stumpy got fired.
Why do they call him Stumpy?
I think he was a very stout, kind of low to the ground running
short,
back.
Stout
back
guy.
In the day. He was a running back for the Cardinals back in the day. Yeah, Stump Mitchell. How
old is he?
He was a running back in the 80s, so probably, I don't know.
R.I.P.
Probably our
Stumpy.
age. Yeah.
So he's dead now.
No. He just got fired.
Oh, I thought they killed everybody.
No. They metaphorically.
I thought they whacked
No,
them all.
no. Deshaun didn't order that, as far as we know.
Yeah.
So they.
The entire offensive staff except for Kevin Stefanski, who is the de facto offensive
I don't know about the
coordinator.
entire staff, but the OC and a couple others.
Yeah, okay.
The OC was the big one.
Van
Alex
Pelt,
Van Pelt.
wasn't Van Pelt the one that Aaron Rodgers got all hissy about them firing him without his being a consultant on the matter?
You know what that tells me? Alex Van Pelt is fun. Because
tells me
Aaron
Alex Van Pelt's going to end up in New York now,
maybe.
too.
Yeah, a little QB coach action. So, back to the Raven. I think what doesn't do you any justice either, does you a disservice probably in terms of your process during the week.
Yeah.
Where you start off very serious about things, kind of downplaying our ability to win the game and then building to something.
Yeah.
You are hosting a show with somebody who's massively delusional about this stuff.
You are. You're very. You're a prisoner of the moment at times.
Big
yeah.
time, big
no,
time.
but I was thinking about it after the game though too, because one thing I hate is, or after the show yesterday, one thing I do hate is when people take like whole season stats and act like, okay, that's the team as it is now, because we know, like, look at the Eagles. The Eagles are the perfect example. Look at their record. Look at everything else, and man, they were certainly not a good football team by the end of the year. And I think with the Texans, the hard part is I think that they did some massively good things this year. Obviously, CJ did some incredible things as a rookie quarterback, but I look at like the total effectiveness of the offense. The things that still concern me are the running game when it really matters and the red zone offense. Can you score touchdowns? Because those are nice. And that's where over the last few games, CJ has been really, really good. The offense hasn't not been like high powered, but the biggest thing is that CJ is still avoiding turnovers. The only notable one that I think where he got lucky was that first throw to Noah Brown in the last game.
That's it.
So, you don't have to be the greatest show on turf. It just has to be that CJ basically, with the offense that's around him, really has to be almost perfect, because they really can't rely on like massive plays made from like with their own physical ability from anybody other than really Nico and CJ. Like everything else is getting people in the right position to make plays. Yeah.
That's the big thing to me right now is the best version of CJ Stroud is the last two games. Yeah. He's perfect is the word. I was thinking about that this morning. I'm like, man, the Noah Brown throw came to mind, and other than that, I can't think of a bad decision he's made.
Yeah.
I can't really think of a bad throw that he's made. There's been incompletions, and that'll happen. But he's been back for 3 games. I thought the Tennessee game, he was really good. He was getting his legs back underneath him. They weren't good in the red zone. They kicked a bunch of field goals that game. But the last 2 games have been about the equivalent of a Major League Baseball pitcher coming in and pitching 2 perfect games. Considering the weapons around him, there's no Tank Dell out there. That's the only thing. I say that's the only thing they're not getting. They were getting early in the year chunk plays, but they had a 76-yard touchdown, a 37-yard touchdown. Nico had a couple big plays in that game, so they're figuring it out. And I think to me, that's why I feel like, okay, they've got a real shot in Baltimore. Is the most important guy is playing his best football right now. Yeah. C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, and that's where, and I'll do credit to Brevin Jordan, and he turned on the Jets, but he also, remember on that play, was wide open. And you know what? Brevin Jordan did a really good job on that. They pointed it out on the broadcast, but I just want to reiterate it. He did a really good job of selling that he was blocking. That's a George Kittle thing. George Kittle does an awesome job of staying in a beat later blocking than most tight ends feel comfortable. Most tight ends, they're like a teenage boy at a dance. They gets a little too excited a little too quickly. Like Kittle and Brevin Jordan in those instances, they stay in one beat later, and then that convinced, like in that case, Owusu Koromora, that like, oh wow, I'm such a good pass rusher that this tight end's staying in to block me. Mm-hmm. I'm just going to go ahead and rush the quarterback, and then off he went. So I credit him for that, but the playmaking part of it was, again, that play action got it to where he had to beat one tackle. There was some good blocking, but then he had to outrun linebackers. There were no defensive backs in position to make the play or anything because everything was executed perfectly. So the thing and then defensively, this is where I get really intrigued, is that the Texans linebackers they've shown the ability in certain games to be really, really dialed in and to have their run-pass keys just about perfect at times. And they've looked great in coverage in those instances. They don't bite on play action. But when it doesn't work, that's when it gets really ugly. The Texans are one of the worst teams in the league at letting up chunk plays on play action. So a lot of it this week, I think they will benefit from having seen the Ravens already. Even though the offense has changed a lot, there's something about seeing it at field level that just changes things. And the reads can be that much quicker. I think that helped them versus the Browns. I think it helped them versus the Colts. Like all those things, even though Colts, I know they let up a bunch in the run, but the pass game was okay. The linebackers. So like the linebackers this week are a huge, huge, huge key factor.
I think even just having been in, especially for the young guys, having just been in that stadium earlier this year is going to help. Just like there was probably more anxiety going into that game than any other game this year. You know, for the young guys going into Baltimore in week 1, that's not an unfamiliar surrounding for them will probably help a little bit incrementally for the Texans.
Do you remember what Nick Caserio told us about that place?
About Baltimore? I don't.
About one of the reasons it's a hard place to play. Is it the fans aggressively harass like the coaches in the box?
There's
in the press box.
Proximity in there is super close to the fans.
So like turning around and harassing people. Like they make it really, really hard. I don't know. As a player, I always loved playing there.
Baltimore?
Yeah, that felt like almost because I didn't play in a big time college atmosphere. I liked it because it felt a little bit like a college atmosphere. They have a huge band, and they would have they had male cheerleaders, so it was cool because they could do all this stuff that I don't think they're allowed by law to do in the college kids. They're like launching these women, it looked like 30 feet in the air. I'd be like looking at it like a kid at a circus, like, my
That's
God.
what it's there for.
Mama, I ain't never seen something like this before. Did you see that fella launch that lady into the stratosphere?
They're there to distract the easily distracted players. That's great.
Why is the nose tackle standing erect, staring at the sideline?
People. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. On a Wednesday. John McClain joins us today in the 8 o'clock hour. All right, up next, we'll hear from C.J. Stroud bumping in on how excited he is for a chance to get the Texans to the AFC title game. DeMeco Ryans had some really cool stuff yesterday on instilling the culture and the mindset with this team and where that came from for him. Really good stuff from the Texans head coach that we've got for you. We'll do headlines at 6:45. A lot of headlines to get to today, Texans and otherwise. That is next. But first, I want to tell you about Berkeley Eye Center. Berkeley Eye Center, man, the savings they've got going on at Berkeley Eye Center.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
That's not my thought process or our team's. We're just doing our job. We don't really pay attention to what people say. It's not up to them on what goes on the field. So it's really just up to us to go out there and do our jobs. And we believe in ourselves, and we trust in ourselves to win games and hopefully win this game. We have complete confidence in ourselves. So we're not really worried about what everybody else got to say.
Question there was, you're kind of playing with house money. Everybody feels like,
I was surprised by that question. I thought it was a good enough question, but I was just a little bit surprised by. He asked if does it feel like people are saying you're playing with house money because nobody expected to be here? Does that maybe take the pressure off a little bit? And I guess there's no possible way for CJ to answer that other than to say no. Other than I guess he could say like, you know what, we're enjoying the ride. There's different ways he could have answered it. But if he had said like, yeah, we do feel like we're playing with house money, and who cares if we lose? That would not have been.
That would have got a headline, yeah. And I guess
come on, CJ, more headlines.
They've been. CJ gets hit with some form of nobody believes in you. It feels like every game they're an underdog in.
Yeah.
And so it's going to be the same. I'm not begrudging whoever asked the question. It's because they're a huge underdog this weekend. They're a 9.5-point underdog, but we know what the answer is going to be. And I believe. Here's the thing. I believe the answer. I believe they don't listen to a lot of the stuff that's out there or try to not listen to it.
You'd have to really seek out like hatred for CJ right now.
Yeah.
Every press conference he gets asked a question about dealing with the haters and everything, and I'm like, all right, I guess like Stephen A. saying that rookies don't do well in the playoffs doesn't. If CJ thinks that's hate, we're screwed moving forward.
Right.
So when I think he's honest data. When he answers like he doesn't really hear a lot of it or anything.
Here's CJ Stroud on the chance to take the Texans where they've never been before, the AFC title game.
Right now we're focused on going 1-0 this week. We'll figure it out after that. I'm not really focused on after that. It's all about going 1-0 and trying to do as best as we can in this game.
Trying to beat the Baltimore Ravens. That's it. One mission, beat the Baltimore Ravens. It's interesting, just looking at the playoffs as a whole. I was thinking about that this morning, the AFC and the NFC.
Yeah.
Because this is I think C.J. Stroud versus Lamar Jackson is a sexy matchup for people on ESPN and the talk shows and things like that.
Oh, yeah.
The soon-to-be two-time MVP versus the landslide offensive rookie of the year this year. The AFC, I think you can make an argument that if you took a poll of people like stack ranking quarterbacks, that the AFC certainly has the four best remaining quarterbacks and maybe the four best quarterbacks that have had in football this year. Some form of it. Like the four quarterbacks still left playing in the AFC, I don't think you get past 6 or 7 in a poll of power ranking the quarterbacks for this season with Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen in some order. And then in the NFC, it's kind of interesting because it's all a bunch of guys who've been either disrespected or discarded or underrated. You've got Mr. Irrelevant Brock Purdy versus the dude who sat behind Aaron Rodgers for 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then you've got 2 former number 1 overall picks who are on Jared Goff discarded to a second team as an afterthought. And Baker Mayfield's on his 4th team in a year, in a year and a half.
Right,
He was on Cleveland at the end of 2021.
I think Baker Mayfield might be the perfect example where, and again, it's not like the Bucs had a great offense this year or anything. So it's not like all of a sudden Baker Mayfield is going to be all pro next season if he sticks around. He does have Chris Godwin and Mike Evans for now. And I think that one thing that's happening in the NFL, the subtle shift over the last couple of years, is people are realizing, okay, with the new rules and the way everything has evolved, man, wide receivers are really, really, really worth the money because look at what you can do. You can take a guy like Tua Tagovailoa and all of a sudden make him look like he might be. People were arguing for him for the MVP in the first half of the season, and it wasn't because Tua got that much better. It's because he has really good receivers and a good enough offensive coordinator doing some fun stuff. And I think with a lot of these guys, that's where it's probably better for the league that I don't think you need to have an awesome all-time quarterback to compete for a Super Bowl anymore. The other really good thing, though, is that I think that if you do have a guy like C.J. Stroud is going to be, I think, it still gives you that much more of an edge because you're going to be out there playing against teams that can get by with a mediocre quarterback and utilizing the newest, like, good wide receivers and all the new rules to their advantage, but it still doesn't genuinely replace the power of a genuinely good quarterback.
Yeah. I've fantasized about next season. I don't want to get too far down the weeds with that because we got Baltimore on Saturday. But if they went out and got – because I think, if Tank's healthy, you got Nico. If they went and got one more, like, plus weapon like that, one more weapon that CJ doesn't need to elevate, that like Nico – I think Nico and Tank are plus players, that they elevate an offense. It's not CJ taking – like, they're super talented football players that have cheat code aspects to them. Boy, if they got one more guy – then you are talking about, like, greatest show on turf type stuff. Yeah. In a year two, CJ Stroud with a third weapon out there.
Now, the big thing about the Texans for the offseason is they've got a bunch of cap space, but it's a little bit of an illusion because they have so many guys on 1 and 2 year contracts that something needs to be done about a lot of these guys on 1 year contracts. But they do have a boatload of space over the next few years. So that part is real. So when you're starting to if you try to A, re-sign your own guys that are good, but also B, if you do bring in 1 or 2 guys, you've got plenty of room to do whatever you want. You don't want to go hog wild and spend like a lottery winner or something. I'm looking at power rankings from NFL.com for quarterbacks a week ago. So mind you, this was before Dak Prescott did whatever he did in the playoffs there. Yeah, where he's had some curious. It's like Dak Prescott's awesome except when he's not, and he's been just horrendous when he's not being awesome.
And presumably before CJ tore the backside out of the Cleveland Browns.
So Lamar Jackson was number 1. Okay. Dak Prescott, Josh Allen. Dak Prescott was 2.
Yeah, not anymore.
I know it shouldn't. This is a regular season award. Yeah. Matt Stafford, number 4. Tua Tagovailoa, number 5. See, I'm already where with Tagovailoa, I don't see that one bit, like putting him over Stroud.
They could move on from him.
Yeah. So Jared Goff, then Brock Purdy, then Stroud was 8th. So
like half the guys in front of him, I'm like, I would take CJ in a heartbeat.
They got
ahead of Jared Goff.
Pat Mahomes 9. This is more of a season grade than anything else.
Like, dude, I saw Jared Goff's numbers under pressure. I'm like, okay, well, I guess if the pocket's clean for the entire playoffs, you're going to be fine with Jared Goff.
Yeah.
But the game where they start to put a pass rush on him, like, I sure hope San Francisco plays Jared Goff in the NFC title game so I can make a ton of money fading the Detroit Lions.
Pat Mahomes is going to be a fun watch through the playoffs. And
First road game.
First road game that he's ever played in the playoffs.
In the playoffs, yeah.
Other than, the Super Bowl is a road game.
Yeah, true road game.
Yeah.
Like hostile environment.
He played a Super Bowl like where it was a genuine road game environment. Well, not really. They played it in Tampa.
Oh, COVID
but it wasn't.
Year.
But yeah, the crowd
and he lost by 3 touchdowns.
The crowd wasn't a factor.
No. But this will be. Pat Mahomes, I think, has played 15 playoff games, all of them at home.
That's crazy.
Isn't that incredible? Yeah. Here was DeMeco Ryans on instilling the relentless mindset with the Houston Texans.
For me, I always want the team to just play football how I see football, right? How I think it should be played. And I think football should be played with passion. I think it should be played with energy. And I think, like, when you get the opportunity to do it, you should give everything you have to the game because you don't know when your last play will be, right? You don't know when it's your last season. So it's just about just selling out all the efforts you can possibly give. You do that, right? And you take advantage of each and every day that you get the opportunity to suit up and play this game because it's a privilege to be able to play this game. And guys are truly blessed to be the athletes that they are, to be able to take the physical pounding at this game. It'll tax you. Right, and I think that for me and my mindset of how I play the game and have fun, give it everything you have, and just own each and every moment that you have. And I like where our team is right now. The way we play, we finish the right way. We play with great effort, right, and we enjoy playing with each other. Right, we enjoy seeing our brothers make plays. We enjoy the success of others, and that's how I truly believe the game should be played.
You know who I think maybe has had the best benefit from from DeMeco Ryans? Laramie Tunsil. If you're talking about mindset and like maybe a grittiness, where Laramie's always been kind of a svelte and smooth and very athletic and technically skilled athlete, but not necessarily like a pipe carrying, down on the docks, beat somebody up
he's
type.
Seemingly a little laid back.
Yeah. Like how willing is he to play through injury? There've always been questions about that. I think he's had his Roger Dorn moment. I think Corbin Burnsen's character, the shortstop in Major League, where all of a sudden I think all of a sudden he's willing to take a grounder to the face. Like he's willing to go out there and get up in the muck. I think the environment has changed to the point where he's more of a blue collar player now.
Hey man, he went in the tent. Came out of the tent, went back in the game on Saturday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He's played through a lot of injuries all year long.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's a good one.
He's gone from mysterious wrist ailment to
under David Culley.
Like nobody knows exactly what's going on.
And that's where, and David Culley's an extreme example of what I'm about to say in terms of being the opposite of D'Amico Ryans. This is where, and I'm not saying you have to be a former NFL player to instill the culture or the mindset that D'Amico's talking about, because there's the vast majority of head coaches didn't play in the NFL.
Right.
But I would imagine, especially because D'Amico is a fairly recent player by head coaching standards, he's not even 40 yet, that when it comes time for him to preach this mindset, it's a much more believable, tenable message. I mean, you can go to YouTube and watch
helps,
D'Amico. Yeah, like
that's the great thing about YouTube, or the bad thing, depending on what your track record is. Like these players all, when they find out D'Amico's going to be a coach, they look him up and they watch videos and they can see what he was as a player.
But he walked what he's talking right now.
Well, and he looks. That's the other thing about the new age.
Like he can still do it.
Yeah, the new age of NFL coaches. There's way more guys that look like they're like they could play. Yeah, or at the very least they're fit. That was one thing I noticed when the 49ers came to have a combined practice with the Texans the first time. It was when D'Amico, so it would have been like 4 or 5 years ago. I can remember it was D'Amico's first year as a coach. And I remember thinking, like, these guys, like, if this 49ers coaching staff had to like battle out if it was one of those things like where they decide we'll die.
Dude, Mike Devlin would have been gassed in the
single
first 4
warfare
seconds.
or whatever. It was I was like, man, these guys are put together. Like they look like they could be players,
I sure hope they don't pass a rule where overtime is just the two coaching staffs fighting each other in the middle of the field.
That'd be
Game
awesome.
of Thrones style. I know. How much fun would that be?
I looked the rundowns of the overtime rules. Generally, I just looked it up briefly, a couple articles, and they all said just like there's two 15-minute overtime periods, but then with no explanation of what comes after that.
Probably just sudden death after that. I don't know. Yeah,
I'm not sure. Well, it is sudden death. It's still sudden death.
Yeah.
It's sudden death the whole time, so I guess they just keep going sudden death until somebody.
Keep going. One more from D'Amico. I thought this was a cool little anecdote from D'Amico. There was somebody who followed up the previous answer you heard with, where did that mindset get instilled with you along the way?
No, I think it instilled in where I got that mindset was in high school, right? Everybody, as a young athlete, you're trying to get a scholarship to college and you want to be seen and you want to, make it in college football. And so I had a coach that told me, like, hey, if you want to make it, you have to make sure you show up around the football every single snap. So that effort, that mindset, show up with great energy. When the coach told me that, it was like, okay, I got to go. I know I wanted to go play college football, and to do that, what I learned from him was, hey, you got to play with tremendous effort every single snap so you can show up and look different. You got to look special. When they cut the tape on, are you special, or are you just fitting in? Are you just another player out there? So that always resonated with me. Like, man, when you suit up, you got to do something that's different. Do something that others aren't willing to do. A lot of people aren't willing to run, play with great effort, play as physical as they can play every single snap. People aren't willing to do that. So when you do it, and when you have an entire team that does it, it jumps off the tape, and people all around the league truly respect what you do.
Yeah, that's completely true. Like that whole swarm mentality, and it's one of those things. It's like coaching a full court press in basketball. It's easily said, but it takes a whole lot of driving it home every single play. The big thing about that too is like that's where D'Amico, as positive as he is, there's also a certain amount of built-in shaming that goes on there, because when you're watching film as a defense and somebody's loafing, like it sticks out like a sore thumb, and you got to be sure that everybody sees that guy's loafing. So you don't have to say much. Like that's just embarrassing, when they see everybody else flying and if you're the one that's just kind of lollygagging along. If you're built of the right kind of stuff, then you change. The guys that aren't built of the right kind of stuff, you get them the hell out of there. But this is that kind of defense. The difference though too is, I think of like, this is what you would hope. Like Dan Quinn's defense with the Cowboys this year. they fly around. Like Dan Quinn defenses fly around, and they play hard. They make splash plays behind the line of scrimmage. But ultimately, the problem with the Cowboys defense this year, as good as they are and as many playmakers as they have, is that they struggled to come up with stops when they needed to make stops. And it always reminds me of, like, in some ways, like the Morey era teams, the Daryl Morey era teams, where you rack up all these regular season stats, but ultimately, like, when you're playing against a good team, all right, all that stuff helps you stay in a game until the final 2 minutes, and then you need to come up with a stop. It's not like your regular season defensive stats, your steals, your scoring percentages on offense, all of that. It's awesome until you absolutely have to have a bucket or you have to have a stop. And I think the Cowboys just aren't constructed like a defense that can come up with a stop when they need a stop or to play against a really good team in the playoffs. I think DeMeco, the big difference with DeMeco and other teams that fly around a lot is that he also understands exactly where the physical element needs to be played. And that's why they got so much better at stopping the run over the course of the season. It's a hard blend to balance because stopping the run sometimes it's a lot more than just like flying around and making plays. Sometimes there's a lot of sacrifice involved.
For sure.
Defensive linemen got to just know how to occupy two people. That's where the real challenge comes in. Is it goes from being like it's now an above average defense to take that next step. Like, that's where DeMeco's psychology really comes into it.
Micah Harden. That's what I just heard just now.
Micah
Harden.
Well, he's already hinting about how he wants to leave.
Micah Harden. Yeah, absolutely. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We'll get into headlines next. We've got Texans headline. Boy, we have a bad Astros headline in the next segment for you and a whole lot more. But first, I want to tell you, here's a good headline. West Point, Lincoln, Katie Free.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get to it. Headlines, Texans, couple headlines here. Bobby Slowick has had another request for permission to speak to him about their head coaching job, and it's the Seattle Seahawks. By my count, this is at least 5 jobs, at least 5 organizations, Seth, that have requested permission to speak to Bobby Slowick. I know Atlanta has, and Carolina has, Washington.
This is what makes me feel better. I hadn't quite realized when Jim Harbaugh went to go to talk to the Chargers that they've already interviewed like 8 other people.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Have they announced them?
Not really. I haven't made a big deal out of it.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless the article stated it wrong and said that they had just requested interviews from all those people.
Yeah. Chargers requested, I think, Slowick as well. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I know the Panthers have. At any rate, so have the Seahawks. This is what you need to know. You don't need the whole list of teams. Just know that Bobby Slowick he might be, at least in terms of interview requests and odds board buzz, he might be the top coordinator on the market right now.
Coordinator for odds board
like
buzz,
non-Harbaugh, non-Belichick.
Well, yeah, and I do wonder too. Like, this is where some of this has gone pretty far under the radar. Like with the Chargers, they've already interviewed Leslie. They have interviewed, according to this article, Leslie Frazier, Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator for the Ravens, Todd Monken, Steve Wilkes. So Todd Monken, the Ravens offensive coordinator. This might If those guys are already doing interviews, and
they had a bye week this week.
That's a very good point, Sean.
Thank you. Yeah.
I was hoping for distraction of some sort. They're not allowed to.
It is, I guess.
Yeah,
but
no in-person interviews allowed until after the divisional round.
Until this
weekend.
Coming Monday. Yeah.
Yeah. So maybe there was some. Maybe Bobby Slowick has said. Maybe he's given the stiff arm, which is in itself a good sign. Because right now, if you really want that job, there's probably a part of you that's thinking like, boy, they're already. I mean, these 2 guys that I'm facing this week, Todd Monken, the offensive coordinator for the Ravens, has already interviewed with the Chargers, and Justin Herbert's just sitting out there all alone with no quarterbacks coach or offensive coordinator.
That is kind of fun, though. Like that's a fun little subplot to this game. I think Mike McDonald is a sought-after candidate this time around. I think defensive candidates are getting back into being in the mix thanks to guys like DeMeco Ryans. So McDonald versus Slowick is a nice little
McDonald versus
potential
Slowick.
Head coaching battle going on.
And we missed out on talking about this just last week because Shane Steichen faced off against DeMeco Ryans last year.
Yep.
Didn't go so hot for DeMeco, but there were extenuating circumstances.
Yes.
The 49ers were playing their 4th-string quarterback by one point in the game.
The
who
whole
got
game
injured.
slid
so
into
then
the
their
toilet.
third, Brock Purdy came in, who couldn't feel his throwing hand, which tends to be an issue. So
for quarterbacks,
he was playing the stranger with a football. And but there is a little bit of a subplot there. So I think that the distraction, I always feel like the distraction stuff is overblown. I do think for Bobby, I wonder if, given the way he's wired and everything, if he's one of these rare people who can genuinely just kind of compartmentalize and think like, no, this wasn't part of my plan. I'm not thinking about the tens of millions of dollars I might be missing out on. I want to prove myself as an offensive coordinator. I mean, it might be, there are those people who exist, Ben Johnson did it up with Minnesota. He pulled himself out of the race because he wanted to come back for one more
Detroit,
year.
Yeah.
If you have confidence in yourself and you think you got a good thing going, you probably feel like, look, yeah, that'll be nice, but I can delay gratification for a while and get a really good job next year.
Let's just look at the evidence. Bobby Slowick was awesome against the best defense in football on Saturday.
Yeah.
He does not appear to be distracted by what's going on with him career-wise right now. He called a great game.
Yeah. DeMeco Ryans himself had pulled himself out of the race the year before.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if just having that example of having DeMeco having pulled himself out of the race and seeing how well it's worked out for D'Amico, obviously.
Yeah.
Makes it a little bit easier just to be like, oh, I'm going to bide my time.
That's a good point.
I have a hard time sometimes, Sean. I'm not somebody who majors in delayed gratification.
No, me neither.
Yeah, so
Look at my credit card statements.
I always try to. It's really hard for me to empathize with those people that I'm so jealous of who can totally delay gratification. But I know they exist. I have them in my life. Thank God.
Yeah.
Thank God.
Yes.
And yet I never can quite get myself in that mindset of like, wait, but how do you just not think about the fact that you could be dead tomorrow? So just do it today. Why don't you just do it? Why don't you just do it? Yeah.
We will. We'll get to the Texans at the top of the hour. Some awesome stuff on C.J. Stroud yesterday by some recent opponents of his that we'll get to at the top of the hour. Texans, by the way, call Steven Sims up to the 53-man roster to replace Noah Brown. So that's the one roster.
Oh, we're in
they made
headlines.
Yesterday. We're in headlines. That's
Stop
okay.
letting me pontificate.
That's okay.
You know about my delayed gratification issues.
I know. It's
so gratifying to talk about it.
I got some bad Astros news for you. Maybe I've been putting that off. Usually when you like instant gratification, you also like to put off bad news.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's the bad news. Kendall Graveman had right shoulder surgery, and he's going to miss the 2024 season. This is an issue on two fronts for the Astros. Or three if you count the fact that they traded for Kendall Graveman last year. So you gave something up for a version of Kendall Graveman that was not as good or available as the one you traded for in 2021. This is the issue with Kendall Graveman. One, your bullpen is already thin. They've done nothing to address the bullpen in the offseason so far. Two, you're going to be paying him $8 million to do nothing in 2024. And for a team that is clearly managing its business as if the competitive balance tax is some sort of salary cap, sinking $8 million into a reliever who's not going to throw a single pitch for you this year. Not a great way to start off 2024.
It's tough. He's going to be one of these guys that, sometime 10 years in the future, it could go either way, whether you have fond memories or not. Because he helped you get to a World Series, but then like this last go around,
one is good.
He had like 20 appearances or so last year, and now he's going to miss this entire season. Yeah. So it's a work in progress.
Hey, quick sidebar. I saw this news yesterday because Mark Berman tweeted it. I think Mark Berman is beginning to miss working. He had been vehement that he was going to stay retired.
He's getting a little bit more active.
Yeah, like he didn't break the news. Like the Astros sent out a press release about this. But he basically just regurgitated the press release on his Twitter timeline.
Maybe he'll be an aggregator. After being a guy that used to be the guy that was always out there getting the primary news. Now maybe he'll just sit and his version of retirement will be like, oh, I'm going to let all these other people do the work and I'm just going to aggregate.
And the thing is, he's still going to get credit for like 50% of it.
Yeah, he'll be like,
because everybody thinks that's breaking news.
Like what Florio does with people. Like Florio will take somebody, or actually kind of what we do sometimes with Florio. If we're being lazy, you'll be like, Florio said that, and you realize like, oh no, some hardworking dude from Minnesota actually got that story, and I just gave Florio more
Berman was an actual newsbreaker back in the day. Yeah. That might be the
Berman. That could be that. I mean,
he can make some money doing that too.
Berman might be a guy who realizes like, oh, okay, I need to work a little bit all the time to be happy.
Maybe just needed a break.
Yeah, people are wired differently. Yeah. God bless you if you can enjoy retirement, but some people just they genuinely like working.
Yep.
What do you think about that?
Yeah, I missed that. Hey, do you realize what's? CJ, D'Amico just said blah 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 about you. What do you think about that?
We don't have a clue how any of these moments have felt for people.
How has somebody not filled the void of how people feel that Mark Berman left behind?
Zero clue whether somebody thinks a moment was special or not,
right? And
how special it was.
Yes. Yes. How are some of you not asking these questions out of homage to Mark Berman, if nothing else? All right. Mike Tomlin will be back with the Steelers in 2024. Jerry Jones not doing any radio this week, so that's leading to all sort of speculation about Mike McCarthy. Cleveland, the Browns whacked their OC this morning.
So that was
a lot of stuff going on.
That's Alex Van Pelt, who I get such a tickle out of him being an offensive coordinator for so long, because he was a guy who notoriously, when pressed into duty for the Buffalo Bills, admitted that he really didn't know the game plan that well after the game. I'm like,
good stuff.
I love it. I think that in a little bit, it's kind of like when, like a drug counselor, sometimes it helps if they're actually recovering addicts because they've been there, I feel like he's that version. He's a drug counselor for errant quarterbacks.
What's it like going against C.J. Stroud in a must-have game? Two of his former opponents, you're going to love the fact that this guy is your quarterback after you hear two opponents of his from the last couple weeks, talk about what it's like going against CJ Stroud. That is next. But first, I got to tell you guys the January annual suit clearance sale going on at Suit Mart. If
contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, I always like to, be able to hear from our opponents. That's when you get a real impression of just how good CJ Stroud is, and there's no denying he was tremendous against the Colts in that must-have game to get into the postseason. He was great. He's been really great the last two games. He was the offensive player of the week they played the Colts in Week 18. Colts linebackers Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed do a podcast together.
They do. I think it's relatively new because Zaire Franklin, the YouTube channel has like 7,000 or 8,000 followers, which is good, but like a lot of times active NFL players who are good. Like, he's good. I really like it. Zaire Franklin has a future in the media if he wants it. So I don't know. His podcast might be doing way more numbers than that. But they were very, very complimentary of one CJ Stroud.
They were. Well, now there's a lot of bleeps in here, so there's no curses that make it out through the air because Ben is good at bleeping them. I understand it's 7:03 in the morning. This is such good content. We wanted to play it now.
Yeah.
But be warned, there's a lot of beeps you might have to explain to your kids probably.
They're so excited about CJ Stroud that they can't help it. And,
so excited about getting the ass ripped out of them by C.J. Stroud.
So Zaire Franklin was really, really impressed by the throw that C.J. made while falling away to Nico Collins, where it looked like it was going to be either a grounding or an interception.
Got to be honest, I got to give that respect to C.J., man. Bro, hell of a young player, bro. Young player, hell of a player, period. Definitely a playmaker in that John, bro. I'm not even going to lie to you, bro. That 2nd and 14 that he threw, bro, when he rolled out, bro, I ain't going to hold you. So, look, like, first of all, was mad annoying. Ain't nothing worse in the defense than when you get them all scheduled. Like, you get them 1st and 20, 2nd and 20, 3rd and 16, and them get it. Oh, my God. What?
It hurt. That hurt.
Yeah, that hurt,
bro.
So, like,
you back on the ball.
Oh, my God, you mad as on that first down, like, that's when you get what the happened? Ooh.
On their side of the 50, you back on the...
Bro, look, we covering man to man. I swear to God, I'm on Singletary. Covering man. I see the pocket collapsing. Singletary start, trying to break free, scramble drill. I plaster, eyes on it, woo. He break. All right, whatever. Then I see the ball go. I think it's going out of bounds. I'm just watching that bitch. Then I see Nico just running for that bitch. Nah, ain't no way. He ain't doing. He caught that bitch. I'm like, Singletary just look at me like, that's CJ.
Yeah.
And that just let me know, like, dang, he be doing shit like that all the time.
Yep.
It was. And if you see Zaire Franklin do it, he does a pretty good imitation of what Devin Singletary would have looked like. And actually, with Devin Singletary, Singletary's almost got it's almost like an innocent face, but he's kind of expressive. He gave that look kind of like. I was thinking of it. I've got a friend whose kid is really, really good at hockey, and he gives this look a lot. Like when I've seen him out at things, like his son will do something incredible, and like the father's like pretty modest and teaches his kid to be modest and everything. He kind of gives almost like a. I mean, that's what he does. I'm proud of him, but yeah, that's just what he does.
That's CJ, man. And
Devin Singletary is a proud parent to CJ Stroud.
Is what he was saying. About when you get another team in 1st and 20, 2nd and 14.
Yeah, no, you get them knocked back, and you're like, yeah, here we go. And
that was accurate.
It's all your work dashed.
Yeah.
It's like if you're working on any job where if you're making widgets, and all of a sudden somebody comes along and kicks your pile of widgets to the ground that you just finished.
Building a castle out of Legos all day long.
It's a sandcastle.
In comes a sandcastle.
Yes.
CJ comes in with a bat and just knocks over your sandcastle.
Nice turret, bitch. Boom.
We need a nice...
Oh, what you got, tiny little medieval people?
Ben, write it down. We need nice turret bitch T-shirts.
Excuse my language. I'm sorry. Can someone use that kind of language?
Ben, can you bleep us next time we say the B word?
Ben. You bleeped Zaire Franklin and he plays for the Colts.
Can you bleep us?
Yeah.
Ben wants to do a show with Zaire Franklin. That's what I'm hearing right now.
So
he wants us to get fired and Zaire Franklin to get hired.
But the other part, too, these guys are funny together. I ended up watching a good chunk of it, and I think EJ Speed is kind of the... I think he's going to end up becoming like the full-time co-host or something. But
he's kind of the yin to the yang.
Yeah. So they talked about how CJ doesn't do things like a rookie quarterback.
The crazy part about playing a quarterback like CJ and another quarterback is like that is Matt Stafford. He won't even be looking at the read.
and then he got about one more look before it get ugly for him, and then he look at your guy and you didn't plaster like, got your ass, and then this motherfucker look somewhere else and throw the ball for a completion. You like, nah.
That's what I like about CJ the most.
That's your third read. You know how degrading that is for a quarterback to hit his third read?
CJ don't play the rookie games, bro. I peeped that the first time we played him, though. Like, he don't do rookie shit. Like, he play, like, he already lying to you with his eyes. He already lying to you with his drop. He already lying to you with his shoulder movements and little shit like that. That's some shit that you ain't supposed to really have till like year 6, 7, buddy. Okay. Whoever your trainer is, slow down, gang. Doing too much.
That's buddy.
Whoever your trainer is.
That's the buddy that Figgy hears when I say buddy.
Yeah.
When I'm saying, hey, buddy, here's buddy. That part at the end there, I was like, oh, that's Bobby Slowick. Yeah, stay where you are, Bobby Slowick. That's why people want Bobby Slowick, is because all of that stuff. Now, CJ, and the part about that, like with looking receivers off and all of that, CJ early in the year, Bobby had addressed this at one point. CJ early in the year did that a lot, and I think it almost got to the point where it's becoming a little too predictable in the deception. Like that's our whole like the
deceives so much.
Yeah, like it almost
becomes a norm.
And this is another thing that I was like low key really impressed by CJ Stroud with. There are some quarterbacks in the NFL who are smart guys, but don't realize how smart the defensive backs are, and they're really good at making reads. But don't realize that, the smart defensive backs know that you're good at making the reads and will show you exactly what you should. They're going to show what you should make a textbook response to, and then they're going to take it away. They're going to bait you with it. And I know I talked to a guy once who said that about Ryan Fitzpatrick. That was pre-Texans days. I think actually Bill O'Brien helped Ryan Fitzpatrick with that. Ryan Fitzpatrick used to be really, really good at making the right reads, but not realize when he was getting baited into and that's why one of the reasons he threw so many interceptions early in his career. He's too smart for his own good.
Yep.
Smart, but not street smart. But with CJ, the one thing that EJ Speed was talking about there, and what he said was, he said degrading. He said it's degrading when they do that to you. He had Nico on a drag. Was it last week where it was a no look pass and nobody realized it because he was so smooth with it. He just had his eyes fixated to the right and just kind of casually threw across his body as he was looking at Nico, and it might have been the first play of the game. When Ward, remember when Nico ran right past Ward?
Oh yeah, that was a 21-yard throw. That wasn't a short throw.
It wasn't like they didn't really call attention to it on the broadcast. And I went back and I'm looking at him like CJ's not really looking at Nico.
Jeez.
And he does it all the time, and he's so smooth with it that people don't quite pick up on it. He doesn't have to be all ostentatious and flashy about it like Mahomes.
I wonder, that's got to be, it's so hard to judge quarterbacks and evaluate quarterbacks. I would imagine that's got to be maybe that's the secret sauce. The hardest part, like if you knew CJ was so good at that stuff, like he's definitely going first in the draft ahead of Bryce Young. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like if you knew he was that advanced, but yeah, I guess you just don't know until they get on the same field with NFL players.
Yeah.
That he's that advanced at doing that stuff. Like there's no drill at the combine where they have you throwing somewhere where your eyes aren't. You know what I mean?
Somebody questions my assessment that they have a future in media. I got to remind you, like Zaire Franklin, for one, he doesn't.
Oh, the guys we just listened to.
Yeah. Like he's not going to be talking like that if you're on a normal broadcast. But when I say a future in media, I mean more like in podcasting or streaming or what have you.
Media is a broad term these days.
Yeah. Like just as because those guys, they've got really engaging personalities, and that's all it really takes. And like if he's consistent with it, I think he could build up a pretty good following. If he wants to just keep it real and act exactly like he is, if he wants to, get gussied up and go, if he wants to sell out like Pat McAfee, then so be it. But he could also make a good chunk of change just doing what he's doing right now.
Yep. We got a text message. We were talking. I think this is Middle Screen that said he did this. We were talking about the picks that the Ravens got for the Texans hiring David Culley. Like, what did they do with those?
Oh yeah.
Middle Screen says I did this yesterday. They used one of the picks, because I think they got two. One of the picks they used to package with Hollywood Brown to get the pick that became Linderbaum. So remember when they traded Hollywood Brown to the Cardinals for a first-round pick?
Yep.
And then they ended up drafting their guy who's going to be the center for their team for the next 10 years, Tyler Lindenbaum.
That's the one, Harbaugh pawning Culley off on the Texans. That was a stroke.
That
of
might wind
genius.
up in a segment on Friday.
if any player connected to the David Culley compensatory picks that the Ravens got back for him end up winning the game for the Ravens on. Winning the game for the Ravens, I'm going to have to. I mean, Nick's got blood in his hands on that one too.
Yep.
But Jack Easterby as well. That's going to be a tough one to swallow.
Yep.
Yeah. So if Tyler Linderbaum handles with his little elfin arms, Malik Collins or something on the final play of the game.
The one saving grace is it'll be really hard to attribute some key play to a center.
Right, yeah.
You know?
Unless he's like pulling on that play and comes up and trucks a
plowing
linebacker.
Sheldon Rankins over at the goal line or something, yeah. Interestingly enough, the pick itself that they traded ended up becoming Majai Sanders, who's now a Houston Texan. Houston Texan number 41, Majai Sanders.
Victory.
So it all comes back around.
Yeah.
We ended up getting David Culley and the guy that pick got used on.
It's a four-dimensional chess or however they say it on the internet.
I'm so confused right now.
Yeah.
I like this quote from Case Keenum. As long as we're talking about how awesome C.J. Stroud is, this is from Peter King. Peter King had a bunch of stuff about C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, we saw the picture of Peter King talking to C.J. Stroud after the game.
The tunnel, yeah.
Brandon Scott did. Brandon Scott took a picture.
Oh, yeah.
Of Peter King interviewing C.J. Stroud and said and gave us the prediction that we would see C.J. Stroud in Football Morning in America, and we did.
Yep, and he did. Yeah, Peter King was at the game. Here's the quote from Case Keenum about C.J. Stroud. I think the combination of vision, his ability to move within the pocket and remain an elite passer, how he still can get really good velocity on some of those throws. Boy, that's the truth. And do it under pressure. You just don't see that in a rookie, but you see it with CJ every game. We've seen it since day one. I can tell you, we didn't put in any rookie game plans this year. There weren't any games where we're like, hey, let's give this young guy some confidence. From week one, Ravens, it's been serious NFL football that he's playing, and there's something about him when the lights come on in big spots, he's elite.
Yeah, and I think that's another part of where this offense, like yesterday, somebody asked a really good question that at first I didn't recognize what a good question it was, but it was a very good question. And I got all hissy and then realized midway through my hissiness that it was a good question. But it was, I was kind of talking about how the offense in general, like it wasn't a high-powered offense. Like it wasn't a genuinely good offense this year, despite CJ doing so many great things as a rookie quarterback. And he asked, okay, then why is Bobby Slowick getting all this attention? And it's a very, very good question because a lot of times, usually, it's the hot coordinators are going to be the guys that have the high-flying, Eagles of last year type offenses or what have you. I think everything that Case Keenum just said about it not being a rookie offense, that's the biggest thing. CJ is doing stuff that's professional NFL quarterback stuff. That's just like Zaire Franklin was just saying. A lot of it's beyond what guys are doing in their second and third year. B, he's doing it with a supporting cast. When I talk about the offense not being a genuinely good offense yet, that's zero slight on CJ Stroud. It's just they need a couple more pieces. They just need a couple more playmakers, I think, and for things to fall into place to be genuinely high-powered. CJ's getting the absolute most out of those guys. And like Nico Collins was a guy who wasn't thought of very highly at all around the league. Now people love him. Now he's like an up-and-coming player. He's fifth in the league and run after the catch. Like he's doing all these things. So that's what people are impressed with Bobby Slowick. The other part of all of that is that Clint and I were talking about this yesterday. Like CJ is doing some things that he didn't do in college. Like it's not just that he's like taking what he did in college and improved on it. Some of the off-platform stuff and like a lot of the moving around and the pocket mobility, he didn't necessarily have a lot of opportunity to show that in college. And because of that, it wouldn't have been that polished. Like he's polished it this season. As he's been dealing with imperfect blocking, he's also developed this ability to think about the difference between him and like, I'll do apologies to David Carr, but like David did not do well with that stuff as a rookie. Like CJ easily could have gone the David Carr route and be like, oh, bad offensive line. I'm just going to keep getting sacked. They figured it out and alongside Bobby Slowick. So that's really the big part of it. It's people have taken the degree of difficulty and the level of aptitude that CJ has right now. It's important to point out like when all these former quarterbacks are saying, I've never seen a rookie quarterback do this, like a lot of them are really good quarterbacks that are saying that. Like this is stuff that like Peyton Manning or a young Tom Brady or what have you like grew into over the course of their first few seasons.
They're marveling at this guy.
Yeah. Like that's the thing that's, and that's again where Bobby Slowick is going to get a lot of the credit. This is how I feel. Anybody like, because I know there's still a lot of Bobby Slowick skeptics. However you feel about Bobby Slowick, know this. It's going really, really well with C.J. Stroud. It's going really well. The reason I get nervous about losing Bobby Slowick is like I think C.J. is going to be a good quarterback regardless. But in these first couple years, the analogy I used with Clint yesterday in Ron, was I feel like I'm like using the wrong pronouns or something. So with Ron, I keep calling him Show. So with Ron, I was like, it's like if you have a premature baby. Sean, you had premature babies.
2 of them.
What if all of a sudden, like, James and Judy are growing and they're doing well. You've blown through the expected due date and they're doing just fine.
Yeah.
And the doctor comes in. He's like, hey, I know the kids are doing great, but what do you feel about just swapping out the incubator? We got a brand new brand. There's a new brand of incubators that just came on the market. We got a deal on them. We got them out of China.
That analogy hits home.
Yeah. Like, no. Keep them in the same damn incubator.
Right.
Everything's going fine. That's how I am with Bobby Slowick right now. He's my name brand incubator.
Yes.
That's working well. We know it. It's reliable. And the babies are alive. Like, can we keep my preemie growing and thriving for a few more weeks,
and
please?
CJ is my son, James.
Yes,
in this analogy. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. John McClain joins us in about an hour. Let's dig into the Ravens. D'Amico Ryan sure did yesterday. We will hear from D'Amico Ryan's key guys with the Ravens. And then there's one key guy, boy, it's just a kick to the gut. Anytime this guy's name gets brought up on the Ravens, it's just going to hurt my heart for the next 10 years. That is next.
Okay. Bayway Ram on 220.
To learn more about Easy Lease from D&M.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans, Texans head coach. Ravens-Texans this Saturday, 3:30. Texans Countdown gets started at 12:30 with me and Seth. Kickoff at 3:30. And then Clint Stoerner and I. Hoping to keep that victorious post-game show vibe alive that we've had the last 3 games. So
yeah,
let's keep that.
You guys
thing
have
going.
a good old time in there.
We do. Yeah, it's fun when they win. It's the best, man. No better feeling. Here's D'Amico Ryans on what he has seen from the Ravens this season.
For the Ravens, I feel like they've grown throughout the season as an offense. I feel like they're much more efficient. Lamar is playing exceptional football, MVP caliber football. He's done a really good job of not only running the ball or creating off-schedule plays, but getting the ball to his playmakers. Zay Flowers truly pops off the tape with his explosiveness, his dynamic playmaking ability. He's a problem in the open field with the ball in his hand. So we have to do a really good job of tackling in space. It's going to be huge in this game, right? Not just one guy being at the ball, but got to have multiple guys around him because he's such a dynamic player.
Texans defense played pretty well against Lamar Jackson in week 1. I went back. There were some cut-ups of the Texans defense floating around yesterday. They had 4 sacks in that game. Steven Nelson had a pick early in the game.
The pass rush was really good.
They did some good things.
Will Anderson got his first sack, and we're like, yeah, he's on pace for 17.
That's right. That's right.
But it was a beautiful sack. And then also Ronnie Stanley, the left tackle, played the first 3 quarters, and John Grenard had some really good rushes against them.
He did. Here is D'Amico Ryans going a little deeper on the Lamar situation.
Hey, you can throw as many things at Lamar as you want to, but he finds a way to make plays. That's what makes him a special player. And no matter what type of looks he's gotten on tape, right, he's made a ton of teams pay because of just his playmaking ability, right? He's seen a lot, made a lot of plays, so it's going to be a challenge no matter what we present or what we throw at him.
There's got to be huge pressure on Lamar Jackson in this game. 1-3 in the postseason in his career.
Yeah.
This is his first playoff game since 2020. He hadn't played a playoff game since they made the playoffs last year, but he was hurt.
Yeah.
Snoop Huntley played in that game.
Yeah, and I think that it was one of those things where early on, especially, they were so dominant in so many ways offensively, and they played with a lead so much of the time that the question was always, okay, are they going to what happens if they have to play from behind and they have to catch up? You know, the way that the Chiefs did on their Super Bowl run, they had to overcome double-digit deficits in every game they played in.
Including the Texans.
And that was the question with the Ravens. I think the big thing with the Ravens now in this team, why they're so impressive, because I think people have valid questions about, like, okay, well, like Lamar Jackson is still, as much as people gush about him as a passer, he is still leading the league in rushing by quarterbacks. It's not like he doesn't run at all. I think this time it's more of a compliment. It's much more of a genuine compliment to everything else they do. And the passing yardage isn't off the charts. It's not like overwhelmingly impressive. It's not the greatest show on turf or anything. But I think it goes in conjunction with the fact that they're the best rushing team in football. They spread the ball out between their receivers and their tight ends. They can run the football, and then they have a very, very, very good defense. So it's just a very well-constructed team. The one big area of opportunity for the Texans that nobody wants to talk about, and it's not a great, pregame show thing on television or anything, is just special teams. The Ravens have had lapses in special teams this year, either with returns or turnovers, and the Texans have been very, very good on special teams. That might be the key in a game, is a big play on special teams. That's where the Texans are a genuinely elite special teams unit, and there are opportunities versus the Ravens.
When you're a 9-point underdog, special teams are a big deal.
The other thing, too, is you throw out the season stats and just talk about the way the Texans have played since C.J. Stroud came back from his concussion. He hasn't been less than 75% for completion rate, I don't think, yet. In a game, right?
He's right at 76% for those 3 games.
And I think it's been consistently and freakishly like 75% each
it's
time.
75, 75, 75.
So for one, there's CJ, who's learned. He's had 2 really bad experiences in the NFL this year. The first was the Panthers game. That was a bad experience. And he came back and broke records the next week.
Threw for 470 and 5 touchdowns.
He learned things. He and Bobby Slowick kind of together, I think, they took a step forward in the offense, kind of using the short stuff and the deep shots to complement each other. And then the other really bad experience was him sustaining that concussion, or perhaps worsening the existing concussion in the Jets game. And I think he came out of that concussion, and he's got a more appropriate, Brock Osweiler would say, he touched the stove and realized it was hot, and now he won't touch the stove again in the National Football League.
In the National Football League, you got to have that. Yeah,
I remember Brock Osweiler used that analogy about touching the hot stove, and you hated him for it.
Yeah.
He said that
he made it sound like he made a habit out of touching hot stoves
as a child.
Yeah, like he did it more than once.
I think, like his understanding again, like he took another step forward, I think, in really understanding how involved he needs to be in pass protection, understand exactly when to just go down versus extending a play. Tom Brady, that was something he worked on later in his career, was like he would work in the offseason on how to fall. That's why I didn't think it was all that. I mean, it was kind of funny to talk about, but I didn't think it was crazy at all that Tua was doing the martial arts lessons in the offseason, because falling is an art. And you learn that in the martial sports, like wrestling is one of them. Like you learn how to fall, and a lot of people don't have that basic, simple training. I think CJ, in some ways, like you saw in that Colts game, when there was an unblocked blocker on the blitz and an unaccounted for blitzer, he just went down. He just realized in that moment you go down. It's going to be 2nd and 20, but like you go down, and then they ended up regaining that yardage.
I think a similar dynamic to what you're talking about. I looked this up yesterday. We know he went 191 pass attempts without throwing an interception.
Yeah.
Then through the next 5 games, New Orleans, Carolina, Tampa Bay, Cincinnati, Arizona, he only threw picks in 3 of those games, but he threw 5 picks over the next 5 games.
Yeah.
Since that Arizona game, he's not thrown an interception. He's gone another 163 pass attempts without an interception. I think it's a similar dynamic. Like, okay, he was really ahead of the curve for a rookie. League catches up to him a little bit. He has a couple bad days at the office, throwing interception. By the way, they're 3-0 in games he's thrown interceptions in. So it's not like he's cost them the game with these interceptions. But since that Arizona game, he's back to self-actualized, seeing everything, like not putting the ball in harm's way. 163 pass attempts with no interceptions.
So this is where it gets interesting. And this is where, again, like this is why I'm trying to, like, I don't know, but people keep getting frustrated with me because I think I'm bashing the Texans or something. I just want to, like, give a realistic view of, okay, this is what you're up against, and this is where the opportunities are. I think that in some respects, I think people are looking at the Texans' offense as more explosive than it actually is. Remember, that lopsided score came with a couple of pick sixes last week in the playoff game. So CJ's playing awesome, but without Tank Dell, they lack a certain explosivity. But at the same time, the valid point people have in questioning just how good the Ravens are, and where some of those old questions about the Ravens might very well pop up again, is yes, I'm sitting here telling you the Ravens are awesome in terms of being extremely well balanced. They can run the ball, they can pass the ball, they're very, very good on defense, and yet they've got 27 passing touchdowns on the year. The Texans have 27 passing touchdowns on the year. Like, can the Ravens... The Ravens have not been a high-flying offense. They've played with a lead the vast majority of the time this year in the NFL, or during the regular season. If a team gets out to a healthy lead, I don't think they've ever trailed by more than 7 this season. I know going into a few weeks ago, they hadn't trailed by more than 7 yet. Can they do it through the air? Like, can they? So, like, this is the CJ versus Lamar thing. It could be really, really exciting if CJ airs it out. If CJ hits, he hit deep balls. He hit Brevin Jordan on a long one, which wasn't a deep ball, but it was a 75-yard touchdown versus a very good defense last week. If he can hit a couple of those big plays early on, the Ravens really haven't proven that they can come back and do it with Lamar Jackson's arm when he really needs to.
Real quick, because I got one more cut I want to hit here. If you won the toss, would you take the ball to start the game instead of deferring to the second half? If you're the Texans, in the spirit of putting your offense on the field and trying to get a lead in this game?
Who did that last week? That was the
Packers did against the Cowboys, and they took control of that game early with an 8-minute drive.
The whole thing is...
you better score if you do that.
The Packers did it against the Cowboys. Should the Texans do that against the... I don't... Now you're like, I feel like you've challenged my manhood. Now, I still like the idea of, in a crowd like that, you come out in the third quarter when people are still getting back to their seats. That's one of the big theories about Like when you're on the road, especially, you come back out in the beginning of the third quarter, you get the ball and the crowd is in their seats.
Okay. And it's a little quieter.
Yeah.
I never thought of that angle before.
Yeah.
All right, this one hurts right here. This one from D'Amico Ryans. This one hurts
me. I'm saying the crowd is still making their way back to their
back
seats.
into the sure, absolutely. This one hurts me right here because you guys know in last year's draft, not 2023, the 2022 draft, with that 13th pick the Texans had, I wanted Kyle Hamilton, man. I wanted that safety, and the Ravens got him. Seth called it, by the way, before the draft. You said before the draft, Kyle Hamilton is going to fall to the Ravens at 14, and he's going to be an all-pro for the next 10 years. And Kyle Hamilton is an all-pro right now. Mm-hmm. Here is D'Amico Ryans on the Kyle Hamilton dynamic.
Yeah, Kyle, it seems like he's always around the football. Right? He's always around the football, always attacking the football, rangy safety. Right? They put him down in the box a little bit more. So I like the way they utilize, Kyle and putting him in positions to be successful. I think that's where Mike has done a great job with all of his players. Like, he finds a way to put them in position to make plays, and Kyle is one great example of that, right? He's put him in position. He's attacking the football. He's doing a great job in coverage, great job of tackling in space, and it's great to see his game evolve.
That hurts, man. Yeah, sorry he had a 4.59 40 or something like that. Dude just goes out and makes plays.
The thing about that is the context of that was when you go back, if you feel like doing it, go back and watch his 40. I remember, I think Daniel Jeremiah pointed this out. And Daniel Jeremiah had worked for the Ravens. That was one of the reasons I felt like, okay, the Ravens are picking this dude because it's the Ravens. They did it with Terrell Suggs. Terrell Suggs had set an NCAA record for sacks. He looked every bit the part of an NFL pass rusher, and then he tested horribly. And what do the Ravens do? They pick him up late in the first round.
Yada. He's going to go into the Hall of Fame someday.
Yeah. They've done this time and time again. They'll say, like, okay, if a guy has bad test scores, you got to look at it. But is there a reason? And with Kyle Hamilton, when he ran that 40, he was like all over the place. He ran like an extra 3 yards because he was diagonal and everything. He hadn't gone and perfected his 40 running skill.
Right.
There's a reason. That's why Davis Mills supposedly ran a 4.6 40. He's
Straight
not
line.
that fast,
no.
But he's just a good 40 runner. Like you practice it, you do all that stuff, you study up like a good boy, and then you get your 4.6 40.
Yeah, man, that one hurts. He was right there for the Texans, sitting right there. That's a kick to the junk for me personally. All right, we've gotten a few texts about this. Some insanely dumb theories that have been put out there by butthurt Cleveland media people.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
About the Texans and NRG Stadium this past Saturday.
This is disgusting.
You want to hear some disgusting stupidity, not from me and Seth, not the usual disgusting stupidity.
You'll hear that
you
too,
hear,
but even more.
But even more stupid
We've
stuff.
got double.
We've got people
next.
that make us look smart coming up next. But I got to tell you about West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land right now. Ruben Mendoza, super smart, GM of West Point Lincoln in Sugar Land. Southwest Freeway, Kirkwood intersection. That's the new West Point Lincoln location. New location, but with the
eyes. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I just laugh every time I see Patrick Mahomes yelling at somebody because I try to picture what it sounds like, and it's just like they're showing Mahomes. Yeah. Because that was the Buffalo game, right, where the Kadarius Toney thing happened earlier this year. That was against Buffalo. Because that win got Buffalo kind of kick-started on their winning streak at the end of the year. Mm-hmm. So they're showing it on TV quite a bit.
Which Kadarius Toney thing?
Where Kadarius Toney lined up off sides.
Oh, that. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. The Kadarius Toney. Yeah, that game. The controversial game where
I know Kadarius Toney had a really bad drop the other day. Like, I don't know. There's multiple. Kadarius Toney has gone full Kadarius Toney.
Right.
Like, Kadarius Toney, like, this is why I had Chiefs fans weirdly coming at me for some, I don't know, like after some tweet or something this spring, because I had questioned the Kadarius Toney's greatness. Kadarius Toney is exactly what he is, which is kind of like Brandon Cooks, I think. You bring him in, you use him, and then you get the hell rid of him. Like he's got a shelf life. Now, out of respect to Brandon Cooks, I think Kadarius Toney is he's very immature in a lot of ways, way more so than Brandon Cooks. But like for them to have thought, oh wow, he was good in the playoffs. Let's just bring him back and we can rely on him for an entire season. Yeah, that's why he was available to the Chiefs.
That's right,
because he wasn't reliable.
For nothing. Yeah, for nothing. All right, so this is some really stupid stuff. If you were at the game on Saturday, the Texans win over the Browns, you should be offended that there are morons that think what you're about to hear up in Cleveland. Because if you were in that stadium, chances are you were contributing to one of, if not the loudest atmospheres in the history of NRG Stadium. Non-Texans people were commenting about how loud it sounded that game. It came through on TV, like how into the game the crowd was.
Yeah, CJ felt it was very loud as well.
CJ felt it. He validated it after the game. Players talked about how loud it was. It was a real home field advantage. And hopefully this is something that carries over into next season. There is a show called The Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show, which I'm guessing is an internet show.
It is, yeah. I've actually used these guys before. They put out a good amount of content.
They do?
Yeah.
How have you used them before? What do you mean?
Pleasuring myself. It's for audio. I don't know. They'll have just they're trying to figure out before the Texans have played the Browns.
Got you. Yeah. They've been a resource for you. Okay, yeah. I got you. So there are three guys. Picture three guys on the set. Two of them very heavy set. One is Jay Crawford, whose voice you're going to hear on this. And if you go, who's Jay Crawford? He was a SportsCenter anchor. Prior to that, he was the first ever host of Cold Pizza on ESPN2 back in the day, which was kind of the predecessor to a lot of the sort of hey, hip and fun, and we're just in a rec room kind of talking about stuff sort of shows. Yeah. Very informal. It didn't last long. But it actually evolved into another show that was nothing like the old Cold Pizza. Anyways, Jay Crawford is part of this, and I'll talk about him in just a second. These guys think that NRG Stadium and the Texans did something that is illegal by NFL rules, pumping crowd noise into the stadium because there were some empty seats in there. There's no way that the 60 to 70,000 in the stadium could have made that much noise.
Not possible.
No. Here are these guys on this Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show.
Another thing that surprised me, the Texans crowd was a lot better. And you know what?
I'm not so sure that there wasn't some help with that.
Oh, do you think they were piping sound in?
I'm not so sure there wasn't some help.
I've been in stadiums, by the way, where I've wondered that. I'm sitting here, and it doesn't feel like this is generating that.
Really? Being in that stadium, let me tell you.
That's really interesting.
That's not allowed?
No, it's not. You're not allowed to pump in artificial noise.
I'm just saying.
Music, yes. It has to stop when the quarterback breaks the ball.
Let me tell you something. There are a lot of empty seats in that stadium.
Were there really?
Yes.
It's embarrassing.
Yes. There was a lot.
I want an investigation.
All right.
You know what he said? He said that mid-level there, the club level. I think the big thing is, I think sometimes people definitely, when they come in from out of town, mistake the very beginning of the game with what it's like. I think they make their assessment, and that's kind of where they are. It tends to do in Houston. It fills up as the first quarter goes along, as the first half goes along. The notion that somehow it couldn't get loud with however many people were there. This is a level of idiocy that you have to understand you're dealing with, is that if they ever actually do go around and pay attention to what's going on at a football game, like in any given time when you watch in who's really, really making the noise, it's the old 80-20 principle. It's like there's a certain number of fans who are making the vast majority of the noise, and like those guys are there at any stadium. That's why in Dallas, let's really explain it to these guys. There's times in Dallas where the Cowboys have to go to a silent count because there's like 20,000 people from the opposing fan base in the stadium. Like the Texans made Tony Romo go to a silent count
2014
several years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, it doesn't require the full-throated effort. This is not. You know what this is not?
Yeah.
This is not the whichever Dr. Seuss that book it was, where everybody had to yelp as loud as they could yelp, and it was the smallest little yelper at the end that gave the biggest yelp, and finally that put everything over the
Ben
edge.
looks nervous. Ben, we're not going to ask you which Dr. Seuss book that was.
Ben, which one was it?
Yeah.
Bring it to me.
Yeah, dude.
Yancey, here's a yelper?
I don't know. Bring it to me on your...
That's a pretty good guess.
On your clippity-clomper.
Yancey, here's a yelper with green eggs and ham, yeah.
So these baseless accusations by these frauds up in Cleveland, a place where I once was pelted with bottles of beer, water, and urine because I had the audacity to be on team that beat the hapless Browns. The most shameless display of depravity I've ever witnessed in a baseball stadium, and I've seen sex acts in a football stadium. I've seen sex acts in a baseball stadium. I will not stand for this. I will not stand for this from these jamokes.
I've got one more from the jamokes.
More jamokage?
We got more jamokage.
My God.
By the end of this thing, Jay Crawford is treating this co-host of his assessment of the empty seats being the reason for the pumped-in noise as if the pumped-in noise actually really... He's treating it like a report by the end of this thing. Take a listen to this.
I saw what the tickets were going for on the resale market. It was
That's
a
Jay
joke.
Crawford right there.
There was not interest there.
The lower bowl was packed, but like the middle row and the uppers, there were a lot of empty seats.
So then listen, your theory I think might have some credence to it because at home, I a number of times said, damn, this crowd is bringing it. I underestimated their fans.
Zach and I looked at each other early on. We're like, and Zach was the first one that said, there's no way this crowd's making that noise. There's no way. Because,
wow,
so
that's really disappointing.
I'm just saying, I know it's illegal and it's against the rules, and nobody in the NFL ever cheated before.
I'm really disappointed.
I'm really disappointed that you've. I've basically delivered my verdict right now.
Yeah. That's Jay Crawford, the one who said he's really disappointed.
I went from incredulous to 100% believing that was possible.
Jay Crawford is a dummy.
Is he?
He's a dummy. Yeah, dude.
From Sandusky?
I remember
watching.
He
went to Bowling Green. How could he be dumb?
This is no disrespect to anybody who went to Bowling Green. But I remember watching the first episodes of Cold Pizza back in 2003. This is when, back in my pre-radio days, I was working out of the house. So I'd be doing my thing at my desk there, calling up people who work for me, and I'd have ESPN on in the background in my office. And I remember watching the first 2-3 weeks of Cold Pizza. I'm like, this guy is a dope. And then they put him on Sports Center, and I'm like, he's still a dope. And nothing's changed. He's from Cleveland or Sandusky, which is a Cleveland suburb. And by the end of this 90 seconds of audio, he's treating Fat Guy Number One's report live from Houston as if it really happened. I'm really disappointed.
It's a really shame. It's really a shame that they've fallen to those levels.
And by the way, why would you be disappointed? Even if it were true, I'm really disappointed in the Houston Texans. Why would you care?
It's an indoor stadium.
Yeah.
You yak.
Oh, my God.
He claims on his Wikipedia that he won 4 regional Emmy Awards. I wonder if that was...
Stupid people win Emmys
Was that
sometimes.
with ESPN, though? Because a lot of those have been turned out to be fraudulent.
Yeah.
It's really disappointing.
Yeah, I'm really disappointed. Really
I'm just going to go ahead and assume that his Emmys were the fraudulent ones that ESPN... we never talked about that. ESPN admitted to basically somehow voting... somehow putting in fake votes for a bunch of Emmys that their talent.
Here's what they did, real quick. I'll lay this out. Go find the story if you want to. We didn't get to it because it happened. It broke over the weekend, and when you and I come in during football season on Mondays, we only get 2 hours.
Yeah.
So we got to go hard on the Texans. But what they did, the rules at the Emmys are you can't win an individual award or an ensemble award. So for College Game Day, this is what they did it for. Chris Fowler or Reese Davis could win Best Host, but he couldn't get an Emmy if Game Day got Best Show. So he couldn't get 2 of them.
Okay.
So what they did was they submitted a bunch of fake names for College Game Day. that resembled the names of the people who are the individuals on there. Like instead of Desmond Howard, they put David Howard.
So that they could win.
They could re-engrave them and give them a second Emmy for the ensemble show.
Well, how did David Howard get the award anyway?
There was no David Howard.
I know, but who was voting for him?
They were voting for Game Day. The show.
Okay.
It was for best
I got
show.
you. Okay, and they put
so
the names
ESPN
on.
would submit a bunch of fake names, so then Desmond Howard could get a second trophy because Game Day. Not only was he so good as an analyst, but the show was so good. You should get one too.
That's that's just smart Soviet era Olympic strategy,
dude.
Where you just you get all the individual sports because the bang for the buck on the individual sports is greater for the medal count. Yeah.
Why people are asking, why would you do that if you're ESPN? Like, who cares if they get their individual trophy? And they're like, well, you don't realize how big an ego these guys have sometimes.
The one thing about ESPN that I've realized is that they've done a really good job over time of they get people that are they are divas who want to be stars.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so interesting when those people have to leave ESPN because they are so indignant about it. Like everybody else in this industry, for the most part, is like, you get fired. It's like coaching. You're like, whatever. On to the next. Got fired. On to the next.
Yep.
You don't hate your former employee. These former ESPN, even like Bill Simmons is doing very well financially, but he's irrelevant relative to where he was when he was on ESPN.
Correct. No doubt.
And because he's got a gigantic ego, it drives him insane.
Le Batard, same thing.
Same thing. He's doing great.
Yeah.
Like his podcast does really, really. He might be making more money now than he did at ESPN, but there's something about the loss of that spotlight that drives those people insane.
Yeah.
They just can't. And when they talk about it, it sounds like somebody who's definitely not over their ex, but is adamant that they're over their ex to the point where they'll tell you about it for 2 hours.
Here's my big question.
Yeah.
Based on his behavior over the last few months, while an ESPN employee.
McAfee?
Yes. Do you think, because that's going to end poorly probably, do you think he goes after ESPN all these guys do?
He's really savvy. He's not an ESPN employee. He's he's like a contractor. Yeah. And he still owns his YouTube. I think he probably knows that it won't end well with ESPN.
I think he knows now that it won't
But he
end.
gets a lot of, I think, he's going to get as much exposure out of it as possible. I'm guessing his YouTube subscriptions have gone way up. He still owns that. ESPN is running it, but he still owns it. So I think ultimately he'll leave ESPN or he'll part ways with their partnership and he'll be better off for it. And he's always been very even when he talks about Barstool or some of the other people he's partnered with, he's usually been pretty magnanimous about it. Although now he's actually with ESPN and he's sniping at executives and everything.
Norby Williamson, he called him a rat.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So I think he'll be whenever it. I think it's. I'm not going to say it's a plan. I think he just knows that it's a possibility and that he's going to benefit from having this association because you get so much visibility. You're on in every airport. You're on in every doctor. People who claim they never watch ESPN anymore, they never consciously watch it, but they see it. You see it. You can't help but see it.
Yep.
It's like seeing cable news. When you're like, I stay away from both sides of the cable news. I just try. I can't. I just can't handle it. And I hate it when I'm just sitting. The worst. You know what the worst place is? Oh, it's the worst. The worst is when you're at a hotel and you're down at the buffet breakfast and either CNN or Fox News is on because you know that they're not. I just sit there and I try to eat as fast as I can.
Yeah, man.
Because I don't want to get dragged into some debate or some discussion or just some old guy screaming about what's on the television.
Yes.
Because the next person that comes in there's a 50% chance they are not going to like what's on that TV,
Yep.
whether it's Fox or CNN. And I just want to enjoy my frozen omelet and get the hell out.
Absolutely. Yes. My chopped up potatoes and frozen omelet. And a Bloody Mary. All right, let's get to the 8 at 8. You're listening to KILT HD2, an Odyssey station.
One.
Texans, couple Texans news items. One, the Texans have called up Steven Sims to the active roster to replace Noah Brown. D'Amico kind of alluded to yesterday, Steven can help in the return game. I kind of hope they stick with Damian Pierce at kick return and Desmond King at punt return. Let Steven Sims be wide receiver 5 or 6 or whatever.
I like that the Texans have a couple stocky little dudes as their returners.
I do too. They've done a good job.
Yeah, they're kind of you need a little speedy slot receiver type.
Right.
No, This is what we're gonna do. We're basically gonna have a dock worker out there who's got a set of brass knuckles in his pocket.
That's it.
And he's gonna knock you on the noggin as he runs by you.
Damian Pierce would be the friendliest person with brass knuckles on the face of the earth if he had brass knuckles.
Des King, you know why? I feel like with Des King at punt returner, at least he can get some of his anger out.
Yeah. True.
He's constantly right on the verge of an illegal hit.
Dude.
He was so good. He was so good in the game against Flacco. He did the backspin on top of him.
The spin-a-rooney on top of him. That was pretty cool. The other news item for the Texans, the Seattle Seahawks have put in a request to interview Bobby Slowick. So Bobby Slowick, very, very popular candidate. We'll talk about just how popular a little later on in the show.
No news so far of him accepting any of these interviews.
Well, or if he's done one over, he'd only be able to do them over Zoom.
Yeah.
So, and none of these teams have done one of those tweets that say we've completed our interview with so and so.
There's that article that listed quite a few. That's why I'm curious. The article, the Chargers have interviewed quite a few people already
Falcons
before
too.
Harbaugh, but it wasn't overly publicized, or we might just be more wrapped up in the actual playoffs than this stuff.
That's the hope.
We were last time.
That's the hope. That we are. And I think the hope is that Slowick is too, wrapped up in the playoffs instead of interviewing. Item number 2, this is bad news if you're an Astro fan. The bullpen right now, if I'm looking at this team, the bullpen is clearly the Achilles heel just because they don't have arms out there. They've got a few guys. They got Presley under contract. They got Montero. There's one other. They've got, Brian Abreu. After that, it's a bunch of empty spaces, empty lockers right now. They've not done anything with the bullpen. Kendall Graveman was supposed to be one of the arms out there this year. When they traded for him at the trade deadline, it was to fortify the bullpen for a pennant run in 23, and because he was under contract for 2024. Kendall Graveman has undergone shoulder surgery on his throwing shoulder, and he's done for the season.
Yeah.
That's $8 million down the tubes for this team that is operating very, very close, or will be, once all the contracts are signed, to the competitive balance tax.
This was it just yesterday we were talking about how we got to remind ourselves that the pitching situation is going to be a lot better this year? That presumably, for one, there's no damn baseball classic.
Right.
No World Baseball Classic there to cut down our pitchers in their prime.
Get some guys back.
Yeah.
You have Verlander all year.
Yeah.
That's cool. Unfortunately, those guys only pitch till the 5th or 6th inning. You eventually got to hand the ball over to somebody. They got nobody right now. This Kendall Graveman thing's bad news, man. Bad news if you're an Astro fan.
3.
Mike Tomlin will be back in 2024. I guess there'd been some for the Steelers. There'd been some questions heading down the stretch of the season when they were 7-7, but they won 3 straight to close out the season with Mason Rudolph at quarterback. Mike Tomlin's gimmick is that he finishes with a winning record every year. He always fields a competitive football team. They haven't won a playoff game since 2016, the Steelers.
Yeah.
So it's been a while since they've won a playoff.
2016.
Last time they won a playoff game. The Texans have won at least a couple playoff games in that time frame, including one this past weekend. But there'd been some question about it because Mike Tomlin was asked at the very end of his press conference following the loss to the Bills. There was a reporter who said, "You have a year left on your contract," and before she could get the rest of her question out, Tomlin walked off the set.
Well, I know, Florio had mentioned something this on the Sunday Night Football a week or two ago about how every year Tomlin takes a little bit of time, without making any proclamations or anything, which it's just only understandable. I mean, coaches especially, they're working 18-hour days for, half a year. And at the end of it, you probably just need a little time to decompress a little bit. Mm-hmm. So I could see why he may have I thought it was a perfectly fine question, but I also understand why he might have just really wanted nothing to do with it.
Yeah, she never got to finish her question.
At that point,
I think we knew where the question was going, but
it's tough though. I mean, when you got this many coaching vacancies, you also owe your employer. You've got the responsibility to the Rooneys to say, look, I'm going to be around, because otherwise they got to get to work on finding a replacement.
Yeah. I mean, and they
only do it once every 28 years or so.
Right, that's right. Do they even know how to conduct a job search?
They probably forgot. Where's this Corn Ferry fella I hear about?
Yeah, no kidding. Probably didn't exist the last time.
He's the guy that hired that whippersnapper David Culley, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is Corn Ferry?
Corn Ferry. Mm-hmm.
Corn Ferry.
Mm-hmm.
You should totally trust an organization named Corn Ferry.
Of course.
4.
Jerry Jones and Stephen Jones will not do their regular radio hits this week on our sister station, 105.3 The Fan up in Dallas. Which we know, I don't know about Stephen Jones, but Jerry Jones feels fairly addicted to being on the radio and hearing his own voice.
He's not shy about throwing stuff out there.
At all. It's great.
So you think this might be like when you lock yourself up because you're a werewolf and you want to be sure, you're like, hey, Sean, don't let me out of this no matter what you hear.
Right.
I don't want to just no matter what, just wait until daytime. Yeah.
Maybe. The other theory is that this is an indicator that they're working or they're looking at a change in the head coaching position there with Mike McCarthy.
That's what I'm thinking, though, that he also, he doesn't want to say anything about it.
Yeah.
So he just needs to be sure. If he goes on the radio, he's going to say something.
For sure. Oh, yeah, right. He can't control it.
Yeah. That's where
I see what you're saying.
That's the werewolf analogy.
I see what you're saying, yeah.
Do you not know how werewolves work? They can't control it, Sean. They don't turn it on and off.
I know. It's been a while since I watched Teen Wolf.
Yeah.
I may watch Teen Wolf
okay,
today.
no, that wasn't. They didn't really follow the way werewolves work with Teen Wolf. Okay. Generally,
go ahead and educate us on
there's
this.
No full moon in the gymnasium.
It was outside, maybe.
Yeah.
Where are you on Teen Wolf as an 80s movie?
I'll let you know tomorrow because I'm definitely rewatching it.
I think I'm going to have to rewatch it today, too.
You know what? I think it came out when you and I were pretty young.
Yeah.
I bet there's a whole lot of intentionally idiotic stuff in there, like him playing basketball as a werewolf, where it's supposed to be it was supposed to be really stupid, but we didn't realize it.
Yeah.
We were like, can you imagine if you were a werewolf playing basketball?
He was a beast.
So it's probably even funnier.
I know he was a literal beast, but he was a beast on the he was really good at basketball.
I bet it's actually funnier than we remember it because a lot of it's supposed to be really intentionally dumb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't the girl on there have some weird name, like Bootsy or Boof? Boof. Okay.
She definitely had a werewolf groin by today's standards.
Yeah, nothing like a girlfriend named Boof.
That's what happens when kids see adult films from the 80s.
Oh, I know.
What is this, werewolf porn? Some weird genres in the 80s.
It is. No, that's a fetish in the 2020s. That was just old hat.
Sorry, what was the last question you asked?
We were talking about Jerry Jones being in a closet as a werewolf. Do you think they're going to fire Mike? Wait, say all this to say, do you think they're going to fire Mike McCarthy?
No, I don't think so, man. With Garrett, it seemed like a given every year that they were going to fire Garrett.
Yeah.
McCarthy, I try to think about this objectively. McCarthy's gone 12-4 3 years in a row. First time in history that team has won 12 games a year for 3 years and not gone to a conference championship game. And it just begs the question, all right, is there something with him? Ever since that Super Bowl victory, he's had some really bad exits from the playoffs. I mean, and when he has gone to conference championship games with the Packers, one was a blowout loss and one was a blown mega lead in which he didn't even realize that his best defensive player, Clay Matthews, was injured in the game. Came out, he was beaming, and this is the whole thing. I cannot get past this. That game that they blew where he didn't even realize that Clay Matthews was injured, they had a huge lead. They come out from the locker room after halftime, and he's just beaming. Like he's at a parade or something.
He's terrible.
And I'm like, okay, this guy just doesn't have it. Like, what American football coach school did you go to?
Yeah.
Because, that's not, no. You're supposed to be paranoid right up to the end.
That's right.
And I'm like, okay, ever since then, I've been watching and waiting for it to change. He's weird. In a weird way, he's got that Schottenheimer issue.
Yep.
Where, okay, great regular season coach, but, man, you just don't have it in the postseason for different reasons than Schottenheimer, but still.
5.
Speaking of coaching, the Cleveland Browns, it's expected they're going to extend Kevin Stefanski, but they are going to be looking for some coaches on the offensive side of the ball. Josina Anderson broke this news this morning. The Browns have fired offensive coordinator Alex Van Pelt, running backs coach Stump Mitchell, and tight ends coach T.C. McCartney. She also reports some of the players are upset from this news. I choose to believe the Texans got those guys fired. You just got done losing by 31 points to the Texans.
Yeah.
Alex Van Pelt gone.
It is weird that they did. I mean, they got fired in a year where they were playing their fourth quarterback that season.
Correct.
Well, fifth, technically. I don't count the guy in the last.
Feels like there's something else going on.
Jeff Driscoll started the final game of the season.
We're not going to hold that against Alex Van Pelt.
Feels almost like maybe the quarterback in waiting. Maybe he didn't work well with Alex Van Pelt.
Deshaun Watson?
And who knows? I don't know. That is just speculation. I'm not like those guys we played earlier from Cleveland that would just run with this fact. But I don't know. Yeah, it's there are valid excuses to be made for a team that still did go to the playoffs while playing 4 different starting quarterbacks in the games that mattered.
Similar to when Deshaun was the quarterback here, where I always said, whatever decision you make, you have to ask yourself, is this in the best interest of Deshaun Watson? Back when Deshaun was the most important player in the building here. I think similarly, Cleveland's in the same spot, but for different reasons. You did it here because Deshaun was your best player. Mm-hmm. There you're doing it because it's like, well, we're on the hook for $65 million in cap space, not an exaggeration. Each of the next 3 years, we're stuck with this guy.
Yeah.
We've got to do whatever. We've got to put a staff in place to do whatever that guy does best.
They've got to be
and
really,
maybe the
really
Coop
good at it.
Shanastani offense ain't what he does best.
And maybe
shotgun,
Bill O'Brien,
4 wide,
Bill
whatever.
O'Brien, Tim Kelly.
Maybe.
Bring back in that crew.
Maybe.
But what are you going to, I mean, is O'Brien going to be Kevin Stefanski's offensive coordinator?
I think Kelly would be the more likely one if that's their mentality. They may just think Alex Van Pelt's not very good at his job.
Right.
Yeah. I'm just speculating.
Boy, but man, mixing philosophies and everything, oh, boy.
Yep.
That never goes super smooth. Like, it didn't go super smooth at the beginning with Tom Brady and Bruce Arians.
Did not.
So with Kevin Stefanski and Tim Kelly.
God, I hope it happens.
Sean's just throwing Tim Kelly's name out there, but
Deshaun had his biggest season with Tim Kelly as the OC. That's why I throw it out there.
6.
And Tim Kelly's available. This story about Jim Irsay, we have a lot of fun at Jim Irsay's expense. This is a pretty disturbing story. Jim Irsay, Colts owner, was found laying in his bed unresponsive, cold to the touch, and gasping for air during a suspected overdose in December, according to police in Indiana. The Carmel Police Department, he lives in Carmel, Indiana, obtained by TMZ Sports, the documents obtained by TMZ show cops were dispatched to Irsay's residence at around 4:30 a.m. on December the 8th after someone said they had found the owner unconscious on a bathroom floor with a blue skin tone. When police first arrived at the scene, they say Irsay had been moved to his bed. He was struggling to breathe. We'd heard some issues with Jim Irsay over the last couple weeks.
Yeah, like respiratory
medical
issues. What it was reported as, yeah.
This is the first report we've seen that there might be...
It was linked to some kind of potential drug overdose.
Issue that have crept back into his life.
He's been... 100% am not... I know Sean does a really good Jim Irsay impression. Obviously, we're not going to use that here. It seemed evident over the last few years that there might be something going on for a guy that had issues in the past. I guess the big question is... first and foremost, you hope he's okay. But then after that, all right, he is also in charge of an NFL football team.
Yeah.
With decisions to be made and everything.
He's not a figurehead.
I don't know if we ever had a situation like this where somebody might have to step in and say, all right, no, you're not fit to run this football team if you've got substance abuse issues.
Probably at some point. I mean, the NFL's been around a while, but it's interesting. Yeah.
There have been plenty of alcoholics. Like a boatload of alcoholics that have. Is founded by alcoholics. So it's not like it's ever, it's not like it's never been an issue before with erratic behavior or anything, but this is obviously a kind of different level.
Yep.
7.
Just real quick administrative thing here. Caleb Williams officially declares for the NFL draft yesterday or maybe the night before. So that's done. Caleb Williams, who right now is expected to be the number 1 overall pick. We'll see how the process goes. 2 things I'm anxious to see, Seth, when it comes to Caleb Williams. Anxious to see what Chicago does with the first overall pick. So far, all the mocks that I've seen seem to think that Chicago is going to move on from Justin Fields and draft Caleb Williams. I think that's a defensible strategy if they do that. I am also very anxious to see, as you know, what the anonymous scouts come out and nitpick about Caleb Williams in his final season at USC. With his 7-5 record, crying on his mommy's shoulder after a loss, skipping out on the last press conference.
It was in her bosom. He was more crying in her bosom.
Even worse.
Wasn't she? Did she have him? He was kind of like he was almost like she was cradling.
Yeah.
It was honestly. It really was the image of it.
A bad look.
It was. If he were standing, I think it would have been different. It was the fact that it was almost like she was cradling him like a baby.
Yeah.
That was an alarming visual.
The question is judgment, man.
Man. That stuff matters.
It'll damn sure matter to at least some scouts.
Even if it should, what I'm saying is it shouldn't matter, and yet, as a leader, there's a certain amount of posturing that goes on. Body language matters. What kind of image you present matters. And I feel like a good leader would know, at the very least, I can't be blubbering in Mama's arm.
Right.
If I was in a quiet moment off in the corners or something, like, away, tucked away, I'd be like, oh, wow, what a touching moment.
Yep.
But, like, as a leader, you're on display all the time. People are looking to you for cues. I don't care. Don't let yourself be bullied by all these people that are going to be like, oh, I can't believe they're bringing the fact that he showed human emotion into this. Don't let yourself be bullied by the feel-gooders, okay?
No, he shouldn't have done it. Last one here. I got to give props as I wear my NWO hoodie today. I got to give props to the founder of the NWO, one of the founders of the NWO, the Hulkster, Hulk Hogan. Turn it up, Ben. Hulk Hogan, this is a true story from TMZ, rescued a 17-year-old girl from a flipped-over car in Tampa, Florida a couple days ago.
Oh, yeah?
Got to give props. Now,
was he involved in the flippage?
He was not involved in the flippage. It happened in front of him.
It was like a Ted Kennedy type thing, except
no.
Sober.
There was a girl driving, and this car went across multiple lanes to exit and clipped her and right in front of Hulk Hogan's car, and it flipped over. And Hulk Hogan and a Marine friend of his who was in the car with him.
Oh, wow.
And Hulk Hogan's wife all got out of the car, and Hulk and the Marine were able to jimmy her out of the car.
Oh, wow. They were the jaws of life for her.
They were, and the best part, the pictures, he had on an NWO T-shirt.
Good advertising. He should just drive around.
He's a good brander.
Free publicity.
Yeah, he has the white letters on the black background. I have the black letters on the white background. But as a fellow NWO acolyte like myself, props to Hulk Hogan for rescuing this girl.
I like that Hulk in his later years, like many older gentlemen, has gotten a little bit looser with the color schemes.
Yeah.
Like his bandana is turquoise.
Yeah.
He's not just sticking to the brand colors or anything.
Man.
He's
out
flexing
there
a little bit. Yeah.
He's out there.
I was always curious about yellow being a choice anyway, but still. Yeah. Good for Hulk Hogan.
The Hulkster, man. Yeah. Can you imagine if you were an actual wrestling fan and you're flipped over in your car and the person who, like in 1986 when he really was like a superhero to a lot of people?
I would be like, hey, Hulk, can you take your shirt off first?
Yeah, can you rip it off? Yes.
Could you tie those little Ultimate Warrior things around your arms or something?
Yes,
maybe?
the tassels. Yeah, give me some tassels.
Hold on, I've got a camcorder in the back seat.
Dude.
Are you strong enough to lift it? It's 1985.
He Hogan rescuing you from a flipped over. I would almost intentionally flip over my car back in 1985 if I knew Hulk Hogan was going to come rescue me.
Was he driving around with an active Marine or like a former Marine?
Good question. I'm not sure.
Or a retired Marine, I guess.
I don't know.
I still don't know exactly how I'm supposed to refer to Marines because you don't say.
Oh yeah.
They're not former Marines, but they're also, if they're not active, I don't know.
Searching on the word Marine.
An honorably discharged Marine.
This says our sources tell us Hogan's buddy Jake, who dove right in on this, is actually a Marine. That's what it says. What it says. I don't know if he's active.
But again,
duty.
I know.
Yeah, now you've got me questioning it. All right. Hey, quick update, programming update. I totally forgot about this. Sorry for those of you waiting for John McClain today. We moved him to Friday because he's got Hall of Fame Zoom. He's trying to get Andre Johnson into the Hall of Fame today. He's got Zoom meetings for that.
Oh, wow.
So we had to move McClain
Zooming all day long on that.
Yep, zooming all day long.
That's one of the things that seems, they used to all get together in a room for, like they were electing the Pope or something.
That's right.
But now they can do it via Zoom. I don't trust that all of them are going to be fully engaged during a 12-hour Zoom meeting.
I asked him that on Utopia yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm like, would you rather be like, because they were supposed to be in the same room.
Yeah.
The weather prevented them from doing that.
Okay.
I would want to be in the same room if I'm presenting.
For something
That's
like
the
this.
salesman in me.
Yeah. And for something like this, honestly, to get people, to be sure people are fully engaged.
Absolutely.
Like if it's an important meeting, people meet too much.
Yep.
Like in a lot of meetings could be done via Zoom, but the important meetings need to be done in person.
Absolutely. All right. We know the Texans and Ravens play on Saturday. We're going to get to that. Storylines for the other 3 playoff games this weekend. There are big storylines for the other 3 playoff games, including one where I think this might be where a certain dynasty doesn't crumble, but starts to see its downfall. We'll tell you which one next.
Marine veteran.
Yep.
That's a veteran Marine. Just I'm saying that
veteran
so
Marine,
you can remind me. It's a Marine veteran.
Gotcha.
He's a Marine veteran.
Marine veteran. So this message is for you, Marine veterans and other men out there.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
We could bring that up when we're talking about the question that was posed to Todd
Seth,
Bowles.
we're on the air right now.
I know. Okay. Doing a soft opening. We're doing our soft opening to
we're having to shuffle because
the third hour of our show.
Yeah, we had to shuffle a little bit because I had been teasing McLean coming on at 8:23 for the first 2 hours of the show, forgetting that McLean texted me this week, can we switch to Friday? Dude, I'm telling you, these Hall of Fame meetings he's having, this is no disrespect to John, but especially because they keep changing because of the weather. They're supposed to have been in Atlanta, and now they're on Zoom.
I've got all kind of weather delays in my life, too.
Dude,
you know
but you haven't changed.
I showed up to work.
You haven't changed the time of our show 17 times in the last 4 days.
Yeah. Sounds like
I had a dime for every time McLean moved the Utopia podcast this week.
Yeah. You know what it sounds like, Sean?
What?
It sounds like you're a low priority.
Well, I'm a lower priority than the Hall of Fame, which I can get with. I like the Hall of Fame. You know I like any sort of subjective honor of something.
It's just the Hall of Fame that keeps getting moved around. Because, again, you got all these old school media types. Back in the day when media types were divas. Now we've all, look, we've all been, like Sean and I and others have been beaten down by social media for so long that basically our egos are smaller than when we first got into the media. But some of these old timers, they got some pretty big egos. And so when you get all of them together to try to move a group event or something, at any given time, there's a diva in there that thinks like his world is the world that matters most. Yeah.
John moved the podcast so many times this week, my head was spinning. It was ruining my week, honestly.
Well, sorry.
Well, John, I love doing the podcast with you, but man.
You know, the only old-time diva we have at this station is Lopez, who's not very diva-ish, but was once sent to Tokyo to cover the Olympics. Like that was a different world of media back in the day.
Did he feel put out that he had to go to Tokyo?
They had huge budgets and everything. No, but I bet he had an expense account of like $500 a day.
Dude, they all did. Yeah, and they got to keep their miles and everything.
Yeah.
Ask Lopez about how many vacations he got to take his family on because of all the miles he got from flying everywhere.
So I shouldn't say he's a diva himself, but he's from that world.
He is.
When it was,
he is. He's adapted nicely though. Both Johns have. Just kind of confused me all week long with all these time changes. Anyways, all right, so we got 3 other games aside from the Texans. Texans in the first game. The hope, again, is that, man, for the third straight weekend, that the Texans go out and win on a Saturday, and then we get to sit contentedly and watch football the rest of the weekend.
Yeah.
Props to the Texans for not ruining the rest of our weekend the last 2 weekends.
Yes.
For letting us sit and not only enjoy football, but having it be relevant to us moving forward. Because we got to that weekend, week 18, we got to the next day. I was as much looking forward to Jacksonville and Tennessee as I was the Texans game the night before because that was for the division. And then last week, they win the first playoff game of Super Wildcard Weekend. And I got to sit and go, our fan base is going to be happy. I know there's going to be 5 fan bases these next 5 games that are going to be miserable, and we get to find out who they're going to play and things
you
like
get to
that.
sit and watch football for the next 2. You had 4 more games, well, 5
great.
more, but then for the next 2 days, 4 more games to watch. And just it was nice.
It was nice. So
and it was nice that everything things are moving today, right? People are working again today.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I haven't looked outside. People here treat the cold like it's a blizzard. So I don't know. Maybe they are. Maybe
it's realistic because everything shuts. Tyler had a water pipe burst yesterday. I would rather. Do you know how many?
Is he going to work today?
Do you know how many blizzards I would rather have than have a single water pipe burst?
Yeah,
that's true. That devastates everything.
True.
That's insurance claims. That's like stuff that
Dude, I feel bad for Tyler too because Tyler cuts up all that audio on like Tuesday or Wednesday, whenever D'Amico and CJ. It's a big time saver for you and I because we come in early in the morning. And he was so apologetic yesterday. He's like, guys, the pipe burst at my house, so I can only send you the raw audio. I'm like, Tyler, it's all right, man. It's okay.
No, Sean, I don't think I could tell by your reaction that you don't understand what can happen when a pipe bursts.
I haven't lived in a house in a long time.
It can mess up. It depends. It might be nothing, but it might also destroy everything that you hold dear.
It's true.
It could be a really. It can mess things up, bro.
Quick storyline look at these 3 games. Texans play Saturday afternoon. The Saturday night game is Green Bay at San Francisco. Green Bay is as big an underdog in that game as the Texans are in the Ravens game. Green Bay is 7-2 in their last 9 games. San Francisco did the same thing Baltimore did, where they've been resting everybody for 3 weeks now. So the whole rest versus rust thing is going to be a storyline in this. But Green Bay and Jordan Love. Can Green Bay and Jordan Love, similar to C.J. Stroud and the Houston Texans against the Ravens, they're going in, both these teams, the Texans and the Packers, are going into these games as major underdogs with quarterbacks that can stand in toe-to-toe in these games.
Yeah.
Jordan Love's been one of the best quarterbacks in football.
Jordan Love's been one of the best quarterbacks in football. Brock Purdy is as well. Except Jordan Love, it's been a slow burn into it as Matt LaFleur, a former Kyle Shanahan protege, has really done a great job with him. And I think a lot of people would have assumed that LaFleur was probably gone after this year at the beginning of the season. But this is not the Dallas Cowboys they're up against. This is the 49ers are a hell of a football team. And that'll be, I think, Jordan Love versus the 49ers defense and C.J. Stroud versus the Ravens defense. Those are the 2 matchups that I'm most looking forward to watching this weekend.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are.
Honestly, I'm very optimistic that CJ is going to have a good game. Good enough to win. That's the huge question.
Agreed.
And Jordan Love, likewise, I think, who hasn't had the same amount of fanfare as CJ Stroud, but entered that situation where he was. he was thrust into a weird situation with a diva existing quarterback that sounds like he was pretty cool to Jordan Love, but the situation wasn't pleasant for him.
Yeah.
And having to replace all of that in the way he did this year was really impressive.
He's been, I know Aaron Rodgers and Brett Favre are future Hall of Famers. Jordan Love is doing things early on in his Packers career as a first-year starter that those guys didn't do.
I think the biggest thing with the Packers really is, I look forward to watching Jordan Love, and yet, even if he has a good game, you don't trust that Packers defense.
No.
At all. No. So, they've just been, even Jair Alexander is from 1 week to the next, you just don't know what you're going to get.
Yep.
So, that's it. I don't know what's the spread. Is that a 10-point game?
10-point spread. 10-point spread, yep.
Okay,
the two Sunday games, the early game is Tampa Bay and Detroit. This is the first time that Detroit will be hosting multiple playoff games in a postseason in the history of their franchise. 94 years, they've never had a postseason where they've hosted more than one playoff game. So Dan Campbell truly has the Lions into a new era of Lion football here.
It's been really weird. I didn't know. I feel like they undersold just how bad the Lions have been.
I agree.
Because they kept talking about how they hadn't been in a playoff game in the last 30, 22 years, whatever it was.
It was 91.
Since 1991. And it wasn't until I was watching.
Won one since
I didn't realize until I was watching the game that they hadn't been in a playoff game before that since the 1950s.
Yeah.
The entire Super Bowl era. They'd been in that one playoff game. That's astounding.
They'd won the one playoff game.
They'd won one playoff game. They'd won one playoff game. It's just astounding.
Yeah, it's crazy. They have been a major failure as a franchise. It's wild. Battle of discarded number one overall picks, right? Mm-hmm. Baker Mayfield and Jared Goff. The Disrespect Bowl. The game is indoors, but there was one reporter in Todd Bowles' media session yesterday in his press conference, Todd Bowles, the head coach of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, that evidently was not aware of that.
Looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today, it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we've seen it drop to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure, but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. No, nothing planned. We're indoors, and we only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
Oh, man.
Todd Bowles is such a nice guy.
How do you recover from that? That's got to be, that's a rough one to come back from,
I can empathize, though. Remember when I pulled up the wrong Fred Weary on Wikipedia when we interviewed Fred in the pregame show this year?
Yeah.
I can empathize with that reporter.
I had actually forgotten about that.
You can recover.
That's an understandable.
I've had a good run since then.
What did you say though? You didn't think he was a defensive back?
No,
he was
no. I looked at his college. No, I didn't look at the position.
Boy, Fred, you've put on a lot of weight. No, I didn't. I don't know if I've ever seen.
Fred still looks like he could play.
I know. Yeah. Offensive guard.
Right. No, I was looking at I was looking at the college. All right, last one. Sunday evening, Kansas City and Buffalo. This is the biggest storyline of the weekend to me. Patrick Mahomes' first start on the road in the history of his playoff career.
Yeah.
He has started, and I'm not counting Super Bowls or neutral sites, true road starts. He's played every playoff game, non-Super Bowl playoff game of his career at Arrowhead Stadium. He's going up to one of the nastiest environments to play games in this weekend in Buffalo on Sunday night, closing out the weekend.
Yeah.
Could this be where the road diverges in the woods of the Chiefs-Astros analogy, where the Chiefs have been the Astros of football the last 6 years? They make the AFC title game, which is the equivalent of the ALCS, every year.
Yes,
every year they've made it.
Is this the point where they stop being
diverge in the wood? The Astros are still at least an ALCS team.
The league/conference championship game every single year. The Bills are a different team.
I'm on the Bills this
ever
weekend.
Since they got rid of Ken Dorsey. I feel bad for Ken Dorsey, but they've just been flat out there. The shame about that was that the shame and yet the needed thing was that the Bills at the time that Ken Dorsey was fired were like statistically really, really good offensively, and yet there was something missing. It was like when you would watch a Bill O'Brien offense, and they would do well, but it just felt like a hodgepodge of kind of big plays here and then failed drives there. There was no linking one play to the next. They've started to look more like a professional offense since they fired Ken Dorsey. And the Bills are favored in this game, right? There's
2.5.
2.5 points.
Yep, 2.5. They are favored by 2.5. I'm on the Bills.
Are you at the point where you'll take pleasure? I know you don't. You feel guilty about being petty here. I think you should embrace your pettiness. Are you going to take a lot of pleasure in Pat Mahomes losing if he loses?
Tremendous amount. Yeah, and I like Kansas City as a city. I like people. I had a great time going to Kansas City.
You have a relative who was a mob kingpin there.
I did. Well, my family was a big mob family there back in the 1920s.
And it was the Pendergast.
Pendergast family. Yeah.
You don't have to explain that. It was like, here's this guy named Smith was my great uncle.
Tom Pendergast was the mayor of Kansas City, and he was dirty.
Back when the machine politics were a big thing and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, it was?
Yes, it was the Pendergast machine.
You need a T-shirt.
I know.
The Pendergast machine.
I'm basically a mob soldier, pretty much. In Kansas City.
Yes.
When I walk into a restaurant in Kansas City, you know what they show me? Respect.
You should dress.
That's what they show me.
Dress that way up there.
I should.
Like double-breasted suits and everything.
That'd be awesome. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Top of the hour, we're going to get some serious respect for C.J. Stroud from an opponent. Up next, D'Amico. D'Amico talks about the environment in Baltimore. Interesting angle on the environment up in Baltimore from D'Amico Ryans that we'll look into coming up next. But first, the Yellow Rose Distillery. What's today, Wednesday? I have a little event there tomorrow.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Cold weather, man. I was watching some videos during the break. A lot of the players getting asked in open locker room yesterday about the cold weather, practicing in it, getting ready for it. Most of them say, you take a couple hits and then your juices are flowing and you're good to go. Here's D'Amico Ryans, Texans head coach, yesterday on practicing in the cold weather.
No, it was good to experience just what the weather would be like, very similar to how the weather would be in Baltimore. But again, as I said yesterday, it's what an opportunity we have, before us, and I don't think our guys will be worried about weather, and that won't be an issue, right? It's one of those things where, of course, you embrace the suck and you move on, right, and just go attack it with everything you have. Don't worry about the weather or worry about executing and playing good football.
Sorry, I told you the wrong one there. Wait, did he say embrace the suck on that one?
He did not. No, I was definitely curious.
That was the first cut?
Yeah. D'Amico won. I'm proud. I literally cut and pasted what you put in the rundown right there.
Damn it.
Yeah.
I mislabeled it then. I apologize.
Okay.
Use the phrase embrace the suck, which I like. I love that phrase, except that the one thing about that is it kind of goes hand in hand with the other stuff that D'Amico said before, which is you need the right kind of guys. There's plenty of people you can say embrace the suck to.
What did he mean by that?
He means you got to just okay, it sucks. You got to just really take pride in the fact that it sucks and own it. Be like, yeah, this is what life's all about.
Oh, gotcha.
It just I got
not like the last few years of Texans football where we're hey, we're gonna get the second overall pick.
Hey guys, isn't this awesome? We suck. Yeah, I don't know. It's almost just you flip something on its head, something that everybody else would fear. If you're the right kind of person, you can embrace the suck. I've always liked it because one of the most actually transformational books I ever read as a young athlete was a book by Greg LeMond, the cyclist.
The biker.
The guy that won a couple Tour de France's, including once after he was shot in the chest by his brother-in-law in a hunting accident.
Wow.
Supposedly. But no, it's definitely an accident. He came back and won the Tour de France. And but he wrote a book, and I was like a young kid reading it. But one of his big themes in there was about how important it is for cyclists to just have an ability to suffer. The ability to suffer is an athletic trait. You just have to, if you're capable of suffering more than other people, then it puts you way ahead. And D'Amico talked about that yesterday too, and just kind of the effort that you have to play with and everything. And I think it's sometimes it's under discussed with younger athletes, but also professional athletes. If they never played a sport like wrestling or sports that really genuinely suck, then a lot of them don't really know what it is to suffer. And how they can push through fatigue. I'll tell you honestly,
especially when you're by yourself in those sports.
Yeah, well, the other one that's underrated is sprinters, because sprinters the workouts. I know a lot of football players have said that their sprint workouts were the worst thing they ever had to go through, because you do you go. Let's say you're in 200. You run the 200 or the 400. Your workout that day is you're gonna have to run 800s. And you have to there's no cheating. You have to run them in a certain time.
Yeah.
And it just sucks. No. I heard Christian McCaffrey talking about this. A football coach came out to watch one of his track workouts, and the football coach was kind of like, "What? That doesn't seem like much of a workout." Because it doesn't. You think of these guys, well, they're fast, and they're running fast. No, they're running a 400. Then they get to rest 3 minutes, and they have to run another one close to full speed.
Dude.
That's where you start to learn that you're never as tired as you think you are.
Cross country.
Yeah.
My daughter. My daughter ran cross country in college. She coaches at Tennessee now. And I would, I talk to her a lot, practically every day. We communicate either via text or via phone. And during the season, I would text her, and she'd be like, "Yeah, just got done with my medium run, 10 miles."
Yeah.
They run 18 miles in a day and don't think anything of it. It's crazy, the threshold for pain. I feel like embrace the suck is the cousin to CJ's favorite one. Pressure is a privilege.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Yeah, it's taking something that could be a negative and really turning it into a it's reframing.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's reframing. CJ D'Amico's really good at that. And you know what? One of the things that happened last year, Lenore was one of the cornerbacks opposite of Ward in San Francisco. And Ward's a good cornerback, and Lenore was the one that sometimes got targeted. And they told this story on the broadcast in the playoffs last year that D'Amico told Lenore, hey, look, don't look at this like you're getting targeted. Look at this like you're getting extra opportunities. And Lenore ended up having a huge interception in one of the playoff games. Yep. And I think D'Amico's really good at playing that. It's a mind game, but it's real. You take something, if you can take something that most people look at as a negative and actually embrace it as a positive, you're way, way, way ahead of everybody. My brother's big one, because my brother was a wrestler, very good wrestler. But his thing as a coach was always you're never as tired as you think you are. Especially with kids, they just really have to learn that just because you can't feel your legs doesn't mean your legs can't keep moving.
Brainwash them.
Yeah,
you're not tired.
Yeah.
Text message. 3 reasons why the Texans will win Saturday. Okay. This is almost like paint me a picture. Where are you, paint me a picture guy? I guess it's only Wednesday. Seth will get his canvas and his palette out of paints on Friday this week. And
he did say, by the way, our listeners are telling us he did say embrace the suck in that clip.
Oh, he did? Okay. I'm sorry. I didn't hear it.
No, that's my fault. I'm the one that asked for the clip, and then I got my brain wandered.
Embrace the suck.
Yeah, thank you.
It was right
Thanks,
there.
Ben.
Okay, my bad. No,
it's not. It's my bad.
I was so focused.
It's not your bad that you didn't pick up for my mental slack. That's don't put that on you, Sean.
3 reasons.
It's a long road.
3 reasons.
Basically Brandy at that point.
Can I tell you about the time I Googled the wrong Fred Weary? That's 3 reasons why the Texans will win Saturday. This is a text message. Tell me if these are valid. 1, Texans played basically 2 Saturday playoff games in a row while the Ravens rested their starters in Week 18 and then had a bye week last week. That at least, and I'm paraphrasing now, that at least over the last 3 weeks, the Texans have been in this environment more than the Ravens have.
Is there something to, and I think, look, it's a whole bunch of different players since the last time Lamar Jackson was in the playoffs, but there is something weirdly unproven about this Ravens team and Lamar Jackson himself, which is still, this is a more complete team than when he was younger, and yet it still does have some of those elements of, okay, can they do it when they're behind? Because they've played with a lead the entire year. I hesitate to bring this up even because it feels a whole lot like, well, I don't think C.J. Stroud's a good quarterback because he was on an awesome offense in college. How good could he be? Because he was on an awesome offense.
Or penalizing them for getting ahead of teams.
Yeah. So if everything goes according to plan, then you know that, the Ravens they kind of squash people when everything's going well. But they haven't had a lot of experience of having to play from behind. So if the Texans come out and strike quick and like they've been able to do versus some good defenses, especially since CJ came back from his injury, from his concussion, then the Ravens start to get into uncharted territory a little bit.
The Ravens haven't played a ton of close games either. That's all the Texans have done is playing close games all year. Maybe that plays out if it's a close one in the fourth quarter. Reason number 2 from this texter. Coach Ryans does not allow a team to beat them twice in a season, i.e. Colts and Browns. That was something floating around yesterday not so much that one that the Texans were able to avenge losses from earlier in the year, but the fact, too, that all the teams the Ravens lost to this year were all teams that the Texans beat this year. Yeah. I don't know if that transitive property ends up working out or not, but point being, there are some teams that, look, the Ravens have lost to some bad quarterbacks. Kenny Pickett, they lost to Gardner Minshew. They lost to there's no reason they can't lose to C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, this isn't like it's funny, too, but whenever you start to point, that's the biggest hazard in the NFL when people start to point to, almost the infallibility of a team or something, or how dominant they are historically. Okay, they're the 3rd best team ever, DVOA, in terms of, the football efficiency rating. Mm-hmm. Okay, the best team ever in DVOA was the 2010 Patriots, who lost in the divisional round to the Jets. Sure, one of the other best teams ever in the NFL was the Patriots going undefeated in the regular season, lose to the Giants in the Super Bowl, and that was a plucky kind of came out of nowhere type of team, the Giants team that year. So it's heavy favorites, historically great or not, everything goes into a warp zone when you get into the playoffs. So yeah, I'm not overly intimidated by that part of it, nor the fact that the Browns went in and the Browns beat the Ravens in Baltimore. Remember that?
Yeah.
That's the one thing that when people talk about how the Browns weren't that good on the road, I'm like, they did beat the Ravens in Baltimore.
They did. Deshaun was really good in that game. That was his last game. Third reason, C.J. Stroud 1-0 in the postseason. Lamar Jackson 1-3 in the postseason. The Jackson one has more validity. You know, CJ's had one really good game. I've seen Landry tweet this, and I think there's validity to it just in terms of CJ's level-headedness and clutch gene, whatever it is you want to call it. But he's had 3 basically if you lose, you go home games, 2 this season, and then the playoff game against Georgia last year. And he's been lights out in all those games. Like, CJ's been amazing. Like, even in the Georgia game, he wasn't the reason they lost. They missed a field goal. He put up 42 points on them in that game.
One thing that he talked about after the last game in his press conference was that, he talked about this yesterday, was John Grenard. I think Aaron Wilson had asked a question about John Grenard talking to him after that Ravens loss.
Yeah.
And CJ just kind of made the offhand comment that he hasn't lost a lot of games. And I, that's something you're aware of. And you talk about that with prospects sometimes, like, man, you get to the NFL, and even when you're on a really good team, if you came from an awesome college program, you're going to lose a lot more in the NFL than you did in college. Even if you're on one of the best teams in the league, you're going to lose more. And like that's a learned skill, how to come back from those losses. And it sounds like something he had to kind of consciously work his way through. And yet he also, like, very much, I think it's not like he enjoys losing or anything now. So when his back's against the wall and it's a must-win type of situation, that competitive streak in him has served him very well so far.
Wait till you hear what a couple of C.J. Stroud's opponents from a couple of weeks ago have to say about him. If you already feel good about C.J. Stroud, you're going to hear this, and you're going to feel even better about C.J. Stroud. That is next. You want to feel better about yourself if you're heavy?
games, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
It's a good question on the text page. Now that there's only 8 teams, are we going to get a power ranking of the power rankings? It seems like all the outlets that we go to for power rankings kind of shut them down.
Why?
After the divisional round, because there's only 8 teams left. I will say this.
Lazy.
I will say this. There is, and we're going to get to the C.J. Stroud opponents that are lauding C.J. Stroud in just a moment here. I was looking at an article in The Athletic yesterday that's done all the simulations for the rest of the playoffs and whatnot, and they run 80 jillion simulations, and this is how many times each of the teams won the Super Bowl.
Mm-hmm.
The Texans are the lowest percentage of the 8 teams still remaining in the playoffs.
To win the Super Bowl.
They win the Super Bowl 3.3% of the time.
3.3%.
Disrespect from the computers.
I wonder, the biggest obstacle there would be that they have to go through the 49ers, as do like the Bucks. The Bucks would have to go, the Texans would have to go through the Ravens.
Yep.
Are the Bucks the next lowest?
Bucks are next lowest. 4.2%. Yeah.
So they would have to go through the 49ers.
Green Bay after that 4.5%.
Green Bay's got to go through the 49ers this weekend.
Yep.
Maybe the Bucks. I feel like the Bucks should be lower than the Texans for sure, but
the Niners are 33.6%. The Niners win the Super Bowl a third of the time they run these simulations. That's a massive
How often do the
number.
Ravens win?
22.6% of the time.
Probably factoring the Texans in there.
I will say this: if the Texans make it, like if the 3.3% hits, you're going through Baltimore in January. You're going through one of Kansas City or Buffalo in January, and then in all likelihood, facing the 49ers. That's like a Rockets 1995 title run where they had to play all the good teams.
You know what it reminds me of a little bit? Good teams are not just the actual, like the 2017 Astros, who went through kind of like Red
Sox?
Yeah, the Red Sox and the Yankees, like the Blue Bloods.
And the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe the 3 biggest Blue Bloods.
Yeah.
It's true.
Like some big name franchises. So the Texans, the NFL, it's a little bit different, obviously, but as far as like of late, the teams that have been the darlings or the forces and the ones that are expected to be powerful,
dude,
you'd be going through some of those big names and big quarterbacks and everything else.
You beat Baltimore, Kansas City, and San Francisco.
Yeah.
That's earning it right there.
I'm so proud of us for having done that.
I'm so proud that we get to talk about this.
I'm just proud that in my mind they've already done it.
I'm proud that 3.3% of the time a computer says they can do
That's true. That's good respect from the computer.
Not bad.
It's more respect than Stephen A. Smith affords them.
True.
I'll tell you that much. Stephen A. You're
call,
so
Seth.
smart. Where's your 3.3%,
yeah,
Stephen A.?
Loser. All right, let's get to, speaking of losers, the Indianapolis Colts. They lost to the Texans in Week 18 in a must-have-it game.
So real quick, though.
Yeah.
And then the Dodgers in 2017, as much as they whine about that World Series, they had to make it through the Diamondbacks and the Cubs.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah. Stop it already.
Wow.
Stop. I'm embarrassed we had to go to 7 games with you clowns. All right? The Colts. Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed, 2 linebackers for the Colts. They have a podcast. And C.J. Stroud came up as a topic on their podcast.
It's in the trenches with Zaire Franklin.
Okay, so it's his
E.J.
podcast.
Speed's just a guest on this one.
Okay,
yeah, so it's Zaire Franklin's podcast.
I choose to believe he's like the A.J. Hawk of Zaire Franklin's podcast.
E.J. Speed is.
Yeah, E.J. just like sits there and kind of reacts to things.
No, he actually gives some good stuff here.
He will. We'll get to E.J. in a minute. But here's Zaire Franklin describing what it's like to go against C.J. Stroud, and in particular brings up all the long down and distance situations that CJ was able to overcome in that game, including the legendary 2nd and 14 throw to Nico Collins.
Got to be honest, I got to give that respect to CJ, man. Bro, hell of a young player, bro. Young player, hell of a player, period. Definitely a playmaker in that John, bro. I'm not even going to lie to you, bro. That 2nd and 14 that he threw, bro, when he rolled out, bro, I ain't going to hold you. So look, like, first of all, was mad annoying. Ain't nothing worse in the defense than when you get them off schedule. Like, you get them 1st and 20, 2nd and 20, 3rd and 16, and them get it. Oh, my God. What?
It hurt. That hurt.
Yeah, that's
hurting, bro.
So, like,
and you back on the ball.
Oh, my God, you mad as on that first down. Like, that's when you get the, what the
On their side of the 50, you
Yeah, bro. Look, we covering man to man. I swear to God, I'm on Singletary. Covering man. I see the pocket collapsing. Singletary start, trying to break free, scramble drill. I plaster, eyes on it. Woo. He break. All right, whatever. Then I see the ball go. I think it's going out of bounds. I'm just watching that bitch. Then I see Nico just running for that bitch. Nah, ain't no way. He ain't doing. He caught that bitch. I'm like, Singletary just look at me like, that's CJ.
Yeah.
And that just let me know, like, dang, he be doing like that all the time.
Every week it feels like there's a throw we come in on Monday with CJ. Like, holy smoke. Like, even the games where they've lost, like, wow.
I like that Singletary, can flex a little bit there about his quarterback, but then also is just, I don't want to say unimpressed by it, but it sounds like he's not surprised by it. He's unsurprised.
That's a good way to put it.
Which is nice, because then that's where you get to that point where, CJ yesterday was asked about trust and building trust. Like, yeah, I think there's a trust level there now. Like on the scramble drill, man. Oh, watch the Eagles. Watch the Eagles in their scramble drill.
What was happening?
No, I just had a bad memory, of the Eagles game.
Okay?
No, I gotta go to the bathroom.
You sound like you're in pain.
I feel like I need to go to the bathroom because I was thinking about the Eagles game where you watch when he was getting blitzed or when it turns into a scramble drill. Oh, my God, Sean. Those Eagles receivers are just standing there.
They're standing there. Dude,
it's crazy.
It was so bad.
It was so you have to fire Sirianni. It was unbelievable. It was just crazy. Like, he's got no, and even before the scramble drill, they're running 4 curls on there. He's got no options. He's got no place to go with the ball. And it was bad. And the polar opposite is CJ Stroud on these scramble drills. These guys all know that if they fight their ass off to get open, there's a chance. Yeah, get to a spot.
Yep.
You don't even have to get open. Just know where CJ might throw it before you start to get open.
You know the ball's going to be
and get to that spot. Yeah.
Yep.
That's one thing that Aaron Rodgers was real. I mean, that's one of the reasons Aaron Rodgers always preferred having older receivers. Not as old as they are now, but is that their scramble drill was brilliant in Green Bay, and a lot of that was that kind of that ESP that he would have with his receivers on them knowing exactly where he wanted to throw the ball.
I was watching Twitter videos from that guy. Remember the guy we played last week, the Philly guy?
Yeah.
Who was breaking down all of Nick Sirianni and Brian Johnson's play calls. I went to his feed to see if there's anything worth using, and he had some funny videos, nothing that translated great for this show, but he did a video about the safety that Jalen Hurts took, which was a big blow because it was 16-9 at the time in a game that had kind of settled down.
It was right. Yeah, they actually looked. I'd forgotten the game flow there. The Eagles, they had a nice stop defensively. Yeah. Jalen Hurts was yelling on the sideline.
And that made it a 2-score game in a game that had kind of settled in to be more of a defensive game in the second half. Made it 18-9. I didn't realize that I don't know what the down was or the distance was. They were on their own 12-yard line.
Right, it wasn't even like they were backed up in
on the 2. They were on their own 12, and Jalen Hurts is just backing up into the end zone.
Yeah.
That's inexcusable, man.
Yeah.
I mean, they're yelling at each other. Dallas Goedert's yelling at Jalen Hurts, and Jalen Hurts has one of those personalities that when the chips are down, I've said this before, I think I would yell at Jalen Hurts because he just looks downtrodden all the time.
Mm-hmm. Even when things are good.
Even when things are good, he looks downtrodden.
It's stoic when things are going well, but when it's
reverse
down,
confirmation.
He's got a weird Eli Manning thing going just without the dopiness.
Yeah,
so he's but that same.
I kind of like the dopiness.
His face fits whichever situation you want to you project onto him. Yeah,
exactly. Here's one more from Zaire Franklin's podcast. The other voice you're going to hear here is EJ Speed. They're saying CJ Stroud does not do rookie bleep.
The crazy part about playing a quarterback like CJ and another quarterback is like that is Matt Stafford, he won't even be looking at the read, and then he got about one more look before it get ugly for him, and then he look at your guy and you didn't plaster got your ass, and then this motherfucker look somewhere else and throw the ball for a completion. You nah.
That's what I like about CJ the most.
That's your third read. You know how degrading that is for a quarterback to hit his third read?
CJ don't play the rookie games, bro. I peeped that the first time we played him, though. He don't do rookie he play, he already lying to you with his eyes. He already lying to you with his drop. He already lying to you with his shoulder movements and little like that. That's some that you ain't supposed to really have till year 6, 7, buddy. Okay. Whoever your trainer is, slow down, gang. Doing too much.
I'm going to start listening to this.
I like that.
I like Zaire Franklin.
So his new trainer would be, Yeah, he's telling Bobby Slowick to slow down. That's why I feel like that little snippet there, the very end of that's the best indication of when people ask why do teams want Bobby Slowick. It's because CJ is doing a lot of stuff that, like as Bobby Slowick would say, you give the credit to CJ Stroud for it, but it's been managed really well in that early on even, CJ was doing a good job looking guys off. But where, Bobby Slowick had kind of made reference to how sometimes you got to pull back on that stuff a little bit. So I think CJ wants to do, CJ is aware of and wants to do all those things that really good quarterbacks do. There is no part of CJ that I think needs to have it explained to him. No, you need to sometimes you need to be more careful and take what's easier or whatever. I think he understands all that philosophically. It's just getting the reps and getting that guidance from Bobby Slowick. And Bobby has done a real, imagine, if you will, a swing coach in the PGA. The greatest golfers on earth need a swing coach. They need a guy that kind of is an unbiased, objective eye that can see things from a different perspective and help you get there. And I think CJ is always going to be like that in a lot of ways. He has all that. He has all that ability and intelligence and everything else, but you're always going to need a good swing coach. And that's where I get nervous with Bobby Slowick leaving is, okay, it's never a slam dunk guaranteed that the next swing coach is going to be the guy.
Yeah, that's right.
Tiger goes through them like Perkins waitresses,
Yes. I hear cuts like that, Seth. I hear these two guys from a division foe just gushing over CJ Stroud. And my first reaction is I can't wait for free agency. I cannot wait to see who wants to come here and play on the same team with C.J. Stroud, especially the further these guys go in the postseason this year.
A lot of receivers, a lot of the tricky one is running back because the free agent running back. That's a whole other discussion.
Yeah, I'm just thinking winning. You know what I mean? Just pure winning.
Receivers. But I think if we're talking about C.J. specifically, because I don't know, with the defensive guys. I never want to get too wrapped up in a place being a destination because of a quarterback, because the vast majority of guys make decisions. The really good free agents, they go where there's a huge payday.
Oh, of course. I'm not saying the world changes.
I think honestly where it helps the most is in some of the stuff that Nick's been good at this year, which is getting the guys on 1 and 2 year prove-it deals.
Yeah.
Those are the guys that can be invaluable because that all adds up, If you're going to put it in baseball terms, all right, this guy's worth a half win here. This guy's worth a third of a win here. Those guys, the brick and mortar blue collar guys, they're the ones that look at the Texans and C.J. Stroud and think, okay, I'm going to look good in that situation.
Like Dalton Schultz did this year.
Yeah,
exactly. C.J. wasn't here yet when he signed.
And Dalton did it before C.J. was even drafted. He did it based on the system and his interviews with those guys more than anything.
Yep. I think, honestly, if we're talking about defensive guys, that's probably D'Amico's department there.
Yeah.
You know what? Especially guys that are defensive linemen or linebackers. I want to go play for D'Amico Ryans. I hate the best out of those guys.
I hate looking at the free agent list this time of year because they all, the vast majority of the guys at the top are going to get franchise tagged or get new deals.
Yeah. You got to drop to 15th on the list before you get to an available guy.
The really interesting thing is, okay, if I were to call up some of the edge rushers, though, who of these would you prefer? Who of these would you prefer at a huge mega contract compared to, let's say if they could re-sign John Grenard on
$15 million a year?
People have brought up Trey Hendrickson for the Bengals. Trey Hendrickson had kind of a similar trajectory where he was a good player in his first few years. Really took off his free agency year. He ended up getting a reasonable. It was less than $100 million. It was a 3 or 4 year deal.
He's been really good for them,
and he's been really good.
Yeah.
And Hendrickson was the same guy. He was always a good player. It wasn't like he was one of these guys who was lazy and then all of a sudden got good in his free agency year, like an
Saints,
Albert Haynesworth.
Right? Saints, and then he went to the Bengals.
Yeah. So that's how I look at John Grenard. He's always been good and solid, and he's worked hard. It's just this year it really clicked for him.
Yeah, give me the names.
Josh Allen from the Jaguars. Would you rather give him $150 million or?
Oh, wow, boy. I don't know if that's you hurt a division foe by taking him too.
Yeah.
I like Josh Allen, and Josh Allen seems to be getting better every year.
He does.
Yeah.
I don't know anything about, but
I don't know that you'd have to pay Nick Bosa money to Josh Allen.
That's true.
Either.
I don't think it with any of these guys actually.
Yeah. Give me a couple more names.
Brian Burns.
Brian Burns, I like. Yeah.
A lot of interior defensive linemen.
The interior, it's a good free agency.
I think
class
it might end up being a D tackle type of year.
Yeah.
Chris Jones didn't actually sign a long-term deal, did he?
Did not.
Forgot.
He's a free agent.
Did he sign? Was it an agreement where they won't make him a franchise?
I believe so. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
That's a mega contract.
That's
$35 million a year.
It's a mega contract, but then all of a sudden you'd have a 3-tackle rotation there too. That would be pretty damn fierce.
Chris Jones.
Yeah. I mean, you've got Chris Jones, but then also with Rankins and Collins too. Like I like those guys.
You got to bring Rankins back.
Rankins on a 1-year deal.
He's on a 1-year deal. Yeah. He's on a 1-year deal.
Those are the premier edge rushers. It's not a really. There's actually way more interior linemen as I'm just scrolling down.
There's some serious interior linemen.
Yeah.
I've looked at that. I've scouted that out. Matabuike's in there. Christian Wilkins is in there. One or two more that I can't think of that are in that mix. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Speaking of Bobby Slowick, you brought up Bobby Slowick with respect to C.J. Stroud. There is one job in which Bobby Slowick is the favorite to land the job. Speaking of division foes, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 5 others where he's in the top 3 to land a job. Which do we think would be the best fit for Bobby Slowick, or is the best fit coming back to Houston? We'll tell you which one he is the odds-on favorite for next.
I've got your top 3 ranked number 1.
before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Got a really good tweet here about the idiotic Cleveland take from earlier that I want to read in just a minute, but let's pay off here to the people. Bobby Slowick is a hot candidate right now. I think it's maybe we're just hearing about more of the Bobby Slowick interest because of where we are here. You know, we're getting reports from people who cover the Texans that Bobby Slowick got this interview request. Maybe we're not seeing all the requests. I would blindly put up the interest in Slowick against any other coordinator in the NFL right now based purely on the number of teams that have sought to speak to him.
Yeah,
probably
there's a
him
buzz.
And Ben Johnson would probably be the top two.
And I wonder, too, that's where, if Bobby Slowick, who we haven't heard yet whether he's chosen to accept any of these, he'll speak to the media today, so he'll have an answer.
Right.
Last week he said he'll speak to the media that's usually like early afternoon, I think, isn't it?
Yes.
So they might one of our shows will be on during it, but I don't think it's usually like 1, 2, 3.
Coordinators aren't as high a priority, it seems like, to put out their content.
Yeah, we don't always get it that
Not complaining,
quickly.
I'm just saying it's
so
they're not on YouTube and whatnot.
Regardless, like the fact that Bobby Slowick is being requested by all these teams, that he's high up on the odds. Like, okay, you might think the odds are garbage because futures odds often are, and yet it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy sometimes if a bunch of owners are looking at the odds boards and seeing who the hot candidates are, and then they meet with Bobby Slowick and they like Bobby Slowick. And honestly, I've analyzed this all season long watching Bobby Slowick press conferences. He's going to be a very, very good interview in front of a billionaire.
Yeah.
Because this is how Russell Wilson sold the billionaire owners of the Broncos on himself, is that there's a certain part of them that are impressed by like anything corporate sounding because that's the world they know. Bobby doesn't sound corporate, but he understands overarching trends in the NFL. He kind of speaks on a different level sometimes about the broader picture, which I think a lot of owners feel like, oh, this guy's speaking my language. This is the kind of the more high IQ stuff. But also, when he talks about football, for a guy who I think has the perception, people perceive him as being kind of more on the football nerdy analytical side because he worked at Pro Football Focus and all of that. He talks as much about teaching and communication as he does the actual X's and O's. So I think he touches those parts where, again, if you're talking to business people who own a team, what's the most valuable thing in business? Usually, it's a person who can bridge the technical and the human side of things. The people that can communicate about the product to the masses and vice versa. And in sports, it's that same way. AJ Hinch, guy that can understand the analytics, but also knows the human side. I think he's really going to appeal to a lot of owners. I think at least if he interviews with them, I think they'll be very impressed by him.
I agree. The team that is the odds-on favorite, the one team where Slowick is the odds-on favorite to get the job right now, Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
Tennessee Titans. Now, I would hate to lose Bobby Slowick to anybody. Now, I will say this. Adding Bobby Slowick to your arch rival in the division, that's some juice the Titans-Texans rivalry, man.
Oh, boy. You know what, too?
Slowick v. DeMeco Ryans twice a year?
I only watched the first season of Ted Lasso, but remember the little ball guy, the ball boy or the towel boy?
Nate.
And Nate ended up becoming, I say remember, I know he's a major character, but I could tell, okay, by the end of season 1, Nate, who was this just nice little innocent kid,
for a while,
turns evil.
Yeah.
Right?
Spoiler alert. Yeah.
That's the end of season 1.
Yeah.
I haven't seen season 2. Yeah. Maybe that'll be Bobby Slowick. Just nice, fresh-faced young kid. Looks like he's 23 years old, but he's older, just like Nate. And all of a sudden, he goes to Tennessee, and he comes in. He's wearing a dyed black beard.
Yeah. Nate let his hair go gray. Remember, he had dark hair. He let it go gray.
Did he do that at the end? I don't remember.
He did it. Okay. No, the next season when he came back as the evil coach, his hair went gray. Yeah, they really changed his character around. Dan Quinn is number 2 on the
Dan Quinn
Titans list.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes, please hire Dan Quinn. Please hire Dan Quinn.
That would be amazing.
Please hire a guy that'll give you a great regular season defense that falls apart like water on a witch.
That'd be beautiful.
I did it, Ben. I got it right.
Here are
or on a mugwai.
That too. Thank you. The other jobs, there's 3 jobs where Bobby Slowick is number 2 on the list. Number 2. So he's the favorite for Tennessee. He's number 2 behind Ben Johnson for the Washington job, which I think will be a good job. New ownership there, forward-thinking ownership. Number 2 pick in the draft. You get to kind of build the team in your vision with your quarterback. I think that would be a good job for Bobby Slowick. He's not the favorite, though. Ben Johnson is. Philadelphia and Dallas, he's number 2 on their list if they fire their current head coaches.
Okay.
So if they fire Sirianni or if the Cowboys fire McCarthy, he's 2nd in Philly, tied with Belichick. Think about that. Like, Bobby Slowick was a passing game coordinator last year. We're less than a year removed from that. He's tied with Bill Belichick as the 2nd favorite to get the job of the team who played in the Super Bowl last year. And I know these odds are what you say they are, but that's like Bobby Slowick's star is rising. Vrabel is the favorite to get the Philly job right now if they fire Sirianni. Mike Vrabel.
Who's the... oh, really?
Yeah,
boy, he'd be a good fit in Philadelphia.
Vrabel and Belichick is the favorite for Dallas right now.
This is...
heavy
we're getting past the point of... I mean, coaches aren't typically fired... They're typically fired usually within a day or two.
It's
there seems
weird.
to be a lot of speculation about guys. Now, Belichick took a little while for the press conference to actually happen and everything, but it sounds like it was pretty much they knew about it. Everything was just being handled kind of close to the vest.
I think things went so much more poorly with the Cowboys and the Eagles in these playoff games than even they anticipated.
Yeah. I guess that's the difference too. We're talking about about playoff coaches getting fired.
Yeah.
Which hasn't. I don't know if
whose teams put up embarrassing performances.
Really embarrassing performances.
Yeah. So are we reacting rashly by doing this?
Yeah.
Like we did win 12 games this year.
It wasn't necessarily something that maybe they hadn't even really considered it.
Yeah.
Like maybe Jerry Jones really thought
it's a big decision.
This is the year. And no, I'm not going to worry. I never would. And he didn't anticipate getting just throttled the way he did.
Right.
Just destroyed. Just pathetic.
Okay, so if you missed it earlier, we had these morons on this show called the Ultimate Cleveland Sports Show, which is basically a show with 2 heavyset guys and Jay Crawford, formerly of Cold Pizza and Sports Center, Cleveland native. And the heavyset dudes were at the game, apparently, between the Browns and the Texans. Jay Crawford was not. They talked about the loud crowd at NRG Stadium. These guys seem to think that the Texans were pumping noise into the stadium.
Another thing that surprised me, the Texans crowd was a lot better. And you know what?
I'm not so sure that there wasn't some help with that.
Oh, do you think they were piping sound in?
I'm not so sure there wasn't some help.
I've been in stadiums, by the way, where I've wondered that. I'm like, I'm sitting here, and it doesn't feel like this is generating that.
Really? Being in that stadium, let me tell you.
That's really interesting.
That's not allowed?
No, it's not. You're not allowed to pump in artificial noise.
I'm just saying.
Music, yes, it has to stop when the quarterback breaks off.
Let me tell you something. There were a lot of empty seats in that stadium.
Were there really?
Yes.
It's embarrassing.
Yes. There was a lot.
I want an investigation.
All right, so depending on what you think a lot of empty seats are, there were definitely empty seats. I wouldn't say that. Like a lot of empty seats.
Empty seats usually. This is the problem. Sometimes, teams with indoor stadiums, especially, like people from outdoor stadiums don't realize how comfortable it is on the club level, especially when people go in. So it's at various points in the game, people are either coming in or out, and sometimes they're in. So that happens with indoor stadiums.
So this is a great point. I mean, I think it's silly to even speculate. I mean, let's play the one more bit of audio where Jay Crawford seems convinced in the end by this dude who he's talking to that it's fact that they were pumping in sound. Let's play that.
I saw what the tickets were going for on the resale market. It was a joke.
Yeah, it was a joke.
There was not interest there.
The lower bowl was packed, but like the middle row and the uppers, there were a lot of empty seats.
So then listen, your theory I think might have some credence to it because at home, I a number of times said, damn, this crowd is bringing it. I underestimated their fans.
Zach and I looked at each other early on. We're like, and Zach was the first one that said, there's no way this crowd's making that noise. There's no way.
Because, that's really disappointing.
I'm just saying, I know it's illegal and it's against the rules, and nobody in the NFL ever cheated before.
I love Zach and the guy wearing a Louis Vuitton shirt as a 350-pound stubby white dude is like, they're all of a sudden become like, wow, that's disappointing. Those are the authorities now that they've spoken.
Right. So Jay Crawford thinks that they're speaking facts.
Yeah. That's really disappointing.
Yeah.
I'm really disappointed
He's
in that.
Such a bonehead.
Whoa.
Jay Crawford. Sergio on Twitter brings up a great point. Wasn't Roger Goodell at the game?
Yeah.
I guess these guys
he was sitting there in the Chester Pitts.
Yeah, like he was.
Goodell was sitting there with Chester Pitts.
Right.
Like
two biggest politicians in the NFL ecosystem.
Give it a little credit. Yeah, the piped-in noise stuff.
Commissioners at the game, they're going to pipe in noise.
Honestly, I feel like this is how teams end up getting a toxic virus that never leaves. Like why Cleveland is cursed. Like this is what they'd be grasping for.
Yeah.
This is. Like, there's something wrong with the city of Cleveland, obviously. Even LeBron James just swoops in every now and then to fart his greatness all over you, and then he leaves. He leaves you with the pink eye because he just can't stomach it.
Right.
You know? He can't even live in Akron. Beautiful, beautiful Akron.
Beautiful Akron. Lovely, lovely suburban Akron.
There's an Akron. Look, even the beloved Kelsey brothers leave. They don't want to be around, you know?
Nope.
I'm sure that nobody personifies Ohio better than Travis Kelce.
Desmond Howard got up and out of there.
Whenever I think of somebody like, oh, yeah, Travis Kelce, that's an Ohioan right there. Right. That's that guy is emblematic of Ohioans.
Right.
If I ever saw one. Yeah. I haven't liked Cleveland ever since they threw bottles of urine at me. As I left nobody ever confirmed there were bottles of urine, but I'm overweight, so apparently that's the standard. I'm slightly overweight, so I'm allowed to just make accusations about teams.
Yeah. That's
I'm not wearing
the guys on the podcast.
Yeah, I'm not wearing a valise on my chest like that one dude is.
No, but you can just make baseless accusations if you're over a certain weight.
I was in that game though, where when you see the bottles being thrown at the Jaguars as they're leaving the field. Yeah, it was really super
Was there
weird.
definitely urine in any of them? Could you tell?
I made the accusation that there were. That's all we need.
So I guess it's fact.
No,
what am I supposed to say? That's really disappointing.
That's really disappointing that they would throw urine. That means they publicly exposed themselves to fill the bottle of urine up.
Hey, someone on the text page said to go back and watch Teen Wolf, and they said in the scene where the crowd starts coming out of the bleachers at the end that there's a guy like in the upper right-hand corner who whips out his junk. Now I have to go watch this today.
Like they show
it? I feel like seeing it. I don't know. It was a text message. I'm just telling you what they said on the text page.
Okay, when is the scene?
It's at the end where everybody's pouring out from the stands. Remember Teen Wolf won the game?
Yeah. I wonder if there was somebody that showed
Boof and everybody else is coming out on
Well, they pay people to be extras in those movies and everything. Yeah. And I wonder if that kid just
whipped
pulled
it out.
That prank.
Yeah, and it made
and
it through the edit.
Didn't figure it out.
Or they thought it was funny. Yeah.
Teen Wolf extra.
All right, I'm gonna let you look that up.
Yeah.
I'm gonna let you look that up.
Teen Wolf penis bomb.
Is that on there?
Yes.
Thank you, Texter.
Oh my God. Okay, so one of the characters is making out with a woman in an 80s sweater.
Yeah,
and
with Boof. Yeah.
And somebody else in a cardigan starts walking down. And though there's a
Did he do
it? Yeah, there's a guy just standing on the bleachers that pulled. But
okay, I got to look at it during the break. I got to get us to break here. You're going to have to talk about Mokaram here. Compose yourself in just a second.
Oh my gosh.
All right, next segment coming up. Final segment. Let's hear from D'Amico Ryans. The three most important components of the Baltimore Ravens. D'Amico talked about all three of them yesterday. We'll have that for you next.
Okay. Sorry, I'm looking.
I warned you. You had a Mokaram spot.
I know. I got Mokaram. Nobody has to tell me I got Mokaram. I was doing investigative research, Sean. Some of us are journalists, okay? Some of us give a dang about things that matter, like Mokaram law. If you've been in an accident and it was not your fault, look, you deserve compensation, and it's not always so easy to manage. All of that is you're also dealing with hospital bills, work disruptions, and everything else that goes along with it. So what you can do is call Mokaram Law. They are available 24 hours a day. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They do not mess around because they know that accidents don't just happen on schedule. They happen 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So whether it's a holiday or any other time of day or year or month, call Mokaram Law. They want to be sure that you get on board, and that's what they focus on, getting you on board, getting you the compensation you deserve without you having to deal with all of the extra stuff that goes along with it. It's Mokaram Law. If you... I apologize, everybody. I got somebody's...
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, there's three elements to the Ravens. There's actually way more than three, but three that make them super dangerous and really, really good. The first one is the obvious one, Lamar Jackson. He's going to be the MVP of the league this year. He's going to be named MVP of the league. Here is DeMeco Ryans yesterday on how you approach stopping Lamar Jackson.
Hey, you can throw as many things at Lamar as you want to, but he finds a way to make plays. That's what makes him a special player. No matter what type of looks he's gotten on tape, right? He's made a ton of teams pay because of just his playmaking ability, right? He's seen a lot, made a lot of plays, so it's going to be a challenge no matter what we present or what we throw at him.
Yeah, and he's well, I think Monken and him have a nice thing going this year.
The big thing is that the Texans really haven't faced a slew of dual threat quarterbacks this year. Kyler Murray was not himself. I think he was tired physically by the end of that game, and B, he was adjusting to a new offense.
Yeah.
So I don't really put him in that same categorry.
They face some slippery quarterbacks, but none that attack you with the running attack like Lamar Jackson. Right. You're designing stuff.
And in fairness to Lamar Jackson, very few dual threat quarterbacks are anything like Lamar Jackson.
That's right.
I think he's very, very strong as well as fast, obviously. I don't think he's as fast as he was before his injuries, but still, it doesn't matter. He's still more athletic than just about anybody out there. But he's also now, I think the one big thing that he's doing this year that people weren't sure about was attacking outside the numbers. Because there'd always be look, he had trouble throwing outside the numbers. And people would show highlight reels of various throws he had made outside the numbers and act like, well, look, he can do it. No, people weren't saying he couldn't ever do it. It was that he didn't consistently do it well. So that gets easier to game plan for when you got a guy who's got limitations in certain areas of the field. What he's been able to do with Todd Monken as his offensive coordinator is he's been much more adept at attacking every area of the field. So that when you can't just ignore parts of the field, then obviously becomes a whole lot harder to account for everything else that Lamar Jackson can do. The other thing that I don't think quite comes across in the numbers is the fact that they're a tight end heavy passing game. They're not routinely taking the top off of defenses with the pass game, but they can move the chains through a combination of the pass game and the run game and the quarterback run game and just play good, solid football. And that's where the intimidation factor is one of just almost the completeness of the football team.
They've got Mark Andrews designated to return from IR.
Yeah.
He's on the injury list yesterday as limited with an ankle with a designation to return. So he's not officially back yet. He's in that practice window right now where they're evaluating him to come back. But in his absence, Isaiah Likely has become a nice target for Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
So if you get Andrews and Likely out there on the field together, that is really taxing the Texans linebackers and safeties in this game.
Yeah, I wonder, if you're going to look at the old debate between rustiness and sharpness and the fact that the Ravens will have basically had 3 weeks off by the time they play this football game, I don't know if there's any validity to it. But if there is, man, striking early would be a really, really good thing for multiple reasons in this game. Because the Ravens have been so good, they've not played from behind much at all. They've had a lead for much of the season, in percentage of quarters that they've had a lead this season is really high. Haven't had to come back for more than 7 points in a game. So if there is any rust to be had, man, that quick strike that they've started to get better and better at over these last few weeks since CJ came back, the quick strike would be really, really, this would be a perfect time to use it.
I think there's an argument to take the ball if you win the coin toss.
Yeah, okay, I see that now.
There's an argument.
Yeah, okay, whatever rust they might have, let's go ahead and test them now.
Let's get points out of it.
Let's see. Okay.
Yeah. Just, I think there's an argument. The Texans have won the coin toss like the last 4 games, and they defer every time. So we know when it's a percentages situation, DeMeco chooses to take the ball in the second half. But I'm with you. I think getting a lead in this game would be big. I think maybe you take the crowd out of the game a little bit, all those things. And you have an offense that you can trust with the football on an opening drive. Mm-hmm. You're not just doing it because we're sitting here saying just Hey, you got to take the lead early in the game. Go ahead, Brock Osweiler. Go get us a touchdown.
Right.
You're putting one of the best quarterbacks in football over the last month out there on the field.
That's a sneaky advantage the Texans have, is that, look, they've got very good coaches over there, as the Texans have. In a lot of ways, this is a Bobby Slowick versus McDonald, the defensive coordinator of the Ravens, who's himself a candidate for a lot of coaching jobs. But there's way more film on Lamar Jackson. Not in this Todd Monken offense, but historically you've got a lot more of, he's more of a known quantity. Yeah. Even though he's different in this offense, he's more of a known quantity. And I wonder if some of the tendencies and some of the things that they might think about him are more of an advantage for the Texans than you have on C.J. Stroud. That's where I'm gonna roll with that, Sean. Yeah, I like the quick strike for rustiness, and the fact that C.J. Stroud is still a developing quarterback whose tendencies are not written in stone as of yet.
All right, let's get to the defensive side. You mentioned Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator. The Lamar Jackson, big linchpin for the Ravens. I think there's two on defense. There's actually several on defense. Their defensive line's really good with Matt Abuike. The engine that makes their defense go are the two inside linebackers. Yeah. I'm combining into one person right now. Roquan Smith and Patrick Queen. Or as I like to call them, Roquatrick Queen Smith. Yeah. But here is D'Amico Ryans on their two inside linebackers.
Yeah, Roquan and Patrick, they're a dynamic duo. You talk about Roquan, he's just solid in every aspect of just being a true linebacker, right? Really taking on that role of Ray Lewis in that defense. I've always liked Roquan since he was at Georgia. Thought he was an exceptional playmaker, sideline to sideline linebacker, and plays the physical brand of football that kind of you start to miss it in the game. But Roquan, he plays physical sideline to sideline, so really pops off the tape. And then you have Patrick, right? He's another guy who can. You talk about covering, you talk about covering up grass. Like, he can run all across the field, and he can make plays as well. So, they do a really good job playing off of each other. And I think Mike has done a great job putting them in position to make plays.
As one of our listeners reminded me this morning, Mike McDonald has actually coached in 2 games versus C.J. Stroud because he was the Michigan coordinator. So he's 2-0 versus C.J. Stroud. But C.J's also seen him twice.
Yep.
The other would be that as long as the Texans don't try to force the ball to Rex Burkhead on third down, then Roquan Smith can't completely destroy us.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Referring to the interception in the Chicago when he was a member of the Chicago Bears
when the go-to guy, the gotta-have-it guy, Rex Burkhead, short of the sticks on third down, was targeted by Davis Mills and threw a pick six.
Yeah.
So that was when he was in Chicago, and then that was
traded a few weeks later.
Roquan Smith was traded and became kind of the catalyst to the Ravens looking a lot more like a classic Ravens defense.
Yeah, they're that rare defense where it feels like they're the engine that makes them go are 2 off-ball linebackers.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Patrick Queen is a free agent this year, I
He
believe,
is.
right?
He is. Yeah, he's on the list, man. That might not be a bad one.
Hey, John, earlier we were saying that you come from an era when sports media people were still kind of divas. And yet you don't seem to be a diva yourself
anymore.
I try not to be.
You don't seem to be a diva
I try not
anymore.
to be a diva.
Yeah.
Anymore, nor any less. No, no, you're absolutely right. Like, those were the superstars, man.
Yeah.
And they for some reason felt like their stuff didn't stink. I will say this: back then, columnists were paid probably twice as much as they are now. Given all the inflation and everything. Like guys like Randy Galloway and Blackie Sherrod and Dan Jenkins, they worked at newspapers. I mean, they worked at.
But they were the voice of, they were the voice of to though. You know what I mean?
At least they thought themselves to be.
Yeah,
and they thought themselves.
Well,
they were both.
Like it. Yeah,
there was no internet bucking them down 7 notches.
Exactly.
There was nobody to. It was kind of like, I'm going to go read the column, and okay, I guess that's what Lopez said. It's got to be true.
Yeah. Now you have shows that break down their columns.
His opinion's got to be correct.
Yeah.
Oh, that's some barbecue sauce.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wanted to give you that so all those people up there in New York can know what it's really like.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
I always love that's a nice surprise.
Yeah.
I think we're out.
Oh, good.
Awesome. And you can get it at Texas Star Grill Shop.
And OGSauce.com just launched yesterday.
Shut up.
Really?
Yeah.
OGSauce.com.
Damn straight.
Wow.
Yeah, how about that?
Did you hire a designer, or did you just go to like CompuServe?
I had someone help me. Yeah, okay. I had some. It looks really good. It looks really good.
CompuServe.
Yeah. It's a Facebook.
That's
geocities.com.
That was a good website. Look at that.
Oh, you look it up? It looks good.
Yeah,
it's like it loads quickly.
Yeah,
it's simple.
Yeah.
Is there a video on there of you telling us why OG sauce?
If you scroll down, there are a couple of videos. There's a bunch of testimonials. There's merch on the way.
Yeah.
Really?
Merch.
Okay.
Probably
social proof
next week.
Who's your most famous testimonial that you have on the OGSauce.com?
Either Mattress Mac.
It's a good one. Yeah.
Or Cal McNair.
Okay, those are both good ones.
Yeah. Cal McNair.
Nice.
I did a video.
Big fans of the
He's
OG
a big
sauce.
fan. He's a big fan.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Uses it in that backyard barbecue.
Yeah.
OGSauce.com. I'm on it right now. I can buy a case or 2 bottles.
Yeah.
It's just tough. I have two very good friends in the barbecue sauce business, you and Jim Ross. Yeah.
For my limited knowledge of online retail, John, I think you need a third choice here for buying options.
And that is?
Just something in between those two.
Oh, we're going to have merch.
Because people choose the middle. No. As far as like...
Well, the reason I did that, behind the curtain, so to speak, if I bought 2 bottles... and they're $7 a piece, and they're $14, and shipping was $16. I wouldn't buy it. So we're just baking it all in there. One bottle's not worth it for anybody. You know what I mean?
No. I'm saying, but maybe like instead, you've got a case here. You should have an option for like 6 cases, because then people look at it and they're like, "Oh, I don't need 6, but 1 case is fine." You generally always want to have one item that's like way above what most
$387.
It sets the bar higher for what their standards are. They're like, some people must buy 6 cases. I'll just get 1.
When you get merch, are you going to have maybe like a gift basket we can get where we get like 3 bottles of OG sauce, a T-shirt, and a signed copy of Taking
We're
Flack?
We're gonna have
the Pastorini book in there.
We're gonna have a snapback cap, a shirt, the bottle, tongs,
hoodies,
and barbecue gloves as a gift basket.
Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah. Funny you asked.
Yeah. No. Okay. A minute here for my friends at OG Sauce.
I didn't expect it, but I'm glad. I'm glad you brought it up.
Good deal. All right. Well, I'm sure you guys are going to be getting the crowd.
Dude, it is
Hi,
happening.
Landry. How you doing, Landry?
Happening.
Yeah.
I'm doing great, man.
Yeah.
I'm doing great.
How we feeling?
I'm ready to go, man. I'm ready to go.
I am too. All right, we're going to let you guys go. John Lopez, Landry Locker, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop. You've been listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Seth, 6 a.m. tomorrow. Antibodies to you.
Yes, antibodies and
one day closer.
Werewolf junk to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. We are out of time. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig are in the loop, and they start right now.
We got 3 sleeps.
The
divisional round. Texans versus the Ravens. C.J. Stroud versus Lamar Jackson. John Harbaugh versus DeMeco Ryans. I'm going to throw a couple of things at you, and I want you to simply tell me yes or no. Does it matter?
Okay.
And I'm going to start with, since 2014, the Ravens are 1-4 in playoff games. Does that matter? They've had the same coach. They've had the quarterback a couple of times. Lamar Jackson's 1-3 in playoff games. Does that matter?
It matters in one very important way, and I have talked myself into this overnight. You know how I talk to myself a lot. The most important way it matters is one Lamar Jackson, because he's 1-3 among those losses. He's 1-3, and he is. It's not just like, oh, he's got to win a playoff game. He hasn't played like the Lamar Jackson we know in those playoff games.
His numbers actually drop, and we'll get into those numbers throughout the day. It's actually kind of astonishing. It is a small sample size. I mean, it should be noted that, and I think it's chicken crap when people put Lamar Jackson's passing stats up and they compare it with somebody, and it's like you just completely ignore the fact that he has running back production.
Yeah.
It's just like an afterthought. Like it's almost used against him that he has an elite skill that has never been possessed.
Yeah.
But C.J. Stroud played 1/2 of a playoff game, and he has as many touchdown passes as Lamar Jackson does in 4.
Yeah.
So, I mean,
that's why it matters. That's why it matters.
C.J. Stroud's completion percentage in his 2 winner-go-home games, the 2 winner-go-home games we've seen against Indianapolis and Baltimore, it goes from 63.9% to 76.5%. His rating goes from 100.8 to 145.5.
Mm-hmm.
And that's an increase over one of the best rookie seasons in NFL history.
Yeah.
Small sample size, but it does exist. On the other hand, Lamar Jackson, his completion percentage goes from 64.5 to 55.9, and his rating goes from 98 to 68.3. I know that's a lot of numbers. I say all that to say Does it matter that if we're going to say C.J. Stroud appears to have that clutch gene, that maybe Lamar Jackson, like Peyton Manning early on in his career, like Brett Favre early on in his career, maybe Lamar Jackson's just having a hard time trying to get over that hump?
Let me ask you this. I got a question for you before you ask me the next one. What is a sure sign of a quarterback feeling pressure and being indecisive in the pocket? He gets happy feet. He starts looking around. I'm answering the question for you. He's out of his skin a little bit. This is a number that just blew me away, Landry. I had to check this 3 times to make sure it was right. In the playoffs, Lamar Jackson has been sacked 4 games, mind you. 4 games. 19 times. He's been sacked 19 times. That says something. I don't know exactly what it says, but I think it's that I got to make a play, looking around. Where do I go with the ball? Should I run? Should I not run? Am I, what am I doing? Maybe it's nothing, but 19 times?
My thing is this. Like, a lot of times people will take stats from the Texans that don't follow the Texans, which is cool, and you don't know what to make of it. And I'm just trying to figure out what if there is some sort of gray area to Lamar Jackson not being the same quarterback in the playoffs, because the next doesn't matter. 2019, Baltimore Ravens, MVP quarterback Lamar Jackson, number 1 seed, double-digit favorite, which is about what they are right now. Tennessee comes to town, smacks them around. They lose by 16 points as a double-digit favorite. Same quarterback, same coach, different system. Does that matter?
It matters. It absolutely matters. And doesn't it also kind of tie in with what I just said? Like in the postseason, you're maybe trying to play out of your skin a little bit. I think it absolutely matters. And, boy, if you listen, and I know you did, but for the loopholes and everybody listening, and if you're just joining us and not a normal listener, you are a loophole if you listen, and we appreciate you joining.
Shout out to loopholes if you listen, you are one.
Yeah.
This is the right place to come to hear Texans talk.
This is the place to come.
Get ready for the playoff game.
When it comes to Texans talk.
Not second-tier national topics.
Look, he's in a place where if you're in Baltimore, if you listen, it's all about can you do it? Can you do it in the postseason? Like it is, and he keeps saying, I'm just focused on this one game. But they're asking about the Super Bowl. They're asking about, beating the Texans and moving on to the AFC Championship game. They're asking about Buffalo and Kansas City. Like, he might be like ultra uber focused, and it's just all about the Texans. I guarantee you, C.J. Stroud is just looking at one game, and that's this one. He is being bombarded with questions about everything beyond this game.
Yeah, it's all reflection.
Yeah,
it's
reflection and forward.
It's all reflection with C.J. Stroud. Yeah. I mean, it's it's all reflection questions. It's all over romanticized questions, and he just focused on what's going on. He was actually asked about the house money theory that we've thrown out. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud at 11 o'clock. Some good stuff from him at the podium. Next thing. And there's 2 more things that I'm going to ask you, does it matter? So 2021, the last time an MVP lost on his home field in a divisional game, it was Aaron Rodgers, 2021 Green Bay Packers. They were a 6-point favorite, and they lost to the San Francisco 49ers. On that staff was defensive coordinator DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick, who was a big resource for the offensive staff. So they've been in this situation where you're going to face a likely MVP on the road, and you end up handling your business. Does that matter? Does that experience? We're talking 2 years ago. We're not even going back to 2019. Yeah. 2 years ago, similar situation, on the road, cold, MVP, rested, all that. Does that experience matter with DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick?
On that one, I'm going to say marginally it matters. Because it's a different team, it's a different quarterback, it's a different situation, even if it's just 2 years ago. But I think it does matter. Maybe not as much as some of these other things that we've talked about, because they've been there and done that. Like they are unfettered. They're unbothered by the situation and who they're facing. So yes, but maybe not as much.
Does this matter? Number 1 comparison with C.J. Stroud, although there was another one that we're here in 1140. Goodness gracious, we're getting a little crazy around here. Not here nationally, actually.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow is always the comp we hear. We've heard C.J. Stroud speak which we will again at 11. We've heard C.J. Stroud speak on, I try to model my game after Joe Burrow. People talk about that it factor, and they often mention Joe Burrow as like a comp.
Yeah, and he should be.
The last two teams that have won as underdogs in the divisional round on the road have been quarterbacked by Joe Burrow. 2021 against Tennessee, 2022 against Buffalo, in Buffalo. Does that matter?
Absolutely, that matters. That might be the biggest thing of all that you've mentioned. And the reason is, and this doesn't bother me, but it is a question. Like, people are like, they don't blink now when people talk about Joe Burrow and the it factor. People talk about Joe Burrow and, you know, some of the characteristics he shares with like a Tom Brady. But yet they compare Joe Burrow to C.J. Stroud. So by extension, C.J. Stroud is that kind of guy. You know, we've talked about, you know, the so-called it factor, but it's almost blasphemous to say, oh, he's Joe Cool. You know, he's like Tom Brady. Yes, it does sound that way. But if you're going to say Joe Burrow is that and then compare him to Joe Burrow, by extension, he is that. And it does matter. And I think he's going to be unflappable.
Look, it's 2 games, but the fact that his numbers increased so significantly in those winner-go-home games, which, by the way, they were underdogs. Like Lamar Jackson, his playoff stats suck. That they were probably favored to win a large chunk of those. They were a 10-point favorite when he wet the bed against the Titans.
Yeah.
And I'm a Lamar Jackson guy. Now, maybe you can sit here and say, well, you know, that offensive system wasn't built to win in the playoffs. Okay, I kind of thought I saw Jim Harbaugh go to 3 NFC championships with it, with 2 different quarterbacks.
Yeah.
So I kind of thought I saw that. Not sure. Maybe not.
Let's double check that.
Let me know. I think that was the same OC.
We'll get the staff on that.
But maybe that's it. Maybe there's something to that. Maybe it's just the natural progression that a star quarterback goes through no matter what the playing style is. We've seen a lot of them do that. But the other thing is this. If Lamar Jackson is going through like the same kind of process that some of the great quarterbacks have gone through in the past, whether I keep using Peyton Manning, Brett Favre, all these guys, if he's going through that and having to try to figure stuff out, is it possible that C.J. Stroud's on that Tom Brady, Joe Burrow path where he's just going to be able to perform at a high level during the most pressure-packed time from the kick? It looks that way so far. We're 2 games into it.
And you said it looks that way. Let's keep in mind the chaos that he's been in the middle of and been completely like calm, cool, making the reads, making the plays. And the thing that does it for me is it's one thing if bozos like us, you know, are talking about, hey man, he's got that
it factor.
That it factor. Hey man,
it's everybody.
He's like, it's not just everybody, and we're going to hear this later in the show. It's current players.
Yes.
It's current players.
It's current players. It's former players.
That are saying, this guy, there's one very familiar name you're going to hear that said he might be the best ever.
Yeah.
About a current player.
Yeah.
Said that about C.J. Stroud.
Love, man.
He might become the best ever. Think about that.
He's getting love, man. He's getting a lot of love.
It's not like you know, broadcasters and writers and former players. It's current players saying this. That means a lot to me. I mean, that says a lot, and it means a lot.
Yeah, and I mean, we're seeing it ourselves. But yeah. I mean, it's just amazing because Houston's becoming a team where everybody loves them. Like this is not like some unlikable us versus them type of thing. Everybody seems to be pulling for the Texans. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We're 3 sleeps away till Texans versus Ravens on Saturday. So one guy who kind of saw this coming. Now, a lot of people were taken by surprise by what the Texans have done up to this point. But one guy who saw this coming really early is the guy that's going to be on the opposing sidelines on Saturday at 3:15, 3:30, and that's John Harbaugh of the Baltimore Ravens. After the Texans lost to the Ravens in Week 1, it was a 25-9 L. John Harbaugh said, and I quote, "That's a really good team that's going to win a lot of games." That's what John Harbaugh said. He's been around for a while. He knows a thing or two. That's what he said. He was at the podium yesterday, and he was asked about what he thinks about the Texans team now versus then. Not only did he have some praise for your Houston Texans, you know he had to toot that horn a little bit. Here's John Harbaugh talking about your Texans.
They're just 17 weeks better. I think they do a good job. Obviously, they've steadily improved every single week. I thought they were a very good football team week one. I think if you go back and check your records, you'll find that. They haven't surprised me or they haven't surprised us. They've done pretty much what I thought they were going to do. They're a very good football team. They're very talented. They play very hard. They execute at a high level. CJ is just doing a phenomenal job. Nico Collins, Michigan guy, man, he's a go-to guy for him. A lot of skilled players, good offensive line, playing very physical. Defense is all over the field, as you'd expect, just a really good football team.
And after that game, I remember a quote you just reminded me of where he said, that team is going to win a lot of games. John Harbaugh said the Texans after the first game, says that team is going to win a lot of games. Who do you think he was talking about?
He was probably talking about everybody.
Well, Stroud.
D'Amico.
he was talking about Stroud.
All of them, man. It's just it's hard. It's getting more difficult for me to imagine the Texans winning this game and me being shocked.
Oh, I wouldn't be.
That's where I'm at right now. Am I? It's hard for me to imagine like if they win this game, I'm not going to sit here and be shocked.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to be a hey, nobody gave y'all a chance. No, it's going to be, hey, this is normal.
When you're
this might be one of those runs.
The term, I'd bet my house.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody betting their house on the Ravens.
And the line's down to 9 now.
Yeah, it went down a half a point. Like there are people who might bet on the Ravens, or there will be, and there are people who might think the Ravens are going to win this game. They wouldn't bet their house, and there's one reason for that. That's C.J. Stroud.
Let's hear from the other quarterback. You want to hear Lamar?
I would love to hear Lamar.
Love me some Lamar Jackson. Yeah. Let's hear from LJ. This is Lamar Jackson talking about the Texans and talking about C.J. Stroud.
No, I just went right to film from the first time we played them and just watched film from throughout the season, who they, from other opponents the Texans have played, right to it.
How different do you feel they are from 17 weeks ago?
I believe they're more in sync as a team. I believe they had new guys getting used to their coach. They're playing lights out ball right now.
What do you think of C.J. Stroud? And then secondarily, how tough is it? Playoffs, rookie quarterback, you were there as a rookie. Is that a tough assignment? What do you remember from that?
No, I didn't watch it live. I didn't watch the game live. But from my experience, he played better than I did from my rookie game. I'd say that, definitely. He was throwing the ball all over the field, making things happen. He did great. He did great.
How much have you seen C.J. Stroud? What most impresses you about him?
He's just been non-talk on TV. That's the guy who you're going to see day in, day out. 7, he's been throwing the ball all over the field. Even though one of his star receivers, Tank Dell, went down, still been making things happen with the guys he has.
A lot of love there, and I got a lot of love for Lamar Jackson. I do wonder, though, does he have it? I mean, he might have a better squad around him. They might have the more complete football team. They might have the more rested football team, but does he have it? We'll get more into that at 11 when we hear C.J. Stroud, but I don't know that he has what C.J. has. He has a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know that he has what C.J. has.
And you're going to hear this word now, and if the Texans win, you're going to hear it all over the place, the it that we've talked about. How often do they say that about C.J. versus how often do they say that about Lamar? They say he's a spectacular player. They say he's dynamic. They say he makes a lot of plays. You haven't heard it a lot with Lamar Jackson. Now, maybe you will, because maybe, as you pointed out, this is going to be his run, the Peyton Manning run after some frustrations, the Brett Favre run after some frustrations, but you haven't heard it yet, and you're already hearing it on C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, you're hearing it all over the place. Lamar Jackson versus C.J. Stroud. D'Amico Ryans versus John Harbaugh. And Bobby Slowick, a second crack at the Baltimore Ravens, and a second crack at basically another audition for a head coaching gig, if we're being honest.
I mean, that ship has sailed, hasn't it? I mean,
he got requested yesterday when we went off the air by the Seattle Seahawks. So that's 3 teams now that want to talk to old slow Big Cat Bobby, who speaks today. We'll hear him tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that ship has sailed. But whatever. That like I said, what do I say? It's the winning tax. I'll keep paying that tax. I'll keep paying that tax as long as they keep winning with more people wanting to interview Bobby Slowick. That's just what happens.
I do wonder, Bobby Slowick, he's going to get his second crack at the Baltimore Ravens. He's already seen him once. Saw the Browns second time. Looked confident. I think we're going to be able to tell I'll be able to make my prediction after I see
today?
Bobby today. No, after I see Bobby today, because last week I saw Bobby, and that's when I was like, all right.
Now, you and I both.
That's a dub.
Yeah, almost independently.
That's a W.
Independent of each other, we were like, boy, he sure did look like
that's a W.
He sure did look like he's got something going on.
He knew he had something up. Like that was that was obvious. I'm going to be able to make my prediction after I hear Bobby Slowick today.
I feel like if you read between the lines,
I feel like he's got that Shanahan swagger, that Shanahan playoff swagger.
A little bit of Mike McDaniel.
Dude, he didn't say one day at a time last week. He started a countdown. He said 4 more games.
4 more games, yeah. A little bit of Mike McDaniel.
He's the only guy who's done that.
A little bit of Shanahan. Just like understated cockiness, you know? And I think D'Amico and CJ, especially D'Amico, were a little bit they gave us a little indication too of how this thing's going to go and what they're planning to do.
Coming up here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, 3 sleeps away from Texans versus Ravens. The most impressive thing the Ravens have done this year. They've done 2 very impressive things. However, could they be 2 good things for the Houston Texans? We'll cuss and discuss next.
According to Coach D'Amico, the Texans' success in their 45-14 blowout came down to one thing: confidence.
You have to be confident in these moments. All right, we're not shying away from that. We're a confident team. We believe in each other, and that's what it's all.
presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
Baltimore Ravens, one of the best team in the NFL. I don't think any of us can dispute that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We'll hear from CJ at 11. We're 3 sleeps away from Texans versus Ravens. But the 2 examples that I keep hearing, and I'm asking a lot of questions right now because, quite frankly, I don't have all the answers. And a lot of times in the playoffs, you don't have the answers. It's the ultimate example of parity in sports is playoff football, especially when someone possesses that it factor, which it seems like C.J. Stroud possesses. But the 2 biggest examples when you're talking about the Baltimore Ravens and what they've done this year to prove that they're worthy of the respect of being one of the best teams in the NFL, if not the best team in the NFL, took place at the end of December. December 25th, they went to San Francisco, and they smacked the crap out of the 49ers.
They sure did.
33-19. It really wasn't even that close. Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions, and Baltimore made a hell of a statement, 33-19. The very next week, 6 days later to be exact, December 31st, they faced the Miami Dolphins, and they smacked them around 56-19.
Mm-hmm.
2 really good teams. At the time, 2 of the best teams in the league. They smacked them around.
Yeah.
Now, some people would look at that and say, damn, if they did that to those teams, what do they do to a young Texans team that maybe hasn't had enough time to build rosters of that quality? What do they do to the Texans? I kind of look at this, and I want to ask a different question. Again, don't have the answer to it. That's why we need y'all. 713-572-4610 if you want to get in. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Both of these teams run the exact same offensive system that the Texans run and that Bobby Slowick runs. San Francisco, that's where Bobby Slowick came from. That's Kyle Shanahan. Brock Purdy threw the 4 interceptions. Miami, that's Mike McDaniel. I've asked Mike McDaniel about Bobby Slowick. I've asked Bobby Slowick about Mike McDaniel. They both like each other a lot. They smacked both of those guys around.
Mm-hmm.
There's a couple of things here that I think could take place. One of them I would bet good money on. I would bet that Bobby Slowick has talked to Mike McDaniel and said, what went wrong there? Guaranteed. They're not in the playoffs anymore, although Bobby said that sometimes McDaniel doesn't text him back. But I would think that Bobby Slowick would at least ask Mike McDaniel, who's just as nerdy when it comes to tape as him, hey, what did you see? What was going on there? What was it that they did that made that happen? And I don't know, San Francisco is probably a little bit busy, but it's at least some tape for Bobby Slowick, who is a tape guy. On top of the Baltimore tape, he has tape of his system getting completely bombarded by the Baltimore Ravens. So as much as we talk about how impressive this is for the Ravens, I wonder, much like the Browns roughing up the Texans and C.J. Stroud not playing, I wonder if this actually ends up being a really, really, really valuable resource for Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, heading into this game.
I think he's talked to both squads, people on both sides.
He's at least watched the tape.
Well, for sure he's watched the tape, but I think absolutely he's talked to Mike McDaniel. Remember, Clint Kubiak is the passing game coordinator in San Francisco. You know that last name, and you know that he's been mentioned around here before. So I guarantee you, he's talked to both of those teams, and it does matter. It happens all the time, and it matters a lot.
I just think it's a good resource for Bobby Slowick. I don't know what he does with it, but I think it's a really, really good resource. The last time that the Baltimore Ravens lost to a team that was actually trying to beat, because they lost to Pittsburgh last week of the season, they didn't care. They weren't playing anybody. Pittsburgh ended up winning that game, and they backed into the playoffs. But the last time that Baltimore lost to a team that they were trying to beat was November 12th against Deshaun Watson and the Cleveland Browns. That was the last time. It's been a long time.
Mm-hmm.
It's been over 2 months since Baltimore's lost a game to a team that was actually trying to beat them, and it was against Deshaun and the Cleveland Browns.
So what does that mean?
I don't know what it means.
Yeah.
I think CJ should call Deshaun. I think you should ask him, hey, what'd you see?
Yeah, no, that one is not going to be made, I don't think.
What if CJ calls Deshaun and then the Texans just slice up the Ravens, and then CJ goes to the podium and he's like, yeah, I talked to Deshaun, and Deshaun gave me some pointers. How do people act there?
He could get away with it. He can get away with anything right now. But he's going to call Deshaun and say, man, I haven't been watching the last month. I haven't watched anything. Don't ask me about the Ravens, although he was on the field against the Ravens.
I do wonder how Bobby Slowick takes all of this in. It'll be really interesting to see. I do think this is a good resource.
There's a lot to get out of that, man. That, how they blitzed them, how their run game, attack.
It's the same system.
It's the exact
same system. It's literally Mike McDaniel. Now on the flip side of this, and we do want to be fair. Maybe Baltimore just matches up good with this system, and there's nothing you can really do.
Well, they certainly have it dialed in.
Yeah, I mean they've faced this system twice and they've smacked it around. So I do think you can look at it both ways.
I mean, limiting them to that few points. It says something. Now that does say something. Like the way they matched up against the offense, but on the other hand, you got coordinators that are smart, the hottest coordinator tree in the NFL that can maybe counter that stuff. So we'll see. But I think that's a big time resource.
Huge. I think it's absolutely huge. CJ Stroud speaking at 11 here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. I also am shocked.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just going to get a confession out of the way.
Okay.
I am very surprised by this. I was surprised CJ Stroud wasn't asked about Lamar Jackson yesterday.
Dude.
I know that we want to romanticize and we want to try to put this pedestal and reflect and try to be deep and all that, but I mean, what are people talking about? Lamar Jackson versus C.J. Stroud. How does C.J. Stroud not get asked about Lamar?
How many questions did Lamar get about C.J. Stroud? At least four?
Three or four.
3 or 4? And it's the natural thing to do. I was actually kind of disappointed. Now, I will say this. I thought there were some good questions by and large, but you got to ask. You got to ask about Lamar Jackson and what he's done and facing him. I mean, just the basic stuff, right?
Yeah, I wanted to hear what CJ had to say about him. He didn't get in there. We didn't get a Lamar Jackson question.
I was surprised by that. I do think, and as you mentioned, we're going to hear from CJ Stroud about 27 minutes. I thought he and D'Amico both gave some hints about how this game is going to be played out, and maybe that ties in with what you started this segment with regarding the offense and how they're going to attack it, because we'll see what that defense does, but I think they gave us a couple of hints, and you'll hear that.
Yeah, D'Amico Ryans and his defense, they're going to have their hands full. That's for dang sure against one of the best playmakers in football. Lamar's got a lot of love for CJ. This was what Lamar said about CJ Stroud and the Houston Texans, and comparing his rookie year to CJ Stroud's. Here's the Texans' opponent under center here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
No, I just went right to film from the first time we played them and just watched film from throughout the season, who they, from other opponents the Texans have played, right to it.
How different do you feel they are from 17 weeks ago?
I believe they're more in sync as a team. I believe they had new guys getting used to their coach. They're playing lights out ball right now.
What do you think of C.J. Stroud? And then secondarily, how tough is it? Playoffs, rookie quarterback, you were there as a rookie. Is that a tough assignment? What do you remember from that?
No, I didn't watch it live. I didn't watch the game live. But from my experience, he played better than I did from my rookie game. I'd say that, definitely. He was throwing the ball all over the field, making things happen. He did great. He did great.
How much have you seen C.J. Stroud? What most impresses you about him?
He's just been non-talk on TV. That's a guy who you're going to see day in, day out. 7, he's been throwing the ball all over the field. Even though one of his star receivers, Tank Dell, went down, still been making things happen with the guys he has.
He did better than I did. I think a lot of quarterbacks could say something like that.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's an absolute fact. Shout out to Lamar Jackson, man. You got to get that jersey after the game. You're doing jersey swaps. You got to get that.
Oh, you talked about that before week 1.
Probably already got him one.
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe figure something out. You got to make that happen. Now maybe go to the OBJ or whatever. Coming up, did DeMeco Ryans give us a clue as to how he's going to attack the Baltimore Ravens defense? Plus, DeMeco's mentor fires shots. Up 45 next.
Join the drive with Stoerner and
or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Context clues from the two most important people for the Houston Texans, arguably, on Saturday, D'Amico Ryans and C.J. Stroud, courtesy of the OG John Lopez.
Yeah, man, if you listen long enough, you can kind of tell what they're really saying. And they're very candid, and that helps a lot. I think D'Amico's about as candid as a head coach can be. They can't say a whole lot. And CJ as well. But I was listening to D'Amico, and listen to this, and then you can kind of tell what they're thinking, and it makes a heck of a lot of sense. And let me just say this: I said yesterday, I think they're going to really try to run the ball. That the Ravens defense against the run is one of the worst, bottom third of the league. They're averaging 4.5 yards. They're giving up. They've given up 155 and 154 and 121 yards in the last 3 games. I'm just going to say this up front before you listen to D'Amico. I was wrong about that, and D'Amico told me why.
With our coaching staff, I feel like everybody you're excited that first game. So everybody's really trying to feel each other out. You don't quite know how guys are going to be on game day, but I feel like as a coaching staff, we've really grown just in our communication and how we operate on game day. I feel like we're much more efficient right now and not overly, excited when things happen or, hey, this is a penalty. Like everybody's kind of more calm. Everybody understands what to expect on game day. We've grown in the aspect of just working with each other and working off of each other really well.
So what you're hearing there is, if you read between the lines, he's saying we were kind of too hyped. We were kind of not as organized.
The first game?
Yeah, in that first game.
Yeah.
He said it. Us coaches, we were just kind of.
You don't know what's going on.
Yeah, the communication.
You've never done it.
He mentioned communication.
You've never done it.
He said, he didn't say too hyped, but he kind of said too hyped. And so I'm thinking,
you're just kind of taking it in. You don't know. Like D'Amico Ryans didn't know what the hell it's like to be ahead. You can go do preseason and try to duplicate all you want. Bobby Slowick, he admitted himself that he was kind of a deer in the headlights in that first game.
He sure did.
Yeah, he admitted it. He said it.
And at the middle of that is, I don't care how much scouting you do, how many interviews you do, what kind of training camp or preseason you have. You don't know what you have at the quarterback position either. It was all just coming at them at once. So I put that together with the next two you're going to hear from C.J. Stroud, and I'm like, they're going to do what we fully expect them to do, and that is, here's the ball, C.J. Go work some magic. Now that they're communicating better, now that they know what they're talking about, now that they're kind of in sync, now that he trusts Bobby Slowick, because he hired the man and he trusted him enough to hire him. But now I think he's seen Bobby Slowick letting CJ cook, so to speak. Maybe that's a bad way to put that, but you can tell that they're thinking, yeah, we're going to try to run the ball some, but sling it, CJ. Now listen to CJ on this one.
Yeah, we've grown in a multitude of areas. I think at that point we weren't really identified as who we are now, and we've grown in a lot of aspects, a lot of more experience up front now, both offensively, defensively, and special teams. So I think we've grown in a lot of places.
We weren't identified as who we are now. That's CJ's very humble way of saying they didn't know what they had in me. They didn't know what they had in me, and maybe I didn't even know what I had as well, as confident as he is. So the coaching staff now realizes, and they're more in sync, and they realize what they have in CJ. CJ just said, we were not identified as who we are now. Well, who are they now? They're CJ Stroud. I think this is going to be by design, not out of necessity because you're playing from behind. CJ throws, CJ, and I said this at the beginning of the year, probably into week 3. I said, this is a passing team. You know, that was before Devin Singletary started to run. There's one more from CJ that kind of said the same thing.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, trust is everything. Something that Bobby talks about a lot, and we know how important it is, especially offensively, to trust the next man to do their job so you're able to do yours and so you can win. So, I mean, like I said before, week one and now we built a lot of trust and chemistry together, and I think it's starting to show on film, and you can kind of just feel in the locker room how close we are. So it's a lot of different things that go along with trust that we've been able to build.
A lot of different things that go along with trust that we've been able to build. So take what the coaches have said. We now realize what we have. CJ talking about we have an identity now. It's me. He didn't say that last part. And there are a lot of things with trust that we've been able to build. I think they're going to throw the ball 35 times, man. I think they're going to say it's the old basketball thing. You know, you pick players, not plays. You pick players, not plays when it comes down to these moments. I think they're going to give the ball to CJ and just say, go. Go.
I just the reason for optimism, if you're a Texans fan, I just feel like the way that the way that the character is of this team and the three most important people that I think we would agree the three most important people for the Texans pulling off this upset would be, no particular order, D'Amico, CJ, Bobby Slowick.
Mm-hmm.
It feels like those three guys, their experience is valuable. Like they learn from their mistakes. It's not Bill O'Brien,
mm-hmm.
where it's just going to be the same old. Like, they learn from their experiences. They learn from their mistakes.
Yeah.
You've seen Bobby Slowick get roughed up by Cleveland. Now, it was Case Keenum, but the way in which they attacked it was obviously he saw something.
Mm-hmm.
You have D'Amico Ryans, who's been through everything he's been through, and he takes all that experience. And him and Slowick were both a part of the 2021 49er staff that, in this same situation in the divisional round, they went and upset the MVP, Aaron Rodgers, in Green Bay. And then you have C.J. Stroud, who I think it goes without saying that he learns from his mistakes. So if you take all that, you look at what happened week one against Baltimore, you look at where they are now compared to week one, and you look at the fact that on tape you have San Francisco and Miami getting thumped by the Ravens. With this same system, I almost feel like it's set up decently for the Texans to where I don't know if they're going to catch Baltimore off guard, but they have all the resources you need to be much better from week one to now. And the other thing is they've been in this mode for the last 2+ weeks. Like, they've been in win or go home mode for the last 2 weeks. I know Baltimore has more experience. I know they're more battle tested, but they've been in this mode.
I'm glad you brought up San Francisco and Miami, because that was the last point I was going to make on this thing, on why they're going to say, we may go down, but we're going to be going down slinging it. You mentioned how they drubbed San Francisco 33-19, right? McCaffrey had over 100 yards rushing in that game. He really did. But Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions. Now, the Miami game, Devin Achane had over 100 yards rushing in that game, but he threw 2 interceptions. Tua threw 2 interceptions. C.J. Stroud is better than Tua and better than Purdy, and he throws a lot fewer interceptions. So you're going to get some yards rushing, but they're going to sling it because they trust C.J. Stroud is not going to throw 4 interceptions or 2 interceptions like Purdy and Tua did against this defense. Like, it just kind of like, this was a between the lines. I'm like, I see what they're saying here. I mean, we know CJ's the most important player on the team, and they're all CJ games, as I like to say. But I think they're going to sling it around that. And by the way, the weather's going to be good. It's
30 and clear.
It's partly cloudy at best.
30 and clear, same thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same. It's the same exact weather.
The weather's going to be just fine.
Weather's not a factor. This isn't Buffalo.
And 15-mile-an-hour winds.
That's not there. You're good.
You're not going to be grinding out anything in this game. Everybody I've seen, it's going to be a defensive struggle. Man, I think CJ is going to just let it rip.
and you have battle-tested coaching staff. Like, even with everything said, like the inexperience of week one, you have a battle-tested coaching staff, the highest level. It's going to be interesting to see. C.J. Stroud's advantage over Lamar Jackson, does it exist? Plus, we'll hear from the man himself. C.J. Stroud, your quarterback, speaks next.
All right, talking about the Houston Automotive Show. You heard me right, with a B, Automotive. It's
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Does C.J. Stroud have a major advantage over Lamar Jackson? The numbers say yes. The sample size, though, says that it's small, and some things have changed for Lamar Jackson. We'll hear from C.J. Stroud in a sec. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you, getting you ready for Texans-Ravens 3 sleeps from now. So C.J. Stroud's last 2 games, he's completing 76.5% of his passes, which is up from 63.9% in the regular season, which was one of the best regular seasons in the history of rookie quarterbacking this league has ever seen. He's got 538 yards, 5 touchdowns, 0 interceptions, and a rating of 145.5, which is over 44 above his 100.8, which, again, one of the best rookie seasons in NFL history. So
153 is perfect.
As an underdog in winner-go-home games, C.J. Stroud has been better in 2 games than he was his rookie season, which was one of the best rookie seasons in NFL history. He was the player of the month offensively in the AFC, 2 out of 15 starts.
Yeah.
So that tells you right there, it's crazy that it's even better.
Yeah.
We go back to the Georgia-Ohio State game. We'll just leave that to the side for the sake of this discussion. Lamar Jackson in his 4 playoff starts, he's 1-3, so he and CJ have the same amount of wins. He's 76 for 136, which is 55.9%, which is a drop-off from 64.5% during his career in the regular season. He's got 900 yards, 3 touchdowns. So CJ Stroud has as many career playoff touchdown passes in 1/2 as Lamar Jackson does in 4 games. And he's got 5 interceptions. His rating is 68.3, which is down from 98. Oh, by the way, I'm not going to leave out the rushing yards. He did rush for 367 yards and a touchdown. Don't want to ignore the element in the elite skill that he possesses. But we talk about quarterbacks. We talk about playoffs. We talk about the it factor. We talk about the clutch factor. Small sample size, but is it fair to say with this small sample size that perhaps when it comes to the it factor, when it comes to big-time players, the cliche, big-time players making big-time plays in big-time games, is it possible that the Texans possess, perhaps this time of the year, the most important advantage you can have at the most important position and the biggest resource when it comes to winning these types of games?
Yes, we've seen Lamar Jackson. Look, and we're not counting, some of the big performances he's had in the regular season. We know what Lamar.
One of the best regular season quarterbacks that we've seen.
We know what Lamar Jackson is, but we've seen these playoff games, and one of the things that just stands out is that 68.3, that quarterback rating, along with 19 sacks, which is mind blowing in 4 games that he's been sacked 19 times. That's truly mind blowing. That kind of speaks to the cool, right? Like the cool under pressure. There's chaos all around you. Guys are crashing down on you. You still get to your other reads. You still make the right throws. You make accurate throws. That 68.3 in the sack speaks to that. As opposed to what we've seen from C.J. Stroud, that's when he thrives. I mean, that's when he absolutely thrives. So, look, he is a terrific quarterback, Lamar Jackson. But when it comes to that, I think the Texans have the advantage. Yes, I think they do.
Now, it's a different system. It's not Greg Roman's system. And they'll say, maybe Roman's system had a shelf life. I would say, how did Jim Harbaugh do with it in San Francisco? I thought it looked pretty good with Kaepernick and Alex Smith. But, hey, to each his own, whatever. That's just a small sample size for me. But we will see. And Lamar Jackson, who this show has a lot of respect for, he appears to be pretty loose, pretty calm, especially given how much time he had off. Here's the mindset of Lamar Jackson before we hear from C.J. Stroud.
You know, we had some time off to regroup, lock back in, hype, antsy, Cordell.
Talked about how much Houston has changed since week one. How much your team has changed since that first game in September?
We changed a lot as well, just getting better and better, you know, with us.
You're getting into the groove,
yeah.
And then the bye week happens. How do you kind of stay in that groove? Like, how do you make sure that you guys are still in that groove?
Just preparing practice, you know, treating practices like we preparing for a game. And that's pretty much what we did last week. And then just to follow over for this week because, you know, actually we got the game Saturday, so it helps us out.
How much more confident do you feel that this year's offense has the ability to put up the points you need to win in the playoffs?
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Extremely confident.
So here would be my question for you. With how the Texans are playing right now, I'm going to ask you and Figgy this question. Mm-hmm. Loophole 713-572-4610. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Would you want the Texans to take a break right now? Like if I told you that the Texans could take a break right now with how they're playing, with how they're gelling, with how they're grooving, with how they're relatively healthy. If I told you, all right, Texans can take a week or so off,
get a bye week,
and then come back.
Yeah.
Would you want that?
Absolutely not.
Baltimore had to do it for 3 weeks.
Yeah. I don't even think the injured players would want that.
Baltimore had a 3-week break. As hot as Baltimore was, and Baltimore, that statement they made against San Francisco, perhaps the best statement of the year. Well, maybe the next week when they roughed up the Dolphins, that was the best statement.
Yeah.
This team had to – the last time a team beat Baltimore, and it was kind of a fluke, was November 12th, Deshaun Watson and company. When they were grooving, they were grooving. They had to sit out for 2 or 3 weeks while the Texans had to be in survival mode for 2+ weeks.
Yeah.
I know they're rested. I know they're as healthy as they could possibly be. The Ravens. They might get Mark Andrews back even. But I would not want the Texans right now with how they're grooving to sit out a week or two. Not at this point.
I'm assuming you've been, like everybody has at some point, even it's luck or whatever, you've hooped, and the shot has just gone in every time, right? Like everything you throw up is going in. But you're getting tired. Do you want the coach to take you out of the game? Hell no. You want to keep cranking it. The shot is falling right now. They're hot. You know, that's the way I would describe it. Don't put any crimps in that. Don't put a pause in that. The Texans right now are extremely hot. Even the injured players, I think, want to keep going. That's what's going on right now. And I think, you know, you mentioned those last 2 games against those December games, San Francisco and Miami. Hell, I guarantee you they wanted to keep playing. They knew they shouldn't. But they were grooving right there. Can they dial that back up?
Yes, but
after 3 weeks, can they dial that back up?
Is it easier said than done?
Yes,
I don't know.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean they obviously have the potential to, but I mean that's a long ass break, man.
Yeah,
that's a long break. Let's hear from C.J. Stroud, quarterback. He went to the podium yesterday. No, he was not asked about Lamar Jackson, but he did talk about the state of the Texans, the Ravens, and everything else. Here's quarterback C.J. Stroud live on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
A lot more people. Oh wow, I know.
This game from halftime and to now, what do you think as a team and you as well?
Yeah, we've grown in a multitude of areas. I think at that point we weren't really identified as who we are now, you know, and we've grown in a lot of aspects. A lot of more experience up front now, you know, both offensively, defensively, and special teams. So I think we've grown in a lot of places.
There's a narrative on the outside that since you guys are in the divisional round now, they didn't expect that, so you guys are playing with house money. What's your mindset when you hear that thought process?
That's not my thought process or our team's. You know, we're just doing our job. We don't really pay attention to what people say. It's not up to them on what goes on the field. So it's really just up to us to go out there and do our jobs. And we believe in ourselves, and we trust in ourselves to win games and hopefully win this game. You know, we have complete confidence in ourselves. So we're not really worried about what everybody else got to say.
I recall Bobby saying that he felt like you get down on the same page about after that second game. Y'all really locked together. What do you think it took to get on that same page where y'all are really clicking together, understanding each other? and playing at what y'all are playing now?
Just time, things don't happen overnight, especially in football. It takes a little time, and for us, the best teacher is experience. So just experience out there, and when the bullets are really flying, so the time and just the real in-game experiences help our relationship grow and our communication and things like that. So.
CJ, what do you think about the opportunity you have to put the Texans in the AFC championship game for the first time ever with the win this week?
Right now we're focused on going 1-0 this week. We'll figure it out after that, I'm not really focused on after that. It's all about going 1-0 and trying to do as best as we can in this game.
From week one, those against the Ravens, where do you think you've grown the most up until this point?
I just think overall, every aspect of, just kind of just operating as an NFL player, it's different than college, especially off the field. Just having more time on your hands, and just really just being a professional, and I think my coaches have done a good job helping me along with like my vets and things like that. So just growing in a lot of different places.
This season earlier this season about the trust. How different or how much of a benefit is that trust back in the first game of your rookie season? Still trying to figure it out.
Yeah, it's been good. Trust is everything. Something that Bobby talks about a lot, and we know how important it is, especially offensively, to trust the next man to do their job, so you're able to do yours, and so you can win. Like I said before, week one and now we built a lot of trust and chemistry together, and I think it's starting to show on film, and we can kind of just feel in the locker room how close we are. So it's a lot of different things that go along with trust that we've been able to build.
The Colts are against the Jaguars, and maybe you saw something earlier the first time you played them, or it's maybe the same time?
The Ravens are a great defense. Definitely one of the top defenses in the league. Everything runs through really their linebackers and Kyle Hamilton. They're great players. The corners do their job. Sticking in coverage. Their D-line gets a good pass rush. It rushes a unit. And really that rang true week one, and it rings true now. So we got to just be on our A game, execute at a high level, focus on the little details, and just really when the moment gets big, that's when you execute and try to do your job and try to make it as easy as possible. So in those other divisional games, playing the team twice, it's really some things that you can pick up on, but also it's been a new season since we played those guys. So you really got to just play it true on what you see out there on the field and just try to execute at a high level. Seeing it week one is definitely good, and try to fix those problems that we had then, which I think we've done, and just really just play our game.
C.J. Stroud right there live at the podium. Said a lot more people in there for sure, man. That was pretty cool. That's the U impact, my friend.
That's the CJ.
What's your name, son?
That's the U impact.
Yeah,
my friend.
Let me ask you this: very small sample size. We always got to preface it with that. But I looked at like 4, what I would call "quote unquote" big games that CJ Stroud has played. At Jacksonville after they start 0-2.
Yeah, without his offensive lineman.
Whacked them.
Yeah, smacked him around.
Oh, he's starting to win some games. Texans are looking pretty good. Yeah, but they're playing Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Whacked them.
Outplayed him.
Yeah.
Outplayed him.
Indianapolis Colts, division's on the line in Indianapolis. Whacked them.
Kind of.
Yeah, well, they won.
They won.
Would you say beating the Browns in the division in the wild card?
That was a beat down.
Whacked them. The big game thing is real with him.
Well, it was the question coming in. It was, all right, was that Georgia game, was that the norm, or was that an anomaly? An anomaly.
You can get there.
I can get there. Anomaly. Got there. Boom. Yeah, and it appears to be a thing.
Yeah. It's small, but it's there. It's there. They've had some big, in season and obviously at the end of the season games that he has not disappointed. It's real, man. It's a very real possibility they go up there. I said it. Most people would say, "I bet my house on the Ravens." Well, then you're going to.
So are you taking the Texans?
I think I'm going to pick the Texans
to win.
Money line. Let's go.
Okay. So you're feeling it like that.
I'm not going to be a hypocrite. I said after Saturday's game when we came in on Monday, I said I think C.J. Stroud is the best rookie quarterback in the history of the NFL. And you and a lot of the loopholes know I am and was a huge fan of Dan Marino. Am and was.
His work in Ace Ventura?
He was. I thought he was going to win 4 or 5.
Did you think he was good in Ace Ventura?
Yeah, he was good. He was good in Ace Ventura.
Yeah, he wasn't bad.
I thought he was going to win 3, 4, 5 Super Bowls, and he never did win one. But I'm a huge fan of Dan Marino. Stroud's better than him. Huge fan of Cam Newton. Stroud's better than him. Andrew Luck. Stroud's better than him. RG3. Stroud's better than him. So and then I said, that I think he's the best rookie quarterback in the history of the NFL. And I also said I can't bet against that. I can't bet against him.
Well, and you can bet against Lamar Jackson.
Right.
That's the thing. Like, you can.
Yeah.
Like, if this were Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or something like that, or Joe Burrow, it's hard to bet against him. But as much as I like Lamar Jackson, 4 playoff games, 1 and 3, 3 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, your completion percentage drops dang near 15%, and your QBR drops dang near 30 points. Like, you can bet against Lamar Jackson.
Right.
Lamar Jackson's going to have to prove you wrong. It's like Peyton Manning early on. Like Peyton Manning in the playoffs, it was an eye roll. That's where Lamar Jackson is right now. So it has as much to do with Lamar Jackson as it does C.J. Stroud. As great as Lamar Jackson is and as great as we acknowledge he is.
It absolutely does.
If you can't bet against C.J. Stroud, well, who are you betting against?
Yeah.
You're betting against Lamar Jackson, which it's been pretty easy to do in the playoffs
There's more reason to say that that's not outrageous. For him to do it. And then they're saying and doing all the right things up there as they should. Like, he's so focused, and I've never seen Lamar like this.
Yeah, good.
And all that.
Yeah, and would it surprise me if Lamar Jackson came out and performed? No, but we haven't seen that.
Right.
And all we've seen from C.J. Stroud is clutch. That's it.
Yeah.
That was the question. The Georgia game, is that real? Yeah, it seems to be real.
It seems to be real.
I mean, you got people in the NFL comparing him to Tom Brady and stuff around the NFL. We'll hear that at 11:40. Figgy's already giggling about it.
Yeah.
It's just where it's at right now.
There's a player out there, current player, that said, I think he's going to be the best of all time.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's pretty lofty.
Yeah, that might be a little much. But.
That's pretty lofty.
On the YouTube, shout out to all the loopholes on the YouTube. We are on YouTube and Twitch, as well as the Odyssey app. Quote, I'm honestly, thanks for being honest, tired of hearing as a rookie. As some sort of dig against CJ. Like, it doesn't matter at this point. He's had a whole season. He's not a rookie anymore. CJ has proven himself, period.
I think it's a compliment.
I would say it's a compliment.
Yeah, he's still a rookie, though.
Yeah, I would say you're kind of sensitive if that offends you as a dig. That's a compliment.
I think it makes him look better.
Yeah, it makes him look a lot better.
Like all this as a rookie.
Yeah.
I keep forgetting you're a rookie, to be honest.
That's no dig.
Get out of that mindset, man. Nobody's digging at CJ Stroud.
Yeah.
Get out of that Houston versus everyone mindset. People all around are rooting for the Texans and CJ Stroud. It's not a dig, my friend. Get out of your feels.
Yeah.
Please. At the end of the day, it's going to come down to execution.
Thanks, Coach.
I love that. When someone says something, then they go, at the end of the day, it's about execution. The coach I get.
Yeah.
Didn't even think about that, man.
Yeah. It's about execution. Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay. There you go. Coming up, the other factors. We've talked about C.J. Stroud and DeMeco Ryans. What other things do you feel best about heading into this game on Saturday? And where does Nico Collins fall into this whole thing? Let's talk about it.
Juan Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
CJ Stroud, you feel good about. D'Amico, you feel good about. I'll tell you how I feel about Bobby Slowick after I hear him talk tomorrow. He had me predicting a Texans win after his media availability last week. We'll hear from him tomorrow. We'll also get an exclusive interview with a player straight off of the practice field. So we feel good about those three guys. What else do you feel best about when it comes to the Houston Texans facing one of the best teams in the league, the Baltimore Ravens?
Number one still is the running game. As much as
you feel good about it.
Yeah, I do feel good about it. I mentioned those two games where they blew out the Dolphins and the Niners. McCaffrey still had 100 and whatever yards, and you're thinking, okay, well that's and you're thinking that's McCaffrey. Achane in the Miami game had 110 yards.
He's fast.
He's fast. I think they're going to have success running the ball. Their run defense, it's not a nobody's talking about it because they're talking about it a lot in Baltimore. Has given it up. I don't think that's how they're going to build the passing game. I think they're going to pass first and rely on CJ. But they're going to have some. I have confidence they're going to have some success running.
So
the
you're
ball.
going run game. You feel good about the run game?
I do feel good about the running game.
I feel good about the edge guys. I feel good about Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard, especially against Lamar Jackson. You remember Will Anderson week 1. He had that sack where he got tackled and then took down Lamar Jackson. I think the discipline these guys have, the relentlessness, the athleticism. I actually feel good about the edge guys, and I feel good about Derek Stingley. I don't know who they try to take out. I would assume Zay Flowers, although if Mark Andrews is in there, that could make it a little bit more difficult. But I feel really good about these edge guys, Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard. And Derek Barnett, man. Like, it seems like every time you look up, Derek Barnett.
He's really one of the big stories of the season now. He really is. I mean, it's been consistent. Tennessee game, this game.
One of the big stories of the season. We can tap the brakes a little bit. We can slow down a little bit.
He was huge.
You're ruining a good thing.
No, I'm not. He was huge in the Tennessee game and huge in this game.
He's taking it too far, Figgy.
No way.
Derek Barnett, one of the big stories. He's a story.
Yeah.
I don't know about one of the big stories.
I think he's a big story.
Last game.
Now we're parsing.
Last game, he had a pretty damn good game. What about Nico Collins? It's been discussed. Is Nico Collins a number one receiver? All that. Discuss amongst yourself. How do you feel about old Nico? Old playoff Nico?
I think Nico is not a worry at this point. He's been much more consistent. He clearly is going to be the focal point of the Ravens defense. So that's why the Mechis of the world, who showed a little something, a little bit, not a lot, a little something against Cleveland. That's where Dalton Schultz.
Are you feeling good about Mechie now? Does that one game have you feeling like?
No, I said that's where he comes in key.
But do you feel that?
No, I think
3 catches, 44 yards.
You know who had a good game?
We haven't seen that.
You know who had a good game in Baltimore the first week? Robert Woods. He had a good game. I think he
moved the chains.
I think he had 6 catches, 80-something yards.
Yeah, I think he moved the chains 4 or 5 times too.
Yeah,
they really relied on him in third down.
Here's my concern though, and it's going to come back down to two guys that have had terrific years. I think Mark Andrews is going to play, and I think Mark Andrews is 100%.
They can't stop tight ends.
They have the 5th worst.
Even against
defense.
Cleveland, they gave up 2 40-yard receptions to tight ends.
They have the 5th worst pass defense against tight ends in the NFL.
Yeah, and he's one of the best.
Christian Harris, come on down. Blake Cashman, come on down.
Is there any element to Mark Andrews coming back when they've been grooving so much without him?
Nah, man, not him. No, they're going to.
They don't take away from what they're doing, maybe. And try to force it a one bit.
They were trying to imprise around him not being there.
Yeah,
he's a monster.
Yeah, he's one of the best in the league. I mean, he was one of the top 25 wide receivers in the nation coming out of high school.
So you want to talk about worry? It's Mark Andrews. It's Christian Harrison. And Blake Cashman going to be able to do the job, and then there's Jalen Petrie.
Petrie is always going to be my biggest concern.
Yeah,
that is. I mean, I'm never going to feel comfortable with him, especially the way he's played this year. Especially the way he played against Baltimore week one. Honestly, wasn't good.
Here's another confidence
before he got hurt. He wasn't good.
You asked me, what I feel good about, and this is weird even saying it, and it was weird yesterday when I said it. Offensive line. I feel pretty good about the offensive line, man. I do.
Okay.
Like,
mark that.
Yes, mark it.
Mark the hell out of that.
Mark the ever-living out of that. I feel pretty good. Laramie Tunsil, is just pass protection, we know what he's going to do. But they've been running the ball. Juice Scruggs, I thought, had a hell of a game.
Juice Scruggs is killing.
He had a hell of a game.
Juice Scruggs he's raking folks.
Yeah. I mean, they just 8 pressures all day against that Browns defense after giving up 21 in the week before. The time before they
were
played
getting rid of it quick, man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think CJ. I think they said that the 2.3 he was getting rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, they were getting rid of the rock quick.
And keep in mind on the Browns game, I thought Devin Singletary was really efficient. What do you have? 68 yards rushing. But keep in mind,
he knows how to cut back, dude.
He had a 23-yarder called back for penalty, and the penalty was not like, oh my gosh, that's why he gained 23 yards. So he would have been pushing 100 yards.
That dude's probably good at diets, Devin Singletary.
Oh, he's disciplined, man.
Because he knows how to cut back.
Well, I wouldn't go that. I wasn't going down that road. But yeah, he would have been pushing 100 yards if it wasn't for that one that was called back. Which I know that's kind of a cop out. But when you saw the play, it wasn't like it was a significant hold.
The offensive stats are misleading because they didn't need the offense after those 2 pick sixes.
And Dameon Pierce came in.
Like C.J. Stroud could have thrown for half 1,000.
Yeah.
Devin Singletary could have run for 100. Like the offensive stats mean nothing.
Yeah.
In that game, they basically played a half of football.
Yeah. And he was that efficient.
That was basically Tarleton State versus Alabama.
It was kind of funny for gambling purposes because the over/under on CJ's passing, I think it was 246.
Yeah, he fell.
And he had 243 at half or 233 at half, something like that.
Yeah,
so he did get over it, but it was not by a lot. Like he had 270 something because it was so easy in the first half.
What do you think? We've seen Slowick at times, and we agree he's evolved as a play caller. Like with these small contributions that he's had, where Brevin Jordan did his thing last game, the one catch for 76 yards, a touchdown. John Mechie had his 3 for 44, career day for him. Steven Sims, for whatever reason, against the Titans was used. I don't know what that was about. Do you think that there's do you think Bobby Slowick maybe tries too hard to get guys involved instead of just letting it come to them? Like, are there any of these guys that are contributing to where Bobby Slowick says, all right, I got to get this guy going?
Like, got to get in the ball.
Yeah, are we all of a sudden running more plays for Brevin Jordan or
I think
John
he's
Mechie?
the one,
Or
right?
are these just the guys that you just kind of...
It's got to be Brevin Jordan.
Just when their opportunities come, you figure it out.
I think you have to figure out a way to get Brevin Jordan the ball. Not 8 times. I'm saying he's going to be integral. He was integral Saturday.
Man, that was one play, though.
76 yards.
But that was just him.
But he's also shown more here and there. He's been more involved. Not John Mechie. You get what you get. Not I hate to say it, Xavier Hutchinson.
Nah, he's just there.
You get what you get.
He's going to make a play this week.
But guys that can make plays and have made plays, Brevin Jordan. How many touchdowns does he have?
I think 2.
Yeah.
2 and real close to another.
Mm-hmm.
He had the one against Jacksonville, and then he had the one against...
Yeah, no, I'm not saying, feed Brevin. I'm saying, who could be, involved in the game plan? You're actually game planning to include him. Yeah, he's got 2 touchdowns.
It has been kind of surprising. I can't believe you looked up my stat. I had you, dude.
Oh, you sounded like you were not sure.
I had you. I said 2.
Yeah.
I named the games, too. I had you. Don't worry about that. You need to be looking stuff up on me, sir. I am kind of surprised that, there's been this discussion, and there's every time Nico Collins makes a play, there's, some jamoke online that's like, is Nico a number 1 receiver now? And it's look, I don't is he the number 1 receiver here? Yes. I think he's the Brandon Ayuk of the Texans. I think he's good. He's really good. And he's got a year left in his rookie deal to see if he can get even better. But I have found it somewhat interesting that for all the debate and all the back and forth between Texans fans, that it doesn't feel like the opposing defensive coordinators feel like he's a number 1 receiver, because I don't see him getting double teamed, which to me seems like a no-brainer. If I'm an opposing defensive coordinator, and maybe this says more about CJ Stroud to where they just know that CJ Stroud will make the right play, but if I'm an opposing defensive coordinator and I'm watching Nico Collins, If Robert Woods, Xavier Hutchinson, John Mechie, Dalton Schultz, and Brevin Jordan have to beat us, that's fine. I'm taking away this Nico Collins character who's been completely raking fools the last 2 weeks when the Texans have needed it the most.
Let me give you a test. You and the loopholes. This is a test. Figgy, this is a test. And I hate when people say, well, if you say this, then you can't say that. But I'm going to do that right now. If you say Nico Collins is a number one wide receiver, then you can't say you won A.J. Brown.
Why?
Because you got your number one wide receiver.
Why not?
No, my point is, like all these people that say A.J. Brown, by the way, A.J. Brown is the Texans are the favorite right now, the Las Vegas favorite to land A.J. Brown in the offseason.
Okay.
All right?
That'd be sick.
Yes. So my point is, my point is,
come on down.
All those people saying, well, we got a number one wide. You still think A.J. Brown is, you still think Nico is not a number one?
Have two.
Come on now.
You have two.
No,
Come on
I get
now.
what you're saying, man.
Come on now.
Like if he is that number one wide receiver,
Well,
why
we don't need A.J. Brown. Put that money somewhere else.
Why are we talking about wide receivers in the draft and drafting one in the first round?
Get as many as you can. I don't like whether you think he's a number one. He's the number one here.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm saying.
That's the point. Number one here.
That's my point.
Yeah, we know this.
Like, like we get the pointing at us and hey, you were wrong on this, you were wrong on that. Hey, you still don't think Nico's a number one wide receiver? Not really. When A.J. Brown
performing well.
Yeah, he is here,
performing at a good level. I mean, the DCs don't.
Yeah,
that's the DCs don't.
So A.J. Brown comes here in a perfect world. Who's the number one wide receiver?
You got three. Nico.
No,
Tank,
we do not.
Nico, Tank, and AJ, baby.
Now you're sounding like one of those.
Just imagine Miami talking about, hey, we got to get a number one receiver.
Yeah.
Hey, the more the merrier. Coming up, the man who believed the most in the Texans from the jump when nobody else did will be on the opposing sidelines. We'll hear what he thinks. We'll also play the hits next.
I am so glad I got through the holiday.
get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
The hits are lit, and John Harbaugh saw it.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
John Harbaugh, after they faced the Texans week 1, the coach of the Baltimore Ravens said this team's going to win a lot of games. That's a good football team. Now, it was 25-9 in that game. Texans kind of struggled. Bobby Slowick, the hell you doing going for it there, man? Trying to figure it out? John Harbaugh, though, believed. This was John Harbaugh talking about what he sees. This was from his media availability yesterday, but here's him talking about what he sees from this Texans team now versus then.
They're just 17 weeks better. You know, I think they do a good job. Obviously, they've steadily improved every single week. I thought they were a very good football team week 1. I think if you go back and check your records, you'll find that. They haven't surprised me or they haven't surprised us. They've done pretty much what I thought they were going to do. They're a very good football team. They're very talented. They play very hard. They execute at a high level. CJ is just doing a phenomenal job. Nico Collins, Michigan guy, man, he's a go-to guy for him. A lot of skill players, good offensive line, playing very physical. Defense is all over the field, as you'd expect. Just a really good football team.
Really good football team. He saw it from the beginning. Wanted to toot his horn a little bit there. Ravens, by the way, 1-4 in playoff games since 2014. A 9-point favorite as we sit right now. C.J. Stroud. Is this taking it a little bit too far? This is Chris Long. Big fan of Chris Long. But he was on Inside the NFL with Ryan Clark. Chris Long compared C.J. Stroud to the GOAT.
This is where I was like, okay, yeah, he's him, as they say.
Yeah.
He goes to Cincinnati, and the performance that he put on there was incredible. And I was like, the first guy since the guy on the other sideline to remind me of the guy on the other sideline in Joe Burrow
Right.
is C.J. Stroud. And you know who Joe Burrow reminded me of when he came in the league was Tom Brady.
Hold on 1 second. Wait.
Yeah.
That's a statement that people won't understand. You're saying C.J. Stroud, as a rookie, has shown some traits we've seen from a guy like Tom.
Some traits.
Yeah.
Some people can say he's going to win 6-7 championships. I don't know in this day and age. But what I do know is he's got that third dimension kind of deal with the quarterback where it's not just what do you see, where to go with the ball. He's an artist, too. He's a leader. He's having guys over to dinner every night. He's got a chef at the house. I wish I was his teammate. I mean, he's a leader, but he's also got those innate pocket mobility traits where he's able to buy himself time. His eyes are always downfield. And that's a play caller's best friend, too, because he can get you out of a lot of trouble. It's an offensive line's best friend, and the playmakers love him, too.
That is incredible. He compares Joe Burrow to Tom Brady and C.J. Stroud to Joe Burrow. So what does that tell you? Just extend that line. He has those traits. It sounds foolish at first blush, but the more you see him, man, the more you see that. We saw it.
You're gonna jump on this?
No, it's not just me. Like it'd be one thing of like, hey, Lopez, you're an idiot. If you're making that comparison. I'll say it right now. Case Keenum in The Athletic.
Oh, okay.
Case Keenum in The Athletic.
I didn't know what the hell he had to do with this.
This is a direct quote from Case Keenum, and it was in yesterday's. I guess it was posted yesterday. I think he's going to be the best of all time. He truly has the ability to be that way. I know it's very early to say that sort of stuff, but man, he does some stuff that is just out of this world. Then Keenum told Peter King.
I saw them talking in the locker room. I was wondering why the hell Peter King was talking to Case Keenum, but
about C.J. Stroud.
That makes sense.
There's something about him when the lights come on in big spots. He is elite. So, yeah, you can say, oh, you're crazy. Well, what do you think about the guy that's with him every day? Case Keenum saying he could be the best of all time. That is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing.
Yeah, that's a lot. I mean that's a lot.
He's with him in every meeting. He's with him at every practice.
Yeah.
He's with him at every game.
He is.
He sits next to him on the bench during games.
He does.
And let me say this again. This is our local hero, Case Keenum. I think he's going to be the best of all time. That ain't some media hack. That's a guy that's with him the whole time.
I think if he wins this game, we can start
going down that road.
Yeah, I'm there.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, this is the type of game where you start to have these types of discussions.
Yeah.
I want to see that first. I don't know if he has. I don't know if it's fair to expect it, but I got to see.
That's fair.
I got to see this. I got to see this.
Because it is the sample size just grows incrementally, but it's still very small. But if you do this, like this city hasn't seen an AFC Championship game since 1979, and he's going to come in here as a rookie and do it?
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
Can you make a promise to me, by the way?
Well, it depends on what the promise is. I can't blindly make a promise.
Well,
you promise to jump off, the building?
No, I don't want you to do that. That's kind of dramatic. Can we not compare the Texans to the Oilers if they make the AFC Championship game?
I can't make you that
do we
promise.
Really have to go back to '79. I know you and McClain like to do this every time, but
no.
Can we stay? Can we stay at least? Can we keep 4 decades ago? 4 decades ago.
I
can't
can't
have to go back to '79.
I can't make you that promise because it's going to surround us.
I mean, come on.
I wish I knew how to quit.
No.
Let's just quit. The Oilers never got the job done.
They didn't.
They didn't. So let's not try to. I heard.
Well, I'm not going to sit here.
I heard the question yesterday from D'Amico Ryans, and it was like, where J.J. Watt said, "Hey, go make Houston great again," and he was asked about it. They were never great, man.
Yeah, they were
like
never
the
great.
Texans have never been great. They've never been to an AFC Championship game.
Yeah,
the environment was great. The atmosphere was great. The Texans have never been great. Right now, you feel like they have a chance to be great, but they haven't been great. I'm sorry, that hurts me to say, but they haven't been to an AFC Championship game.
You're right.
The Oilers never went to the Super Bowl.
Right.
So the great again thing, let's elevate the expectations. You're talking about Tom Brady. You're throwing all these things out there. How about let's get great for the first time in football?
Well, here's the thing about the promise you want me to make. It's impossible to make that promise because we wouldn't be authentic. We wouldn't be sincere. Let's say they win on Saturday, and we come in Monday. Are we going to sit here and go, I wonder if this city's ever done that before? We're not going to ignore.
No, I'm going to say the Texans have never been to the AFC Championship game.
But you can't ignore that it's been 44 years since the city experienced it. You can't. That's inauthentic.
Ignored.
I'm not. I can't.
Ignored.
No.
Texans,
this city,
AFC Championship.
So are you going to say something like, man, this felt like the Oilers back in 1979?
No, I'm not going to go down that road. Maybe McClain will.
11 o'clock on Tuesday.
No, I'm not going to go down that road. Maybe McClain will.
Get ready for it.
But we wouldn't be doing our jobs for the city of Houston if we don't give the context of how long it's been. I want to do my job.
No, I'm not saying it's not a bullet. I just don't need to hear about.
Yeah, no, I'm not going to be
Phillips walking around saying we're going to kick the door down.
I'm not going to be talking about Mike Renfro. I
mean, McClain's going to come in
CJ Stroud remind me of Warren Moon.
Why is that, Figgy? That's not what I'm saying. I can make that promise. I'm not going to be like, all about like reliving Steelers and Oilers. But you have to give the context of how long it's been to appreciate what it is now.
The 832 brings up a good point, and I think this is fair, although there's a little bit of pushback from me. 2012 was great for Texans. Schaub injury killed the greatness. I think the Schaub injury killed the opportunity of greatness. Mm-hmm. I would agree with that. Like I think
the overall vibe was great too. Not necessarily.
Yeah, the vibe was great. The team was not.
Yeah,
and I think the vibe's getting great again. But yeah, I'm just dreading if they win this game. McClain coming in here and making it about Love You Blue. Let's move on from that.
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick gets another interview request as we play the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Seattle has now joined the party. The Seattle Seahawks want to talk to old Bobby Slowick. Already been requested by Tennessee and Washington. Here is C.J. Stroud on earning the trust from Bobby Slowick.
Yeah, it's been good. I mean, trust is everything. Something that Bobby talks about a lot, and we know how important it is, especially offensively, to trust the next man to do their job so you're able to do yours and so you can win. So, I mean, like I said before, week one and now we built a lot of trust and chemistry together, and I think it's starting to show on film, and you can kind of just feel in the locker room how close we are. So it's a lot of different things that go along with trust that we've been able to build.
The Colts
are against the Jaguars. And maybe.
There you go. So they've earned each other's trust. Bobby Slowick, D'Amico Ryans, they learned from Kyle Shanahan. Kyle Shanahan had the internet going nuts yesterday. He's preparing for the Green Bay Packers, who roughed up the Dallas Cowboys. Kind of an interesting situation for him on Sunday, because until the Cowboys-Packers game concluded, he did not know who he was going to play. But he was pretty proactive in his preparation. Here's Kyle Shanahan talking about that.
We were already in here, so we were doing it that day. We had mixed in a little bit earlier in the week, hitting up a couple teams, but started really focusing on them halfway through the second quarter.
That should get McCarthy fired alone. That alone should get him fired.
I mean, he's right, though.
He absolutely is right.
Falcons are aiming high. My goodness, Arthur Blank. They've already talked to Bill Belichick this week. Apparently, they talked to Jim Harbaugh as well. I'm going to ask you a question. We're going to play a little good old-fashioned.
Mm-hmm.
Who would you rather? Who would you rather hire if you were the Atlanta Falcons? Jim Harbaugh or Bill Belichick?
This is going to be kind of weird, I know. Falcons, I'd hire Harbaugh. Cowboys, I'd hire Belichick. Okay. I think the fit is better.
I'd go Belichick no matter what. I like Harbaugh. It's hard to argue with what he did, but, man, just the opportunity to hire Belichick, got to do it.
I think Harbaugh can build.
You build. They're not – I mean, they don't have a terrible roster. They just need a quarterback. And an Astros injury, Kendall Graveman, he's going to miss the 2024 season after having surgery on his right shoulder. It's the hits here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, who you betting on? You betting on CJ? Or you betting on LJ? Lunchtime next.
Join the drive with
price.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
All right, Laramie Tunsil and Shaq Mason, they're at practice. So veteran off days for them. They are on the field. Laramie Tunsil, Shaq Mason. We'll keep an eye on the other stuff. We'll keep you updated here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We talk a lot about the two most prominent faces in this city, and for this Texans, this era of Texans football, DeMeco Ryans and C.J. Stroud. And often when you talk about matchups, you say, I say, not separating you from me, you say C.J. Stroud versus Lamar Jackson. And actually, a guy like Aaron Rodgers will say, well, we don't actually step on the field at the same time. All right, buddy. Well, we'll play that game because it's actually going to be DeMeco Ryans who's going to be in charge of stopping Lamar Jackson. Here is DeMeco Ryans talking about the task ahead of stopping one of the most productive quarterbacks in the NFL the last half decade or so.
Throw as many things at Lamar as you want to, but he finds a way to make plays. That's what makes him a special player. No matter what type of looks he's gotten on tape, right? He's made a ton of teams pay because of just his playmaking ability, right? He's seen a lot, made a lot of plays, so it's going to be a challenge no matter what we present or what we throw at him.
All right, yeah, it will be. However, it's easier in the playoffs. Don't ask me why. There's a gray area. I'm sure Ravens fans might have a gray area for me. Maybe you're blaming the system. Maybe there's specific situations that happened over the course of the game. Maybe there's some injuries that we didn't pay a lot of attention to. But regardless, Lamar Jackson's 1-3 in the playoffs. His completion percentage drops nearly 10%, and his QBR drops nearly 30 points in the playoffs. So as hard as it is to stop Lamar Jackson and as difficult of a task it is, as much as it might keep DeMeco Ryans up at night, unlike C.J. Stroud, he doesn't play his best ball in the postseason. It doesn't happen.
Mm-hmm.
What do I make of that?
You make of it that there is something to it, because this isn't just 4 games. It's 4 games over 4 years, right? No, 4 games over 3 years, I think, in the postseason. But either way, there's something there. Maybe it's something that can be erased, overnight and in this game. But that quarterback rating just keeps speaking to me. 68.3.
68.3 from 98 career in the regular season.
Yeah.
That's a 30-point drop.
That's speaking to me. And what it's saying is he plays the game differently. The game affects him differently. The chaos that's around him, maybe he thinks too much. Maybe he's bothered trying to do too much. This thing is just compounding itself. Are you ever going to get to a Super Bowl? I can't say enough the difference between the things that C.J. Stroud is saying and the things that Lamar Jackson is saying are reflective of this. C.J. Stroud keeps going back to, man, it's just about this game. I'm just trying to make, we know what he said. Lamar Jackson's being asked about Super Bowls, about playoff disappointments, about getting past the Texans and what lies ahead of him. It's really something that is just kind of compounding himself that he hasn't gotten done yet in the playoffs.
You want perspective on this?
Yes, sir.
So a 68.3 rating at the quarterback position, which is what Lamar Jackson's been in the playoffs. He's 98 in the regular season for his career, which would be just if you just took his career rating, it would be 8th in the NFL. It would be 8th in the NFL this year. His career rating, if you just put that behind this year, like this season, it would be 8th in the NFL. You know what 68.3 would be? No, I'm serious. Like this,
yeah.
Because people,
I want to know.
People hear these numbers, and you probably say, "What the hell does that mean, Landry?" All right, 68.3 is his rating in the playoffs. 4 games, by the way. 4 games. That would be 51st in the NFL behind Bailey Zappi, who had a 68.8 this season. It would be just ahead of Jeff Driscoll in his one start, who had a 63.9. The only quarterbacks who have a worse all this season, the only quarterbacks in the NFL this season who have worse than a 68.3 rating are Jeff Driscoll, Trevor Siemian, Case Keenum, Tim Boyle, P.J. Walker, Dorian Thompson-Robinson, Brian Hoyer, Brett Rippon, and Blaine Gabbert.
Yeah.
That's it. That's how bad Lamar Jackson has been in the playoffs.
And it's hanging over him. He's thrown 5 interceptions in those 4 playoff games. He's been sacked 19 times in those 4 playoff games. He's thrown for over 200 yards just once. He's thrown for under 200 yards 3 times in those playoff games. But and you're saying, well, he's a volatile weapon as a runner. He is. He absolutely is. But you're throwing for under 200 yards in a playoff atmosphere with 5 interceptions and 19 sacks. That is hanging over him. And I think it's something that clearly, he is bothering him and affecting him.
And he's not the only one who this has happened to. I mean, a lot of quarterbacks have had to overcome such a thing, but I mean, those types of numbers don't really lie. That's that's quite a lot.
Yeah.
There. And on the other hand, you have C.J. Stroud, who you feel pretty good about. By the way, his offensive line, just tuning in, offensive lineman back at practice.
Yeah.
So he has that going for him.
Yeah, I'm not worried about all that stuff. I think they're going to be good to go. C.J. Stroud, give me his quarterback rating regular season to postseason, because that's the opposite side of this.
For the sake of this, I'm going to count the Colts game as a playoff game because it was win or go home. It goes from 100.8 to 145.5 in those 2 games.
Yeah.
145.5. So it goes up. Completion percentage goes up 10%. So he elevates his play when it matters most.
Yeah. It's something that it's a weight that he has to overcome. It's a hurdle that he has to overcome. And you're not human if it's not on your mind, And that's something that maybe the Texans clearly will feed on. We talked earlier about that the Texans have talked to guys like Kyle Shanahan or Clint Kubiak or Mike McDaniel about some of the success that the Ravens defense had against this offense. Well, D'Amico's going to be looking at a lot of that stuff too over the years, with whether it was a different coordinator or not, with the ways that you've been able to frustrate Lamar Jackson this way. You absolutely are going to be looking at that, because clearly these game plans have worked, and on top of that, it's kind of gotten in his head a little bit, I think. Maybe not, but I think so.
Maybe it's as simple as the new offensive coordinator fixes all the problems.
Yeah.
And they figure it out. Who knows?
Yeah.
We'll hear from Bobby Slowick today. Bobby Slowick in high demand. Does the possibility of losing Bobby Slowick worry you? Do you worry about the possibility of losing Bobby Slowick? I know you've called it a winning tax, but is it? Do you kind of take a step or two back if someone has to replace Bobby Slowick next year?
Yeah, it worries me. As much as it's kind of the cost of doing business, it does worry me, because we don't know. We know he's a success. We know we've seen him, run circles around defensive coordinators. We saw it Saturday. It was a thing of beauty. It was a clinic that he put on. Well, the next guy might be awesome, whether it's Gerard Johnson or somebody else from outside the organization or whomever. We don't know. Well, we don't know if they're going to have this kind of success. So, yeah, it's a worry, but that's just one of those things you got to take. That's the price.
Practice update, as expected. Guys are coming back. Andrew Beck, practicing. Jerry Hughes, no-go. Shaq Mason and Tunsil, practicing. Sheldon Rankins and Blake Cashman, practicing. Anderson, Grenard, and Malik Collins all look limited. Keep an eye on that D-line. And then Mechie, Perriman, and Woods, they're good to go. So the D-line right now is something to keep an eye on. Anderson, Grenard, Malik Collins. I anticipate those guys have been light the last couple of weeks. I anticipate those guys being ready to go.
Yeah, I'm not thinking they're going to miss any time. They're all going to be on the field. The only one who won't be, it looks like, would be Jerry Hughes, and there's no guarantee on that. Everybody else, you can't ask for a better, practice report than what you're seeing today.
Rankins left that game. Tunsil left that game, but they both ended up coming right back in.
Yeah.
So So good for them.
Yeah.
Good for them, good for the Texans, good for C.J. Stroud.
The offensive line is clearly just different now, too. So when we talk about what this team is going to do offensively against a defense that has really shut down the West Coast offense, this Shanahan offense.
Smacked around the Dolphins and smacked around the 49ers.
Yeah. I think this offensive line is going to be huge in this game, obviously, but I also think they're going to be able to run the ball. They're
Which
just
is crazy.
Sling it. Yeah. I'm
crazy.
not worried about the offensive line. That was like the biggest worry all year long.
You're not worried about them being able to run the pill?
I'm really not. Even in those games that were romps in the Ravens' favor, they gave up a 100-yard rusher in both games. So I think you're gonna have success running the ball. It's just a matter Brock Purdy threw 4 interceptions and then Tua threw 2 interceptions. That's something that C.J. Stroud doesn't do. So I think that's where they're gonna have a difference. Have an impact.
And then you got Buffalo and KC on the other side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Get to kind of sit back and watch and figure that one out.
Man, Ron was upset with you yesterday about saying that.
I don't care about Chiefs talk. That's for them.
No,
I don't care about Chiefs talk.
You said that Josh Allen was playing better than Mahomes this year.
He's playing better, he's at home. He's at home.
I respect the hell out of Mahomes.
Yeah, he's at home. Mahomes hadn't had to win a big playoff game on the road. It's never happened.
Mm-hmm.
So this is like is Patrick Mahomes is the best quarterback that I've seen in when he's at his best in my lifetime. I'm including Tom Brady. At his best, that's
the
best.
position.
It's the best I've seen.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's the GOAT? No, but as far as at his best, he's the best. But in this situation, with the way that they're both playing, Josh Allen at home, I think the Bills have the quarterback advantage.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't think that's crazy to say.
No, it's not.
Just like I think the Texans have the quarterback advantage. I've talked myself into it. I want to show the appropriate amount of respect for Lamar Jackson. They have the quarterback advantage.
The Texans.
They do.
Yes.
They have the QB advantage. I would not. I like what the Texans have right now. If you told me I could switch Lamar Jackson and C.J. Stroud, I would say no thanks at this point. And that's not even a long-term thing. That's not a contract thing. That's not a futures thing. That's not anything. With everything that we've laid out, the more that you've dove into the numbers, the more you look at the playoff trends, the more you look at what C.J. Stroud has done, what he's meant to this team, the way they gravitate around him. The Ravens have the better squad. Lamar Jackson is one of the best regular season quarterbacks of my life. I would be happy for Lamar Jackson if he won a Super Bowl. If the Ravens beat the Texans, I'll be rooting for Lamar Jackson to get his Super Bowl and shake them haters off. But I've talked myself into believing that the Texans have the quarterback advantage now.
When somebody calls a quarterback special, what does that tell you? To me, what they and we've heard that 100 times already from inside the building, opponents, everything. C.J. Stroud just is special. They're not talking about special talent, I mean, they are, but that's not what they're referring to there. They're saying that he's different, he's special, because you can talk about Lamar Jackson and say he's got special talent. He's more than just talent. He's really a special player. Etc. But when someone says he's special, that means it goes beyond, what the numbers say.
Yeah, and they can say it, but you've seen it.
Yes.
Like the thing is that you've seen it.
Mm-hmm.
You've witnessed it.
Yeah.
So you see that.
Mm-hmm. It's a big difference. And I'm with you. I said it Monday. I can't bet against him.
Yeah, and I like to be sensitive to, the way in which Lamar Jackson is spoke of, because there always seems to be an absolute when he loses.
Mm-hmm.
But, I mean, it's not unique. Like, even the most prototypical quarterbacks have gone through it, where they can't.
Yeah, but for him, they move the goalpost.
Well, the goalpost gets moved when it comes to the hate, but it's like that's not an indictment on his style. It's an indictment on his performance.
Yeah,
just like it was for Peyton Manning before he finally got over that hump.
Mm-hmm.
And hell, they were down 21-0 to the Patriots the year that Peyton Manning got over that hump and then got to face the Bears.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't I have no problem saying maybe I've talked myself into it. Maybe I'm just gassed up. Maybe I'm just feeling the vibes around here. I think the Texans have the quarterback advantage on Saturday. Sue me.
Look, they love Lamar Jackson. I'm talking about teammates in Baltimore. They love what he can bring the team. But it's different here. Teammates just sort of they're in a cult or something. Like they just believe that everything that CJ Stroud does is going to lead to a win. Like, and there's a difference there. Like they just believe in him. Now, that's not to say that in Baltimore they're not following Lamar and believe that he can be a great quarterback. But it's it's like the special thing. They just believe in CJ Stroud differently, and it goes through the whole building. And that's going to be a big difference for years, not just this Saturday.
Who knows what happens? I think we can all agree, though, the best is ahead for C.J. Stroud and the Texans. Again, everyone full go at practice except Jerry Hughes. He is out. Don't anticipate seeing Jerry Hughes play. And then you have Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, Malik Collins. They're limited. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll give you the latest if something comes down when it comes to those guys' availability. Someone brought up on the text line, 713-572-4610. It's pretty wild that John Lopez is wearing a fishing shirt and Figgy's wearing like a damn Eskimo outfit in there. This is like a different Texans they got the weather in Baltimore, 30 degrees, a little windy, kind of like what we got here.
Figgy's wearing a jacket in the studio.
Yeah, Figgy's got a real thick jacket in there.
And it's actually not a thick jacket.
Yeah,
it's a light jacket.
Figgy's got a Tennessee Titans jacket on, and Lopez has a fishing shirt on.
He's got an Oilers jacket on.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, he's got an Oilers jacket on. But he's got
the Tennessee jacket on.
The ski hoodie kind of thing, too.
The Pooh Shiesty mask.
There you go.
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, that
Pooh Shiesty thing.
How'd you not know?
Real ones know that one.
I'm not real.
Duh.
I guess I'm not real.
How did you not know that?
Yeah, exactly.
Who knows? Coming up, lunchtime confessions. Feeling good about a lot of things, including the quarterback, the coach, and the play caller. But there's one fear heading into Saturday that I just cannot escape. Can you please help me? Lunchtime confessions coming up. My biggest confession, though, when it comes to my home is Texas.
is in the game. And now we can prove it.
I'm too sexy for my shirt.
Don't believe us? Check out our brand new Twitch and YouTube live stream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I think I might have got a little violated this morning in terms of personal space.
How's that?
So I'm riding the elevator, and there's this woman. It's just me and this other woman in the elevator, and she's holding her camera in front of her like she's texting, and then she turned it toward me, and I could see it out of the corner of my eye, and took a picture.
Probably because you look goofy as hell. I wasn't going to say anything, but probably because you look goofy as hell, honestly.
I think she was just a big fan, or maybe her husband or boyfriend's a big fan.
I think it's because you look silly.
No, how do I look silly?
Because you're wearing a black undershirt under a fishing shirt. It looks dumb.
It looks badass.
It looks terrible.
It looks badass.
You should not, you normally don't rock the undershirt, but I think she was just making fun of the fact that you're wearing a fishing shirt with a black undershirt.
No,
That's
think
my guess.
I think she was a fan, or her husband was a fan, boyfriend, whatever. But all you gotta do is say, "Hey, can I take a picture?"
But what if the reason she took the picture was
good,
because
Figgy.
you look weird?
Don't I look good?
Figgy, be honest.
Be honest. Be 100% honest.
I don't know about the long sleeve undershirt under the fishing shirt though.
Yeah, it's rough.
I think the fishing shirt,
the
fishing shirt is cool.
Straight. Yeah. No, a fishing shirt's his thing. He pulls. Very few people can pull off a fishing shirt like John Lopez, but he's wearing an undershirt.
I think it looks cool, man.
No.
Yeah.
I think that's what she was doing.
Maybe she thought it was so
Look
cool.
At this guy.
No, I think maybe she thought it was so cool. Like, wow, look at this handsome fella.
She probably took a picture like, man, this guy on the elevator stinks.
Look at this. Look at this handsome fella.
Look at this dude wearing a black
Look
undershirt.
at this effing guy.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I can't escape my fear of Jalen Petrie negatively impacting a game for the Texans. There's a lot of things I feel good about. Hell, I talked myself into, and I gassed myself up by saying I feel the Texans have the quarterback advantage in this game. I can't escape this Jalen Petrie fear. I cannot. And then I hear D'Amico Ryans talking about Kyle Hamilton. I'm like, damn, what could have been?
Oh, boy.
What could have been? Beggars can't be choosers. Nick Casario's done his thing, but there was talk about Kyle Hamilton when they ended up with Kenyon Green. They ended up with Jalen Petrie.
Who would you rather have?
Come on. I cannot quit my fear, my healthy fear of Jalen Petrie having a significant negative impact on this squad. I want to. I just can't.
He hasn't turned a game. Most safeties that are, at a high level, they will impact and turn some games, and he hadn't done it. I'm not going to say you're wrong.
Can't do it.
These are my confessions.
Speaking of the Texans, they've only done this once. I think Derek Stingley is going to shadow Odell Beckham Jr., and I think it would be a smart play. The proven guy, a big play guy. I think Zay Flowers is really, really good, but also a young player experiencing the playoff here for the first time. It worked, man. It worked so good. And Derek Stingley is so good. I think Derek Stingley is going to do with Odell Beckham Jr. what he did with Amari Cooper. That might be one of the big things that they're going to stick with from now on.
What about Flowers?
I think
the better
young player. They're about. It's almost
like Flowers.
Yeah, I was about to say I would stick him on Flowers.
I would rather him follow Flowers.
Well, remember I brought this up with McLean, and he kind of talked me into Odell Beckham Jr. just because of the experience and the size and big play and all that stuff. Zay Flowers is young, and maybe that's something that you can work with, as a secondary. Because Derek Stingley's going to take somebody out. I think it'll be Odell Beckham.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Man, I love how much coaching searches and like mock drafts are just a scroll through for me right now. We'll get there. Hopefully later rather than sooner. But like on my timelines, whenever I see like mock draft talk or coach search talk, it's just a scroll through. Like it's nothing to me. Doesn't mean anything to me at all. I don't even like. It's a nugget when we go around the NFL. It's maybe a nugget in the hits.
Yeah.
But it was something that we focused on, hell, for a large portion of seasons. It seems like the last few years. But I got to confess, it is such a lovely feeling not really caring about coaching searches and not really caring about the draft that much and just focusing on actual games.
It is. You don't even really like. I'm of the opinion that you don't have to worry about coaching. Maybe Slowick will, as you said, we'll get there. But you really don't have to worry about, like, oh, my God, what are they going to do at the key position? They're all set, man. Like, they're all set because of that.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Figgy, no, this is not, I'm being dead serious. He's been a Houston guy. For a couple of years now, like more than a couple of years.
Yeah,
like he grew up.
Where's this going?
He grew up in Cleveland.
I have no idea.
He grew up in Cleveland, and a lot of times people come down here, and they kind of. Figgy today officially became a full-fledged, if he wasn't already, Houstonian.
What did I do?
He is dressed like an Eskimo.
Bro, he's been doing that since he got here.
He is dressed.
Dude, this dude has been doing that since he got here.
Like an Eskimo.
No, my man, if it's 40, he is bundled. He does not like
40 degrees might as well be 40 below.
But you know what? I feel like living in Houston, you don't get the chance to dress like this that often.
But you're cold. You're cold.
Dude, I got a whole bunch of fly hoodies, fly sweaters, fly coats that I can never wear. So whenever I get a chance to wear it, man, I'm going to wear it.
If you have any doubts, like Figgy's 100% Houstonian, he's H-Town, today is the day. Just look on the YouTube channel.
Take advantage of this day, man.
Today is the day.
Because it's always hot here.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I like tacos a lot.
I like
all kinds of tacos. It doesn't matter what kind. But every once in a while, I got to confess, I think my favorite tacos sometimes are you just get the taco kit, you just mix it up, and then you just
you talking about the little packet?
Yes.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that.
The taco kit, man.
There's nothing wrong with that. They're good.
Man, I had it yesterday.
You get the Kraft?
I get the taco kit.
H-E-B has a good one. Kraft has a good one.
No, I like the square, the LA or whatever, the square shells where they're flat.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen?
Yeah, I know which one you're talking about.
What an invention that is. By the way.
That's perfect.
That might be the best invention in recent
Set the tacos straight on the plate.
And you set them straight on the plate. You put the taco meat on there after you mix it up and throw the water and the powder in there.
They don't lean over.
Cheese on there. You put some onions on there.
There is nothing wrong with that.
Paste picante on there because it's thick and it has that flavor. It gives you like the tomato feel. Just go to town. Taco kit. Got to confess, a lot of good tacos around here.
Yeah.
Sometimes you
like
just
a midweek.
Go with the taco
did you do
kit.
it last night?
Yes, I did.
Dude, Tuesday tacos with the kit.
Best tacos, so you can make it at home.
Yes, I did.
Forget that. And you're talking, and that's me saying that. Like, yeah, no,
Man,
midweek stuff.
I'm telling you, man.
That's
that
big time.
taco kit gets you.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
It's Wednesday, and I still don't know when or how we're going to watch I'm going to watch this game. I mean, I know, Figgy, you got another thing going on, right?
Yep, another one.
Tell us about it real quick. I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to go there. I might. I kind of want to cook. It's not going to be too cold. I think like high of 50 or something.
Oh, wow.
Maybe I'll go to the Texans have one over watch party over at is it
downtown
Discovery Green kind of area?
Yeah.
I got to figure this out, man. This is a big game.
I'm posting up, man.
At home?
I'm posting up
Figgy,
at home. I'm going to do the live stream locker room on YouTube.
I'm gonna be at Daily Sports Club again. So
that was a pretty sweet place.
It was super cool, man. It was a good place because I could actually focus on the game too.
Yes, there's a jillion TVs and all that. I gotta make a decision here.
I would go eat lunch with Figgy there, but I don't know. I don't know how early he gets there. Daily Sports Club.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
I want to cook. I think.
But you trying to get there early?
I just maybe get some grub and then come home.
And then go home and watch the game.
Watch the game.
This is a big one, man. You gotta have something good going on.
I got to stream, bro.
I could get there early.
Okay. All right. Maybe I'll come through and eat some lunch, man. They got a nice wrap. Saw that. Nice little wrap. Nice little club wrap.
It's good stuff.
You're down on that.
Mm-hmm.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I feel like Josh Allen has the QB advantage on Sunday. I've said this many times. Patrick Mahomes, again, best quarterback of my lifetime when he's at his best. I haven't seen too many better. Haven't seen any better. But Josh Allen in that weather at Buffalo with the weapons that he has right now, with the balance of throw, run, and what he has to work with, I think the Buffalo Bills this week have the quarterback advantage, which is not something I say quite often.
Can't hear a damn thing. I don't have any headphones on.
I'm not going to argue with you. I just respect Patrick Mahomes so much. And
I respect him fine.
And I thought they had a little something going. But it is in Buffalo, man.
That was 8 guys injured for the Dolphins.
We'll see.
Josh Allen's playing some ball right now.
7 or 8 on defense alone.
Playing some ball.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I want to see what you guys think about this. So we got a text this morning right after the show started. And it was kind of like...
Was it I'm switching to music?
No, it wasn't that guy. It was
you just lost a listener?
It was the exact opposite. Did you see this text, Figgy? Somebody said that he put us on YouTube on his 85-inch screen at home.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel.
I don't know how I feel about that.
I got a little 58-inch TV.
I don't know.
And I usually watch the show on the TV like that.
I like
it's
it.
Cool.
You know, you're getting dressed.
85 though, man.
You're getting dressed for work. You
that.
Put us on TV. And us on an 85-inch screen TV? How do you feel about that?
I don't know, man.
I don't know.
I really don't know.
Man, salute to you, brother.
I have no idea. Did he watch Payne and Pendergast too?
I don't know. But it was right after.
Turn on at 10.
It was right after 10.
Some local talk?
It was right after 10 when he said that.
Want that national stuff? 45 worth in the 8 o'clock hour. Sean's been rocking that NWO quite often. He's in that NWO phase right now.
Mm-hmm.
For life.
I found a picture of my 2 sons from a vacation when they were little, and they both had NWO shirts on.
Shout out to the NWO.
Dude, it was
either
big
NWO,
back then.
Black and white.
Man, I wish I had a wrestling shirt when I was a kid.
They both had one on, the red letters.
Man, I got rid of so many wrestling shirts. I'm so pissed off. I had a Talking Stone Cold shirt.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what?
You pushed it. It had like a little thing inside, and it hit the glass.
On the shirt?
Yes.
Dang.
It hit the glass, and I got rid of it because I was like, man, I've outgrown this.
Yeah.
That would
It was
been
that
nice,
black
man.
one. It was a black one.
How
with
much is that going at Thrift Town?
Kind of the red fire NWO.
Lucky to find that again,
it was
man.
pretty sweet. It was pretty sweet.
It's in the loop. Sports Radio 610 Lunchtime Confessions. Coming up, the 2 biggest signs that the Ravens can dominate somebody. Are they really blessings in disguise? Is the luck of the Texans continuing? We'll talk about it next.
It's
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so the Texans' blessings in disguises. It's been kind of a theme of the season on top of everything that's gone down. Started draft night, C.J. Stroud. Really, you can go back to the Indianapolis game where they would have taken Bryce Young. We wanted them to take Bryce Young. They ended up taking C.J. Stroud, and now people are talking about C.J. Stroud and Tom Brady in the same sentence. We'll hear that in 40 minutes. So that's blessing in disguise number one. Then you had blessing in disguise number two, the most significant, the most recent one, in my opinion, was getting beat up on by the Browns without C.J. Stroud in the lineup, because you ended up winning the division, you ended up hosting that Browns squad, and you had a clear visual of what a whooping looks like from the defense that you were going to face last Saturday. I think Bobby Slowick took advantage of that, and I think that's why we saw cocky Bobby Slowick last week at the podium. There were two impressive showings by the Baltimore Ravens in the regular season, and I would say, like, if the national media types, which pay more attention to the Texans now, if the national media types listed the two most impressive regular season wins, I would bet that Baltimore's beatdown in San Francisco on December 25th, the 33-19 beatdown, and Baltimore's beatdown 6 days later against Miami, the 56-19 beatdown, I would bet that both of those games would at least make a cameo in like a top 5 or top 10 list of the most impressive regular season performances.
100%.
And I would also bet that those two performances, with Lamar Jackson getting the best of Brock Purdy, who threw 4 interceptions in their matchup, and getting the best of Tua, who threw 2 interceptions as well, I would say it's also a big reason why Lamar Jackson is the favorite right now, the significant favorite to win MVP of the NFL. And it's also two examples that people probably use when they talk about their healthy fear of the Baltimore Ravens as they take on the Houston Texans.
Absolutely.
I wonder, though, if much like that Cleveland beatdown, this can be another resource for Bobby Slowick, because he's tight with both of the play callers in these games, Kyle Shanahan and Mike McDaniel, and both of those teams run this system. Now, there's also a possibility that maybe Baltimore just matches up well with this system and they know how to attack it. That's possible, but I think Bobby Slowick is at least using this as a resource and a prime resource of how to and how not to attack that Baltimore defense based on the system that he runs and people that he knows very well.
I think he's been on the phone with both those squads, whether it's McDaniel, whether it's Shanahan, Clint Kubiak is the passing game coordinator in San Francisco, something like that, where these connections are deep and long. Frankly, I'd be surprised if he wasn't on them like right after those games to figure it out, even if they didn't have success, just to pick their brains. Like you're right. I mean, they had success against those offenses. But even if they didn't, you're talking to your friends. I mean, they're tight, and you're saying you faced them. You know what? Even if they beat them, you faced them. What did you see? What worked? So I absolutely agree with you on that.
Yeah, and I just wonder what Bobby is what Bobby's feeling, what Bobby's thinking. But I do wonder if the blessing in disguise vibe that we've had here, if it could potentially continue. I said this. I didn't think I would say this, but I said it in the noon hour. I think the Texans have the quarterback advantage in this game. By the way, the line's gone down to 8.
It's down to 8 now?
It's down to 8. So the line started out at 9.5, went down to 9. The line is down to 8. So it seems like the wise guys are betting on the Texans. So this kind of has the Jacksonville feel, where starts out at 7.5, goes down to 5-ish. It's already gone down 1.5. Could keep going down. The wise guys seem to like the Texans in this situation.
That's pretty significant, man. In Baltimore, and all that they have going. That's C.J. Stroud is working. I kind of got a couple of dark thoughts when you mentioned
dark.
How
dark we going?
Pretty dark. You tell me. When you said blessings in disguise, I started thinking about other blessings in disguise.
Oh Lord,
in disguise.
Where is this going?
Kenyon Green getting hurt was a blessing in disguise.
Oh my!
I mean, you want me to lie?
Well, I think it's good that he got to step away. Maybe he comes back a better player.
Tomato. Dameon Pierce being not average but bad was a blessing in disguise. And it sounds like I'm just torturing these guys. I'm just telling you, was it or was it not a blessing in disguise?
Well, I think the coach is being able to recognize. Like, do you? But not,
if he was average,
do you not think that this coaching staff that recognized Dameon Pierce was not performing well? Do you think that they would have? Do you think they needed a blessing in this, like that type of blessing in disguise?
Well, they were pretty hard-headed with him, man.
But that was in camp.
No, during the regular season, we kept thinking.
I'm talking about with. Do you think eventually they would have benched Kenyon Green the way they?
Oh,
did
that
Dameon
I thought you were talking about Dameon Pierce.
Yeah,
probably. Yeah, probably.
Because I trust the coaching staff to where I don't know that they need as many blessings in disguise.
And this is the money shot.
Okay, Val Venus.
Titus Howard getting hurt was a blessing in disguise.
Props to him for getting his money.
Yes.
So you think the offensive line would have been worse with Titus Howard?
Yes. Yes.
I'm
going into this game thinking I'm not worried about the offensive line. And
it might be famous last.
It might be for sure.
I think the Titus Howard extension is going to be the Casario's biggest recent mistake. And when you look at where the money, the Grenard decision, the Nico decision, I do think that will be.
Yeah.
I don't think he's an elite right tackle.
Yeah. No,
and he was a terrible guard. I mean, he's not as good as what they got right now.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, Juice Scruggs is 100 times better than Titus Howard.
And Fant is
would
better.
Would they have benched Titus Howard?
And Fant,
or would he have
maybe
gotten the right tackle?
I don't know if Juice would have even gotten the chance.
Would they have left Titus Howard in there? Or would they have tried to put Juice at center?
Yeah. No. I mean, because you were having success with Dieter. Like, this is dark, and I'm sorry, but, like, those three things are blessings in disguise.
I don't know what Titus looks like next year. Like, some people will say, because let's be honest, like, the most vocal portion of the fan base, there's people, one retweet from Titus Howard, and all of a sudden you're preaching for him to get an extension.
Want some tickets?
Yeah, something like that. So, I don't know how, like, if we're getting ahead of ourselves, I don't know what it looks like. I don't know how good he's going to be at right tackle. But I will say this, like, it's not even close how much better Juice Scruggs is at guard than he was. Like, it's not even close. I don't know what they would have done, though.
Yeah.
Now, do they put Juice at center and Juice does his thing? I don't know. But as far as, like, the quality of player at guard, Juice Scruggs runs circles around Titus Howard.
I think.
But some would say he should have been at tackle the whole time.
Well, they did. They wanted. You're talking about Titus Howard.
Yeah.
Fant's better. I mean, look, I'm not wishing ill on these guys. I'm just telling you what it is. Like I hope Titus Howard comes.
The Dameon Pierce thing, though, I think the coaches deserve more credit than a blessing in disguise because they recognized it.
But here's the thing with Dameon Pierce. They had to be beaten over the head with Devin Singletary having good games before they finally made the switch for good. Like, it was, week 10? Week 11? And Dameon Pierce was still splitting carries? But to their credit, ultimately they said, you know what? Let's just go ahead and run Devin Singletary. But if Dameon Pierce was just like average, I think that he would still be either the number one back or splitting carries. But he was well below average. Sorry. I mean, I know some people might have had an issue with that. But those three things are blessings in disguise.
The 832 says, look at Titus' stats at right tackle. He's elite and top 8 at his position. Okay. I don't know what you're watching. I mean, Laramie Tunsil told us not to take, if you're going PFF, Laramie Tunsil told us not to, he himself told us don't take PFF serious.
No.
I don't know
Is that what the stats say?
I don't know where that's from. I just, if he was elite at right tackle, to me, he would have played right tackle, especially with how bad he was at guard.
Yeah.
Like, if he were elite, then there would.
You ain't moving the elite player inside if he's elite where he's
especially if he's not good inside.
Yeah, that's a good point, Figgy.
Why Tunsil ain't play guard?
The Texans have a lot more stats than we do.
Yeah, if they had an elite RT,
they got a lot more.
They could have figured that out.
He gonna stay right there.
Yeah. They got stats from practice.
You ain't moving.
They got stats from places we didn't even know existed.
I don't know what the stats are.
Yeah,
I wish you would give them that. But Laramie Tunsil told us on this airwaves, take PFF with a grain of salt. I'll listen to him on that.
Yeah.
Because I look at it and there's some guys who grade really well, but yeah, I don't see that.
I think another blessing in disguise, if you want to go way back to when this all started.
The CJ one's the obvious one, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, you mentioned that one. I mean, that was just incredible. That's going to lead to all kinds of great things in this city. But in terms of just this season, absolute blessing in disguise with those three guys. And then Nick Caserio. ESPN just called the Texans the #1 draft class of the year.
I think the Brandon Cooks trade was a trade request.
There you go.
Maybe the Deshaun even ended up being.
There you go. Mm-hmm.
They've gotten a lot of luck, man. They didn't luck into D'Amico, though. I don't care what Stephen A. says.
No way.
That damn sure wasn't luck. That was set up, success, all that type of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see how it goes, though, man.
Yeah.
Titus Howard. Man, he was bad at guard. He's bad.
He was bad.
Hopefully he's really good at tackle. I mean, they're paying him like he is, so we shall see. Keep an eye on that.
Well, we got a long way to go before start talking about next season, but it is going to be interesting how they play this thing at offensive line. Like Juice Scruggs is just going to be a stalwart. He's going to be.
Is he going to be a center?
I don't know. He's going to be center or guard.
Kenyon's coming back.
Yeah.
Kenyon's getting his mind right. I saw him the other day. He walked by me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, go in the locker room. Looked good, man.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like he's been doing some working out.
Good.
Yeah, he looked good.
We'll see.
Look ready to go.
Great. We can say that for training camp then, because we always say that in training camp. Oh, you look like he cut up now.
Yeah.
He done gained some weight.
Who said that?
Not him.
No, we always say that. Though.
About him?
Players,
No, not him. Just in general.
Yeah, damn sure didn't say that about him.
No.
No, we ain't say that about him.
No, I definitely didn't say that.
I don't think anybody did.
Nah.
Remember when he looked like real good in the offseason and then he shows up at camp like, what happened? Like we're like in the.
I seen him at the D'Amico presser.
No, but
I was just like,
yeah, but in the summertime, somebody had a picture of him, and we're like, look at.
Oh
Kenyon.
yeah, he was like at a car dealership or something.
Kenyon.
They look little.
And then he shows up at camp. He's got like rolls
He's
going on.
the only person who went from after to before picture. In the offseason.
He did.
Meanwhile, Derek Stingley's getting all this praise from D'Amico Ryans. It'll be interesting to see how he's used. Coming up, LJ versus CJ. And all the stuff going on around the NFL. You do not want to miss this. So much localized action going on in the league as we head toward the divisional round. Orchard.
us live on the free Odyssey app.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Let's go around the NFL. Let's hear from Lamar Jackson. The Ravens now versus them. We know the Texans have gotten better. John Harbaugh has made that clear. Here's Lamar Jackson talking about how he's feeling after the layoff and how he's feeling about the state of the Ravens offense heading into Saturday.
You know, we had some time off to regroup, lock back in, hype, antsy, Cordell.
Talked about how much Houston has changed since week one. Especially that your team has changed since that first game in September.
We changed a lot as well. Just getting better and better. You know what
You're getting into the groove.
Yeah.
And then the bye week happens. How do you kind of stay in that groove? Like, how do you make sure that you guys are still in that groove?
Just preparing practice. You know, treating practices like we preparing for a game. And that's pretty much what we did last week. And then just to follow over for this week because, you know, actually we got the game Saturday, so it helps us out.
How much more confident do you feel that this year's offense has the ability to put up the points you need to win in the playoffs?
I'm very confident. Very, very confident. Extremely confident.
All right, extremely confident. That's Lamar Jackson, who's struggled in the playoffs, 1-3. Numbers dropped significantly in the postseason. A new system, though. And it's a system that's looked great for Lamar Jackson. D'Amico Ryans and company going to have their hands full, but Lamar Jackson said extremely confident they can score the appropriate amount of points. How many points do you think that is? How many points do you think?
Well, aren't they around 30?
Yeah. How many points do you think they need to score to beat the Texans?
That's me thinking. I think they're going to have to hit 30.
Okay, 30.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to hit 30.
Okay.
This is going to be.
Look at you.
What's the over/under on this? 40.
I think it's like 46.
Hammer that over. It's supposed to be lower scoring, playoffs. People are assuming weather.
43-5.
Dude, hammer the over.
Really?
Hammer it.
Okay.
Yes. Don't you think?
But can't Baltimore kind of come out a little rusty on offense?
No, that's fair.
Can't they stop the Texans? They got a pretty good defense.
Well, yeah, they're pretty good. They're not, but I just feel like there's going to be a shootout. The weather is going to be good for both teams. It's cold, but it's clear, and that's good turf. Like, it's going to be just a regular old, environment. And I don't see. I mean, would you bet against C.J. Stroud putting at least 3 touchdowns on the board?
3 touchdowns?
No,
probably not.
Yeah,
probably not.
And they're a pretty high scoring team.
Sean and Seth, when they were talking about the game, they said that the Texans should perhaps do what the Packers did and take the ball first and set like an aggressive tone. Would you be okay with that, or would you defer?
That's a great point. I think I would be okay with that. Would you?
It's pretty bold, man. It's pretty bold.
It's going to be awfully bad.
I'm a defer guy. I'm a defer guy, but I do respect when teams like Green Bay do what they did and they decide to take the ball and they just march up the field.
Sometimes one of the loudest parts of a game is the start. So that's going to be tough. But I'm kind of feeling that. I'll put it this way: I wouldn't mind if they do that. But boy, that could backfire on your ass. Could backfire big time.
Extreme love for C.J. Stroud, Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here, going around the NFL. So the Colts, that was the first winner-go-home game of the last 2.
Mm-hmm.
Zaire Franklin and E.J. Speed, they were on that Colts defense. They were on the Trenches podcast. Man, C.J. Stroud, this is some co-signing right here from guys who were on the field with him recently.
I got to give that respect to C.J., man. Hell of a young player, bro. Young player, hell of a player, period. That 2nd and 14 that he threw, bro, was mad annoying. Ain't nothing worse in the defense than when you get them off schedule. Like, you get them 1st and 20, 2nd and 20, 3rd and 16, and them get it. Oh, my. It hurt. Bro, look, we covering man to man. I swear to God, I'm on Singletary. Covering man. I see the pocket collapsing. Singletary start, trying to break free. Scramble drill. I plaster. Eyes on it. Ooh. He break. All right, whatever. Then I see the ball go. I think it's going out of bounds. I'm just watching that. Then I see Nico just running for that. Nah, ain't no. He caught that. Singletary just look at me like, that's CJ. And that just let me know, like, dang, he be doing like that all the time.
The crazy part about playing a quarterback like CJ, he won't even be looking at the read, and then he got about one more look before it get ugly for him, and then he look at your guy and you didn't plaster like, got your ass.
That's what I like about CJ the most.
That's your third read. You know how degrading that is for a quarterback to hit his third read?
CJ don't play them rookie games, bro. I peeped that the first time we played him, though. Like, he don't do rookie Like, he already lying to you with his eyes. He already lying to you with his drop. He already lying to you with his shoulder movements. And that's some that you ain't supposed to really have till like year 6, 7, buddy.
Yep. Well,
that's awesome.
He's got it.
And I keep going back to, it's one thing for you and I or anybody else on the outside or whatever to say that. These are current players saying this is the guy. He made us look bad. You know, that's huge.
Nick Bosa was one of the biggest D'Amico supporters last year through the interview process. He talked about just how he's the best coach that he'd ever played for. He talked about how much better he'd gotten and all that. He also, I don't know if this is a shot or if this is just the reality of the situation, kind of took a shot at Aaron Rodgers. In 2021, the San Francisco 49ers, with D'Amico Ryans as the defensive coordinator, they went to Green Bay. They beat MVP Aaron Rodgers on the road at Lambeau as about a 6-point underdog. Now they're hosting Jordan Love, and Jordan Love's playing really well. Here's Nick Bosa talking about Jordan Love style. D'Amico Ryans, former player, Nick Bosa, talking about Jordan Love style versus Aaron Rodgers.
Kyle talks about is the whole team has improved throughout the entire season. They've gotten a lot of guys healthy, and they have a lot of the same guys from the past really good teams they've had, and a quarterback who does exactly what he's coached to do, which Aaron Rodgers is a Hall of Famer and unbelievable, but he kind of went outside of the realm of coaching, and sometimes it's good when you have a guy who does what he's coached to do.
Okay.
Cool, bro. And he just never, it's nonstop.
Such a bro, isn't he?
He is just nonstop.
This was Nick Bosa being asked if he was surprised that the 49ers will not face the Dallas Cowboys or Philadelphia Eagles. Philadelphia Eagles had a lot of things to say about San Francisco. If he's surprised as to whether or not the Cowboys or the Eagles will face the 49ers.
If you asked me earlier in the year, yeah. But as you see the season go on and in the playoffs, stopping the run and running the ball is how you win. And those two teams didn't do it very good, so they're out.
This guy.
They're so bro. The Bosas are so
How could you
bro.
take that audio serious? The way he sounds.
He's just chilling, man. He's a bro. What do you mean?
Play that again.
He's got a jug of water in his hand.
Nigga, you're right. You're like, he's saying good stuff,
Yeah.
but it's hard
He's
to
dead
chilling,
serious.
Man. Yes. Play that again.
He's just chilling.
If you asked me earlier in the year,
yeah, man.
But as you see the season go on and in the playoffs, stopping the run and running the ball
man.
is how you win. And those two teams didn't do it very good, so they're out.
They're out. It's a bad mofo, though.
He is that.
Yeah. Just ask
There's
D'Amico.
no doubt about that.
Just ask D'Amico, and he's got a lot of love for D'Amico.
Yeah.
Bobby Slowick, he was also in San Francisco with Nick Bosa. Other side of the rock, though. He got another another interview request. Seattle has joined Washington and Tennessee as teams that would like to speak to old Bobby about their head coach opening. General Manager Adam Peters of the Washington Commanders.
He's a Slowick bro.
He knows Bobby Slowick a little bit, and he was asked about how he wants to build the Washington football team.
Building a team in free agency versus the draft.
I find this a very similar situation from when we got to San Francisco in 2017. A lot of great similarities, so I have a lot to lean on from that experience, both things we did well and things we didn't. But ultimately, we were going to build through the draft here and supplement through free agency. We're going to be very process-driven and diligent in who we select in free agency, but we're going to build through the draft here.
I'm feeling Washington is going to be coming at him pretty hard.
You think Washington?
Yeah. A lot adds up. With not just what Adam Peters and their relationship is, but they have got cap space. They've got number 2 overall pick.
See, I feel like Atlanta's aiming high, but I could see them ending up being Bobby's destination.
Yeah, but he might want Washington.
I feel like Atlanta would be a good place, man.
Who's the quarterback?
You can figure that out.
Well, you can figure it out at the number 2 overall pick. You can do that in Washington. I think Washington is going to speak to him a little bit because it's on the table for him to kind of pull the Ben Johnson, and say, we got.
Yeah, but there weren't this many openings for Ben Johnson last year.
Exactly.
There weren't this many openings. We had 25% of the gigs open.
Yeah.
Before. Derrick Henry, an all-time Texans killer, probably top 5. He's probably not going to be in Tennessee with the old Oilers next year, but he still wants to play some ball. Here's Derrick Henry on Bussin' with the Boys, courtesy of Barstool.
I want to win the Super Bowl. I ain't done playing. I ain't even close to done playing. I still feel I can run for another 2,000, but that's for the future to tell. But
how do you feel like you're approaching this free agency?
Yeah, I definitely. Yeah, I mean, I want to be somewhere that whatever happens, that gives me the best shot of winning the Super Bowl. I definitely want to be on a roster that be able to win games and get in the playoffs and contend for a ring.
I think the Texans need to be in the running back market next year with Singletary. Bring Singletary, Saquon, Derrick Henry, Austin Eckler, Josh Jacobs. There's a lot of guys. Tony Pollard. There's a lot of guys on the market. Just stockpile the running backs. Let's get multiple backs.
The thing about Derrick Henry, he's one of those guys that I'm like, right now, I'm like, I don't know if I want to mess with that. I think he's on the decline. But if they signed him, I'd be like, let's go. Let's go. Because he's so.
Imagine that dude in the uniform.
Yes. Like in my head, I'm like, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work. These guys all hit a wall. No, it's true. I mean, name one that didn't hit a wall after 5 years. 4 or 5 years.
Yeah, let's just. I'll take my chances.
That's what I'm saying.
He's 30.
Logic is it ain't going to be there. But if they signed him, I'd be like, all right, let's go.
He's a Bama guy, too.
Let's see what happens.
They like Bama guys.
Yeah.
Hey, Derrick Henry on a 1 or 2 year deal. Come on through. Let's see you, man. We'll keep Singletary, too. And we'll draft a running back, too.
All of it.
Derrick, get back there. See what you got, my friend. This is sad. This is really sad. So, WFAN, Brandon Tierney, he's the biggest Jets homer that there is. Formerly of Tiki and Tyranny, now he's with Sal up there in New York. This was the guy who, after Aaron Rodgers got hurt, he tried to pump people up and say they could make the playoffs with Zach Wilson. Then he said Tim Boyle could spin it. Then he just kept on with the playoff hopes. Now, after the first weekend of NFL playoff games, my man hates parity in the NFL.
Best defenses, and they got absolutely smacked by a rookie quarterback. That's a stunner. Number 2, you got one of the best offenses, Miami. They score 7 points on Saturday. And then Green Bay followed the Packers. 2-5 start. Barely kind of squeeze in. Nobody's really taking them that seriously. 7-point dogs going into Dallas against what we think is a really good Dallas team. And they absolutely kicked the crap out of them. I do like some surprises. Don't get me wrong, but this is becoming too common. And the NFL was
built.
So
it's the results of it, like we talked about with the Final Four. It sounds nice with upsets, but then when you get down to the Final Four.
Where's the dynasties?
Right, we don't have the dynasties, which I do like.
Come on. Was he saying that when the Patriots were roughing up the Jets? Was he saying that when Rex Ryan was going to AFC championship games? This is shameful. This is sad. This is actually sad seeing what he's doing.
It is sad. I think it's also tone deaf. $22 billion.
Were they saying that in New York? Like when the Giants are going on their runs? Come on, bro.
We're the perfect example.
You're crazy.
Like the apathy around this club when it wasn't any good, and now it's just making some noise.
You were rooting for Zach Wilson to take this team to the playoffs. Let's come on, man. Don't lose your mind.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, when did you start preparing for the Green Bay Packers, knowing that you needed the Dallas-Green Bay game to conclude before you knew who your opponent was going to be?
We were already in here, so we were doing it that day. We had mixed in a little bit earlier in the week, hit up a couple of teams, but started really focusing on them halfway through the second quarter.
That is awesome. It's awesome and it's humiliating. That should get people fired alone.
Could I interest you in a stat?
Of course.
Speaking of the Packers, did you know the Green Bay Packers have as many playoff wins at AT&T Stadium in Arlington as the Cowboys since the stadium opened in 2009?
I came across this.
3.
Yeah, I came across this.
They both have 3 playoff wins at Jerry World.
Whose home stadium is that? Dallas?
It's Cal's.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's actually
Where's
insane.
Jerry Jones? What's the latest?
Oh, he was supposed to be on the radio, sister station 105.3 The Fan. I don't know what he's doing. He's laying low.
Here's the thing. You should have at least said, no, we're keeping him.
Yeah, they're not.
They're not. No, I agree. I'm just saying, like saying nothing is just making it worse.
Yeah, Friday, right?
Yeah.
We can get a Friday news?
Yeah, so he can steal some headlines.
Maybe. Friday?
No, not a news dump. I could see it Saturday.
Nah, I know what he's going to do.
He's going to steal it on
He's gonna
Saturday.
do it Saturday at 3:30.
Yeah, I agree.
Right as the Texans kick off.
I totally agree.
Right as soon as Kiami Fairbairn's foot is on the damn football, Jerry Jones is going to announce that the Cowboys have fired their coach.
Who's the big scoop guy in Dallas when it comes to the Cowboys?
It could be Todd Archer. It could be David Moore.
It could be David. I bet you it's David Moore. David Moore is going to drop something reportedly about 2:45 on Saturday. That's Jerry Jones. That's Jerry. He's going to get those headlines.
Yeah, so that whole pregame show going to be all about the Cowboys.
Twitter's going to blow up.
Yeah.
And it's going to be announced that Mike McCarthy has been fired right at 3:29.
No, 2:45. So the pregame show.
Yeah.
Last year they did something during
Texans
kickoff.
Ravens coming up shortly, but the Cowboys.
Big news in Dallas. 2:45.
We got a big interview with D'Amico Ryans coming up. You don't want to miss this exclusive.
Wait. David Moore reporting that Mike McCarthy's been fired.
Scrap that.
He'll probably give it to Glazer. You
think Glazer?
Glazer's the reason McCarthy got the gig. That's a theory. The theory is that Glazer was.
Well, then maybe he's mad at
Glazer. No, they're definitely going to do it on Friday or Saturday.
Yeah, no, Saturday.
Right at kick.
Right after lunch.
They might wait till Sunday at noon.
No, it's going to be Saturday.
Nah, if
they want both pregame shows.
No, if they really wanted to stick it though, don't you do it during the 49ers Packers? Because those are the two teams that you're going to compete with.
No, Jerry's.
When would you do it?
Jerry's playing chess.
When would you do it?
He wants both pregame shows.
I'm doing it at 7:00 on Saturday, right before 49ers Packers kicks off.
2:45. 2:45 p.m. Saturday.
Nobody talking about you.
Right as they're kicking in their pregame.
I'm going 7:00.
All right, we should put a wager on this.
Jerry Jones, sneaky fella. Falcons interviewed Jim Harbaugh. They've already interviewed Bill Belichick. Nick Sirianni still on hold. We don't know if Philadelphia is going to fire him or not. This was Jalen Hurts. Pretty weird moment at the podium. Houston's own Jalen Hurts talking about his mindset and his thoughts on Nick Sirianni.
I have a ton of confidence in everyone in this building. It's just a matter of us going out there and playing clean football. Been something that we have not done. I didn't know he was going anywhere. I didn't know that.
Do you want Nick back? It wasn't a yes.
I didn't know he was going anywhere.
That wasn't a yes. He might be the most hated guy in Philly right now.
Oh, Sirianni?
Oh,
See, somebody
God.
threw a box of popcorn at him?
How's that surprising? That's Philly.
Golly.
It's Philly.
Lucky it wasn't the battery.
It's all good. If it'd been Russell Westbrook would have
gone into the stands. He did something again the other day.
He was.
Yeah.
He is ridiculous. He got mad that someone called him Westbrook that one time. Remember that?
Yeah.
Internet going nuts. C.J. Stroud gets compared to a GOAT, and an announcer who called a Texans game earlier this year and one of the best in the game, he loses his cool on air. Internet going nuts next.
Join the drive.
got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. We've heard a lot of things about C.J. Stroud. Players of the present, players of the past, media types, fans, loopholes. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Chris Long took it up a notch. He cranked it up a notch on Inside the NFL. This was the great Chris Long with the great Ryan Clark talking about C.J. Stroud, and oh my gosh, he took it there.
This is where I was like, okay, yeah, he's him, as they say.
Yeah.
He goes to Cincinnati, and the performance that he put on there was incredible. And I was like, the first guy since the guy on the other sideline to remind me of the guy on the other sideline in Joe Burrow
Right.
is C.J. Stroud. And you know who Joe Burrow reminded me of when he came in the league was Tom Brady.
Hold on 1 second. Wait.
Yeah.
That's a statement that people won't understand. You're saying C.J. Stroud, as a rookie, has shown some traits we've seen from a guy like Tom.
Some traits. You know,
Yeah.
some people can say, is he going to win 6-7 championships? I don't know in this
Right.
day and age. But what I do know is he's got that third dimension kind of deal with the quarterback where it's not just what do you see, where to go with the ball. He's an artist, too. He's a leader. He's having guys over to dinner every night. He's got a chef at the house. I wish I was his teammate. I mean, he's a leader, but he's also got those innate pocket mobility traits where he's able to buy himself time. His eyes are always downfield. And that's a play caller's best friend, too, because he can get you out of a lot of trouble. It's an offensive line's best friend, and the playmakers love him, too.
It's uncanny where we are with C.J. Stroud. I mean, that's a very respected guy. I've been talking today about how it's one thing for us, but when players do it. And if you didn't hear this quote from his teammate, this is the one that really kind of just
Case Keenum.
It just puts it in another sort of dimension, as he said, another category.
Case Keenum.
This is Case Keenum. Case Keenum has been by his side almost from the day that he got here. C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, it's a good resource for him.
He's in every meeting. He's in every practice. He's on the sideline. This is a direct quote from a current player that you know very well, Case Keenum, talking about C.J. Stroud. I think he's going to be the best of all time. He truly has the ability to be that way. I know it's very early to say that sort of stuff, but, man, he does some stuff that is just out of this world. Landry, the best of all time from a current player, a veteran current player.
Yeah, let's slow down.
I mean, you want to.
I mean, I like the intangibles. I like the Burrow comp. It's starting to feel like there's a little bit of that id factor that he has, but
when doesn't it reach a point where, like, everybody's saying it? We heard from Franklin earlier.
If they win this week, I'll jump on.
But are you going to change any? Is your confidence going to diminish?
It's going to be high. I think he can be I think he can be one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL.
So that's what I'm saying.
He's already one of the 5 best. I think he can be one of the 3 best for a long time.
Everyone says it and everyone sees it right now, and it's not media, it's players, it's coaches, it's in the game, out of the game, it's an analyst. Then it's real. Then it's something that is absolutely on the table. It's wild.
I got the internet going nuts.
Jim Irsay. You saw the latest, huh?
Yeah, I ignored it.
I'm not, because I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
Like, I feel really bad for him. There TMZ reported.
He's battling addiction.
I thought he was over it. I really did.
You did?
I did. I did.
I said no kidding.
Oh, really?
Did you see him tweet?
You know what we're talking about, Figgy?
Have you seen?
Yeah, I know.
Have you seen Jim Irsay tweet?
I have. December? I think he's just a goofball.
You thought that was normal?
I think he's just a goofy guy.
Those rants that he was going on, you think that was just because he popped an aspirin?
He's goofy whether he's...
Come on.
So you think he's not like that? Like,
no,
if he was
apparently,
just clean.
Well, let's go back. TMZ reported.
The way he was rambling and the stuff he was saying and the stupidity. Remember when he was talking about my black mother? Like, talking about, like, the...
But that's what goofballs do.
Dude, but it was obvious he was just belligerent.
Look, maybe I was just...
Can you not tell, like, when some of our Sports Radio 610 teammates start tweeting, can you be like, man, this dude's drunk?
Tyler?
Like, T-Mill, after 12:30 when he's on, like, these rants, you're like, man, that dude's drunk. B. Scott the other day...
Oh, B. Scott was feeling it.
Yeah.
Yeah, B. Scott was feeling it. But some guys are just goofballs, and they're almost like lovable.
It was obvious something was wrong.
Obviously, I'm gullible.
I thought it was obvious that something was wrong.
TMZ reported he had a recent suspected overdose. The Colts made a statement that's saying he's recovering from, quote, a respiratory illness. And I wanted to bring it up because I thought, obviously or pretty obviously incorrectly, he's just Jim Irsay. He's just that. But apparently he has these same issues that he's had.
Shout out to Jim Irsay, man. He's a likable dude. He is. Man. He's a really likable dude. But like the way that he was talking earlier, I was like, man, this is kind of something's wrong. He's okay now, though.
I don't know. They're recovering from respiratory illness, according to the Colts.
But he was at the game, right?
They said he hadn't been seen in several days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get well, Jim.
Yeah.
I got the internet going nuts.
Reporter questions at press conferences. They can always be interesting. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they're going to Detroit. They're taking on the Lions.
Yeah, how's the weather?
Well, they play indoors in Detroit. Thought most people knew that. This young lady, this reporter, however, did not.
Looking forward towards Detroit. The weather has been a factor in some of the playoff games, even for the most prepared teams. Today it's 13 in Detroit, which doesn't compare to some of the temperatures we tend to talk to. Any special plans to acclimate the team to not only endure but perform in those kind of frigid temperatures should you face them in Detroit?
You do know we play indoors, right? And they got a dome. I don't, no, nothing planned. We're indoors. We only have to be outside for 20 seconds getting off the bus, going under the thing, so we'll be okay.
I love Todd Bowles.
She's crawling underneath a chair, right?
I love Todd Bowles, dude.
She's got to be crawling underneath the chair.
Todd Bowles is great.
Here's where I'm giving it, and maybe
shout out to Todd Bowles.
I
got to get the respect he deserves as a coach either.
No, but I'm going to give the benefit of the doubt here.
You're going to say that she's not a sports reporter?
She's a news girl, yeah.
Well, she actually put in she put in some research. She might not. She probably should have figured out the stadium first, but she put in some research.
Probably.
I mean, CJ. I mean, in fairness,
probably should have figured out.
In fairness, CJ didn't get asked about Lamar Jackson yesterday.
That's different. Like that, but news site, you know how news site is. Hey, we're in the playoffs and all this other stuff.
We're here outside the stadium at 6 a.m.
Let's see your
Johnny
Texans
is
gear.
out here in the blue light, and he's been waiting here since 4 a.m. Johnny, tell us about the Texans.
What's your favorite tailgate food?
Johnny, how long you been tailgating here?
They send, and they usually send like the pups, the puppies, the young reporters. Hey, go out and get a man on the street.
Enough said was on the news the other day. 2 stations.
There you go.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about.
We're here with Marty.
Hey, why don't you go talk to Todd Bowles about the weather? Okay.
By the way, did they get Marty from Nuff Said at the right time?
Was he drunk?
Man, you get him late in that tailgate, man. I don't know that I want him on TV. We talked about drunk tweeting, man. Marty, you get Marty as the MC.
Yeah.
At about for a noon kick at about 10:50, 10:45. Man is slurring his words.
Do your next one because I got a story for you.
Oh, you do?
I got a story for you.
You do?
I got a story for you.
Tell me a story,
You're
OG.
about to hear a story.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Ian Eagle, one of the best, most respected broadcasters in the game. He's called Texans games this year. I think he's the best. I think he is the man. He is the one. He is underutilized. He should be on an A team when it comes to the NFL. And he's also the play-by-play guy for the Brooklyn Nets. He was calling the game with the czar, Mike Fratello. And there was a really awkward moment here. I didn't know if this was a bit or if this was legit. I'll let you judge for yourself as the internet goes nuts here on In the Loop.
Breeze coming from all over the place, and then everything that could go wrong, foul, ball goes in, N1, stops the clock, turnover, missed free throws when you got fouled. It was crazy.
Could I make one point?
Sure can.
I just want to say that earlier, you had a very patronizing tone towards me. I fully understand what a slip screen is. I've been doing the NBA for 18 years, but the way you presented it initially was gobbledygook. So, like the audience, I wanted you to come back and explain yourself. And you then just took a firing line on me, and it was uncalled for.
I don't think so.
That's exactly what happened.
You are overly sensitive today.
I am not.
Did you have a bad day today?
It's second game of a back-to-back.
The ride back from Philly, did it disturb you last night?
That was 2 hours with you, which is probably the reason why I've had enough tonight. Time out.
Can I tell you a story?
Hey. What is going on there? Ian Eagle's like the ultimate professional. By the way, what did you think of his son? Did you go back and watch the game?
Just bits and pieces. Yeah, it was fine.
His son's a badass.
Yeah.
Dude. How is that kid in his 20s?
Is he in his 20s?
I think he's like 26.
Well, that makes me feel great. I got to tell you this story. First of
He's
all,
26 years old, and the kid sounds like he's 100.
Man.
He knows every detail. He called Bobby Slowick a smart young man.
He's older than him. So, the year is 1989. All right? And I'm covering Spurs versus Atlanta Hawks. And I write a preview. Now, keep in mind, the Hawks were picked to challenge Detroit for the Eastern Conference Championship. Kevin Willis, Dominique Wilkins, Moses Malone. That was a talented Hawks squad. And I wrote, I think, Spud Webb, too. I mean, that was a squad.
God, he shouldn't have won the dunk contest.
Well, that's beside the point. And I wrote a preview that they ran on the front page. Fratello was disappointing, was whatever the headline. But my lead, I'll never forget my lead. I said, Mike Fratello has a unique talent for getting less out of more than any other coach in the NBA.
That's a nice compliment.
You're getting less out of more?
Oh, not more out of less out of more.
Yes.
I went my ears went dyslexic.
Yeah, Mike Fratello, I remember distinctly, has a unique talent for getting less out of more than any coach in the NBA. We got in a shouting match before the game. Like, he came out, like, isn't
he little?
Yeah, he's a little dude.
I've met Mike Fratello.
Like 5'5".
He is a thin-skinned, phony, fraud.
He's 5'7".
Diva. Let me say that again. He is a thin-skinned, phony, fraud diva. Because I actually tried to get a hold of him for that story, and he didn't want to talk.
Did you reach out 4 minutes before you?
No. It was a day before. It was in the newspaper.
He was trying to reach out for.
The article was already written.
No, it was.
You'd already sent it in.
Landry, this was print media. This was a newspaper.
Yeah, you already sent it in.
No, I reached out. Their PR or whatever said he didn't want to talk, so I wrote the story. He came across the court in the pregame and started shouting at me. I forget exactly but he was calling me like, how dare you and all this other stuff, just yelling at me, like to the point where people were taking pictures. Like back in the day, I'd be like it would be viral.
Can we find this picture?
I don't know. It's somewhere out there. And I just said, I tried to talk to you yesterday about this because they were like 21 and 25. Like, they were awful. They were picked to win the Eastern Conference. He came walking across the court, started yelling at me. And I said, well, I'll talk. And I said, I tried to talk to you. And he goes, well, I'll talk to you now. And I'm like, I'm going to be writing about the game because it was pregame. So I'm writing about the game tomorrow, but I'll make a note of it for my notes column. And he yelled at me for like 5 minutes. Got fired that year.
1990?
Yeah, he got fired that year. Look it up.
And went to the damn Cavs.
And went to the Cavs.
3 years later.
He is, so I say all that to say this. Ian Eagle absolutely is right. And I haven't even heard the backstory. I guarantee you Ian Eagle is right.
Damn, they had Kenny Smith too, man. A decent squad that year. John Koncak. Out of SMU.
Kevin Willis, Spud Webb, Dominique Wilkins, Moses Malone.
Doc Rivers.
And they were like 4 games under 500. He was just mad because he knew he was going to get fired because he does less with more than any coach in the NBA.
I've never seen Ian Eagle lose his cool like that, man.
No, Ian Eagle's right. I can guarantee you that, and I don't even know what the story is.
It's internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Coming up, are you prepared to acknowledge that the Texans have the quarterback advantage heading into Saturday? I am. Should I be? Next.
AFC, you.
vary. Not valid in a combo. Single item at regular price.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Bobby Slowick says he's locked in. Offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick says he's locked in. Hadn't done any interviews. He's got his game face on. He's ready to go. I'm excited to hear this. I'm going to listen to this after the show. Last week, that was the moment. As soon as I heard Bobby go up there, say what he said, had a good feeling the Texans were going to win this thing. See if he has that same confidence tomorrow. Also going to get a player straight off the practice field, one of your Houston Texans tomorrow, so we got that. Yesterday, though, we heard from C.J. Stroud. And with all the information that we've gathered, how much better C.J. Stroud is in win-or-go-home games and how much worse Lamar Jackson is in playoff games compared to his regular season statistics. Kind of prepared to say the Texans have the quarterback matchup advantage.
Yeah.
Maybe I'm getting ahead of myself. Maybe I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, but I'm sipping it. And I feel confident that because the Texans and Ravens are playing in the situation they're playing in, and this isn't week 1 through 18, I feel like they have the advantage. I'm adding the element of that it factor that Chris Long's talking about, that C.J. Stroud's teammates are talking about, that there was speculation about heading into the draft. I am factoring that in along with what we've seen from Lamar Jackson in his 4 playoff games, and I'm saying on this Saturday with the Texans as now an 8-point underdog. Maybe some of those sharp betting guys are seeing it too.
Yeah.
I think the Texans have the QB advantage.
Well, a good indication that they just might is you're talking about the likely MVP of the NFL, one of the most
deservedly so.
Deservedly so. One of the most electrifying players in history. A threat running the ball and passing the ball, and nobody is going to sit here and say you're nuts. That alone tells you how good and right you might be, how good C.J. Stroud is, and how right you might be. You got an MVP like that with that many pelts on the wall, not in the postseason, but that many pelts on the wall and all that stuff, and already he's been an MVP, and you're saying, I think they got the quarterback advantage. No one can look you in the eye and say, get the hell out of here. Because it's a discussion. Like, it's reasonable to think it based on the things that you talked about.
Figgy, do you feel like the Texans have the quarterback advantage? Are we jumping the gun here?
No, I think so, man. I think so. I feel like the only negative thing people say about CJ is he a rookie. And I feel like you could kind of throw that out the window at this point.
Yeah.
It's been the whole damn season. We ain't seen no rookie moments from him.
I don't know how many other advantages the Texans have. Like, if we're talking about, advantages against Baltimore, I don't know how many others they have. But you know what? At that position, that's worth more than having the advantage.
Still close
in any other area.
Even if you're saying,
is it?
It's close either way.
Look, Lamar Jackson's career rating in playoff games is 68.3. There's probably a gray area that Ravens fans could explain to me. And if you're a Ravens fan, you're listening, 713-572-4610, I would appreciate it. Is it the system? Was there some injuries? Was there some other factors? But when you tell me a guy's rating is 68.3 in his 4 playoff games and his career regular season rating is 98, that's pretty alarming. 68.3 wouldn't be top 50 in the NFL this year. It's below Trevor Siemian. So maybe is 4 games a small sample size of playoff games?
Not over the course of the years that it's been. Like, it's one year to the next. Yeah,
it's been that's a 5-year stretch.
5-year stretch, and 4 playoff games, and the narrative with if he loses this game, he being Lamar Jackson, is going to be he gets rattled. He can't handle the big moment. It's he's all show, no a drive for show, putt for dough. He can't putt. That's going to be the narrow.
Drive for what?
Drive for show, putt for dough. It's an old golf saying.
Oh, okay.
Like he can't handle the big moment. That's going to be the.
It means like try to show off.
No, the important part of the hole is making the putt.
Oh,
okay.
Like Happy's learned to putt.
You can drive
like in Happy Gilmore.
Yeah, you can drive 290 yards all you want, but you still got to make an 18-foot putt, 15-foot putt. So that's him. The narrative is going to be can't handle the big moment. It's too big for him. He gets rattled, etc. And I keep thinking the numbers say that he might get rattled. Like 68 in playoff games, a quarterback rating of 68.
It's a new system.
Sure.
Some would say that. Okay. I felt like the 49ers did okay with it.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it just be like that. Sometimes it's rust, too. I mean, this is – I don't know that Baltimore wanted to stop playing 3 weeks ago with the way that they were playing, the way they were handling business, the way they were grooving. Like if you told me right now the Texans are going to take a week or two off and then they're going to play, a team that's won 2 consecutive win-or-go-home games, I might take you up on your offer. Like I might do it just because you can get more healthy, but damn, like do you lose momentum? Like Lamar Jackson said in his media availability that he was asked, how do you stay sharp? It's you practice every day like it's a game, like you're going to play a game. Okay. Like
when I heard that, I kind of eye rolled.
Really?
I'm glad you brought that up.
So you're telling me last week when you were going to have a bye week, you're practicing
I thought
like
the same
you're playing
thing.
a game? Like how does that work?
Like how do you keep that going? Well, you practice.
Yeah,
no, man.
Like when you practice, you're like thinking about the opponent. And he has to say that, but
yeah.
I just don't see how you stay in shape. Yeah, you go through your reps, but you don't know what you're doing. Like, you're not practicing like you're playing an opponent.
They're not going to be breathing down your neck. They're not going to be hitting you. You're not going to be throwing off your back.
You don't even know what you're preparing for.
You don't know what you're preparing for.
You're preparing to sit on the couch.
Yeah.
Like, that's what you're preparing to do. You're preparing to sit on the couch.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know how you do that.
Yeah.
I get the importance of the bye and stuff, but, like, that's a lot of time off.
Yeah.
That's a lot of time off.
They might come out struggling a little bit, man. I feel like they're going to be a little rusty.
And that, to me, is the key to the game. The key to the game for me, for the Texans, is the first 20 minutes or so, avoid the blowout. Because when they smell blood, the one thing Baltimore will do is they will go for the kill. They will go for the kill. If the Texans can just avoid getting blown out early, I like that their chances increase more and more.
Well, people say this about a lot of games, but I think it's especially true in this one. If you have a lead in the third quarter, oh man, it's going to get a little tight around the collar on Lamar Jackson. I don't care what he says about all this, all his, all the talent he has, everything that he's talked about. They're trailing at home in the third quarter. It's going to get pretty tight. It's going to get pretty tight around his collar. There's no question.
Or even if it's a close game, to be honest.
Yeah, exactly.
If it's just a close game.
Yeah, it was close. It was close at half last time around, but kind of got away from them a little bit. That was where they were going for it on fourth down and their own territory and stuff, and they're trying to balance the aggressiveness and whatnot. So it'll be interesting. There's just a couple of factors that I do wonder. I don't necessarily know how it ends up going down, but I feel good about the quarterback situation, no doubt, for the Texans.
Look, I think 9 times out of 10, pressure, air quotes. All these other things about is he feeling it? Is he thinking about not having won a lot in the playoffs, never having been? I think 9 times out of 10, that really isn't that big of a factor. But I think it is a factor in Baltimore. I think, like, when you listen, and I listened to a lot of it yesterday and this morning, that's all he's being asked about everything outside of this one game.
Yeah, he's at that part. He's at that point where there's one thing that can happen for, I think, him to be satisfied and for the Ravens to be satisfied, and that's the the ultimate prize, which they're very, very capable of. There's just a lot of signs that you probably shouldn't feel too nervous if you're a Texans fan. Tomorrow, players straight off the field. We'll also hear from Bobby Slowick. Is he going to sound as confident this week as he did last week? We'll also hear from some other players, guys that have to stop C.J. Stroud up there in Baltimore. Clint Stoerner, Ron Hughley in the building.
What's good?
Hey, man.
Everything's good, man. Lovely time to be alive. Lovely time to be covering this squad.
You're damn right. Been waiting for a glimpse of this. To think as we set up in that press box, as Anthony Richardson was waltzing in for his second touchdown to make it 14-0, but then felt like 6 minutes of the game, I turned to Clint and I said, hey, man, I don't think I got another one of these in me.
You're talking about the season?
Yes.
Oh, hell yes.
At that point, after the loss, you guys were just talking about it, there was a shaky bunch in terms of the coaching staff filling themselves out in that first Baltimore game, and then that kicked off like that. And, Lord, look at where we are right here.
I thought
in the divisional round of the playoffs.
I thought it was very candid of D'Amico to basically saying, yeah, we were kind of all over the place in that first game. He said it yesterday.
Yeah.
That was, first of all, very candid, and I think it's very encouraging. Like, they are a smooth operating machine. They know what Bobby Slowick can do. They know what C.J. Stroud can do.
Yeah.
I mean, it truly is a different place.
Well, it's easy to say that, acknowledge it, own it, right? When there's been this kind of progress, and really, it's with the D'Amico as a defensive coordinator and Bobby Slowick as an offensive coordinator, and how they've grown, matured, developed these guys. And, we talk a lot about CJ, but really it's the whole group. I mean, it's easy to own what you looked like in week 2, considering it was negative when you've come so far in such a short period of time.
How do you feel about the matchup between C.J. Stroud and Lamar Jackson? Because I got to gas myself up to where I almost feel like Saturday the Texans have the QB advantage, which is crazy because I'm a Lamar Jackson fan. And I don't like the way the goalpost has moved on criticism of Lamar Jackson. But you look, I mean, the playoff stats are the playoff stats. He's 1-3. His rating goes from 98 to 68. He has 3 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. His completion percentage goes from 64.5 to 55.9. And on the other hand, C.J. Stroud, he just had one of the best rookie seasons we've ever seen. In an elite season at quarterback, his numbers in the last 2 winner-go-homes, they just increase. I don't know. Like, maybe it's a fluke. I can see Show over there rolling his eyes. I'm just asking you, like, what am I to make of that? Because I think it's a decent sample size. Maybe it's a system. We can blame it on the system. I've seen that system have success in San Francisco in the postseason. So maybe we can make some sense of it. But I don't think those numbers I don't think you just glaze over.
I'll let you have at this, Clint.
Well, look, there's a large enough sample size to see where Lamar Jackson has struggled in the playoffs. I heard a stat this morning that stuck out. His offense hadn't scored more than 20 points in 4 games in the playoffs. Now, and that's
after setting the world on fire in the regular season.
Sure, and so that's hard to avoid that. It's hard to avoid not talking. And the comparison that you just made in terms of CJ and Lamar, it's hard to not then look back at what CJ did in his first playoff game, which was just a half, and light it up. So, I think there's a conversation there to be had.
Yeah, I wanted to wait till 2 o'clock before I get called a hater, but I just can't. I can't say the league MVP doesn't have a quarterback.
Did you say that Peyton Manning had the advantage over Tom Brady?
In this situation, I cannot say the league MVP. He's not facing Mahomes. I can't say the league MVP has the quarterback advantage. Doesn't have the quarterback advantage. Disadvantage against a rookie. And C.J. Stroud, as great as C.J. Stroud has been, Lamar has been the best player in the NFL this year.
You're listening to KILT-AM, KILT-HD2.
Man.
The Drive is live.
The Drive is live. I'm trying to bond with the people. And you're going to make me, and you know I can't sit there and just go with it.
Hater.
I can't do it, man.
It's a good conversation.
That's not a conversation.
Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. Absolutely it is. Unless you're talking to a guy that just says it's not just because it's Lamar and he's the MVP, then it's not much of a conversation. It is a good conversation. You got a guy that was in the MVP hunt right along with Lamar Jackson until he got injured, And there's a conversation to be had about is he playing better ball right now than Lamar Jackson?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I mean, not better ball, however you want to spin it. Who has the advantage? Lamar just waltzed into I'm not doing it. Nope, I'm not doing this. I'm not doing it.
It's good for
You're
you.
about to make me.
It's good for
like,
you.
We just gonna sit and act like he didn't waltz in there and beat the hell out of the 49ers like he did.
And you're gonna act like the stat that his offense hadn't scored 20 points in 4 straight playoff games.
I'm not saying
he's a loss away from being the same conversation that Dak Prescott's at right now.
Today,
yes.
the MVP of the league that's been the best player in the league to a guy that has been great, a rookie of the year. All right.
Are we gonna give you your flowers?
I ain't gonna cool my jets. I ain't crazy. All right. I got this. That ain't. No, I'm not doing it. I want to have a really nice. I wanted to start it. I want to do this. I did not want to do this. Okay. Hello, Houston. Hello. Welcome up. The
How
drive.
you doing,
Hey, Ron.
How you doing, Ron?
Ron.
The drive is live. Tyler's in the building. Byron came out and started wearing orange in the background, so he's going to be a little bit more.
Hey, Byron done said, "What's up?" 5 times a day, y'all. Y'all better get ready, you two. He's coming.
Byron put on bright colors today. You ain't going to call my ass boring back here. I ain't wearing black, bright colors today.
He's wearing them
Byron's
Bearcat colors.
That's right, baby. Clint's in the building. A lot to get to in this thing. I want to say this first. My man Tyler, shout out to Tyler, is going to be in Vegas. Hopefully. Watching this game. He's going to be in this thing. We're about – can we just say this? And this is how I wanted to start the show off. We are, as Clint would say, I never said this before in my life until I met Clint Stoerner. We are 3 sleeps away.
We are.
From the Texans playing – I want to sink this in. Not what Landry got me to talk about before, but let this sink in. 3 sleeps away from potentially the biggest win in the history of the franchise.
Oh, my God.
And I know there's some Oiler fans back there that will argue some other things, AFC championship games that they have been in, but arguably the biggest win in the history of Houston football, professional football in this city. 3 sleeps away. 3 sleeps away in this thing. Clint, Tyler's watching this thing in Vegas. And I want to know, I need to know what your game plan is, Tyler, and where you're watching this. Because this is a big thing to me because this is a huge game. This is the biggest game arguably you've ever watched as a Texan fan.
Absolutely.
And many of you listening as a Texan fan. And I just know me.
Will you come to me first when you get done with the spiel? I'm going to help him out.
Listen, I just know me. I like a game like this, I'm going to be what was Bill Russell, a player coach. I'm on coach and play this game.
Right.
From my own place. I probably have floor burns, knee burns, whatever. I'm coaching. I tell you right now, if I put my watch and set that thing on a workout, I'm good for 700 to 1,000 active calories during a game of this magnitude.
You better not come in here with no rug burns on your knees. I'm going to have some serious questions about what the hell Ron's doing.
I'm a pacer. Oh, God. I will.
Ron and Courtney doing at the crib.
I told you. I played the game. I'm diving for catches. I'm keeping my feet in bounds in this thing. And so I need to be either at the game or a space where I got room to really roam around. And I'm just curious, your game plan of where you're watching this thing at Vegas. Because for me, I couldn't just be out just at some bar or some spot out there.
You got to be somewhere where you can really focus.
Where I can focus. Yeah. I got room to move and I'm with like-minded people. Because I might fight somebody in a moment right here that's just trying to get to me.
Well, I'll let Clint. He wanted to jump in, but the thing is, I don't know right now.
Well, that's what I was trying to do. Ron went on long enough. I was just going to try to buy you some more time because the unacceptable answer is I don't know.
I don't know.
At this point, there's got to be a plan. Like right now, you're going to Vegas.
You got to have a game plan.
And the Texans are playing Saturday afternoon.
The biggest game you've ever seen with the Texans.
And look, and it's not even – it is NFL playoffs, obviously, so it's going to be more packed and higher demand than a typical Saturday afternoon, but it's not your evening game, so there ought to be some availability. Like the first thing that you do, to hell with the wedding or whatever else y'all got going on, the first thing you do –
to hell with it.
To hell with that
wedding. The first thing you do is go, okay, where we at? What time's the game, 3:30, 3:15?
3:30.
Where we at 3:30? before you ever even buy a damn plane ticket.
Well,
either the first plane ticket or the second plane ticket. However many you got to buy to get to Vegas by Friday, your ass ought to know one thing. One thing. Where you going to be Saturday at 3:30?
And I think that's solid advice. I would like to think that before we ever got Saturday, I would have that all mapped out.
He doesn't.
But where we stand right now, it's been interesting. It's been up in the air. For the listeners that don't know, about 10 minutes before this very show got started, my flight to Vegas was canceled. So...
Well, when you don't know where you're watching the game on Saturday, that's what happens.
But you should have known by now. Like,
I'm traveling with another couple, though.
But you got to have a bit of a game plan in your head, though. Like, you got to have a bit of a game plan on.
You're right.
I
haven't had anything set in stone, but I know that I will most likely be at one of the beautiful sports books in Las Vegas, Nevada, on Saturday at 3:30.
Right.
I just don't know which one yet.
Ron, I'm worried about our head of scouting.
I'm
worried about our lead scout, man.
I've been worried since you requested.
I can't blame you for worrying right now because I didn't even got a plane ticket.
I'm just telling you, Tyler, you get yourself – I made this mistake. I got myself cocky last year in the NCAA tournament. I did not, in my mind, envision the Arkansas Razorbacks beating my Kansas Jayhawks. So I said, it's okay for me to go to a wedding during the game. I'm sitting here at my table watching the damn thing on my phone, and I've got to lose it. My son Trey lost his mind at the table. He cried at the table. You got to put yourself in a better situation than that. And I'm just saying, if it's up in the air right now, it's Wednesday.
Well, right now I got to focus on getting a plane ticket. But after that, I'm going to get something set in stone. I'll do it.
Tyler, I would have been in that hotel room. I'd have had a spot in that hotel room, had me a couple of shots if it needed to get to that. But somebody's talking about the Flamingo or the Bellagio. No, that's just too many people. That's just too many people that's going to give you hell to try to bait you into things. I just want to. You need to. That's probably a game plan. That's probably a game plan you need to have.
I'll try to have a game plan set in stone for you guys by tomorrow. How about that?
Do that. 3 sleeps away. How about that, man?
It's exciting, man.
It should be. Houston has been on fire, ready for this, and the game is Sunday. And Clint, we did this last week, and this feels like. I feel like this is something we need to keep going. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, hello, you can join and give us your thoughts on this. It is Wednesday. And I want to know, for this game, arguably the biggest game in Houston sports history, professional at least. I can't think of a game that the Cougars maybe have that's been big, but wow. I'm just saying, the biggest football game in Houston sports, arguably, coming up on Sunday in Baltimore. What is your concern meter for the Texans winning this game against the Ravens? Last week, Clint, on Wednesday against the Browns, with that 7.5. Later Friday, before he made his prediction, he let the cat out of the bag. That Wednesday, he didn't see a path for the Texans to beat the Browns, but they did win. But it did go down by Friday. Where is your concern meter at going on the road to Baltimore, the number 1 seed, 713-572-4610? Where are you at today on Wednesday?
Well, I'm sure the people are going to put a lot of stock into my opinion after that setup.
Good, man. Look, you don't get them all right.
I'm at about an 8.
Okay,
I'm at about an 8. Lord. I mean, this is the best team in football. It's the best team in football and the MVP. It's the best team in football, and they're really, really, really good offensively, and they're really, really, really good defensively. They appear to be healthy. It's at their place. The weather is going to be advantage Baltimore because the Texans are an indoor team. It's that simple. You're not playing on turf indoors in a controlled environment. You're going outdoors, and it's going to be cold as hell. And that's where Baltimore thrives. That's who they are. And so I think right now, as I look at this thing, by the way, didn't help that Vegas has got them back to a 9.5-point favorite. I'm at about.
Damn, did it move back up?
The higher, the more concerned. Yeah, I'm at an 8.
An 8. All right, Clint is at an 8 from the text line. My concern level is 0. D'Amico and CJ will carry us through the promised land. You're insane. And I mean that respectfully. 7. In D'Amico, we trust. I ain't got no worries. Ravens have all the pressure. I agree with that second part. I just don't believe you that you don't have any worries or you're new to football. Tyler, where's your concern meter? Last week, I believe you're at a 4.4, and then I think you dropped to a -3 by the end of the week.
Hey, and he was more spot on than anybody out there.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, you're a little short on that 27-14. All right, where are you at today against the Ravens?
I'm a little higher than a fofo. I think going into this game, right now where we stand, I'm going to say I'm at a 6.8. 6.8 on my concern meter.
Continue this.
I like details. I like specifics.
So
you know this.
6.8 is where Tyler is. Clint's at an 8, 6.8. I'm seeing here, I'm at a 6.5. They scare the hell out of me coming off a bye and getting healthier. I'm at a 4.5 out of 10 concern meter. The weather has me concerned coming up for this game. The weather thing to me is that one's not a big concern to me. I think the Texans will be fine with that. I think they've got a lot of guys who have played in that. I'm seeing it. This nasty guy again coming in 6.9. Just nasty.
Nice.
Well played.
Nice.
That's 2 weeks
Damn,
in a row.
I wish I'd have thought about that one.
That's 2 weeks in a row for that gentleman. I'm at a 7 right now. I thought I was going to be the highest on the panel here, but Clint banged out a clean 8 right now. I'm at a 7 right now. I do believe, but the big thing I do believe is I don't think CJ will get rattled. I'll be shocked off my ass if CJ gets rattled in this game. And I think that's the head of the snake for the Texans. And if he's good, I think they have a chance. But this is a really good football team. And listen, I know we said this last week. It's even bigger this week. I think the Ravens are clearly the better team. Clearly the more talented team here. And as you said, Clint, this is the best team in football. This has been the most impressive team. They have the number 1 scoring defense. They lead the league in sacks. And they have the MVP who has been the best player in the game this year. And when it came down to it, big money games. By the way, they got 10 wins against playoff teams. When it came against big money games, he came and stepped up and played his ass off. And they're at home. This one's a tall task for me. So I'm at about a 7 right now, Wednesday. We'll see where I am Friday. We'll see where we all are Friday. But this is, as you said, Vegas, they generally are in the ballpark of things. And when they push that thing up to 9.5, that's a sign there. So this is going to be a big game for them. If they win this game, man, it will be the biggest win in the history of the city.
It'll be a huge win. It'll be an absolutely huge win. I tell you, this Baltimore team, I think the one thing that moves me a little differently right now than it did before is you've got the same dynamic of what Lamar Jackson's capable of doing with his legs, but I think this team depends less on it. Todd Monken, the new offensive coordinator coming out of Georgia. The stats will not say this because the stats are not what Lamar Jackson was putting up when he was breaking records and they were last time he was the MVP ultimately. This version of Baltimore is more win from the pocket, mismatches, supporting cast, and then, oh, by the way, you still got to deal with Lamar Jackson's legs, where everything before was built around Lamar Jackson's legs in a very, very extreme way. Now, both very powerful. Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking either one of them. I've just now seen both of them, and this version actually scares me more. In the playoffs, this version actually scares me more because you have more answers. And you're harder to stop. Now, you're always going to be difficult to stop because you have Lamar Jackson, but when he's distributing the football to guys like Zay Flowers, he's got guys to distribute. Yes, and when he's doing that, and that's part of the game plan, and there's a method to the madness, and then when all that stuff breaks down, boom, all of a sudden you've got them legs. When they want to throw in a design run, all of a sudden you've got those legs. And Lamar Jackson, obviously his ability to execute, process, distribute from the pocket has been really, really good. And again, I tipped my cap to him yesterday. I tipped my cap to a guy that could arguably have if he could stay healthy, a 10 or 12-year run and make a boatload of money simply because he has the ability to hit an eject button like nobody in this league's ever had. but he has honed his craft. And now we'll see what it looks like in the playoffs. But he appears to have honed his craft, it bit the bullet of, well, it's not going to look the same statistically, and accepted to play a little different looking offense. And it's so far, it's looked really, really good. And in my opinion, Ryan, this offense scares me a little bit more than the other version of the Baltimore Ravens.
And Clint, you talked about not just the eject button. Like, we also know, and this is something that you wonder how they will like, they've done 18 weeks, 16 weeks, because they've had some games. They didn't play the last one, but 16 game weeks of playing this way. And there's also a thought of, have they also been just saving and monitoring how much they use him in the run game? Because we also know that he has the ability to say, all right, because we watched this with Josh Allen, where they've said, all right, now we're closer to the playoffs. We're in the playoffs. Now we're going to used to say that about Josh. Boy, they don't use him enough in the run game. And then Brian Daboll, they got to the playoffs, and bam, you start seeing more of that. I wonder, is that something that they're also thinking, all right, we kind of scaled it back in the regular season, but now all hands are on deck.
Yep.
This is the thing. As I said yesterday, and I don't want this to be confused. Now, some of you are going to do what you do. I don't think any of us are saying that the Texans can't win this game. And I don't even think it's a miracle. And I think CJ has a lot to do with it. Now, I'm not going to sit here and lie to you and think that they have the quarterback advantage. I'm not going to do that. But I do think he can play with him. And I wouldn't be shocked if we come in here on Monday and the Texans are in the AFC Championship game. But for everything we're looking at, if we just sit here and look at it, I think the honest assessment is, like, yeah, right now there's some high level of concerns with the Texans going on the road against the best team in football so far. All right, I want to get this because we talked about this. A little bit yesterday, but I think there's some points to kind of pull more on it. One thing the Texans do have, not just one thing, but one major thing the Texans do have that is on their side could creep up and could be a big, big help for them to advance. We'll discuss that next.
It's divisional round week. The Texans face Fight Night, January 20th. Enter for a chance to win tickets right now at SportsRadio610.com/contests. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
From the text line, this is the game where CJ becomes legendary. Hell, I don't know if he's not there yet.
Shout out to Deshaun Watson.
But, yeah, this is he definitely is completely capable of doing that. And if he wins this game and has the effect on this game the way he has had most of the year, it will be even more to his legacy already starting early. All right, Clint, you know Friday we're going to be out. Tom's Watch Bar downtown.
Been there?
Right next to House of Blues. We'll be there.
Great place. Friday.
Want to let you all know, get your asses out there. We had a great turnout last week. Now, I know some of it had to do with those 3 pair of free tickets on the front row. And you said you saw some of our winners on the
Tad, Ellie's the one, the old boy you said didn't smile.
Oh, yeah.
That was Tad. He actually sent a picture from their seats, which was right next to where the Texans enter. And then I saw
I think her name's Christine. Christine and her boyfriend. I think they were there on the front row. I think we saw them on the big big screen. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, they were out there. So I think a lot of people enjoyed to come out for their chance to win tickets. It was intense during those drawings. Now listen, we don't have tickets in plane fare to fly you to Baltimore on the front row. That is not something that you will be getting if you come out on Friday.
Tom's is strong now.
Tom, yeah, I don't think we ain't got that for you. But you will have a chance to win 3 great prizes. And Clint, I'm looking at them right there. You got a chance to win an autographed Laramie Tunsil, the man who shut down Myles Garrett, the Pro Bowler.
Hello.
It's his jersey. It's a jersey signed by Laramie Tunsil. Right there, you got a chance to win that.
That's deep steel blue.
Yes, it is.
And I can't tell. That looks like that's the real deal.
It is the real deal.
That's all. Everything's sewn on.
Yep, it's the real deal.
Yeah, that's deep steel blue, obviously with the white numbers, and he signed the white number. That's big time. That would be a hell of a framer now.
It is. Right, ready for you. Laramie Tunsil signed right there. Also, you got a chance to win a signed football, the Duke, the real one, signed by the reigning defending defensive AFC Defensive Player of the Month, Derek Stingley Jr., who's having a hell of a second half. You got a chance to win an autographed football.
4 panels, 8 laces. That's the real deal, boys.
Yep, and I think the big one, the guy that you've talked about being legendary, there is a game-sized NFL football helmet, Texans helmet, signed by C.J. Stroud.
Really?
Wow, dude.
Yep, that
Again,
one is signed by
the
C.J.
deep
Stroud.
steel blue helmet.
That's right. Your chance to come out. All you got to do is get out there to Tom's Watch Bar next to House of Blues, right there off Caroline and Dallas Street, where those connect. You can come on out. Friday we'll be there from 2 to 6, and you got a chance to win those things.
It's Catherine, by the way.
Is her name? Is her Catherine? What did I call her?
Caroline or Christine.
Christine.
Catherine it is.
Catherine. Is it Catherine?
Oh, yeah.
You had that good.
Ain't nobody have a better time than Catherine.
Yeah, she had a hell of a time. Her dude was down there in prayer.
Oh, ain't no doubt. Oh, and Michael and his main lady.
Michael Rodriguez.
His main lady.
Later found was his wife.
She called the postgame show, Alice.
Did she? Oh,
she called the postgame show. So, yeah, I either laid eyes on or heard from all 3 of our winners last week. Had one hell of a time.
Yeah. Someone texted in, I got a new appreciation for Tunsil after Saturday. Well, you got a chance to get your frameable jersey signed by him.
Well, I mean, look, the truth of the matter is, I mean, if we're speaking in reality here, you should have a new appreciation for your Texans after Saturday.
Yeah.
That was an unbelievable that was a next level. Like whatever you thought about the Texans before, it took a large step in the positive direction, right? I mean, I'm not. Of course, there's some people out there like Tyler had about I think a 1.2% worry factor against the best defense in the game. Now, even Tyler's thought and confidence in the Texans.
Mr. Cautiously optimistic.
Had to take a big step last week with that performance, right? Is that fair to say, Tyler?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
I mean, that was...
Although his feel for the game was not cautiously optimistic. It was, they're gonna beat them by 13 points.
Yeah. He was only about 18 short.
Yeah. All right, listen, as we look at this game, and we'll look at it all week, listen, 9.5-point favorites in Baltimore. A lot of advantages slide over to the Ravens. All right, and if you think it's a hater situation, whatever, kick rocks. Open-toed sandals.
But
hold on, show.
One place that
you think Cal wears open-toed sandals?
Cal wears whatever the hell he wants, and I'm sure he's got a nice pair in there.
I think he definitely does.
You think he does?
Oh yeah.
You think he's
tight.
got penny loafers, the shoes with pennies that you can...
Oh, he's got as much money as Cal got. He better have some penny loafers.
All right.
His ass better have some penny loafers.
One major advantage they have is in this game, Clint, is, and I see some people have texted this in, is the pressure is firmly on the Ravens. The pressure is firmly on the Ravens, and the pressure is on Lamar Jackson. I think a lot of things that we've been hearing coming out of there, Lamar is 1-3. Many of you have texted that in and are clinging to that. 1-3, you talked about it, the under 24 points a game in the playoffs. And this team, right now, they're the 1 seed, and this is a team, which I'm listening to them. I listened to Baltimore radio today talking about, this is a team that picked number 2 and 3 in the draft last year. All right, good football team, but the Ravens better win this game. And they said this is a game that if the Ravens lose, somebody's getting fired. So, I mean, there is a ton of pressure on the Ravens, and I think that is a place where the Texans definitely have advantage, where they're coming in loose. I don't know about the playing with house money, but they definitely aren't going to have the pressure that the Ravens are going to have at home with the bye against a team that most everybody believes they should beat.
Oh, look, I'm gonna tell you, man. This is the Dallas Cowboys 2.0. In terms all the noise around Jerry, Mike McCarthy, Dak Prescott, what's the defense? We got Micah Parsons.
Oh yeah.
All of the noise around these guys, around those guys, is going to shift solely to Lamar Jackson and the Ravens. Now, they may not try to push Harbaugh out of town, but it's damn sure going to be loud around that organization. And they're damn sure going to pile on Lamar Jackson. You better believe that. You mentioned some of the stats. I mean, there's just if he loses his playoff game, and I mean, I saw a stat with Dak. I think Dak's 2-5, something like that in the playoffs. I think there's three of the worst quarterbacks in the history are in the playoffs. I think 2-5.
Record-wise,
yeah, record-wise. And I think the floor was set at you had to have 5 playoff games to be in that conversation. If Lamar Jackson loses this game, either way it goes, he's going to have 5 playoff games. If he ends up 1-4 in the playoffs, and the struggles, the stat lines are what they are, he's going to be in that same conversation with Dak Prescott without a doubt. He got his bag. They surrounded him with weapons. I mean, the other one, Dak Prescott and Alex Smith, were the 2 modern era anyway. I didn't know the other guy was an older cat, but I mean, there is just zero wiggle room for Lamar Jackson to not win this ball game. And it's, I think the pressure is squarely on them jokers, without a doubt.
Big time. And I mean, it is generally on 1 seeds,
yeah,
top seeds like that. But in this one, even more, because, there's pressure on the Niners, but the Niners have had success where they have been to a Super Bowl. Last year, they made a run to the NFC Championship game, right? Like there is, and Brock Purdy, who was in the MVP race, is still not looked at as Lamar, and it is not constantly talked about.
Yep.
A big thing we talked about, if the Texans are up something like 10-0, because then the pressure will build in the stadium.
Absolutely.
And
there's no way you can't feel it. Here's the deal. When you talk about the 49ers, there's Super Bowl pressure, and it's really on Kyle Shanahan at this point in time, right? It's Super Bowl pressure on Kyle Shanahan. When you look at Dak and you look at Lamar, It's winning the playoffs pressure, right? Which you would think would be easier, but if you don't get it done, I mean, you're 2 or 3 rungs from where Kyle Shanahan is in terms of hey, it's Super Bowl. Well, you've been there enough. Now you need to win it and get over that hump, right? This is a monster game for Lamar. So the Texans, D'Amico, CJ, everybody, they should really go in there with the thought process of, hey man, we ain't playing on house money. I ain't buying that, but we can relax and go play football. The pressure's on them. Everybody thinks they're going to beat us by double digits.
Yeah, and when that crowd start getting nervous, that is a big one. That is a big one. All right, coming up, Clint teased it yesterday. He said his major concern. I gave you mine yesterday, and that is the Ravens potentially really muscling up and running the football well against the Texans. Clint has saved his. He'll tell you his number one concern walking into Baltimore for the Texans. That's coming up.
who get it done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as it is divisional playoff week here as the Texans will take on the Baltimore Ravens coming up 3 sleeps away. And it's such a fun phrase to say. I really feel deprived that I haven't been able to say that except for the last 3+ years of my life.
Look, man, I
penciled that one away.
I mean, you're really doing a good job. You're taking it and running with it, man.
I've run with that. I've run with that.
I think you
outside
should.
of this, a lot of places.
I think you should.
I'm not quite like cuss and discuss. I hadn't really heard that one a lot until I ran into you. That one I've practiced doesn't really roll off the tongue as well as. Hey man, we got 6 sleeps.
It doesn't roll off the tongue. Huh?
Roll off the tongue as well. All right, yesterday. I said my number one concern, and many of you sent yours in as well. My number one concern was 2 weeks ago watching that Colts game and seeing that the really, really good, and it's been good all year, run defense that the Texans have had just really get knifed through in a major way by Jonathan Taylor and Moss. It was
couldn't stop the run.
It was really concerning there, and it felt like that was going to be the undoing of the game. And when I look at this Ravens team, to me, their run offense, that's the number one concern walking in. But Clint, you kind of teased yesterday and said you have yours as well. You have a concern, a top concern walking into this game. You want to save it for today. What is? As we sit here on Wednesday, what is your top concern going to Baltimore?
Well, this may not surprise some folks because I think a lot of people still look at Baltimore as the team that just is loaded with tight ends and tailbacks, right?
Yeah, they used to have that.
So this may not surprise folks, but for me, my number one concern is Mark Andrews. It's the tight ends. Mark Andrews, obviously a great player. But less about the greatness and more about kind of how they do business. Isaiah Likely is a young tight end that's been there for a couple of years, but he is electric. It's the tight ends for the Baltimore Ravens because I think when you look at DeMeco Ryans, when he's putting a plan together, I just don't think stopping the run is going to be a problem. Now, if they play bully ball and they end up bullying us, then there's no answer. That's just bully ball, and it's going to be a long day at the office. You better hope you can outscore them. But I think there's going to be a good plan to stop the run. I think there's going to be a really good plan to spy Lamar to try and eliminate the explosives off schedule with Lamar. I think there's going to be a good plan for Zay Flowers. If you remember correctly, the last time the Texans played Baltimore, and I think this may have been a little extreme, but they were doing everything they could to get Zay Flowers touches. Screen game, quick game, down the field, all over the place. And so there is a ton of eye candy in and around the line of scrimmage. Again, whether that's Zay Flowers out wide in the screen game, Zay Flowers in the speed sweep game, or it's just the attempt to stop the run with Lamar Jackson, or it's spying Lamar Jackson. There is a ton of eye candy. And for me, Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely are two guys that, look, Mark obviously is a guy that can go out there and give you 100 yards and roll up 10 catches for 100 yards in a heartbeat.
He's a top 3 to 5 tight end in the league, and his safety valve.
Yeah.
That's Lamar's dude.
So look, I mean, I'm not worried about just the tight ends being involved. My concern is those guys 2 or 3 times throughout this game striking vertically in a big way because all that other eye candy stuff is being presented. I just look. We saw Steven Nelson get beat by David Njoku. We've seen tight ends.
Harrison Bryant got open in the game.
Yes.
Also.
We've seen tight ends multiple times this year picking on the middle linebacker, whether it's Perryman or Toa Toa. Now look, I know that that Toa Toa hadn't played much, and it's Perryman and Christian Harris and Blake Cashman, and the middle linebacker, the linebacker situation has changed a little bit, but it's those two guys. It's the tight end, and more specifically the tight end vertical. That, boy, there's just a ton of eye candy. And real eye candy. I'm not talking about this. They're just trying to throw a bunch of stuff at you. I'm talking about like real eye candy that's part of what they do. And if you don't stop it, they will nickel and dime you to death. And when that's the case, man, getting vertical, a lot of times it's a big wide receiver you got to worry about. This time, to me, it's both of those tight ends getting vertical in critical moments of this ballgame.
Clint, that's a sneaky thing that's happened with the Ravens. With that injury to Mark Andrews, likely he appears to be a starting level tight end.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean? Like yeah. Right, and now they've, of course they didn't want Mark Andrews to get injured, but with him getting injured, they've explored. He has made some plays. Like, to me, if someone were to grade and say Isaiah Likely is in the same level of Dalton Schultz, I wouldn't. That wouldn't be a crazy thought to me.
No, I think that's fair.
I think he is, and so now developing those two, and we know historically Lamar, and it's gotten better this year. Historically, Clint, as you know, he works much better inside the numbers than he does outside the numbers, and you have two guys that you got to deal with. Isaiah Likely, his emergence since Andrews has been injured has been a big thing.
Well, the one thing that sticks out too, Ron, and the reason that this for me is one of the things to watch is, like, from jump, Isaiah Likely and Lamar Jackson have had tremendous chemistry. I mean, from jump. Now, Isaiah Likely is an athletic tight end that you would expect to be
and he trusted him.
Quarterback. That's what I'm saying.
He trusted him. He had it. There was a throw against the Jags.
Hell, it was just on the on the Sports Minute or whatever, on the rejoiner. It said Isaiah Likely goes up and gets it.
Yeah, that one. And he just trusted him between two defenders, and he went up and got it.
Yeah. So I mean, those are the guys to me that look. They'll be part of the plan. It's not D'Amico's not overlooking anybody. I just know what Todd Monken does. And there's a method to the madness, and when you look at all that eye candy that they're going to present to you at or near the line of scrimmage, boy, you don't have perfect eye discipline for 4 quarters, and one of these guys get behind you, it can swing this game in a monster way. And that, to me, that's the one time I ain't worried about it. One time don't bother me. The fear with Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely is that it becomes a game where the tight end is the leading receiver for the Baltimore Ravens. And when that's the case, I don't know what the stats say, but I'd bet you that they got a pretty high win percentage when the tight end is leading the show.
Kind of from your mind, from offensive mind, playing in the quarterback, understand what you be looking at if you're kind of the game plan, knowing Todd Monken. If you are D'Amico, what's the solution? Because you said it, tight ends have gotten them at times this year. And I'm guessing, I'm thinking of, the Christian Harris's, Blake Cashman, Jalen Petrie, the safety. Like, how do you? What would be the thing you would do to combat this?
Perryman's not in my red zone packages. I'll tell you that to start with, from a personnel perspective.
I totally agree with that.
Because then you're in a position, and no disrespect, it's just Perryman's more of a run stopper, and when you get down in the red zone, a lot of your zone coverages have man principles, and he ends up in a mismatch with one of these guys. It's lights out. It's game over, right? So first and foremost, I think when you get into the red zone, it's a personnel issue. But look, I think it's hard to have answers for all of this stuff. It's why Baltimore is so good. But when it's all said and done, this is one of those we've heard D'Amico Ryans preach it, and we've seen him bench Jalen Petrie. We've seen I think he even benched. It was in the process of benching Jimmy Ward when he blew a tire out in that game. It really is like the discipline has to be in the last line of defense. Whatever safety is over the top, whether it's a man free safety or it's a zone safety. Right, the linebackers have to play aggressive. The linebackers at times are going to have their eyes and make Lamar Jackson a priority, right? And they're going to be wrong sometimes. The key is when they are wrong, does Mark Andrews or Isaiah Likely, do they get a catch for 20 or 18, or do they hit their head on the goalpost? You know what I mean? And if it's in the red zone, like between the 20s, you don't. It's just let's give them a 17, 18, 20-yard gain instead of a touchdown. When you get in the red zone, if I'm D'Amico, what I'm trying to avoid is I'm trying to avoid letting Lamar Jackson know exactly where he's going to go as it pertains to the tight end. Now, I am not going to let Lamar Jackson come to the line of scrimmage in the red zone and go, well, hell, y'all got the two safety split. Hell, I got Isaiah Likely, or I got Mark Andrews right here on Perryman. I know where the hell I'm going with the rock, snap it, bing, game over, touchdown, right? I'm going to avoid giving him the same picture and definitely giving him a very clear picture as it pertains to the tight ends. I'm going to make it as muddy as I possibly can over the middle of the field with these tight ends as often as I possibly can. And when he does get you, let him get you for 20, not touchdown. Yeah. There's no answer for all of this, Ron. It's impossible with this roster. But you got to limit the explosives, and I think the tight end explosives are the ones you got to limit.
All right, the tight ends, Isaiah Likely, and they do get. People were wondering, is Mark Andrews is even playing? Yeah, it looks like he's going to be back. He practiced for the second straight day, so it looks like they're going to get their Pro Bowl tight end and his favorite target back. Speaking of practicing. There's some news here with the Texans. We'll keep you updated on who was on the practice field as reported at this moment. But, Clint, I think it's even bigger what's potentially happening on the other side to the Ravens. They've had some guys in their practice and their second big day of practice that weren't available to practice that are big names that we'll tell you on the other side. That's coming up next.
Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Live from Tom's Watch Bar downtown on another Football Friday playoff edition. This Friday from 2 to 6, we'll be getting you set for Saturday's battle in Baltimore. And we'll have 3 pieces of autographed memorabilia to give away. Stop by, hang out with the guys, and get ready for more playoff football with the Sports Radio 610 crew. It's a Football Friday playoff edition. Presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
From the Bell Furniture and Beat a Bell Prices Traffic Center, your traffic report is sponsored by Bell Furniture. I-45 the Gulf Freeway, northbound at El Dorado. It's a stall that has a right shoulder blocked. Hurry in, Bell Furniture's $100 million sale and clearance is going on now. This sale only happens once a year. Get queen beds starting at $99. Stylish sectionals starting at just $344, plus get free delivery. Save up to 80% off. Bell Furniture and Beat a Bell. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
This is a Texans timeout. Here's Mark Vandermeer.
The Texans taking on the Ravens in the divisional round Saturday is a rematch from a Week 1 game. The Texans were down 7-6 at the half, weren't able to get the lead in the second half, but C.J. Stroud says the team has grown a lot since that day.
I think at that point we weren't really identified as who we are now, and we've grown in a lot of aspects, a lot of more experience up front now, both offensively, defensively, and special teams. So I think we've grown in a lot of places.
The game is also a rematch of the very first Texans appearance in the divisional round in the 2011 season when Houston lost by 7 at Baltimore. The Ravens are the top seed in the AFC and had a bye last week while the Texans bounced the Browns. Saturday's kickoff is at 3:30. Game is live on Sports Radio 610 and the Bull 100.3 FM. I'm Mark Vandermeer, and this is a Texans Timeout.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
Boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
It is a big week here in Houston, and we are celebrating. We're letting you know we'll be out Friday, big party, a Football Friday playoff edition presented by La Michoacana. So come on out to Tom's Watch Bar. That's where we were last week, right? Don't mess with it if it's working. What is it?
There you go.
What is it? If it ain't broken, don't fix it now.
There you go, T. Good catch, T. Good catch, T.
I was in the middle of
I got your back, bro.
Of saying that, and then my mind said, well, fix it, whatever it is. But
hey, man, we accept you with your flaws, man. It was great.
But if it, I mean, you had to put me in the same flaws. I mean, just could have said we accept you.
Well, I mean, I don't know.
And real quick, Byron, you laughing a little too damn hard back there yourself, man.
Hey, Byron's back there trying to have a good time.
You're grinning, you didn't. Now, calm down now. All right. But no, we'll be out there again. We were there last week. The Texans get a W. Why not go back there on Friday as well? So Tom's Watch Bar downtown, right next to House of Blues. Come hang out, and you got a chance to win these 3 items. A signed, what'd you say? This is the real deal jersey right here.
Yeah, them letters and numbers are stitched on, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. The real deal jersey, you can frame this sucker up in your man cave.
Oh, yeah.
Or wherever you want to put it. Laramie Tunzel, autographed jersey signed. Then you got a football signed by Derek Stingley Jr., the Duke, real NFL football that they use on the field on Sundays, and the big one, an autographed Texans helmet full size. Texans helmet signed by C.J. Stroud. So you got a chance to win those 3 things and additional things if you come on out as well. So come hang out with us on Friday at Tom's Watch Bar on this Football Friday presented by La Michoacana. Now, Clint, let me give you the latest here on the injury report because I think the Texans are in the same, very similar place as they were yesterday. I think we're good from what we're seeing reports right now. We'll get the official one later that all the guys that missed yesterday that were out, we were wondering for rest. The Laramie Tunzels, the Shaq Masons, the Jonathan Grenard, Will Andersons, Andrew Beck, Malik Collins, Sheldon Rankins, they are all back at practice, still limited. Robert Woods was dressed out, but it looks like he did some work as well today. So they were all back on the practice field, which is big. The only person, and now we're going to kind of look at this and probably put Jerry Hughes on the side of potentially not playing, and that is Jerry Hughes not practicing.
Yep.
He didn't practice again today, according to reports. So it's looking more closer to the fact that he may not go on Sunday, Clint.
Yeah, good news, expected news on all the other players. You know, it was a major rest day. Again, with the game being on Saturday and not Sunday. And look, everybody, you don't have to remind me that last week's game was on Saturday. I get it, but it's still a matter of taking care of the bodies and making sure the guys that were injured get the treatment versus the reps. At this point in time during the season,
absolutely.
If you don't know what the hell you're supposed to do on any given call, then shame on you. So yesterday, big rest day for the Texans, as I'm sure it is with all of the teams that remain in the playoffs. Today is the day when the guys get back out there and need to execute some things and get the call, align, assign, and execute. And then, it's really the hay's in the barn, and you review tomorrow, and boom, on Saturday you go play football. Jerry Hughes, as we said yesterday, is the one to keep the eye on at any point in time. Does Jerry Hughes, is he involved to some degree? Is it even looking like he's going to be able to participate and be a player on Saturday or not? I don't know. I haven't seen any of the reports or results from anything that's been public on Jerry Hughes. Yeah. So all we do know is that Matt Burke, the defensive coordinator, has said with the D-line, as it pertains to the D-line specifically, it's plug and play, man. We don't ask these guys to be rocket scientists and know all these different looks. And they go up there and play football. And so if Jerry Hughes can get to a point where he can go, you got to believe it's just plug and play. That could be a last-second decision on Saturday. But if not, I imagine they've got plenty of confidence in Derek Barnett being that first man up. And then Myjai Sanders has played well.
He's played well, but that's the only thing is the size with Sanders.
Yeah.
In a team that the Ravens are probably going to want to run the football, that lead the league in rushing. His size coming in, that's the only other, because if Jerry doesn't play, Clint, with probably them not giving guys like Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard their normal amount of reps, he's probably going to get some snaps, and you just hope the size isn't an issue there with Myjai Sanders. But like you said, he's played well. He has not jumped off the page to say, God, that guy's got to come off the field or he's killing you at this point. But the size is the difference. Him in his 240s. That's one to look at. I think even bigger news in this game, and that is, Clint, we'll see how they play it. We don't know exactly how the Ravens play it week to week, obviously, in a way that the Texans do, but at their practice from reports, Clint, two starters were absent. Cornerback Marlon Humphrey for the second straight day with the calf, Clint. He was sidelined for practice. That's becoming a bigger thing. And then someone that Houston knows very well and who has had a really good season, nearing double-digit sacks, Jadeveon Clowney. He was a new person absent today at practice. He did not practice today, which is one to look at. So those are two big ones to look at. Marlon Humphrey and Jadeveon Clowney, 9.5 sacks this year on the other side, been a part of their team that had the most sacks in the NFL. He didn't practice, and this seems to be a new thing. So those are really key, I think, even bigger than what's happening with the Texans.
Absolutely. Look, I mean, when you talk about a defensive back, now you're getting into, what are all the different calls. And not that Marlon Humphreys or any defensive back at this point in time doesn't know all the calls, but going out and executing them for 2 or 3 days before you play, being on the field, hearing the call, going through the motion, again, align, assign, execute. If that is if that is more important for one position over another, it's a secondary.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's just like offensively when you line up, like knowing that week what plays are going to adjust. Like, how are you going to adjust route X if you get cover 2 versus if you get cover 3 versus if you get man? Like, it's one thing to sit in the meeting and go, okay, coach, I'm not healthy. I can't go on the practice field and work it. But I know right now I'm going to tell you, you just got to trust my word that I know the adjustments with that route. Same thing with the secondary versus each individual look that the Texans can throw at you, aligning, assigning, and executing and communicating what the hell's going on is a big deal. So I only say that to say if there was any way possible that Marlon Humphrey could be on the field, I would imagine that he would be on the field. It's very, very, very important for secondary players to get those reps, even veterans, even some of the best guys in the league. And so that's got to be leaning on the more serious side for Marlon Humphreys with that calf.
With the Clowney thing being new today, that's something. But to the point you're making with the calf, Clint, is, I mean, they've had weeks off, like weeks.
Yeah.
And now we're here to Wednesday of the game that's Saturday, and he can't get on the field, right?
Yep.
This isn't a situation where maybe the Texans are looking at, all right, man, we just played Will Anderson the last couple of weeks. He's played a lot. Let's just keep him off his feet. This is a dude that I would imagine hasn't played in 3 weeks.
When did Marlon Humphrey go down? Do we know?
I'm not sure.
I don't recall.
I know he's been battling with things, so I'm certain he didn't play the last week of the season, right, which was 2 weeks ago for them, and now they're sitting here. So it is, I would imagine that this is a more serious thing if they're 3 weeks off and he still can't get on the field 3 days before
the game that he left was December 31st against Miami.
Yeah. So that's the last time they played all their guys.
Yeah.
So that's one to watch, and he's
that's going to be 20-plus days by the time we get to game day.
Yeah, and they're not even – and they're like, we're not comfortable having him in a limited role.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, the Falcons, they're on it, baby. They interviewed Belichick earlier this week, and now they've announced that Jim Harbaugh interviewed for their head coaching job with Arthur Blank. They're getting the big names down there. He also talked with the Chargers earlier this week. And then, there's a lot with Jim here. We're hearing he talked with the Chargers, he talked with now the Falcons, and he is sent to Michigan in a new contract where they are ready to make him the highest paid coach in college football. That he wants immunity from ever being suspended and ever being fired.
Ultimately, ever being held accountable for anything he does negative,
which is interesting. Which is like crazy. A guy who has come out on the national championship stage and said, "We didn't do anything. That's why we felt good. We didn't do anything."
Well, it sounds like a guy that's tired. He's tired of getting jacked with, right? I mean, at this point in time, he's tired of getting jacked with, and so.
Man, but you never fire me or whatever. I'm looking at this, Clint, and what comes to my mind is, if this is you, if you're in this cycle, all right, and you're looking at Jim Harbaugh, and you understand what Jim has done everywhere he has been. The success he's had in the NFL and college. Is he somebody you take over Bobby Slowick? Because I'm intrigued. Because yesterday I got the feel that if it were you and it was Bill Belichick and Bobby Slowick right now, you would pick Bobby Slowick. Is Jim Harbaugh in that?
There's not a scenario you could paint that I would go Bill Belichick. I would go with the coaches that are available. I'd go a different direction from Bill Belichick. Yes, I would take Harbaugh over.
You would take Harbaugh in this one over.
Yeah, I mean, look, you talk about with Harbaugh. I mean, there's although it's been said that he's hard to work with from a coaching and a management perspective, the players seem to love him. And when you worry about an older coach, can he relate to the young guys? Clearly, he can do that. He's got guys wearing his damn picture on his T-shirt when he's suspended at Michigan.
I mean, in full tears, assistant coach.
Yes. I mean, clearly that guy, as it pertains to the coaching staff and the team, that guy is one that can get guys, rolling and playing for him. Quarterback development, you trust him as much as anybody. We've seen him do it with J.J. McCarthy. We've seen him do it with Cap out in San Francisco. We've seen him do it with multiple styles.
He had luck.
Yeah, we've seen different styles of quarterback with Jim Harbaugh. So, the Jim Harbaugh, if he is legitimately in this hiring cycle, in the NFL. Legitimately, he's my number one. He's the guy that I can literally listen to the national media members talk about. If Jim Harbaugh is available, then hell yeah, you fire Mike McCarthy. If Jim Harbaugh's available, then yeah, you move on from Nick Sirianni. If Jim Harbaugh's available, yeah, you put everything on the table and you go get him. If you've got a young quarterback, or if you don't have a quarterback, and it's a guy that you want him to pick and groom that quarterback.
So you look at Jim and Bill completely
different. I don't know how anybody doesn't. I don't know how anybody. I watched 30, 45 minutes of Get Up and First Take this morning, and finally, thank the Lord. One of the reasons I like Stephen A. Finally, Stephen A. goes, guys, we can't ignore bing, 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 and he went down the Belichick deal. And if you just listen to it, you're like, yeah, no issue. You can't ignore it. I mean, yeah, it's bad. It was awful.
Well, yeah, the biggest thing that I have concern with Belichick is something that I think is a Harbaugh strength is what you're going to hire around, the coaches you're going to hire and the people you're going to put around. Now, Jim's an offensive guy, but he hadn't called plays in a minute. But Jim knows the guys to put around. He puts the perfect guy around Cap. He puts the perfect guys around McCarthy. He puts the perfect guys around Alex Smith when he had him before.
Yep.
Like, so he hires really. Like, if you look at Greg Roman was a guy that he's got a lot of guys that are coaching around him. McDonald, the Ravens defensive coordinator, is a guy that was at Michigan that went up. So that is the issue that I have with Belichick, is I'm scared to death of who he's going to put around him, the coaching staff.
Hell yeah, you are.
And that seems to be a Jim.
Could you imagine if you hire Bill Belichick and he comes in, he goes, "Hey guys, Patricia's available.
We got to go get him.
Got to go get him, man. Well, what do you want? What do you want to do in D-line?
I'm trying to juggle. Do I want Charlie Weiss, or do I want Josh McDaniels, or do I want Bill O'Brien back here?
Yeah,
man. Get all three of them.
I can't get turned on at all with that, man.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, fellas, we talked about this last week when we saw this with Alabama. Sources come out. They've lost their freshman All-American safety, Caleb Downs. And since they lost that game, this from Dan Wetzel, since they lost that game to Michigan in the Rose Bowl, Clint, Nick Saban retired. 21 players entered the portal. Hell, that's A&M like. 21 players entered the transfer portal.
It was unnecessary, bro.
It was the first one that came to my head of a high amount of transfers.
Get the hell.
It is. Isaiah Bond, now Caleb Downs, two major players. 6 recruits leave the class, and they were were they the top class? I think, or maybe 1 or 2. Them or Georgia were 1 or 2.
They're leaving the 2025 class.
Yeah. So this is crazy what has happened to Alabama. You were one that questioned, can they stay at this top? We're early. They are losing cats.
Yeah.
Losing players right now.
Yeah, man. I'm just telling you, man. Tuscaloosa is a fine place. The SEC is a fine place. But I believe that Saban was driving that appeal. Saban was driving, obviously the success. But when I don't know. To me, this is what I was concerned about, was just a mass exodus, and then all of a sudden you got Kalen DeBoer trying to rebuild from the ground up. Now, look, he's still going to have one of the better rosters in the country with all these guys leaving him. He's got starting offensive linemen leaving.
And I'm sure he'll get people coming in, maybe. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure he will. Hell, he should get the Will Rogers kid that had left Mississippi State. And I don't think he actually broke the record for career passing yards in the SEC, but he was right on the verge of beating Aaron Murray's overall career record when he got injured. I mean, he was in Mike Leach's air raid, which is what Kalen DeBoer is going to run and has ran, and so it was a perfect fit in Washington. Well, then Kalen DeBoer takes a job. Guess what? Will Rogers jumped back into the transfer portal. I would think Will Rogers is going to be the guy to now follow him to Alabama. We'll see how that unfolds, but I would imagine Kalen DeBoer is going to get some dudes from Washington. I would imagine he's going to get some dudes transferring in that he has immediate relationships with. And don't forget, I mean, he hired a head coach from a smaller school as a defensive coordinator, Kane Womack from South Alabama, I believe. And I think his offensive coordinator is from a head coach from a smaller school as well. So you don't think those guys, and there may not be but 1 or 2 guys that are worth plucking from those schools as it pertains to jumping up to the Alabama level, but that all that stuff matters when you're trying to make up 20-plus guys jumping the transfer portal.
He's got to make up a lot.
Yes, indeed.
Right. Coming up, Mark Andrews appears to be back for the Ravens. And I'll throw this out to you right now when you think about it. Look at the Ravens right now. They have improved their passing game in a major way. They went out and tried to fix it, and it appears they have. Who is the number one guy, the number one weapon in the passing game that you think D'Amico and Matt Burke should be trying to take away from Lamar Jackson? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if the last couple years, man, if it's taught us anything, y'all, it's that you got to value the thing.
Livestream. Every show, every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint's in the building. Tyler's in the building as well. And we appreciate you, however you're taking us in. Listen, and I say this all the time, no matter how we feel about each other or whatever, you all have helped make us the #1 drive time show here in Houston, and we appreciate that. We wouldn't be here without you listening every day. We wouldn't be here with that if you all didn't care and be a part of the Drive family. So we do appreciate that, and we appreciate the conversation and the back and forth that we have every day. But I want this this is my thought, Clinton, Tyler, and I'm wondering where you are and I'm wondering where people are, because I know with how crazy many of you are, many of you have done things that I used to do as a fan. Well, I still do as a fan, where you have probably sat on the toilet and rewatched Ravens games and have done your own film.
I got to find a toilet.
Or you have you have
bubbling, boys.
I'm telling you, I'm in the same place,
I gotta
man.
take a dump.
I'm in the same place.
Stay out of that double wide.
There's some of you who have gone and spent money to get the All-22 that have probably watched the All-22 on the Ravens on multiple games. So you sit back and watch this stuff and you break down and you have an understanding as if you're a coach. You've given time this week as if you were a coach. Like you are going to get something out of this, and that's all right. That's fandom. That's fandom. I'm sure Tyler has rewatched at least a condensed version of Ravens Dolphins, Ravens 49ers. I've watched all 17 games except for that last one. So I've watched 16 games myself condensed of the Ravens just this week thus far. Many of them happening on the toilet. I have watched it, so I know you have. And that's why I want to come to this and get your thought of it. Mark Andrews is back, which is huge for them. If you're D'Amico, you're Matt Burke, you're sitting there and we're going over game plans and you're looking at it and it's Wednesday today and it's Thursday, you're going over this, and their passing game has improved. Who is it for you that you're saying, this is the one guy we want to try to take away? This is the one guy in the passing game that we want to try to take away. They've got now Mark Andrews. Clint, you talked about Isaiah Likely, the other tight end who has been a big piece for him. Zay Flowers, if you remember the first game, they did a lot of things to try to get him the ball, and I'll just tell you now, they have not slowed that up in the time since week one. They've got Odell Beckham. They've got Rashad Bateman. They've got a lot of options. Nelson Aguilar, if you want to put out there, I don't think he's going to creep up this conversation. But who is the one guy, if you're D'Amico and Matt Burke, you're saying, this is a guy I want to take away and I don't want him to get busy in this game?
For me, it's Zay Flowers.
We're in the same place, man.
Yeah, I'm just – look, I know where Mark Andrews is going to be most of the time. And I know, like, my base coverages are going to have an answer for Mark Andrews. Now, he may be bigger, faster, stronger and be able to just flat out beat me, and that may happen. But I'm going to play football the way that I play football with Mark Andrews. Zay Flowers is the guy, and look, he is obviously electric, explosive, right? But he's the guy that is the move guy for this offense. He's the guy that is going to – Yep, he can touch it behind the line of scrimmage. He can touch it in the mid-range game. He can get over the top. He's going to get you in the screen game. Like, he's the one that you've got to always know where Zay Flowers is, because if not, one, he can hit his head on the goalpost really again in all facets of the pass game. And I think if he gets going, then all of a sudden your Mark Andrews, your Odell Beckham Jr.'s, your Isaiah Likely's, all of a sudden they're getting one-on-ones, and you got problems. So I would say Zay Flowers is more, I spend more time on defending Zay Flowers than I do Mark Andrews.
Yeah, see on the text line, you guys are crazy as Mark Andrews. Listen, nobody's crazy on the thing, but I mean, Mark Andrews could be. If you believe Mark Andrews is a choice, I get that because that's his safety valve, and he's going to go there and he can move the chains and he can continue and he can continue to get first downs, and he's had explosive plays. But that dude that can, as you would say, hit their head on the goalpost at any moment. To me, the big plays, right? Like the Texans can hang in this thing and do what they've done many times this year and give up yards. And if they can end in Tucker field goals, you feel all right. This dude has a chance to score, put you in better positions to score, big plays, and very much, as you said, like Tank Dell or other guys, he can make plays that absolutely change the building and change the sideline and change how people feel and add like it used to be just Lamar that was an electric player for them. Zay Flowers is that dude too for them.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's easy for me. I mean, these two, neither are the player that the other two guys I'm fixing to mention are, but there's you'll see the comp, right? It's Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce, right? If you go now, look.
You're talking about Zay Flowers and Mark.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, look, there's no doubt about it. They are both Hall of Famers. I mean, they're both unbelievable players. But me, I would go into a game making sure I knew where Tyreek Hill was because 99% of the time I knew where Travis Kelce was going to be. I'm talking about in formation, right? And you knew where he was going to try to attack the field. And Tyreek Hill is the one that if you blink, he's going to be on the other side of the field in the formation. And now you got a matchup problem that can't run with him, and now you got major issues. And if Tyreek starts getting off, then you're also going to – then Travis is clearly going to be able to attack the voids in the defense underneath, and he's going to be able to beat whatever man you throw at him. There's very few answers, if any, for any of these guys. But the reality of it is the move guy, the gadget guy, the speed guy, the guy that is used in the majority of the offense of the pass game in terms of deep game, shots, mid-range game, screen game. And I know Mark Andrews is used in a lot of these as well as Travis Kelce. But the reality of it is to me, the gadget guy is the one that, boy, if you start letting him get off, then everybody else eats. I would take my chances if I'm the Texans. I'd take my chances with Mark Andrews having 10 catches, a touchdown for 100 yards, 80 yards, whatever it may be, versus Zay Flower potentially getting off to the tune of $150 and 2 or 3 touchdowns and being able to hit big momentum swinging shots.
That's what it could be just 3 touches that are momentum.
Good point.
You know what I mean? Like he's
from anywhere on the field.
Yes, and in different ways. Like he's probably going. If you remember that first game, it was clear they're trying to get him touches.
Yeah, no question.
They're trying to get. All right, I want to go to the other side with somebody had a response that I thought was interesting that I think we can discuss on this. Who is the number one passing threat you want to take away from Lamar Jackson? And I think something that has happened that has been amazing for this team and this city could be potentially working against the Texans in this game. We'll discuss that.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, as we were talking about, who is that? If you look at the Ravens and they've improved their passing game, who is the one receiving option, the threat that you want to take away? They've got the tight ends in Mark Andrews, who's going to return, it looks like, and Isaiah Likely, Zay Flowers, Odell Beckham, who they signed and gave big money to, Rashad Bateman, somebody they bring in there and they go to at times. Me and Clint agreed with Zay Flowers. Someone texted in, Clinton said, I just think Stingley can take away Flowers. We've seen the tight ends kill us all year. To me, it is the tight ends. One, I don't know how often we're going to see the Stingley on Flowers matchup, but I would be surprised if D'Amico just said, I'm going to have him shadow Zay Flowers the way he did Amari Cooper. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know that I love that matchup as much, of him following a guy that's in the slot that does the things that Zay Flowers does. No, he's a different receiver than like an Amari Cooper.
Yeah, I would expect D'Amico, at least for the first half. Now we know that it's in his bag. I mean, he can go to it at any point in time. But I would expect D'Amico to go back to, the we don't follow. We're going to play. This is the defense we're going to play. One guy's going to be left. One guy's going to be right. And I would expect if there is an adjustment, the adjustment would be more towards Mark Andrews if Mark Andrews is getting off. Because here's the deal is with Amari Cooper, it's not as difficult because he's a pretty stationary wide receiver. Now, I know he goes in motion, so don't give me the PFF advanced stats. Everybody in football goes in motion. But once he goes to the right side of the formation, you know pretty much where he's going to be. You know, it's going to be rare when he's catching a speed sweep and snapping the football behind the center kind of deal.
Yeah.
There's to me, it's a little bit more difficult. It's a little bit bigger ask, and it's a little bit more probably confusing than it is beneficial to have like Derek Stingley chase around like a Tyreek Hill or a Zay Flowers, or because these guys are moving so much, it's a lot more difficult to chase them down like that.
Yeah, him coming out of breaks real quick, those quick routes and stuff like that, in and out.
The problem with it too, Ron, is there's motion is a killer, and it allows an immediate free release.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, a lot of times, that's why a lot of times when you watch football, man, if there's a team that doesn't have the caliber players and their receivers just aren't up to snuff with the defensive backs, you'll see a lot of bunch formations, you'll see a lot of motions, and all that is to allow the guys to get off the ball and get into their routes, right? And so, typically that's why motion is not typically, but a lot of times that's why motion is used in critical situations. And so I don't know. To me, it would be probably more of a disruptor to the defense to ask Stingley to do that than it is if it's a stationary guy.
And be honest with you, Clint, and he's in the slot a lot. I like the guy that the Texans didn't have in week one, which I think is a story. For whatever reason, Des King wasn't a part of this team. I like the Des King matchup better. I'm not saying Des King is better than Derek Stingley. I like the matchup though in the slot with that quickness and he's more used to playing obviously in the slot. I like that matchup better than I like Stingley on him. I like Des King there, and once again that was either Tavier Thomas or Steven Nelson, who they tried to put on him in the slot, or mostly zone is what they were doing in that to kind of combat that because they didn't have Des King. I like the Des King matchup.
Well, you want to talk about like the fact that for whatever it's worth, the first game against Baltimore, that they made a all-out effort to get Zay Flowers touches, and you want to talk about the guys today that would be responsible for making sure that's not effective. are totally different than the guys that were there week one, right? I mean, you mentioned Des King. Don't forget about what Christian Harris has done and Blake Cashman, the amount of time Blake Cashman's played.
Blake didn't play.
I mean, yeah. I mean, so you've got answers. You've got answers schematically, multiple answers at multiple levels of the defense to combat what Zay Flowers brings to the table. If you're just sound. The problem with Zay Flowers is, like Tyreek Hill, those guys can run off a corner and a safety at the same time, and there's a huge void in the secondary, right? That's again, he's not Tyreek. I'm not trying to make it that, but that's the fear with him. If you let Lamar Jackson sit back there and pat the football multiple times, that's where you know a guy like Zay Flowers can hurt you over the top as well, as much as creating space for other wide receivers. So, yeah, I like, but to the overall point, as we're watching him, right? Yeah. The overall point is I like the Texans' answers for Zay Flowers this week. I like the Texans' answers for Lamar Jackson as much as you can like, though. Any answers, I like the Texans'
and like you said,
answers.
Stingley moving him and having him shadow Zay Flowers could be more of a disruptor than what you're looking for. All right. I found this interesting, and I think, listen, and I want you to hear me clearly, I think it is well-deserved. We talked about it. If the Texans win this game, moving through, and now we're past the week where the Cowboys don't matter anymore, that C.J. Stroud would be the talk of the league. And really, he's been the talk of the league, as I'm saying, well-deserved. That game against the Colts, the winner go home, was big time. Obviously, last week he put up great numbers in his first game in the playoffs, 3 touchdowns. With that quarterback rating 157.2, he was fantastic and has been fantastic and should win the Rookie of the Year, the Offensive Rookie of the Year. But he's been the story. He's been the talk. And I was listening to Lamar in his press conference yesterday, and there was something that he said that jumped out to me that I wonder, which has I think been a great thing for this city and this team, but it's something that could be something that works against the Texans. Here was Lamar when he was asked about C.J. Stroud and what he's seen from him.
You know, I don't really watch the games, but when I do catch glimpses of other quarterbacks, but him, he's just been non-talk on TV. You know, that's a guy who you're going to see day in, day out. You know, 7, he's been throwing the ball all over the field. Even though one of his star receivers, Tank Dell, went down, still been making things happen with the guys he has.
Now, listen, Clint, you have been in locker rooms in a way that I have not been. I've only heard stories. You've been there. You played for the Dallas Cowboys, Miami Dolphins, Arkansas.
Not Alabama.
You beat Alabama. Gave them their worst loss in SEC history. I got it.
42-6. The hands of your boy right here.
Right here. There he is. You've been in locker rooms. When I heard that, Clint, the feeling that I get is they are about over hearing about C.J. Stroud. I'm hearing Lamar Jackson say, "Hey man, he's a talking to TV.
Yep.
He's on TV. That's what they're talking about." Like, we're at Wednesday and they're hearing about C.J. Stroud, which is the truth and deserved. There's not going to be any sneaking up. Like, they've got the Texans' full attention. One, because of how good C.J. is, and this team has been, and this ain't going to be a Cowboys-Packers thing. Like, I feel like the Cowboys, like, all right, I know Jordan Love's coming in, but all right. The Cowboys weren't hearing about Jordan Love. The Ravens, Patrick Queen in there, Roquan Smith, Kyle Hamilton, those dudes out there that have been playing for a long time, Justin Matabike. I get the feel that they are about tired of hearing about, we got the MVP, and all we hear, as Lamar said, he's the talk of the TV. I think that is something that the Ravens are full alert on and probably chomping at the bit to get in this game about that. There's no sneaking up for the Texans in this game. They got their full attention.
Oh, and rightfully so. I think CJ's earned that right now. If you didn't have arguably the 2 best quarterbacks in the game over the last handful of years, let's say young quarterbacks, you got to throw Aaron Rodgers in the mix if you're going to talk the absolute best. if you didn't have those two guys going head to head that had the most entertaining shootout maybe ever in pro football. Was that last year or the year before when Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes
13
did
seconds?
that? Yeah.
That was a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I mean, so those two guys going head to head, it don't matter what quarterbacks you put head to head outside of them two. If those two are going head to head, it's must see TV, and from a quarterback perspective, it's the marquee game. They're the headliner. But if those two guys weren't going head to head, or if one of those two guys, hell, I wouldn't even say those two guys. I don't even think Josh Allen carries enough cash. If it wasn't Pat Mahomes, Josh Allen, Pat Mahomes, Lamar Jackson, Pat Mahomes, Aaron Rodgers, if it's not one of those three matchups, Lamar Jackson, C.J. Stroud is a bigger draw.
It's that simple.
I mean, C.J.'s earned it. Right?
No, that's what I said. I'm not saying it's not deserved. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I agree with. But your point to me that resonates is like them dudes in the locker room talking that smack.
Oh, you know they are.
Just giving it to Lamar, and I think it's real.
I bet you they walked in. Hey, Lamar, CJ on TV again. What did you say, Tyler? You said you got a buddy that's a Ravens fan. That he's about over here.
Yeah,
CJ.
man. My old roommate from my days at Texas A&M, huge Ravens fan. We've been throwing some verbal jabs at each other, and today he texted me this morning. He said, "Dude, we got a 2-time MVP at quarterback in Baltimore. Why every time do I turn my TV on am I seeing C.J. Stroud?" He was like, "I love Stroud, I get it, but come on, man."
You can't tell me that. You can't tell me that ain't a conversation piece in that locker room right there. And we may hear it at some point about all we heard. We got the MVP and Lamar. All we heard was about CJ. What you got coming up at the 4?
All right, the Texans OC Bobby Slowick, he spoke. What about that weather? What about the difference between week 1 versus today? We can talk about it all day long, but you can hear it from the offensive coordinator's mouth. You can do that next. Also, who is the pressure on? Who is the pressure on? We know who the underdog is. Who is the pressure on this week, Saturday, when the Texans-Ravens kick this thing off? We'll cuss and discuss next.
Hey, before
Peaches!
And dancing in its refund rain. Start for free and get your guaranteed maximum refund. TaxSlayer. File fearlessly.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, it's a playoff week, another one here in Houston with these Texans, y'all. And, over here at Sports Radio 610, we do it big on them playoff weeks. Now, we try to do it big throughout the year as well, but these playoff things, we haven't experienced a lot of them lately, so we're gonna blow the top off of it. We are at Tom's Watch Bar in downtown on Friday from 2 to 6. Come through, hang out with us at Caroline and Dallas Street, right next to the House of Blues. With that information, you ought to be able to find it. There's parking garages all over the place. Come through, hang out. Beautiful place to be. Great atmosphere, great people, great service, great drinks, great location. And guess what? We're going to give a few things away, Ron. We ain't talking about gift cards this time either.
No, hell no.
We're talking about.
I love you, man.
Yeah, I love you too, bud. Hell, y'all ought to love it, especially this time of year. We got a Laramie Tunsil, deep steel blue, authentic jersey. These numbers are sewn on, nameplate sewn on. Is that correct, Tyler? I did see that. Oh, that's authentic, right?
Yeah, authentic, man.
Would look beautiful in a frame. Hell, you can wear it. If you can get your lady to wear it, if that's what does it for you. Whatever it is, Laramie Tunsil, we will give that jersey away. We also have a Derek Stingley Jr. Pigskin, the Duke, baby. 4 panels, 8 laces, an authentic NFL game day football. Derek Stingley Jr. we're giving away. And then the prize possession, if you will, the prize giveaway.
Always a prize when it's him.
That's right. C.J. Stroud.
CJ Strong.
I don't know about that. Don't like that. But C.J. Stroud's.
I don't either. I
don't like it.
That's the first thing That's
the first time I've heard that.
I was going to keep my mouth closed on that.
And they say no.
I love that.
And I say yes. C.J. Stroud's signed helmet is going to be given away at some point. All 3 of those items at some point in Friday's show. Tom's Watch Bar. Come through, hang out with us. Last week, the folks that came through, they had a hell of a time, Ron. Ain't no doubt about that.
They really did. They did.
We filled the place up.
It was one of our best. It's top 5.
The folks that won saw one on the big screen, had one of them send me some pictures via social media of their seats, that is, and then had one call into the postgame. Heard from everybody. Obviously, they thoroughly enjoyed what they won when they came to a live broadcast of the Drive on Sports Radio 610. This time, not tickets, but big time items for sure for all Texans fans out there. Come through, hang out with us. The Texans offensive coordinator, he spoke, as he always does. What would that be? 2 days before the game?
Yep.
This happens to be Wednesday because it's a short week. They play on Saturday. Bobby Slowick is my favorite Texan right now.
We know it, yeah.
When he comes to the podium. Look, I like D'Amico. I like CJ now. But Bobby takes the cake. There's a couple of things that I think fans have I don't know, questions about, and just in terms of how do the Texans deal with it, or how do the Texans respond, or in this case, the Week 1 game, the matchup. Week 1, if you don't remember, the Texans played the Baltimore Ravens at their place. Week 1 to open the season. C.J. Stroud's first game as a rookie, and it wasn't pretty. It was bad. It was not good at all. But Bobby Slowick was asked specifically about. I'm on record. I've said, look, I'm not even going back and watch it. I don't care what happened Week 1. This is a totally different team. But Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, was asked about that Week 1 game and that matchup against Baltimore and what he took from it. Here's Bobby Slowick.
I think the biggest part with that, and I use the phrase rock my boat a little bit, just like I started with the 505, and it's the first game we've had here under this scheme, and you need to start at the 101, and we didn't do that, and we didn't really even give anybody a chance. And after that, we kind of changed how we were approaching some things, how we coached some things, how we were setting some things up. And the other part of it is in that game, I think we all got a really clear picture of what we were really good at. as an offense and as specific individuals on the offense. And guys have just grown from there. They've expanded what they're good at. They've amplified the things that they showed in that game that they can do really well. And that really kind of, like I said, set the table for the rest of the year. From that point on, we've had a pretty focused vision for what we want to do on offense, and I think everybody's been on the same page in that regard.
It's crazy, man. Through the roughest times, you kind of figure out who you are. And he went on later on, Ron, to talk about C.J. Stroud, about like once he even said it, like once he got out, Bobby Slowick got out of the way and allowed the ball to be snapped, he said, look, that's when you realize C.J. Stroud did some really special things, even under those tough circumstances where the offensive coordinator wasn't helping him in terms of down to down, play to play. But that's when he started to realize, hey man, this offense is going to look a little different than maybe what we planned on it looking like to start the season.
Yeah, man, that was the thing, is he had to grow. Like, he made some decisions. First off, Tyler, I think we can all in the audience can see potentially why Clint is such a Bobby guy. I mean, you guys are just like each other. Bobby's too hard on himself. I mean, just like Clint was with that stopper and that sink yesterday. I mean, Bobby piles on himself. Like, I'm just like Bobby.
Sound like Bobby wanted to call himself a dumbass.
It's not the first time Bobby has gotten going. I mean, he goes in on himself.
Maybe you guys should try it every now and then.
I mean, I don't. No, I'm about giving just pure confidence to yourself.
Yeah, I'm pretty awesome.
But Bobby, I mean, I got some flaws. Like, there's certain words I can't say. Like,
we all do.
Whatever. But
don't beat yourself
fresh.
up, man.
But I mean, that one I can't say. Fresh fish. But that thing that picks up people that are injured, I can't say. Like, we have some, I say pose a question because I got to really focus on saying ask. But anyway, I listen, man. This is a couple of times he beat himself up about leaving Michael Dieter on an island when he put Michael Dieter in at right tackle.
Yes, and he should have beat himself up.
And I think he sits back and gets. I bet you, because he's rewatched week one.
Oh yeah.
I bet he sits there and he may be bleeding at the knuckles by the time it's over. Like Bobby's sitting there kicking his ass. Watching. Why did I do that? He probably saw that Noah Brown screen multiple times and just kicked his ass in that thing. I just calm down, Bobby. It was your first game, and now he's miles better. Yeah. And he is a, as you would say, a weapon for them on the sidelines.
Well,
at least he has been.
Another one of those things. It's easy to look back and acknowledge all the issues and how bad you were week one when you've grown. Not only acknowledge it, but verbalize it to the media when you've grown and you're sitting here in the second round of the playoffs. So, look, I mean, again, I don't know that there's a whole hell of a lot to take from that game as it pertains to helping you win this week's game. But I don't think there's any doubt about it that the Baltimore game and probably the first half of the Indianapolis game, it probably defined or I think kind of exposed the Texans to who they were going to be. And kudos to the coaches, DeMeco Ryans and Bobby Slowick, for, again, making the adjustment, acknowledging who they were going to be, and moving to a space where you're going to be more CJ-centric. And now here we sit. So tip my cap to those guys. Here's the other thing. A lot of folks have asked, hey, man, what can you take from that week one game, yada, yada, yada. The other thing is the weather. And look, I'm not a huge weather guy, but I do think it is if it's severe, the way that we saw Buffalo and Kansas City this past weekend, or if you're typically an indoor team that plays on turf, indoors, controlled environment, and you're going to a place where there's going to be some extreme cold and there's going to be a really involved fan base, I think, crowd, then I think there is something there. There's a little something more you got to deal with than when you're indoors and you're outside the elements. Here is what Bobby Slowick said when he was asked about the weather in Baltimore and if they were going to make any adjustments.
Yeah, we're going operation as normal. And probably would have adjusted things if maybe yesterday's practice went a little different, but it didn't really affect anybody. It's just a little colder, ball's a little harder. So we went out there and everything operated fine.
it's interesting from Bobby because the first time I listened to that audio, I thought, well, damn, what happened at yesterday's practice? What happened at yesterday's practice that you didn't adjust?
They got some cold weather, man. They felt good about what he saw, I think.
Well, that was it. I was thinking that something specifically happened, and he was like, oh, well, if we could adjust, we would. But he was talking about it was cold yesterday. The ball was hard. It was windy a little bit out there, and the guys went out and they practiced. It didn't even bother them at all. It was literally another day on the field, just a walk in the park, and so there's no need to adjust in any way, shape, or form to the weather. So I took what Bobby had to say there as a positive.
Yeah,
Ron.
especially when you look at CJ. It gets cold up there in Columbus.
Yeah,
he's
played in a lot of this, no doubt.
Yeah, so that's why the weather part has never been.
But the last time we saw him was that Jets game. The last time we saw him in conditions that were bad.
Listen, man, we could talk. It could have been 108. It could have been 90.
I'm with you.
It could have been Quentin Williams was out there.
Mm-hmm.
That was that problem. That front seven was out there. I'm telling you, they could have had perfect weather.
Fair enough.
Jack, Nico Collins bounced after the first play. They could have had perfect weather. That's what that was. The weather is never, unless it gets extremely windy or something. But that to me that's going to factor in with Lamar and the Ravens too, right? This isn't a. Boy, the Ravens are more comfortable because they've played in it, and the Texans are a dome team.
Yeah.
All right, this is if Justin Madubuike comes up and goes Quentin Williams on him, which he's had 13 plus sacks this year. If he comes up and goes off, and Clowney and all of them, the hell it might we may be talking about the wind.
The weather don't matter a whole lot, right? Look, I think it's less about. Is it something that hampers their ability to play offense, or is it just something else that they've got to deal with? I do think it's something differently that they've got to deal with. To your point, though, Nico, these guys have played in cold weather before.
Yeah,
it's not like it's going to shock anybody.
Singletary was in Buffalo.
Yeah, it's not going to shock anybody. Now, like you said, if somebody gets in there and starts wrecking shop and collapsing the pocket from the inside out. Then all of a sudden somebody might start talking about how difficult the snap is, but that has probably a little something to do with somebody other than Mother Nature. So we'll see how that goes. There's Bobby Slowick this week on his squad traveling to Baltimore. Blue 80, easy, white 90. Ron, we talked a lot about pressure this year. Who's the pressure on? Who's got the most pressure this week? Is it Bobby Slowick? Is it D'Amico Ryans? Is it C.J. Stroud? Is it this guy, that guy? When you look at this particular matchup right here, and I don't buy into the fact that a lot of people are the thought that a lot of people are talking about house money. I don't think anybody in the Texans or hell, I hope nobody in the Texans organization is looking at this thing like, oh well, hell, what the hell? It doesn't matter what happens. We're playing with house money. Let's just go crazy, right? I don't think that's a reality at all. But I do believe there's a certain level of freeness that the Texans can play with that the Baltimore Ravens might not end up being able to play with if this game is tight down the stretch. And if there's any pressure on anybody right now, I believe it's squarely on the Ravens and it's squarely on Lamar Jackson, Ron. There is no way to avoid, at this point, Lamar Jackson's 4 previous playoff outings. The offense has failed to put up more than 20 points, right? He's got paid. He's got the bag, y'all. He's got weapons. They put weapons around him right now. This is, you either win this football game or Lamar Jackson joins the Dak Prescott conversation. They got the bag. They hadn't won in the playoffs. And it's not just one appearance or just two. No, it's getting to the point where it's multiple appearances. And the greatness that we see in the regular season, for some reason, for one reason or another, hasn't carried over into the postseason. And any way you slice it, the only stat that ultimately matters with quarterback play is winning in the playoffs. MVPs are great. Winning in the regular season is great. When it's all said and done, them cats that win in January and ultimately in February are the cats that are going to sit at the top.
Oh, yeah. He's definitely in the pressure. There's no player that has more pressure this weekend than Lamar Jackson. That will be under – that if they don't win, will get the most scrutiny. I don't know how much Lamar takes it home with him. I'm not saying he doesn't care. I just don't know that Lamar is somebody that just will, like, Kobe would, rest in peace, would just absolutely drive himself insane with it. But there's nobody that will get Josh Allen if he loses at home to Mahomes and Andy Reid. That's not going. He's not going to get crushed. Even Brock Purdy, he's not going to get. Lamar can't lose this game. He cannot lose this game, or they will start. He will start getting they dropped eight balls against the Steelers earlier this year. 3 of them were touchdown passes. Yeah. The next day on shows, the question was Lamar worth the money? Like that's the position that he is in. No matter how it happens, they can drop 8 balls. It will be on him. Yeah. That's where he is right now. Josh Allen usually in that boat too, where he gets blamed no matter what happens to a team. So that's where he is. Nobody has more pressure. Not one player has more pressure.
Well, it's gonna be fun to watch it all unfold, man, and see how it all goes down. It is one hell of a matchup. There's no doubt about it, man. C.J. Stroud, Lamar Jackson, they're not the headliner. Look, they're not the headliner. When Josh Allen and Pat Mahomes are going head-to-head with what we've seen from them in the past, those 2 cats right there are the headliner. But there ain't no doubt about it. C.J. Stroud has put himself in the conversation to when he bumps up against one of the better quarterbacks in the league, one of the best quarterbacks in the league, it's must-watch TV.
You're looking at the four of the what's going to be appears to be the best quarterbacks, not just in the league, but in the AFC. Yeah, Burrow, who's in Cincinnati, some others. Like these are going to be some of the 4 that are battling in that elite range all year. All the rest of the next decade or so. All right, coming up, what is Clint's number 1 concern walking into Baltimore? What is it that is making Clint most concerned? You don't want to miss that. We'll let you hear that coming up.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive as we continue rolling throughout. As Clint said before, I see a lot of people texting in, hey, where are you guys going to be? Where are you guys going to be tomorrow? Where are you guys going to be? We're not going to be anywhere tomorrow, but we will Friday. Friday will be a Football Friday presented, a playoff edition Football Friday presented by our wonderful friends at La Michoacana. So come on out and hang out with us. We'll be there from 2 to 6. We'll be in the same spot we were last week, and I'm telling you, if you came on out, come on out again. If you didn't, you miss a great spot. Tom's Watch Bar. Make your way on out there. Got a chance to win multiple things there, including 3 prizes, a autographed signed football jersey, a game football jersey, not game used, but a game version of Laramie Tunsil, signed and autographed signed football from Derek Stingley Jr., and then a signed helmet. And this is a real regular-sized helmet, not a little one, a signed helmet by C.J. Stroud. So come on out with us on Friday at Tom's Watch Bar, downtown, right next to House of Blues. Can't miss it. Great spot to go to.
They serve tall boys down there.
They do. They do. I'm thinking about going and negotiating with Red and seeing if I can get him.
If you give him 500 extra calories, can you have a couple pops?
Right. What do you think? Like, can I get? Because I saw that menu there, man. There was a couple things I was
like.
What do you? Cause
I ain't gonna let you do it.
Because he's told me Friday is gonna be cardio day.
Well, I'm just going to tell you, I'm not going to let you do it either way it goes when you get there.
You going to shut it down?
I'm shutting it down. Just like I did last time. I had to tell one of our listeners,
somebody brought some pineapple juice over to me.
No.
That's
We ain't doing that. I mean, he's committed. He's on a mission. He's on a journey. I'll leave him alone, damn it. I'll drink it.
I was going to try to negotiate maybe.
I'm not going to let you do that, man. I'm not going to. I don't think you should. I don't think you should go talk to Red.
But you say so you can get those 500 calories, but you're not going to get any of the extras.
Yeah, no.
I mean, what I was looking at was the wings, just the wings.
Yeah, no. I just it ain't worth it.
Wings.
It's not worth it.
And a little vodka.
Now the wings. I don't know enough about. Now alcohol sets you back more than just the calories. I mean, because a big part of what you're doing is you're getting your system operating and executing and functioning at an extremely efficient level. Right? The minute you put something bad in, I'm no doctor, but I believe alcohol in terms of disrupting that system.
But this is coming
on
from
multiple fronts.
A top 5 quarterback coach in the country. So
no question. We'll get to how the alcohol affects your mind later on. but in terms of disrupting that efficiency that you've spent so much time creating. It's just not worth it. Whether it's one vodka or it's a 6 or 12 wings, the best wings in the world, Ron. Unless you're planning on like going to Vegas and just going on a bender and having making ridiculous memories for yourself,
Tyler.
I mean that may be worth it for you.
Sounds like Tyler. Tyler does plan on going to Vegas potentially.
A live show when your partner right here will take all the bullets for you. Yeah, man, it ain't worth it.
You gladly take it, wouldn't you?
No problem, man.
Take it for the team, bro.
I'll shut folks down.
It's like a drink bouncer.
I had to check him last. I told him before Ron got there. No.
Did you tell him before I walked in the door?
Before he got there, because they said, I said, I'll have a drink. I said, but Ron's not, so we're not waiting on him. Ron's not drinking. And he said, okay.
I told you when we first started.
Then you walk in and you walk right up. Oh, you want a shot? You said, no. I said, I told y'all he wasn't drinking. And then we're 10 minutes into the show. Hey, y'all want to drink? Hey, Ron, you want to drink? I said, hey.
I love them. She tried to offer me 10 shots.
Yeah. I said, hey, I told you he ain't drinking. Relax over there.
See you there tomorrow, though. I'll be ready.
Oh, ain't no doubt.
No, they're going to show. I know.
Yes, indeed.
All right, Clint, let's look at this thing. Yesterday, I gave you my number one concern. My number one concern is that watching 2 weeks ago from that Colts game, is that the run game gets away from the Texans. That's my number one concern going up against the number one rush defense with Lamar Jackson a part of that. For you, you said you wanted to think on it a bit. What is your Clint Stoerner right here? What is your number one concern for the Texans walking into this game on Saturday?
Tight ends. Baltimore's tight ends.
That's the number one for you.
My number one concern. There is obviously they're getting Mark Andrews back, but this would have been my concern with or without Mark Andrews. My concern is not the greatness of Mark Andrews, guys and gals that are out there listening. My concern is that this is a different offense. This is not the tight end heavy, tailback heavy, run first football. Even though they are the best run team in the league statistically, they're not the same team they were last time. Lamar Jackson was the MVP. Clearly, all they used at that point in time was tight ends, right? This is a different offense, and for me, it's not about Mark Andrews' greatness because clearly he's a great one. This is more about schematically. Like I trust that DeMeco Ryans is going to have a spy answer for Lamar Jackson. Right? Whatever the coverage is, whether it's a backer or a safety, somebody's going to be spying Lamar Jackson the majority of the time, damn sure in critical situations.
Yeah.
Right? You talked yesterday about this being one of the football teams that has an entire like an old school mindset to running the football. They talk about being physical and they are physical, right? So but I trust that DeMeco Ryans is going to have a plan to stop the run. Zay Flowers is a guy that we saw at week 1 and it hadn't slowed down since. They're going to move him all over the place. He's going to be a gadget guy. He's going to be a guy that can catch the football behind the line of scrimmage in the quick game as well as the mid-range game and even deep if you let him get behind you. I believe that DeMeco Ryans is going to have an answer for the spy on Lamar, stopping the run, and I believe he's going to have an answer for keeping track of Zay Flowers. The problem with all that, Ron, is all three of them have been very effective this year. And all three of them are some of the sexiest eye candy that you're going to see in the NFL.
And when you say sexy eye candy, you mean?
There's a lot going on. Who am I watching? Zay Flowers, Lamar Jackson. Oh, all of a sudden they're downhill. This run game's downhill in my face.
Yeah,
right?
Zay Flowers goes in motion. You're looking.
Where's he at? He
lines up in the backfield now. That
communicated. Oh, hey, make sure you stay on your keys in the run game because you got they'll get downhill on you. Make sure we got the perfect defense call. We play the perfect coverage. Up, Lamar Jackson's out the back door. All that eye candy, all those distractions, right? I just firmly believe that this group is going to have a really good, at least have answers, a plan. Let's not say no answers. Let's say a plan to address that. But with all that eye candy, all it takes is one guy, one or two or three times, get his eyes in the wrong place, and Mark Andrews is over the top. Isaiah Likely's catching a one-handed ball in the flats, and he's down the sideline, hitting his head on the goalpost. These two tight ends have they're really good targets, obviously. But when you put them as the counterpunch to Lamar and stopping the run and Zay Flowers moving all over the place, the tight ends are the one that can bust this thing wide open if you're not careful.
There was, just listening to you, there was a play in the Dolphins game where Isaiah Likely, he just comes wide open for a touchdown. They do it Ricard too, wide open for a touchdown where he is on one side of the formation and everybody is all that eye candy you're talking, and then he just leaks out and he is literally the only person, offense or defense, on that side of the field, and it's an easy touchdown catch, and he walks into the end zone because everything they're created is almost as if he was forgotten.
Yep, that's the part that scares me, man.
Mark Andrews on the field.
Yep, that's the part that scares me. And here's the other deal: you get into the red zone. We talked about it earlier. Like the answer for me is like there's been a couple of times this year, multiple times this year actually, where it's just been blatantly obvious where the quarterback's going with the football in the red zone because they're getting the tight end matched up on Denzel Perryman or Henry To'oTo'o. Right? I mean, and that, even if you end up in that coverage, like you can't show me that pre-snap. Like you can't just line up and let me go, oh, Mark Andrews, Perryman, got this. Right? And no disrespect to Perryman, it's just a reality. He's one of the best tight ends in the game. And I think the same thing holds true with Likely. Those guys are going to be a problem in the red zone if you present a very clear picture to Lamar Jackson pre and post snap. Like that's got to be muddy as ever, cloudy as ever, in the middle of the field in the red zone to make sure the tight ends don't hurt you as well. The tight ends are my biggest look out for, I guess, in this game.
Big concern right there for him. Mine is the running game of the Ravens. Yours is the tight ends with the Ravens. Coming up, a guy who has been
Tyler,
there.
what's yours? Getting a flight to Vegas?
Right now, absolutely.
Right now, hopefully. Well, God, I hope you do. God, come on, Taco Bill. All right. Coming up, Texans practice report. Our guy B. Scott, who's there all week long, yesterday, today as well. We'll get his thoughts on what he's hearing and seeing from the Texans coming up next.
All right, chronic joint.
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
State Farm, Bloomington, Illinois.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, it's not Thursday, it's Wednesday. It's Wednesday at 4:40, which means our guy Brandon Scott joins the drive fresh off. Maybe not fresh off, but not so long off from the practice field.
Fresh enough.
And in the press room talking to today Clint's favorite, Bobby Slowick, and also Matt Burke. Frank also as the assistant speak today. Yesterday, hearing from D'Amico and C.J. Stroud. Let's hit this one real quick before we get the vibe and how we feel and how things sound around the team right now. It looks like Jerry Hughes is the only one really right now there is concern of. Didn't practice again today. Are you in the – I think last week at this time you didn't feel real good about Jerry playing in this game. Feeling the same way this week with what we're hearing from Jerry?
Yeah, that's the way it seems, man. I think we've kind of come to accept at this point that it's going to be somebody that's not going to be there, especially on that defensive line. It feels like for what? About 3 weeks now we've been talking about, man, that defensive line looks real banged up. We had a little stretch there where the whole starting four of the defensive line was not practicing or had an injury, an ankle injury or a hip abdominal injury, whatever it was, with Malik Collins at the time. But right now it just seems like Jerry Hughes, which is a depth piece for you at this point. So you deal with that. It seems like that's what the case is going to be. Now, I will say one thing that's a little bit concerning, and I wouldn't say it's super concerning, but it's a little bit concerning that you look at it and Will Anderson and Jonathan Grenard went from limited participation to not participating at all today.
Johnny Greener.
So neither one of them participated today. They both practiced yesterday. I think that they're both going to be fine. I'm not saying the guys aren't going to play, but it is like a little bit of an alarm. You would think it would be flip-flop. Like, right, they would not practice the day before and then be limited today. But I would be shocked if either one of them didn't give you at least what they gave you in the Cleveland game.
Yeah, to a point you made earlier, Clint, maybe with these guys, maybe we're looking at more rest is more important than
and we've talked about
reps.
That before.
I think that's what you said.
Yeah, well, I just think when you talk about D-line play, I mean, there's only so many looks that you can get that's going to change your call or your alignment or ultimately your what you're tasked with defensively. And so I like Matt Burke is on record to say, I mean, this is a plug and play defense for a down line. So I think that the two things, one, it's a plug and play, very simple, system defensively for the D line. Plus, as B. Scott just said, I mean, you've got in the last couple of weeks, last 3 weeks, I mean, every D lineman that's a starter on this team has been on the injury report to some degree, and a couple of them hadn't played. So I think it's more important for that whole group to get everybody as healthy and not just healthy but fresh, because you don't know who's going to blow a tire at any point in time.
Yeah. Brandon, we also heard or saw they placed Noah Brown on IR earlier this week, and they have signed and brought up Steven Sims. What's the feel? Do you get a feel that Steven Sims is going to have an impact in this game, or is this just more, all right, just in case depth that we may have to use him?
Yeah, I would go to the latter. I would say depth just in case you have to use him. But just as far as Steven Sims goes, I would point out he is a speed guy, and we know what C.J. Stroud likes to do. He likes to stretch the ball downfield. Now, Steven Sims to me would be an unlikely target. He would be an unlikely playmaker on offense, but I don't think it's impossible. C.J. Stroud likes to spread the ball around, and Steven Sims is a legitimate speed threat. Now, could he factor in the special teams? We've seen Damian Pierce make plays in special teams. We know that Desmond King is a reliable guy in special teams on the punt return. So where does Steven Sims factor in? I would think that he's much more likely to factor into the kicking game because he's done that already throughout various points of the season. We've seen that more so. Like he's got like I want to say 1 or 2 catches in all of the season, but he's had a couple of returns. So it'll be interesting to see how they fit him in. But as far as playmaking goes, I feel like you're much more likely to see more from a John Mechie or Xavier Hutchinson and then Steven Sims just kind of gets in where he fits in.
What do you? I'm looking down at this injury report, and all three of the linebackers getting the most run: Blake Cashman, Christian Harris, and Denzel Perryman. All three limited today. I think those are going to be not just this week. Hell, any week, those three guys are as critical as anybody on this defense at this point in time. They're all three. I think it says they're all three limited. Today, your thoughts on that? What'd you see?
Yeah, no, I like y'all's last segment and both of y'all's points about y'all's biggest concern, yours being the run game. I think that's a great one because we're talking about Lamar Jackson and one of the best rushing attacks that you'll find, period, like in all of football. And then, Clint, I thought you raised great points about the way the Ravens like to attack the middle of the field, whether it's the tight ends, specifically with the tight ends, but also with these speed guys, these wide receivers that they've added to their arsenal that they didn't have before in previous years. When you talk about Lamar Jackson's poor record in the playoffs, he didn't really have a dynamic player like a Zay Flowers and an Odell Beckham, like the mix and arsenal, especially if Mark Andrews is going to be back in the mix. Mm-hmm. And we've seen what Likely has turned into throughout the year. Like, I don't think he's had this kind of combination of weapons, but they still like to do the same thing. Lamar Jackson's strengths are still his strengths, and that's attacking the middle of the field, as opposed to the boundaries, right? Like that's where Lamar Jackson's money is made, along with the run game, like Ron talks about. So yeah, no, like if those guys are limited or are injured, that's going to be something to monitor. But again, you expect them to at least be out there. What they give you would be the question.
Brandon Scott here with us doing his Texans report as he does each and every Wednesday. The biggest one of the year. What's the sense that you're getting? Because this is what now the Ravens, the Browns, the Titans. This is the third straight opponent they are playing that they had already had a previous matchup
and the Colts
this year. And the Colts before. So 4 in a row, They already had a previous matchup against. This one, however, much more like the Colts, week 1 all the way to now. Do you get a feel that any of them, hearing from D'Amico and CJ and Bobby and all of the coaches there, Matt Burke, that there is a sense that they're taking anything from that week, or is this just, do they view this as a completely new thing and a different thing that they don't really take a lot out of?
Yeah, so I think that they already took out of week 1 what they needed to take out of it, and that's been applied throughout the season. So when you talk about what did they learn about themselves or what did they take away from week 1, it was the sloppiness of the offense, the way that things were communicated, the fact that they maybe overcomplicated things for themselves, the way Bobby Slowick talked about today. Like, they've already applied that into what it is that they do. And so I think that that's part of the benefit of what we've seen. The reason why we're here having this conversation now and the season's not over with and we're not talking about the draft and everything like that. Like, the whole reason why we're here is because they've learned lessons from that week. Then I think on top of that, you talk about being a different team now. I mean, this is fascinating. I cannot wait to watch this matchup for a lot of reasons, man. You think about that first week, we were still under the impression, and I'm talking about all the collective we, those of us in this studio, the listeners that are listening to this station right now, and even the coaches over there at NRG Stadium were under the impression at the time that Dameon Pierce was probably their top offensive weapon on the team at the time. C.J. Stroud had not emerged. Tank Dell had not emerged. Nico Collins had not emerged into what he is right now. Devin Singletary was their backup running back. Okay, so we were having a totally different conversation about what this offense looked like in week 1 and what we thought it was going to be. And they're not going to say that. And this is not to throw Dameon Pierce under the bus or anything like that. This is just the reality of the situation. He's kind of a non-factor into their offense now. And you think about their first drive of the second half in that game, in that first game against the Ravens, it was a heavy dosage of feed Dameon Pierce. They get sacked. A lot of the short passing game and the run game was focused on Dameon Pierce. Like, it's not going to be that way in this game. It's a C.J. Stroud-centric game. It's a Nico Collins-centric game. I think one of the big takeaways of today, one of the big news items of today is Marlon Humphrey might not be able to play in this game. One of the best players in football, certainly one of the best cornerbacks in football. And he didn't play in the first game. But, again, this is a different offense. What does that look like? I think it's going to be real fascinating.
Well, how do you feel about this game? This is the last time we'll have you on. I know you'll be on the station throughout, but on Wednesday, how do you feel about the Texans' chances in this one?
I don't know what I'm feeling, man. I might have to roll up on y'all, pull up on y'all on Friday, man. This is big. This is big time, man.
Come on out to time.
Hey, look, I'm feeling really, really good about it. I think I'm in line with y'all in terms of what the concerns are, the running game. Like, I feel a lot. The way I was just thinking about it before I came in was, I feel a lot better about as crazy as it may sound, for as good as this defense is, the Ravens defense, I feel a lot better about CJ and this offense going up against that Ravens defense, wild as it sounds, than I do of the things that y'all have talked about on the show already.
The Ravens offense.
That Ravens offense, the run, I know the Texans' run defense is pretty good, one of the best in the league supposedly. But look, they don't face nothing like this Ravens offense too often. There's nothing really like it. So you got that, and then everything you talked about again, Clint, with how they like to work the middle of the field, how that's going to factor in, not just with the linebackers, but the safeties, Desmond King at the slot corner position. I think all of those guys are going to factor in. I'm fascinated by it.
And for the Texans, it is great to get all the pub that they're getting. I just like maybe that slow that down, because you're talking about that Ravens defense. I just feel like they're sitting there just, if I hear another damn thing about CJ Stroud.
No, but it's beautiful though.
It's beautiful.
No,
I'm just saying.
It's new blood. Man,
I love it. It is fair. I just feel like Patrick Quinn and them are sitting there like, okay,
but you can talk. We can talk all we want. Clint, you know this, man. We get to talk all we want throughout the week, man. But they got to go do it on Sunday or Saturday. In this case,
I can't wait for this joint.
They got to go make it happen, baby.
Brandon Scott, you can catch him all day. You'll be on in the loop tomorrow, 11 o'clock.
Tomorrow, 11 o'clock.
11 o'clock. Yep. Catch him there as well, and all of his work on SportsRadio610.com. He let the cat out a bit there. The injury report is out, and I think it is much, much more important on the Ravens side. Is that not right? Let the cat out of the bag?
No, it was.
Oh, okay. Let the cat out of the bag. Oh, okay.
Hey, don't be like Cam Newton who said, "Let the cat out of the hat." He go Dr. Seuss and nursery rhymes on you.
Man, what is him and Jay doing with that hair, man? Can they just get their hair? Anyway, coming up, we'll let you know about that the injury report, because the Ravens may have some issues. We'll discuss that.
always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, old dirty, the Dill.
The big Dill.
And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is the injury report is out. And I'll give you the Texans real quick because we did talk about that a bit with Brandon Scott on the Texans report. But Brandon gave away one of the big ones. The Ravens injury report is out, and I think it is more significant. Now, Zay Flowers shows up on it. He was limited yesterday with the calf. He was a full participant today. Another one. Mark Andrews, who we've talked about today, has been on IR here of late. He has been activated, and Clint, he went from limited to full. So he's going to go. He's a full practice, full participant. He will practice in this game. But the two big ones here, Clint, is Marlon Humphrey, who Tyler said his last game played was against the Miami Dolphins, which was the second to last game in the regular season.
December the 31st.
The second to last game in the regular season, December the 31st, the game they clinched home field advantage throughout. He hasn't played since then and now hasn't practiced since then. So that is interesting. All this time off, and they still don't feel comfortable with him practicing, Clint. And then the other one is with illness and potentially, since it is Wednesday, you think maybe Jadeveon Clowney would potentially be all right. He did not practice as well. He was new with an illness, so he didn't practice either. So Jadeveon Clowney on Wednesday wasn't at practice today. The illness, that one is probably not as concerning to Saturday. But, Clint, Mark Andrews being looks like officially back's a big one. Zay Flowers being full, that calf not bothering as much as a big one. But the biggest thing there, Clint, Marlon Humphrey, their cornerback, arguably their best cornerback, is not. You got to say he's in danger of missing this game right now if he hasn't played since December 31st in that practice.
Well, whether he's in danger of or not, Ron, I mean, he's clearly, if he does play, there's an issue there. You know what I mean? There's some kind of issue there. And we heard Bobby Slowick earlier today. He spoke to the media, and one I don't remember what the question was, but one of his responses was, sometimes we're studying and we're trying to figure out ways to attack scheme, and sometimes we're studying and we're trying to figure out ways to attack the player on that side of the ball. If Marlon Humphreys is injured, and if there is going into the game any belief that he's questionable and that there's a chance he might not play, and it's I would expect Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense to go at him, test it, to see how that calf is immediately. So if he doesn't play, obviously the impact is huge in favor of the Texans. But if he does and he's ginger, look out now. I would expect Bobby to test him early.
And Clint, man, you know this better than I do, but if you hadn't played since that Dolphins game December 31st, which means then they basically had a bye week 18 against the Steelers. Then they had a bye week anyway last week because they had the number 1 seed. And, man, it's Wednesday. The game's in a couple of days, a few days, and they don't feel comfortable just even putting you in limited. That brings up a more serious thing. And, Clint, when you look at it now, Ronald Darby is in the fold. He is in there, and then Rock Ya-Sin is in there potentially that they come in. And these are capable players, guys that have been around, but clearly drop-offs from Marlon Humphrey when he's right, and potentially something. Like I would think, Clint, if he can't play, this affects in some way, changes what McDonald potentially wants to do in the secondary, especially with what the Texans have done offensively in the passing game. I don't know if there's a thought of we want to make him with the size that he brings with Nico or whatever. This has to do something for them if he's not able to go.
Well, yeah, the one thing is it damn sure doesn't mean nothing. I mean, there's especially, like, I don't know if it impacts overall how you scheme, like from a great game plan perspective, but if we narrow it down to like, hey, in critical situations in the ball game, where you would typically go man. Maybe you still go man, but you lack the confidence that you usually have with Marlon Humphreys in there. So at the end of the day, it's one of their better players, a veteran player that's seen a lot of it, had a lot thrown at him. And without that guy, this defense is not as good as they are, obviously, with him. And so it would be advantage Texans.
All right, and I will give you the rest of – here is the injury report from the Texans. We talked about it a bit with Brandon Scott, but here it is. These guys did not practice. Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Jonathan Grenard, Jerry Hughes, Sheldon Rankins. Limited of importance, Blake Cashman, Malik Collins, Christian Harris, Mechie, Denzel Perryman, Robert Woods was limited. Those are the important ones. They were limited, and so it looks like those guys will go. Clint, of the guys that didn't practice today, Will Anderson, Andrew Beck, Jonathan Grenard, Jerry Hughes, Sheldon Rankins, are you concerned about the potential that any of those guys won't play?
Jerry Hughes.
Only one. This feels like more of a rest thing with the other guys.
Yeah. Look, I mean, I think there's the one thing week in, week out for the last month, roughly, is that the defensive line has been on this list consistently, whether it's in a limited role, did not practice role. And I think what we're doing is we're dealing with a severe lack of depth, right? And there's a severe lack of depth, but there's also a need to go through practice. And so how do you juggle that situation if you're D'Amico Ryans? And right now we've heard him say that this is a very friendly defensive scheme for defensive linemen. So with that in mind, you go, okay, well then, other than the physical aspect of practicing, it's clearly a plug-and-play defense. There's not a whole lot of adjustments that you make week to week. So what's more important, these guys getting rest or these guys going in there putting their hand in the dirt and firing off the rock when there's really no mental approach? No, I shouldn't say that. That's disrespectful. There's very limited adjustments from week to week that need to be made by the defensive line. And so I don't think it's a surprise that we see Will Anderson, Jonathan Grenard, Sheldon Rankins, Malik Collins. I mean, going down the list, the big boys inside, the entire starting defensive line, and even some of the depth guys are on this list. So I think that's by design.
Yeah, we'll see what rolls through. I think it feels like, especially since the emergence of Barnett, that the Jerry Hughes potential of missing a game doesn't seem to hit as much. Because Barnett, man, he's been as active as anybody, right? His hit on Flacco led to the interception that was returned for a touchdown. The first one, because Joe just gave out a couple, the first one to Steven Nelson. So he has been a big, big part of this team.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, man, to one of the players in the NFL that I really root for. I really hope. I didn't think I was going to feel this way until this came out. Baker Mayfield, he's responding to C.J. Gardner-Johnson, who is a deep. Almost called him a D-bag. Kind of. That's not something. But he's a defensive back who's been talking trash, Clint, about Baker. He said this about Baker, saying that when asked about preparing for the Rams last week, Gardner-Johnson said, this group probably is one of the better groups we've done faced all year. Besides that Tampa group, if you give that Tampa group a good quarterback, that's a great group. Evans, Godwin, Russell Gage, that's a great group. I played against them for real. Mayfield responded to him saying, if you give them a good quarterback, by saying, I don't think he really watched the film because he mentioned Russell Gage, and we love Russell, but Russell hasn't played a snap for us all year. Like what are we doing here, man? Like Detroit, calm down a little bit, man. You win your first playoff game in 30-plus years, and now you going to come out and do this to Baker. And do this. No reason. Now, for me, I was kind of pulling for the Lions.
Yeah, I agree.
I was kind of pulling. But Baker's my guy. I like Baker. I thought the Cleveland Browns did his ass completely dirty. And I like Baker. I always did at Oklahoma, right? Even my team. I was pissed off at my team, Kansas, when those little kids wouldn't shake Baker's hand.
Jayhawks are going down.
And Baker gave him the little crotch grab, which I felt well deserved of those punk ass kids. All right, but I like Baker. I like him. I hope he goes in there and dusts their ass now.
I do
what
too.
are you talking about, C.J. Gardner-Johnson?
I'm with you. I was on the fence here with. I mean, I root for both.
Dan,
I like Dan Campbell. I love the story of the Detroit Lions. Anytime I said this before, anytime that we can watch, Ron, in our lifetime, we get to watch like greatness is one thing, but it was like LeBron winning the championship in Cleveland.
Say it
right?
Again.
Like
say more. That's good.
I wasn't referring to the greatness of LeBron, even though he obviously is great. I'm just talking about like that him and
story,
a championship in that city in basketball. I mean, it was. I'm here for it.
Me too.
I want to be a part. I want to be alive and witness those things. And I feel like that's something that could possibly happen in Detroit.
Yeah, like the Cubs when they won it. Yeah. Here, the Red Sox.
When you get down to it, it's like, okay, now you're gonna make me pick one side of the
Come on, man.
I agree with you.
If they had a great quarterback,
I agree with you.
Baker's had a career year. Baker has had a really, really good year.
There's nothing worse than the guy that talks like trash, and this is personal trash, and has no idea what the hell he's talking about.
That's right, man. At least have it right.
That's it. If you're going to do
Russell
it, at least
Gage
have it right.
hadn't played a damn snap this year for them.
Like you're just bagging on Baker because you don't like Bake.
Yeah.
Bite a kneecap off.
I think he broke his leg. I remember that. I think he had a really bad injury.
Hadn't played it. Good for Mayfield. Good for Mayfield to not lean in different. That was very professional. Well done, right there.
I want old Baker. I want Fayetteville running for the police in Fayetteville.
Well,
Baker.
I mean,
that's the Baker.
You want Baker that's from the herd.
That's the one I want.
All joking aside, I mean, let him throw a touchdown over Gardner Johnson this weekend or something. You're probably going to see a little bit of it.
He got something. I just imagine Baker walking over towards him and pulling the Gary Bertier from Remember the Titans. It just points at him.
Would be great, wouldn't it? Oh, it'd be great. Better win if you're going to do that. But it'd be great.
Hell, yeah, you too. I bet you there's some cats in that locker room that said, "Damn, why? Hey, man."
5 o'clock fire.
Mike Evans gonna dunk on your ass on one of these deep balls. All right, the Falcons, they're about it, Clint. They're interviewing Bill Belichick earlier this week. Now they've interviewed Jim Harbaugh. They're going big fish hunting, which many people think are the top two candidates. Obviously, the most accomplished head coaching candidates in this field right now. Jim Harbaugh, he's met with the Chargers already, and he has a contract on the table with the Michigan Wolverines after winning that championship over Washington last week. Clint, if you're looking at this, because right now we're seeing a lot of young coaches step out. We got one here in Houston with DeMeco Ryans and seeing what he's done. We've seen what Kevin O'Connell has done in Minnesota. Obviously, before that, Sean McVay and Shanahan is becoming the trend of things. LaFleur, who somebody on the text line has lost their minds and thinks his job is in jeopardy. We've seen a lot of young offensive-minded guys come up, get jobs, and succeed. Where would you put Jim Harbaugh at with these young guys, these young coaches like Bobby Slowick? We're seeing Ben Johnson with Detroit we just talked about. Where would you put him if you were looking at hiring a coach this year?
Jim Harbaugh's the top of the list.
He's top of the list.
And I'm not a huge Jim Harbaugh guy. I think Jim Harbaugh's at the top of the list. When you talk about today's coach, you just outlined them all really well. But you want a guy that can relate to youngsters and relate in a different way than coaching through fear and making them miserable and making them worry about their job every single day. Jim Harbaugh clearly has the ability to do that with what he's done at Michigan. You want a guy that's a good QB developer, whether you look at him at the San Francisco 49ers and Kaepernick and Alex Smith in that situation, Andrew Luck at Stanford, J.J. McCarthy at Michigan. I mean, he's got a way with whether it's him or it's somebody he's employing as a developer, he's got a way to make sure that your quarterback, he identifies the guys that can play, and he goes out and he makes sure he develops them and coaches them up to a spot where they can go out and have major success. And so, I just – and obviously the experience in the league is there in terms of having a ton of success in the league. Clearly, for me, Jim Harbaugh is at the top of the list. The other fella you mentioned, all due respect, greatest coach of all time. Yep, I'm out on Bill Belichick. You can have Bill. I don't want nothing to do with Bill Belichick. When you talk about the way in which he runs his house, I question whether that's we've heard rumblings of guys and how they wanted out because of Bill Belichick, some of the greatest of all times. We've watched him make terrible personnel decisions. We've watched him just destroy a quarterback's career. We've watched him, build a roster that just is the worst in the league. We've watched him hire guys and not be questioned. I don't know why, but not be questioned. Again, for those that don't know, Bill Belichick hired Matt Patricia, a defensive-minded, failed head coach, a former defensive coordinator, as his offensive play caller. And
Joe Judge was his assistant.
And you turn the TV on, and damn near everybody on TV is talking about, oh, boy, if you can get Bill Belichick, you go on fire your guy. If you can get Bill Belichick, you fire this guy and that guy. Hell no, thank you. I'm out on that. Two things can be true. He's the greatest coach of all time, and his ass is done.
Yeah, Jim, as weird as Jim is, he's kind of got an Andy Reid feel when Andy left Philly and hadn't won a Super Bowl yet. You could tell there was still hunger there, but he had accomplished a lot. It feels like he's been to the Super Bowl, lost to his brother, been to multiple NFC championship games. He's won a college championship. It feels like there's a real hunger for Jim to get over this step. So, I tend to agree with you with Jim Harbaugh as somebody that he's completely different to me than Belichick. Somebody that can really take this up. All right, it's Wednesday. I'm going to check in on Friday too, but it's Wednesday. You can text in 713-572-4610, YouTube or Twitch. Where are you now as you take on the number 1 seed on the road at Baltimore? Where is your concern meter today? 10 being extremely concerned that the Texans will lose, 1 being Texans ain't losing, baby. I ain't got no worries at all. Where are you? We'll discuss that coming up next.
January 20th. Enter for a chance to win tickets right now at SportsRadio610.com/contests. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome into The Drive, and I'm going to check in right now. I want to get with people because I see some people texting in right now already, feeling themselves. This is what I said, because we did this last week. I'm going to check back in on Friday now, all right, and I'll remember where you all are, all right, and especially you two and where I am. I'll remember where
I'll remember where you are.
Okay.
Hopefully you don't remember where you are, Tyler.
Friday.
I won't if I'm in Vegas.
Friday, he'll be.
Found you a flight yet?
I don't know.
Our head of scouting is failing us already.
I told you, man, I wouldn't.
Well, I'm not scouting flights during our show, man.
I don't know why you wouldn't be during these breaks.
Because we're doing a radio show.
I know you're doing work. You got some free time.
I believe if I had a Friday trip to Vegas on the line, I'd be doing a little surfing.
That'll work out.
It'll work. There you go. I like your why not? It'll work.
I'm an optimist.
Hey, Bridge, you can always find a flight.
He'll get there. He'll do what he needs to do.
That's facts.
Right, somebody.
You think Megan's gonna stay back?
No chance.
Look at the
the wedding is one of her coworkers.
Yeah, bring in that private.
I think you ought to go out Friday, let her come out Saturday morning or something like that.
That's not a bad idea. I'll throw that out
way
to
you
her.
Can scout Friday.
Yeah.
That's a horrible thought. It's a great idea. I don't know if it's a good one to throw
That way
out.
I don't have distractions while I'm scouting for you fellas.
That's all right. That's right. You don't need any distractions.
Again, on the surface, it sounds great. But to sell to her, like I'd rather you stay here so I go out Friday so I don't have any distractions to scout out for the boys.
Well, I mean, do you think Slowick and D'Amico are watching film on the Ravens with their wives right there with them? No,
but they're not. But they're not also. Then one of them going to go to Vegas ahead of time and tell their wives, "Yo, no D'Amico ain't. Yo, chill out."
I'm sure their wives will be in Baltimore for the game. Babe, I gotta work right now.
Baltimore.
See you in a few days.
We're going to travel out ahead of time. You meet us down there. Yes, that's about right.
It all adds up, man.
Baltimore, Vegas, same thing.
Work, Ron, work. It's all work, man.
That's right.
All falls under the work umbrella.
Vegas, Baltimore, crab cakes.
How about that right in?
Yeah, that's right. Gambling. There it is.
Yes, that's why they call it Sin City.
Where's your concern meter? As I said right now, 10 being highly, highly concerned. Last week, on Wednesday, Clint was at a 7.5 with this Browns game. Later told us he didn't see a path on Wednesday that the Texans could win the game against the Browns. But then it dropped. It did drop for him as we move further on to Friday. But where are you right now? 10 being extremely concerned, 1 being no concern. I am good all the way. In terms of the Texans winning this game on the road at Baltimore. Clint, the first one. I'm at a 1 show. It's Ron, by the way. Texans get an early lead, and Lamar gives us 1 or 2 turnovers, ball game. Another one. My concern level 1, not worried. We're a different team now. I know they're exactly the same. Where is your concern level?
Well, I agree with the point that's made, just not the number they shared. I'm at an 8. I'm worried about this one, boys. I mean, this is I look at the Texans and I think every week since the Indy game, obviously the last 2 ball games, this team has taken a huge stride. All of a sudden, you go from potentially not being in the playoffs to winning the division and hosting a home playoff game, to going out and really just snatching the soul of a really good football team that included the best defense in the league, and you did it in impressive fashion. So obviously, you take a huge step forward, in my opinion, in terms of the caliber team that you are. But then, unfortunately, in the second round, you got to go on the road and you've got to play the best team in football. Not in the AFC, the best team in football that has peaked at the right time and like impressively beat up on a handful of the better teams in the league recently.
Nobody beats up the 49ers.
Their quarterback's in a different system, and he's still an MVP. Their defense is, again, arguably one of the best in the league. This is one for me. You go from playing indoors to playing outdoors. You go from having a great atmosphere that's in your corner to having a great atmosphere that is going to be in the opponent's corner. This one for me, Ron, I'm struggling with right now. I'm at an 8 of concern.
You're an
8 level of concern is an 8.
I see some people coming in. 3 were dangerous, playing with house money, and hot right now. We're like the Phillies in 2022. 5 on the concern level. Obviously, Baltimore's a really good team, but I like the way things. Dang, these things are coming in hot and heavy. But I like the way things line up for the Texans with Lamar being off for 3 weeks and not having the best playoff track record, and the Texans being the hottest team in the league right now. So I think they have a good chance to win the game. Some would argue that the Ravens were pretty hot. I know that's what Lamar said. They lost their last game to the Steelers where they didn't play anybody. But listen, for those of you who do not have a concern, you're lying. I'll just say that. You're
hold on, so
you're lying, or you don't know football, and I don't think. Well, some of you don't know football, but you're lying to yourself. They have the league MVP for the second time, and I'm certain he's like 27. They've got arguably the number 1 defense, the number 1 scoring defense, the defense that leads the league in sacks right now. They beat the brakes off of the San Francisco 49ers. Clint, you know the Niners. Nobody physically just dominates the 49ers the way that the Baltimore Ravens did up front and in all over the place. So, listen, I know you can be confident in your Texans, but for you to say that you don't have any concern, stop. You're lying. I'm at a 7, all right? I'm at a 7 right now, and I am highly concerned about the chances for this team winning. To echo all the points you made about them being the best team in football right now, Clint, Lamar Jackson has been the best player in the league right now and is going to win the MVP. It's been a long time, Clint, since this team has faced a top 10 quarterback.
Yeah.
I mean, you go start to look at what they faced.
Yep.
They have not, I mean, depending on how you feel about Trevor Lawrence, and I would think this year about Trevor Lawrence, you don't feel top 10, it's Joe Burrow. Is the last top quarterback. Yeah. I mean, it's Russ and it's Trevor Lawrence in the last. They've faced Flacco twice. They've faced a combination of Tannehill and Will Levis. Minshew twice.
Bryce Young
Minshew once here recently. They faced. But I'm just saying, since Burrow, the last time they faced somebody. Kyler in his second game, like they ran into Zach Wilson.
He can't play dead.
They just haven't faced quarterbacks in a while since Burrow that's
the truth.
Top 10 right now. They've seen that in a long time. So
Flacco's a Super Bowl winner, guys. I mean, come on now.
He's a Super Bowl winner.
He got 10 playoff wins. Yeah.
I mean, he's the 4th guy they turn to, right? I'm just saying, right? He's not. Joe's not a Joe. I don't think Joe's ever been an elite quarterback. He damn sure been at 38. He's played the best, right? Like that. To bring up Flacco, that's the closest thing they have gotten to a top-level quarterback, right? And so that's
I think it's fair.
That's
Baker,
him and Kyler, like that in a while since Joe. Yeah. Like that's just it's been a while. So I look at that. I think there's a high level of concern. The one thing that I do believe, and I think it is a big deal, is I do not believe that CJ will lay an egg, and I do believe that the Texans will come in and it won't be too big of a scene. I don't think we'll get in here and you'll see like, damn, they just wouldn't. They wouldn't. This was too big. This moment was too big because I don't think their leader feels that way. So I do feel that way, but it's an uphill battle. It's a reason why, as Clint said, the line has moved up in some cases. 9.5 right now. All right. Looking at this, because I do think this is very important, one of the improved parts of this Ravens team is their passing game. All right? And the Texans had some success against their passing game in week 1. If you look at it, who is the number 1 guy in the passing game you want to take away from Lamar? If you're D'Amico, who is that guy? We'll discuss that next.
All right, if you've been injured in an accident, auto accident, big truck accident, slip and fall, accident at work, I need you.
One.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Hey, remember, stay with us. Well, you're going to hear this a lot because it's going to be big time. We always have great fun on our Football Fridays. And the latest will be coming up on Friday. There it is. Yeah, hell, let's get it. That's it. That's going to be a damn party right there now.
Hey.
It's going to be a party now. All right. Now,
Look
Football
out now.
Friday. That's what happens when you get the playoff edition presented by LaMisha Wakana right there. There you go. It's going to be a damn party out here. We'll be at Tom's Watch Bar again. It was so great. Why not do it again? We had a great time there, a great spot to watch sporting events and to have a party like we're going to have.
So
they're
nice
going to have drinks all over the place. I'm going to be canned. I'm going to be drinking. I'll be eating all through that bad boy. It's going to be a hell of a time, man. I'll be taking shots. I'm going to be drinking tall boys. I'm going all the way.
Are you done?
4 o'clock. I'm going to be lit. You hear that, Park? I'm going to be lit.
Headed to the Slammer.
I'm going to have some of that salmon somebody ordered last week. I'm going to have some of them chicken wings.
Don't worry about it, Red.
So many good meats.
Don't worry about it, Red. Old Dirty ain't going to let it happen.
I have my cucumbers.
You're going to eat your ass in the parking garage just like you did last time, and you're going to have some cucumbers about midway through the show. That's what you're going to have. And I'm going to make sure that waitress keeps that water bottle back on there on that windowsill behind us. That's how this thing's going to unfold on Thursday. Now, me on the other hand.
Why did somebody order me a shot of pineapple juice?
It's a lot of sugar.
Well,
Right,
I don't think people realize what you're doing. I think pineapple juice for somebody that's just eating healthy is not a big deal.
I hear pineapple juice has quite the effect on your love juices.
I mean, I think pineapple.
Oh, does it?
That's what I hear.
713-572-4610. Can anyone confirm that? Byron, can you confirm
is
that?
Is pineapple juice an aphrodisiac?
Yes.
No, not an aphrodisiac necessarily, but I hear it can make certain things a bit sweeter for both men and women. Do you follow me?
I don't.
I do, and he does too.
What are you? Are you dipping it? You dipping stuff in stuff?
I've never done that, but I think some people do.
Oh, I think I get it now. I think I get it now.
Just taste the rainbow, Clint.
Yeah, I mean,
we've lost Byron, by the way, right here. We've lost Byron, by the way, right here. Anyhow, we'll be out there coming up. Tom's Watch Bar, right there downtown next to House of Blues. It'll be a good time, 2 to 6, and we're not empty-handed. We got a lot of prizes that you have a chance to win.
Yes, we do.
Multiple prizes, and this isn't it, but including these 3 prizes. Your chance to win an autographed football jersey, a real game football jersey from Laramie Tunzel. An autographed football, a real football that they use on Sundays, autographed by Derek Stingley Jr., and then a game-size helmet. Signed by C.J. Stroud. So
it's not a mini helmet?
It's not a mini helmet. It's not a mini helmet. I've had a couple of those. It is not a mini helmet. It's the real deal. And you got a chance to win that and those 3 and among other prizes, right? That won't be it. We're going to be hooking you up.
Oh, we got other ones coming, too.
We got other things. I got to wait till they're confirmed on the specifics that can be given, but it's going to be other things out there that you can win. All right? You got a chance. I'm telling you, man, we got you. We got you covered on this Football Friday coming up at Tom's Watch Bar. So many of you have been wondering, where are we going to be? Where are we going to be? We'll be at Tom's Watch Bar 2 to 6 on Friday, not tomorrow, on Friday. You're welcome to show up there tomorrow if you like. We won't be there, but Friday we will be there. All right, Clint, I'm really curious to your answer to this. Tyler, I'm curious to your answer to this as well. 713-572-4610. You can jump in and send this in as well. Listen, what was it years past, Clint? It was the Ravens. You got to stop the run. They're going to pound it. They're going to run it, and they're going to keep going until they stop, and then they're going to hit you over the top. That was the deal with Marquise Brown when he was there. They would do that. Now, Clint, they've expanded their game, and they've done this with a new coordinator, Todd Malkin, in from Georgia, and they go out and they have a ton of receiving threats, Clint. We obviously know Mark Andrews. He is a full participant and will play. Zay Flowers, who they drafted with their top pick in the draft, he has been a big addition. They go and sign Odell Beckham, Bateman, who they drafted a couple years ago, and Isaiah Likely, who we've talked about today, has really improved and has become a big-time pass target for them, especially since Andrews has been injured. He's stepped up big time. They've got a lot of options, and they throw the football and spread it around more than they did in the past. They're not just run it down your throats. They will do that, but they're not just that. If you had to take away one passing threat from this offense from Lamar, if you're going to go in and say, I'm going to take one away, who is that guy? As I said, those available guys, Mark Andrews, Zay Flowers, Odell, Bateman, Likely. Who is it that you would say, if I got to come in, if I'm D'Amico, if I'm Matt Burke, I got to take one of these threats away, who is it?
It's Zay Flowers for me. For several reasons. I mean, Zay Flowers, I feel like, is the only one that from a speed perspective is going to strike fear in anybody. Now, Likely can run for a tight end, but he's not a guy that's going to just strike fear in folks. Zay Flowers will strike fear in folks, whether that's running, taking the top off the defense, or that's hitting a crease that's there in the screen game, or it's turning the corner after catching the ball on some kind of speed sweep action. Zay Flowers is the speed factor outside of Lamar Jackson, obviously. I'm talking about pass catchers here. And Zay Flowers is the move player in this offense, the guy that's going to be in motion a lot more, a guy that can touch the football, whether it's in the run game or the pass game, whether it's in the screen game, quick game, mid-range game, or deep pass game. Zay Flowers is the guy, to me, that if you take him out of this mix, then you eliminate a true X-factor type of player. Lamar's the other X-factor. Obviously, Mark Andrews is a great player, but from an X-factor perspective, it's outside of Lamar, it's Zay Flowers. So I got to ride with Zay. If I could remove one guy, it's Zay Flowers.
People texting in, Odell Beckham Jr. or Zay would be the answer for them. Mark Andrews is coming in as well. Who's the number one? If you were D'Amico and Matt Burke, and you said I'm gonna try my best to take away this target from Lamar in their passing game, who would it be? Listen, Mark Andrews, we've talked about. He is his safety blanket, and not just a safety blanket. He's like some of the better tight ends in the league, where he can make explosive plays. He can make 20-plus yard chunk plays, and he loves to hit him in the middle of the field. So he is the one he has the most chemistry with. They've been together for years. But the same reason, Clint, to me, why last week it was you have got to put a handle on Amari Cooper and not as much Njoku, who is a Pro Bowler as well. It's to the point you're making. It's the big plays. It's the big plays, the big chunk plays. And Zay Flowers is not just capable of getting 20-yard plays. Zay Flowers is capable of getting 40-yard plays.
Yep.
And big plays and going to the house and opening up things. And then if he like you think about it early, and if he gets a big play early, you're on alert immediately. And that potentially opens up things everywhere else, because you have got to allocate resources towards him, because you don't want big plays to keep coming on you. So I am in agreement with you that Zay Flowers is the guy to me that if I'm telling you, man, I want to stop the big plays. I want to stop the major plays that helps you score easier. I think with Mark Andrews, yes, he can make big plays, but you don't. I'm less fearful that he is just going to bam one play into the house.
Well, there's guys that strain a defense. There's guys that worry a defense. There's the guys that even when you have things right and you've got them covered, or they've got the ball in their hand and you've got them corralled, the guy that can make something out of nothing, to me, that guy is the one that you better keep an eye on. Don't let him run free, because it turns into, like Mark Andrews, if you let him run across the middle of the field, he's going to catch it for a chunk play. But you better be able to get him on the ground, right? If he's bigger and stronger than the guy you got covering, he's probably going to make the catch. Zay Flowers is a guy that can catch it behind the line of scrimmage and take it 70. Zay Flowers is a guy that can catch it and avoid in the defense or something somewhere, reverse field, and turn the corner on two or three guys that have the angle on him. So to me, it's if Zay Flowers is getting loose consistently, you got major problems, because then everybody's going to eat.
Yeah, Tyler, who is it for you? Who is the guy if you could take away one?
If you would ask me at the start today, I probably would have been with Clint and Zay Flowers, but a segment y'all were doing earlier, I think it's Isaiah Likely, man. Just purely because of the struggles the Texans have had this year, game in and game out against big-bodied tight ends.
Listen, it'll be interesting how they use those two. We could see a lot of two tight end sets where they are using him and Andrews, and you would think, all right, we're going to cover Andrews, and then likely we'll probably see a lot of one-on-one coverage with the likes of maybe Christian Harris, Blake Cashman.
It's likely we'll see one-on-one.
That was good. That was good, T.
Don't rub your eyes, man. What's wrong?
Coming up, Texans All Access. Texans Huddle behind us. It's Wednesday, so you hear from another person who's probably